Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Unreal. The impact that Kai is having. He got the bucket. He's got a 40-piece tonight.
Good morning, Metroplex. That is how we start the Football Friday edition of Sean and RJ. We are ready to go with all the guests and all the coverage and all the giveaways. Stay tuned for that. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Mike McCarthy will be joining us live in 1 hour to preview the Green Bay Packers. Everyone got all their furniture in the backyard?
Yes, I do.
And how many things did you have blown over? I believe I woke up to hail. I thought I heard some hail.
Really?
Yeah, I thought. Pepe, I don't know about you. We're close to each
Big
other.
Hail.
Right?
It was around 12:30 because I woke up. I thought it said 2:30. I was like, oh, I'm about to wake up. And then I saw the 1 in front of the 2. I was like, I'm saved. But I was up for another 30 minutes just listening to the storm.
Ton of hail. And then, of course, you have the wind. That door, I don't know. That door this morning to get into the station, I could see some shattering in that future because
It slammed.
woo,
It slammed.
it's blowing out there.
Yeah, I'm not worried about any furniture, but I do believe the fence might be coming down. The fence might be coming down to the backyard.
Because of the wind?
Yeah, so the like around the pool, like there's like it's a small backyard, and there's only about 3 or 4 feet between the pool and the fence. So instead of doing grass, they just put down like a bunch of these like pretty heavy these rocks, right? And you can see like it's starting to bend the fence, buckle it a little bit, like it's already off one of the latches. I'm just waiting for this thing to go. All right. But the good news is that it's my neighbor's fence because I have the bad side, he has the good side.
Oh.
That's his fence, his responsibility. So that's the good news.
Okay.
So bad news is that he could, he'll just come in his dog will poop in my backyard now. That's the bad news.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're about to have more property.
More property,
Less
man.
privacy.
We may just keep it like that. Open it up.
Yeah.
Let it go. That could be fun.
Yeah. So let us know how y'all survived the storms and the wind with the cold. Last night, I almost put it on AC. Almost. I laid down. I was like,
It's warm.
It's warm in here. What's going on? And I look at the app, or I look at my phone, 63 degrees right now. And I was like, what? I hate this. I hate this crap. The bipolar treatment of our air conditioning units in DFW because 63 and then it's going to be 36.
Yes, it is.
It's going to be 36. So I just totally cut off the heat. I did not put on the air conditioning. And then you wake up to the freezing conditions. And here's how it's going to go. Today's high, I'll give you high and low moving forward. 47 and 34 today. Tomorrow, listen to this drop. 54 to 19. 54 to 19. We're getting 35-degree drops in one day. And then Sunday, a high of 29, a low of 18. Monday, 23 and 12. Tuesday, 27 and 17. And then back up to 43 and 51 Wednesday and Thursday. So we're going from 54 to 29 Saturday to Sunday.
Yeah, and then and you get a low. It's going to be even like in the teens.
Yeah.
You're going to have lows at 13 degrees on Sunday night or Sunday with a little bit of precipitation, like 40% chance. Oh, baby. It's going to be a nightmare getting out of the stadium. If they have sleet during the game.
Supposed to have sleet?
Well, rain and freezing temperatures,
I'm not seeing any precipitation. All right, right now I'm seeing wind.
Well, Dan, you lied to me yesterday walking out of the building.
Dan Brunoff?
Yes, he said we're going to get sleet or rain.
Yeah. Which
turns into sleet in 20-degree weather.
I'm seeing a 2.5% chance of precipitation on Monday. Nothing tomorrow, nothing Saturday, nothing Sunday. Zip zero.
What? Look
Nada.
at this right here. 32% on Sunday.
This is the problem with the internet. Look. Bam, 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 bam. There you go.
Huh.
Precipitation, zero.
Fake
See any
news.
rain? See anything? Yeah.
Wow, look at this. This is weather.com. And you got the Googles?
I just do Dallas weather and Google. That's all I do.
See, I do DFW Airport.
What?
Weather.
No, well. It was a well win for the Dallas Mavericks last night. They're taking on the red-hot New York Knicks. You do not have Luka Doncic, and you could tell early on that Kyrie Irving was going to say, you know what? I'm going to remind everyone here who I am, and maybe an extra little reminder that I am the man. I know Jalen Brunson is really good, and he's having an all-star season. He's probably going to be an all-star, putting that in the face of Sean Shreve, but I am he, and Kyrie with 44 and 10 assists. He comes up big late. Tim Hardaway comes up big late. He has 32, and the Mavs beat the Knicks. I did not think this game was going to get down to 4 points.
No.
This was a 20-point game throughout. And bam, all of a sudden, fourth quarter, you're hanging on for dear life.
Hanging on for dear life. The same thing happened against Cleveland a couple of weeks back, late December, where they had a 20-point lead, and all of a sudden Cleveland just chips away. And then at the end, it was like, whoa, okay, how the heck did they get this close? And the same thing last night. And there were a ton of Knicks fans there, which you could not tell.
Oh, you went.
I was there. Yes. You could not tell over the first 3.75 quarters. With about a minute left, when they got it to 121-120, right? At that 121-120, that was the first time I looked around. I was like, oh, dang. This place is like 40% Knicks. And because like prior to that, they had nothing to cheer for, really. And they were coming back, but it was like, it's going to be too little too late. Man, that place there was a ton of Knicks fans there. Very disappointed to see all those idiots.
What else was it like there? Any other observations?
Yes. Without question. Best smelling crowd in DFW is a Mavs crowd.
Best smelling?
Best smelling. I mean, I was getting slapped in the face with cologne and perfumes. Fantastic. I almost tapped the guy on the shoulder in front of me. I said, sir, what are you wearing? I almost did. I didn't.
Yeah, I do that all the time.
Because he was with his son, and I didn't know if it was him or his son that was wearing cologne. And I didn't want to go up to a 14-year-old and say, what are you wearing? All right, that's a little weird.
Yeah.
And then Sarah said that the girls next to her, she said to me, she goes, these two smell amazing. And I'm like, dude, the guy in front of us, I can't stop. I'm leaning forward just to smell him. Just to smell him. Man. Greatest smelling crowd in DFW, Mavs crowd. Because the Stars crowd.
I was not anticipating this discussion.
The Stars crowd smells like vape pens. All right, so they smell like vape. All right, the Stars crowd. I love the Stars. We go to 15 games a year if we can. They smell like vapes, 100%.
I think we need to have a larger discussion about Kyrie Irving, the basketball player, who he compares with, and where he is all time. The performance that he put on last night, I mean, just take it away. What's it like watching this guy?
He's a wizard, man. He is. And, there are very few people who, you have, first of all, when he goes to the free throw line, total confidence he's going to make him. Second of all, when he gets in the lane.
He was talking smack to someone the other day. The audio came out, and he's like, I can ball and talk. I'm built for this S. He was talking smack to somebody on the free throw line.
Yeah, and, he gets in the lane. He's able to contort his body. Look, Luka does a great job of this. Steve Nash used to do a great job of this. Kyrie does as well. He is so smooth. Like, his basketball IQ is high. His ability to hit big shots. When there's a run that the other team's going on, get the ball in his hands. It really is fun to watch. Like,
all-time handles.
All-time handles. There's a reason why he keeps getting chances, because people who are generally tough to deal with don't get second chances, third chances, eighth chances, unless they're really, really good. And, he's had his moments where he's tough to deal with, and he said things that I'm sure that no PR firm would ever recommend you saying, but he is so good, you just let it slide.
Jason Kidd on Kyrie and Tim Hardaway with Luka out.
They were good. I thought Kai's done this here of late, just setting the tone on both ends, but I think offensively getting us off to a good start. But, in that first quarter, the ball was moving. There was a lot of positive energy out there on both sides, offensive and defensively. And so great group. I mean, those are our leaders tonight. Those two led us, and they put us in a position to win a tough game.
Just a beautiful performance from Kyrie Irving without Luka. The Mavs scored 44 points in the first quarter. 44 in the first quarter.
They made 7 or 8 baskets in a row in the first quarter. They were on fire. You look up, and they're shooting like 60%, 70%. The Knicks are at like 20%. There was like, there's your game right there. So you can't win the first quarter, but you could lose it. The Knicks dang near lost it in the first quarter.
Bobby's Film Room for Sunday is coming up at 6 o'clock. Mike McCarthy live at 6:30. But next, Michael Irvin may be in a little bit more trouble again with the story that started yesterday. And we just got playoff tickets to hook you up with for Cowboys-Packers. Find out how to win those by turning it on, leaving it on. Sean and RJ, Football Friday edition, just getting started.
Coming up in the next Gag Nation, it's a Football Friday. We'll be getting ready for Cowboys-Packers.
Metroplex, thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Sean and RJ on the home of the NFC East champs. Full game coverage on Sunday. Play-by-play with Brad and Babe. The post game with Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Zach Wolchuk, Bobby Belt, everyone with the coverage here on the Dallas Cowboys radio network. And that includes some extra perks. We're sending someone to this game on Sunday. Yesterday, the boss let me know we have some playoff tickets to give you, brought to you by Miller Lite. We are going to give those away in the 7 o'clock hour. All right? So, I don't like it, but even if you got something to do in the next hour and a half, set the alarm reminder for 7 o'clock. We're sending you to Cowboys Green Bay on Sunday during that time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Our way of thanking you for being a Tolo. All right. Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, had this come out soon after he was on this show yesterday. Michael Irvin under investigation again. The Allen Police Department confirmed the existence of an investigation based on a vague and unspecified allegation. Here's what the Allen PD said. There has been an allegation. We're not prepared to release any details at this time. We are in the very early stages. Irvin's attorney, Levi McCarthy, told Florio via phone that Michael vehemently denies the allegation. Quote, he did not do anything wrong or inappropriate. There's absolutely no truth to the allegation, and the situation saddens me. He predicted this, just like many others in the past, will turn out to be much ado about nothing. And, of course, we remember what happened around this time last year
Super Bowl,
when we had the stunning interview with Mike when he came on, when we were where were we?
We were at Radio Row.
Yeah, what city?
Was it Phoenix?
Arizona.
Yeah, Phoenix.
Arizona.
It was just a stunning interview. Like, just out of nowhere, we had no idea that thing was happening. But I mean, this is not the first time that this has happened to Mike, and it's not the if nothing comes of this, it won't be the first time nothing comes of it. If something comes of it, it won't be the first time something comes of it.
Yeah.
It's almost part of his yearly. It's a annual event. Yeah, sucks, but that's what he goes with. That's what happens with him.
And then, these are the things that are hard to talk about because you have somewhat of a relationship. As we caught up with Mike for the Detroit game when we saw him beforehand, and it's like, okay, if you go off the last incident, right, and especially with a lot of different stories, there are money grabs and false accusations. So on one hand, it's like, all right, if you go off the hotel story from last year and you look at the video, many were like, there's nothing wrong in that video. There's nothing wrong in that video to cost him his livelihood and his job. And Mike, I believe, ended up winning a nice sum of money through all the lawsuits against the hotels and everything. Maybe
that's why he doesn't talk to us anymore. He doesn't need us.
That's right.
He's got all his cash.
That money was never disclosed. But I'm guessing that's what happened. So you have that on one hand, right? Like, we just saw a story and an incident that many people think was much ado about nothing once the video came out. But then on the other side, if we're being real, you're like, okay, why does this keep happening? Why does this keep happening? You're totally, completely innocent. There are many people who are as famous or more famous than Michael Irvin who don't find themselves in this predicament. And it's like smoke fire versus last year and other things that have resulted in nothing. So that's a tough balance.
I mean, look, if you know Mike, he's very like hands-on, not in a bad way. He'll hug you and he'll hold on. He'll hold on.
Yep.
So it's
he's like genuine to a fault. You know what I mean?
Right. So you saw what happened, and I have no idea what happened. I'm not defending him or anything. I have no idea what happened. But you saw the Hall of Fame speech with Jimmy. And when Jimmy says, how about them Cowboys, he grabs him and he's shaking him.
Yep.
All right. He does something like that to everybody. And that could be perceived, I suppose, as unwelcome touching.
Yep.
Right? I'm not saying that's what happened, but he does that and he holds on. And he is there forever. That's just the way he is. Like, from that regard. Now, I have no idea what happened here, but like, I will tell you, like, man, he is like, he has gone up and he has grabbed people and hugged them. And if somebody wants to take that as something that was unwanted, I totally see their side of it.
Bill Belichick and Nick Saban explaining their exits yesterday. We got audio from both. Let's start with the hoodie.
Hi, good morning. Seen this many cameras since we signed Tebow.
Ha!
Oh, man, he's got jokes.
I had to start with that because that was a funny little clip. That was good. Haven't seen this many cameras since Tebow. Here's Bill for real talking about his Pats career.
So much thanks for the opportunity to be the head coach here for 24 years. It's an amazing opportunity. Received tremendous support We had a vision of, building a winner, building a championship football team here that's exceeded my wildest dreams and expectations. The amount of success that we were able to achieve together, through a lot of hard work and, contributions of so many people. So I'm very proud of that, and I always have those great memories. I'll carry those with me the rest of my life.
And I know Bobby was disappointed. There was no drama. There was no body language to read. I think Belichick had a cold, so Robert Kraft said, "I'm not going to kiss him right here." But they stood up there together to say their goodbye.
Yeah, and he's sitting there saying, I'm going to miss seeing all you guys at the gas station.
Grocery
Who brought
store.
that? The Cumberland Fams, the Wawa.
The what was the first one?
Cumberland Fams.
Cumberland Fams. Miss you guys filming me shirtless when I'm walking around Nantucket.
That's right. He was outside of his house,
Yeah.
right? Man, it's look. I can't believe he's gonna be coached somewhere else. I mean, he just I can't get that out of my mind. He's been there for basically my whole life.
We've been a lot of places in your life.
Well,
But
but
Cleveland, New York, a couple times. We got this.
No, I know, but
It'd
it's
be like my whole life.
Yeah.
it's but when he got there, 2000? I was in college, man. That's your life starts after college.
Oh, here we go. And then Nick Saban. This is kind of what I suspected. Nick Saban explaining, sounds like to his future colleague, Reese Davis, why he stepped away.
No, I don't think there's any good time, especially when you're a coach, because once you're a coach, you think you're going to be a coach forever. But I actually thought that in hiring coaches, recruiting players, that my age started to become a little bit of an issue. People wanted assurances that I would be here for 3 years, 5 years, whatever, and that got harder and harder for me to be honest about. And to be honest, this last season was grueling. It was a real grind for us to come from where we started to where we got to. Took a little more out of me than usual, and when people mentioned the health issue, it was really just the grind of, can you do this the way you want to do it? Can you do it the way you've always done it and be able to sustain it and do it for the entire season? And if I couldn't make a commitment to do that in the future, the way I think I have to do it, I thought maybe this was the right time based on those two sets of circumstances that, like I said, there's never a good time, but I thought maybe this was the right time.
So that was Nick just basically saying energy/tired, fatigue, not being able to make those same commitments. And then you got to get to the rumor mill. And the first one up, Dan Lanning.
Dan Lanning said, thanks, but no thanks. And this is something that we have seen over the last decade or so. These big jobs, right? The jobs that you think are the ones that everybody wants. Yeah, they're attractive, but if you have another good job, coaches are finding that they'll just stay at the good job as opposed to going to the other one. Now, I'm not saying Oregon is that. Oregon, I think, is a great job because they have all the resources they want. Their recruiting base isn't that fertile, but they are a national brand, and Nike really helps. But 15 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, you would never stay at Oregon as opposed to going to Alabama. But the money is the same now. Everybody's got cash.
Right.
And you can win. You can win it. Now, you may not be able to win as much, but there also is longevity. He's not going to get fired at Oregon. If he finishes in the top 10 every year, he's never going to get fired.
Yeah.
If he doesn't win a championship at Alabama, they're going to run him in 3 years. So It's like, what would you rather do? You have to weigh that as a coach. Like, do you want to make $8 million a year and have job security? Or do you want to make $10 million a year and be fired in 3 years?
We'll pick all the playoff games. We have a Cowboys-Packers ticket giveaway during the Expressway. A brand new RJ Choppy song for Sunday. Mike McCarthy live at 6:30. But Bobby Bell takes us inside the Green Bay film room to get you ready for round one next.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Yo,
Let's
inside
go
the star.
inside the star of
for the film
105.
room?
Alec would have had it.
Yeah.
No, I guess
Russ would have had it.
I guess Peyton checked
Ross.
out 9:59 yesterday. He skipped the big company meeting.
Oh, yeah, slept through that. Just couldn't be bothered.
Is that what happened? You slept through it?
I tried to take a little cat nap, and it turned into a long nap. So,
Are you saying you're
the rest of us
overworked?
just stayed up here?
Yeah, but that's like, 3 hours after I get done?
Did you get any messages from any people?
I did not.
Okay.
I did not. So we'll just keep
guess
it
I
low.
shouldn't have brought
But
it
now
up.
it's time for Inside the Star.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Mike McCarthy live at 6:30 to preview his former team. Bobby's going to do it right now in the film room.
Oh, yeah, let's talk about Brian Broaddus' Green Bay Packers. Peyton, last night when we recorded Love of the Star, which is that out yet, or is it out later this morning?
It's out right now.
Okay, it's out right now. So if you would like to go after this show, turn it on to just hear how I got Brian Broaddus in a mood pretty quick.
Oh, you're bringing this up. I love it.
I mean, you can hear it. It's very clear. You can hear it in the podcast. And I say at some point, like, well, I wasn't trying to get you worked up, Brian. But Peyton, would you describe him as worked up?
A little bit. He did not like you coming after his Green Bay Packers.
He didn't like what I'm about to say right now,
Should we
which
specify, though, that like he's not rooting for Green Bay?
No, and he said that. He's like, I'm not rooting for Green Bay. Brian is a classic personnel guy, which is just that rubbing your forehead, sweating through every game. Like you think, like it doesn't matter that you're playing whoever the worst team in the league is at the moment.
Yeah.
You could be playing the Commanders.
He's Lou Holtz.
Yes,
Lou Holtz.
it's the old Lou Holtz. Like,
but their pants
how
are
are we
shaped
going to
like
beat
you.
Bill and Mary? Yeah, that whole thing. It's that, and it's not.
I believe it's William and Mary, not
I know,
Bill
but,
and Mary.
but the joke used to be calling them Bill and Mary. So he would always, Brian, because of that, and it comes from a genuine place. It's not the Saban, like Babe was talking about yesterday, the Saban presenting it as a certain thing. Brian genuinely has a fear of losing to every single football team. And so that's kind of where he's at with this one. This is the issue that he had with me is how I look at the Green Bay Packers, in which the Packers can play to 100% of their capability. And Dallas still has to shoot themselves in the foot and do things to beat themselves in order for Green Bay to win. And that's because Green Bay, just in a lot of ways, Jordan Love is very impressive. Some of the throws he makes are incredibly impressive. He's got a lot of trust in his arm. He's a little reckless with the ball at times, even though he's only thrown one interception in 8 weeks. There have been several that could have been intercepted. Babe talked about it yesterday. He's very loose with the ball. He'll fumble it. They don't protect for very long. They've got a decent offensive line, but against the Cowboys pass rush, I think they'd have a lot of trouble protecting Jordan Love for an extended period of time. And it's one of those things where even in the running game, when we talk about, hey, if you tried to execute a Buffalo Bills game plan with Aaron Jones, who's very, very good and has killed the Cowboys throughout his career. He's like Tim Salmon against the Rangers. He just crushes them. And Aaron Jones has a lot of capability, but the Green Bay offensive line, while they play with a lot of power, they are very heavy-footed. They can't block the same way Buffalo did. Buffalo is able to get up to the second level, take out those smaller linebackers, everything else.
Because we have Rob Domofsky on, and he's like, that power run game that can torment the Cowboys, Green Bay doesn't have that.
And that's it. They're strong. You've got strong guys on that offensive line who can, like, really sit down and pass rush or in pass protection and block things up, and they can maul guys at times if they need to. They don't have the athleticism a lot of times to get up to that second level, especially with as fast as Dallas is on their second level, because Dallas can just run by these blocks in a lot of ways.
Their pass block win rate is second in the league, but their run block is 16th.
They don't block very well. And again, the pass block win rate thing is a little going to be skewed. If you recognize you don't have a very good pass, if you recognize you don't have very good pass protection, what are you going to do? You're going to get the ball out quick. So pass block win rate is going to be related to, did you win in X amount of time? And if they're getting the ball out before then it can skew it a little bit. And Green Bay knows that and adjusts to it. They've obviously missed Bakhtiari this year. They have issues at times with their tackles. Like I said, the guards on the inside, John Runyon, Elton Jenkins, the center Myers, like they have trouble with athleticism getting up there. So I think honestly, Dallas' second level, as much as they struggle at times in the run game. What would have to happen here is Dallas guessing wrong for it to be, and they are very capable of doing that. They've done it a lot. But that's where I say it doesn't matter what Green Bay does necessarily. It's more about what Dallas doesn't do. If Dallas shoots themselves in the foot and steps in the wrong gap or misjudges something, or Matt LaFleur has to start designing certain things to kind of give them eye candy to play with them, then they're in trouble.
Do they run a ton of motion and stuff? Because people have said the way to go at that Cowboys defense is to confuse and run a lot of motion. They struggle against it.
So LaFleur always has used motion as a way to attack teams. I don't know what their motion rate is at the top of the league, but just watching it, like in terms of, I don't know how it would stack up in a statistical vacuum, but when you watch them, yeah, they'll do some different things and try to be creative. A couple of years ago when Tennessee came to town and LaFleur was the offensive coordinator there, some of the biggest pass plays they hit were with like jet motion, loop the guy back, throw a screen, and have him go. Like I think they hit 2 or 3 of those. And so that's something that LaFleur has tried to design. He obviously comes from that McVay, Shanahan group that uses a lot of that different stuff. But on the defensive side of the ball for
and by the way, before you get into the defense, I should have mentioned this at the very top. Cowboys may have caught a sprain. Jair Alexander had an ankle injury during Wednesday's practice. LaFleur said he was injured during their jog through. It was kind of a freak deal.
Walk much.
We had mostly a jog through, and he stepped on somebody's foot and rolled his ankle. He's doing everything he can to be available. It is day to day.
Yikes.
Wow.
Yeah, that's big. I mean, it's especially if it's not the best unit anyway on their team.
And he played only 7 games because of a shoulder issue, 1 game suspension for the coin toss. And LaFleur said it was a freaky deal. He was focused, locked in, doing everything we were asking him to do, and it just happened. So Jair Alexander jogging off, rolling the ankle.
The playoffs, I mean, forget this game. In general, it's a who's healthiest a lot of times anyway. And then you get little breaks like this, and maybe he misses the game, and all of a sudden, a game that you might be a little bit wondering to yourself. Look, I think most people are going to pick the Cowboys anyway. But it's like, all right, but can Green Bay keep it close? But you start getting injuries to key parts of the team on the other side, and all of a sudden it's like, okay. Is this team going to be a wagon again at home?
Yeah, and what I would say is there's a reason that there's chatter that could there be trouble for people on the coaching staff if they lose this game to Green Bay, because it would have to be issues of lack of preparation. It would have to be issues of discipline. And I've said this week, I've said it the last couple weeks, as one of the defining traits, I think, of the Cowboys is they are one of the 5 most talented teams in the NFL, easily, I think 1 through 53. And I think they are also probably easily bottom 10 in the league as a group in terms of football IQ and details. And so, look, I mean, as young as we've all talked about Green Bay, a lot of times looks more disciplined on tape than Dallas does. Dallas is just so overwhelmingly talented. And so that's where that gap could be closed potentially, is that if Green Bay plays to complete capacity, Dallas does what we've seen them do at times, which is make silly mistakes or have attention to detail issues, or, does Dak get into tunnel vision mode and doesn't see a linebacker sitting here? But the problem is just you would need them to do that. The biggest issue here is, and this is something that when you talk to people around the Cowboys, they'll tell you this. If you can hit Jake Ferguson, if you can hit the tight ends with the seam throw, there is no way to defend Dallas's passing game, because the ways that you'd want to kind of cover things with zones and everything else when you've got Cooks and Lamb, it leaves you naturally a little more vulnerable to what the seam throw is, which can be a dangerous throw at times. We obviously know moving out of the middle of the field is something the Cowboys wanted to do with Dak for the beginning part of this season. But if you're able to hit that, you have to then account for it, and you can't play Cooks and Lamb the way you want to, and it becomes really impossible to do that. So what does that mean? Linebackers, safeties are going to be a big part of covering the middle, and their linebackers and their safeties in Green Bay can't cover. That's their biggest. If you were to say, what is the biggest area of weakness on the Green Bay defense, like particular skill set, it's that the linebackers and the safeties can't cover in the pass game.
Wow.
And so that vulnerability, I bet you see some shots to Jake Ferguson, like between the hashes or right up the seam early in this game, because I think the Cowboys want to establish early, we can hit this, so you guys are going to have to adjust. And when you have to adjust, they will go over 40 points if they're hitting the seam throw. And so, because Green Bay just won't be able to cover them.
Bobby Belt's Film Room, Part 1, on your home of the NFC East champs. Mike McCarthy is coming up live in 20 minutes. Let's cover every other playoff game that's taken place this weekend. Nick Saban and Bill Belichick talking about their exits. All of that with all the football you can handle, plus a playoff ticket giveaway. RJ has a brand new Packers song as well. It's all coming up on The Fan. But what's coming up for you?
Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods, because more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The head coach of America's team, Mike McCarthy, is coming up live in 15 minutes. Coach joins us every Friday at 6:30 here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Let's get into all the other playoff games. It's one of those shows I dread at the end when I'm like, I know we just don't have enough time. I even sent the guys messages last night. I'm like, don't send any more. We're absolutely loaded up with a Cowboys-Packers playoff ticket giveaway during the Expressway. Also, a brand new RJ Choppy Cowboy playoff song. We're going to pick these things. We got Nick Eaman, DallasCowboys.com, and, of course, Coach coming up at 6:30. But let's go through the rest of the games. It starts tomorrow at 3:30, Cleveland versus Houston. Normally the Saturday first game.
It's a dud.
It is a dud. Brian Baldinger was on yesterday with the G-Bag Nation, and they asked him, what game do you feel the most confident about picking? He picked this game, and he picked Cleveland.
Yeah.
He picked Cleveland for this game. Right now the spread is Browns by 2.
Yeah, so I'm all over the Browns in this one as well with the points. Rookie quarterbacks making their first playoff start do not cover the spread against quarterbacks who have made a playoff start at about a 60% clip. So it's like 65% of the quarterbacks that are making their first start fail to cover the game. So that's that. CJ Stroud versus Joe Flacco has been in a million of these playoff games. That's not even the real thing. I think Cleveland's just a very good team. And
yeah, he said even if Flacco turns it over, their defense is good enough to help them recover.
Yeah, they really are. And while Houston has had a great season, are they a great team, or did C.J. Stroud just have a really, really good year? That's why they made the playoffs. And I think that's the obvious answer. Even though Houston's probably not as bad as what we thought they were going to be, Cleveland is they've got a really good roster.
Definitely weird also to look at this, and I'm like, oh, Cleveland's on the road for this.
Yeah.
It's just,
Cleveland is on. I'm glad you mentioned that, Sean Sharif. As the NFL put out as a note this week, this is stunning to me. If the Browns win this weekend, Joe Flacco passes Tom Brady for the NFL record for most postseason road victories.
What?
Flacco would be the winning it, have the most victories on the road in the postseason in the history of the
Tom
NFL.
never went on the road.
Never went on
And did he have 5? Did he have 5?
No, but Brady is the record holder.
I know. With what, 5?
8, 7. So this would be the 8th road victory. But I mean, think 8.
It's like Mahomes has no road victories.
Well, right. And think about with Dallas. Dallas was went 30 years without a road playoff victory. That was a more significant drought than what they had in the Super Bowl run. And
Mark Sanchez has 4.
He also he would also pass Brett Favre for the most victories in the history of the wild card if he wins this week.
Wow. By the way, I had this in my notes all week long, and I haven't gotten to it, but it's my favorite stat in all of sports. It's the reason we do the 5 in, 5 out. When the Texans made the playoffs, they joined Cleveland, Detroit, and the Rams, teams that qualified after missing the year before. It is the 34th consecutive season with at least 4 teams making that turnaround. So that's our stat we do every year.
Yeah.
4 in, 4 out, 5 in, 5 out. For 34 straight years, 4 brand new playoff teams, Texans, Browns, Lions, and Rams. That's why I love that stat.
And that's actually low over the last couple of years, which had been 6 because of the added 7th team.
All right. We move on over. We'll make all the official picks later on. 7 o'clock. And I just looked at my bank account to see if we got paid today. Did not.
That's next week.
But I saw my Peacock subscription for $6 or $7. So I know I'm watching this game tomorrow night in Kansas City, where the latest weather report yesterday had this at -30 with the wind chill. It is going to be dangerously cold, according to the National Weather Service. Don't say that too early, Jason Kidd. -30 in KC. Only 4 games in history have had below 0 kickoff temperatures. 67 Ice Bowl. 82 AFC Championship, the Freezer Bowl. Cincinnati was -9. 2016 wildcard game in Minnesota was -6. 08 NFC Championship in Green Bay was -1. -30 wind chill. And I think the stat is that the Dolphins have lost 10 straight games when they've lost 10 straight when the thermometer dipped below 40.
And I mean, look, this is going to be a nightmare game. When I was up here for the meeting yesterday, I was sitting in with K and C, and they're like, "Would you go to this game? You got free tickets." You know, because they're $54. It's so you can get in the door right now, $54 for this game.
What?
Because of the weather, nobody wants to go.
Y'all won't even go to AT&T Stadium with free tickets.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, I don't mind the cold. I'd be okay with that.
With the wind chill?
Well, the wind. Well, you're blocked. You're blocked. You got people blocking you next door.
The average
next to you.
The average wind chill during the Ice Bowl was minus 36. So we are talking about this is Ice Bowl level.
It
now,
is
what Kansas City's going to have.
It's going to be awful. It's going to be absolutely awful there. And the NFL's got to change that. You can't have the most important games in a completely different weather pattern than every other game of the season. You know, you just can't. It was cool and tough when it was 3 yards in a cloud of dust. But when the game is centered around passing, you can't have. There's why you would want to put the most important games in completely different conditions than every other game on your schedule throughout the course of the year has blown my mind for 44 years.
I just think the elements for a football game make it even more of an attraction for them. I understand what you're saying about sacrificing and losing the style, but everyone's going to be talking about the elements of this. It's going to be an even bigger draw for the National Football League.
That's fine. Then the National Football League needs to tell everybody that.
What do you want to do? How would you solve it?
I would either make it a spring sport or start it earlier.
Okay, so you're not like moving all these playoff games somewhere. You're just talking about timing in the calendar.
Time in the calendar. Or, I mean, look, if you want to do neutral sites for playoff games they do in college football and everybody has to be in a dome, I'm fine with that too.
Yuck. No,
I'm fine with that.
Neutral site playoff games, that defeats the whole purpose of the regular season.
Field?
You're playing for seeding.
Nah.
No.
I mean, look, listen, what's more important? You know, having your home field or being or having the conditions from a league perspective, not individual fans. I get want the home field, but if you're the league, is your product more important, or people saying, "Oh man, that snow game was so cool"?
That is going to tie into the product, I think.
Right, because the product suffers in bad weather.
No,
the
but
product has to be number one.
People are going to praise. I think people are going to love the visuals of this. I am.
Oh yeah. No, look, and if
it's going to be an awful offense. I was trying to figure out the spread. I'm like, is this not a Steelers-Bills over-under? It's not. It's 8 points higher. The over-under is 43.5. Steelers-Bills is 35.5. I was a little bit surprised by that.
If you want to talk about the product too, if teams were playing only for seeding and not home field, you would have teams start strategically resting guys at the end of the year, and the product starts suffering over 18 weeks instead of one. Like you'd have teams start saying like, well, we're going to rest this. I'd rather get this matchup here because it doesn't matter. I'm not at home anyway. What am I playing for? And so you'd start getting more, I think, rest issues that like the NBA runs into.
Or then fine. Then keep home field. Mandate every stadium has a roof.
Man.
Seriously, like they've got enough money. Mandate it all. But
how often should this happen in order for you to make these changes?
It happens every year. I mean, just ask Green Bay. Ask Aaron Rodgers why he couldn't win in the playoffs, and Brett Favre and how they went 40 years with those two quarterbacks, and they went to 3 Super Bowls.
Because he didn't get the jab.
Because the weather sucked. And every time they had a team come in there that was a run-first team, they got beat in the postseason at Lambeau.
Those are the Saturday games. We'll get to Sunday after the head coach of America's team, Mike McCarthy, joins us live on Sean and RJ right after this. And this is...
KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby on your home of the NFC East champs. And a major reason for that is this guy. Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys, as we get you set for Sunday. And we have a playoff ticket giveaway coming up during the 7 o'clock hour. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
I'm doing well. Good morning, gentlemen.
I'd like to thank you for making me a commercial. My boss wanted to make fun of me. You guys were mocking my sniffles, you and Choppy, my sickness. So thank you for that, Coach. I appreciate it.
Well, most importantly, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. You know,
good enough to work. All right. I just thought you kind of doubled up on that vacation. The timing seemed a little suspicious.
I know. My apologies. But look, I wanted to start with something semi-serious, and I know you're looking on to bigger things, but we're sitting here, and as good of a feeling as we've had for a playoff run in our 12 or 13 years of doing this show. Didn't think y'all would be able late in the year to go and get that 2 seed, the 12-5 stat everyone's been talking about. So first off, congratulations on even getting to this spot in an awesome regular season. We're proud of you.
Well, thank you. No, it's been a journey. They all are. You know, every season brings different challenges at different times, but no, I'm really proud of the team, and I agree with you. I think we're in a really good spot.
Coach, I want to ask a couple of generic playoff questions that we all try to examine every year. You know, this is now coaching in the playoffs. Is there a difference? Is there a major difference in how you coach in a playoff game versus a regular season game?
No, I just think you need to maximize, the quality of the coaching, or really your focus on exactly what you do best. I think one thing about playoff football, brings to you is you just don't, you just got to make sure you keep your volume tight. And just, you're giving the players, clean looks, throughout the game, and that starts, with the game plan process and how you. And how you work and be diligent and so forth. Because, I think like anything, you got to always clean your own house. And this is, especially the time of year where you've got to stay really on top of yourself, Scott. Because at the end of the day, we got to go out and play our best football. And obviously, we don't want guys thinking that'd be the last thing you want.
Do you find the style of play changes a lot? If coach doesn't change, but the style of play might. I know other sports, like, the game slows down or whatever. Do you find that in the NFL that the style of play changes in the postseason?
Well, the urgency is definitely there. The energy's higher. It's just the importance of the game is very, very evident. And I think it's more as the game goes on. But yeah, I mean, there's nothing like playoff football. I mean, this is what it's all about. This is what we're all committed to, and I love it. There's nothing like it.
The other stereotypical topic is playoff experience. We've all talked about Green Bay's youth and Dak and you and some other guys haven't been here before. Is playoff experience a thing? And if so, how?
Well, you're always trying to, build your instincts and awareness, and obviously experience is a nice variable, to grow from. No doubt. We're a young team also, so we have some young portions of our team that, I think our veterans do a great job. And it just doesn't start this week because you're in the playoffs. It's something you're building, throughout the offseason, training camp, and all the way through the year. So, but yeah, youth can be a good thing. And but at the end of the day, it's really the connection to the locker room is how I've always felt. And I'd put ours up against anybody's.
Coach, I know you said after the game last week that you weren't going to dive into the psychology of playing Green Bay and that being your former team and everything else. So are you happy, though, or in a way are you grateful that you were already able to get that reunion game, in essence, out of the way last year? Does it help you approach this game and say it's easier to make sure everybody's focused on task and that's not a question we have to get all this week?
Well, no, you answered it in your question. I mean, it wasn't by no means was it attempt in the psychology realm of competition. It was just more, keeping the focus on what's most important. And, and I am part of that, football team that, if I'm going to ask everybody else to just be totally, engaged to what's in front of us, it definitely has to start and stop with me. So it's just really a point of focus.
Have you found, looking back at game tape from this year to last year, that their offense, LaFleur's offense, looks a little bit different, considerably different with Jordan Love versus Rodgers?
Yeah, I think it's always going to be a little different based off who the quarterback is, but I mean systematically, there's definitely a lot of carryover and fully the expectation of what you think you're going to get. There's definitely carryover. But yeah, I mean I think it's only obvious. You got a guy that's played 20 years, and now you're with a quarterback in his first year. But I would say this: over the last 6 weeks, it isn't like they're holding anything back. He definitely can manage a high volume offense. I think he clearly has shown that, Jordan Love.
Yeah, Coach. What else have you seen in your QB eval of Jordan?
Definitely. I like the way he plays the game. I think number one, he gets through his reads. He's very systematic in everything he does. He can make all the throws to any quadrant on the field. So he can change his arm angle. It's very natural at that. So he's made plays in and out of the pocket too. So I think he's done a nice job.
Mike McCarthy joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Coach, how much more of a threat has their running game become late in the season with what Aaron Jones has done and the numbers that he's been putting up?
Well, it's definitely going to. It starts there without a question. That's when they're at their best. That's so important to their success because it gives you the looks on the outside and the one-on-ones in particular. The green grass downfield pass concepts, which they've been very productive. But it clearly starts with that offensive line in there and Dylan.
Hey, Coach, a couple years ago, it was a big theme. It felt like coming in, out of the season, the 21 season, that you guys wanted to become more physical, and that was something that you guys really worked at to build a toughness and a physicality, specifically, I guess, in the trenches. But when you look at Green Bay and the guys they have there, Kenny Clark, Rashawn Gary, Preston Smith, just talk about that sort of physicality and how it challenges you and how that preparation you guys have taken over the last couple of years gets you ready to go against a defensive line like this.
Well, we've always been a physical football team. The focus was to improve our tackling, which we clearly have from last year to this year. So that'll be key. Definitely Sunday. We got to tackle these backs. We got to limit the space opportunities, and as a whole, just through our evaluation internally, tackling has been an asset for our defense.
Mike McCarthy joins us here on 105 through the Fan. This officiating crew calls, from all reports, a ton of offensive holding calls, which Micah, famously has not been called for a hold since September. Do you have your highlight tape prepared for the meeting with the officials to get some holding calls for Micah?
I think like anything, these crews in the playoffs, there's a lot that goes into it. So. But no, we have a 90-minute meeting, before every game. We have an opportunity to voice concerns. I mean, and there's a procedure to it, and but yeah, we'll stick to our plan and bring up the things we'd like to see, highlighted in the game.
Coach, how concerned are you that Stephon Gilmore could be limited dealing with the harness, the shoulder, whatever he's going to be dealing with as he tries to gut it out, or is gut it out being over dramatic that you think he's going to be more fine than maybe some think?
Well, no, he's definitely is playing through something significant. There's no question about that. But he practiced yesterday and actually walking off the field with him yesterday, he felt great about I don't think he's ever worn a harness. So, but no, I think he's in a great spot, and he's got another 48 hours. So. I look for him to be, ready to go.
You feeling good and positive about Tyler's status?
Yeah, he's getting there. I'm curious to see how he feels today. Yesterday was his biggest amount of work.
Coach, as everything gets magnified in the playoffs, we always kind of blow things up with one possession or one clock decision or one penalty. How are those things? How confident are you feeling and good about the little things category when it comes to those differences that can decide a playoff game with how you guys have executed them this year?
Well, that's what you work on. throughout your practice structure. And obviously, I talk about it time and time again. That's why I appreciate and I think it's so important to have, tough games throughout the course of a regular season. You want to be in those situations, throughohout the year, because obviously you practice them. We'll spend a big segment today just on the end of the game. So these things are well rehearsed and well practiced, but you definitely like the live action in that area. But yes, we feel great about our preparation.
Coach, one last thing on this game. What type of atmosphere are you anticipating? Everyone says the Cowboys at home. I mean, we've seen it. They've been invincible. What do you expect in Sunday in Arlington?
God, you're teeing them up here. I'm expecting a whiteout, so I'm looking forward to that. Our crowd will be incredible. It'll be an electric atmosphere. It'll be everything it's supposed to be. And, I look for us to come out and play with great energy and execution. Looking forward to it.
Do you have your game day outfit picked out yet?
It's whatever they put in my locker. So.
Oh, you don't pick it. It's just whatever's in there.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. It's not a big, long process, that's for sure.
Mike McCarthy joins here, 105 through the Fan. All right, so this weekend in Kansas City, it's going to be like minus 30. Is that what you said with the wind chill? You were in a similar game to this in the 07 season. Like how much of your playbook gets like scrapped in a game like that?
Well, you got to really see, how it's all about the football. Obviously, always is each and every week. But yeah, you definitely tilt certain concepts over others, no doubt about it. And but I think once you get going out there, it's not really the temperature that's the factor; it's the wind. So the wind is always the adjustment mechanism for me as far as how you attack.
Any tips for these coaches on staying warm? Did you have any tricks up your sleeve besides Black Rifle coffee?
I hope they have drink a lot of coffee, but definitely I hope they have good relationships with the equipment guys up there because that's important. Yeah, those guys, the equipment that they have and the things they can give you, they'll be fine.
Last one,
the fans are the ones that are, those are the ones you got to watch.
Yeah, well, they have alcohol.
Yes.
Well, there you go. But they have to have a good plan, which sounds like you know the plan.
You got the plan.
All right, Coach, last one. It's been a crazy couple of days in terms of the coaching news with some legends going away. Some are going to probably be coming back. But your reaction to all the coaching news, and do you have one special story when it comes to either Belichick or Nick Saban that has personally been a connection to you?
I don't know either men, personally, but I think just having just a few times able to compete with Coach Belichick, there's always something that you remember from the games. We had a particular game in 2014 that just changes the way you may have to view putting together a call sheet. So pure football, great respect for their careers. Love competing against them. I had a chance to compete against Coach Saban when he was in Miami. So, and what Nick's done at Alabama, it speaks for itself. What an incredible career. So, definitely two titans in our industry. Nothing but great respect for those guys.
Coach, thank you so much for the time. Congratulations on just an awesome season so far. Let's keep it going, and let's talk next Friday as well. Thank you, and good luck.
You bet. All right, thank you, man. Have a great day.
The head coach of America's team, Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. He's talking about a game plan in there, something about changing a play sheet based upon facing Belichick and the equipment guys. The key. So I got my dad.
Warm.
I got my dad who's mid 80s.
Well,
these electric. That's not a well. I got him these heated.
The vests?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen
Aurora
those.
or something. I don't know what the company's
I've seen
called.
those.
Oh my God, he loves it. I think Dawson's old ass says he has one. He was wearing one yesterday, or he has one when he was talking to Baldinger, who did not mind the minus 30-degree temperature.
It's those heated ones, dude. Like you got to charge them, I guess, before or have
got a charger in them.
There's a charger in them.
I think so.
Oh, wow.
battery pack in them, but
that's
you charge
cool,
them.
man. That's really cool because it is. I was listening to an interview that Eli was given yesterday and he was talking about this game, and he said that he had this glove that went all the way up to his elbow.
It's called a sleeve. I was kidding.
Yeah. But the glove went all the way up to his elbow. And he put like a bunch of those little heat packs in them. And he would keep his hand in that during when he was on the sideline. But when he went into play, he told Jared Lorenzen, the backup, I need you to keep your hand in here to keep it warm. For when I come off the field, I want to put this thing on, because he said there would be a timeout. I'd go over there, 15 seconds, put it in there to be able to go throw, because you couldn't feel the football.
Yeah.
It was that bad. They only did about a 10-throw warm-up 2 hours before the game. They usually do 30, 40 minutes worth, because Toomer and Plexico were body catching, and they weren't catching with their hands, and Eli couldn't feel his arm. It's wild that they were even able to throw in that game.
We're sending you to the game at AT&T with a Miller Lite playoff ticket giveaway on this show in the 7 o'clock hour. RJ and Bobby have put together a brand new playoff song, but Bobby Todd Archer wrote the column in preview of this one, Now or Never.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because it's felt like this Cowboys window has been, at least as being a competitive team and being a contender, it's felt like this window's been open for generally like a decade. Like when you talk about when their quarterback has been healthy, they've generally been able to compete and stand with some of the best teams in the NFL. And so I don't know that it's crept up on anybody yet, the idea of like, because they turn over town so quickly, that this is getting to be a time where that window could start shutting on them, and that you've got some serious decisions. That's one of the things that Todd was trying to emphasize, is that we've got this slogan that McCarthy gave them, Carpe Omnia, seize everything. And that it's like, if you want to seize everything, now might be the time to do it. We already know there's questions, fair or unfair. There's questions about where will the status be with your head coach after these playoffs. We know that just from Jerry telling us on Tuesday, there's going to be a lot of vacancies. They're anticipating vacancies on their staff this year, just from guys getting jobs and moving on. So for the coaching staff, this might be the last run that they get collectively together. And obviously,
would take something, I think, extreme. Although, I don't know. The second round is going to be the question, but we'll get to that down the road.
So one of the things that
did he write this more so on the staff, players, or everyone?
Like the entire organization. How, like, if you look at it in its totality, there's a lot of potential for this thing to look very different next year.
Well, I just totally disagree with the premise of the article.
Why?
Because the Dallas Cowboys next year are going to win 11 or 12 games.
Every year.
So you are going to be in the running and in the mix. So they're going to pay CeeDee Lamb. I don't think Micah Parsons is going anywhere. Dak Prescott certainly is not going anywhere. The Dallas Cowboys are going to win at least 10 games next year. This is not a New York Jet do or die with this roster with Aaron Rodgers. So from that standpoint, I know you're going to get further into the article. It doesn't make a ton of sense to me.
I'll give you a hockey analogy, Mr. Hockey Hamster.
Trayvon Diggs,
you're just throwing pucks on net.
Diggs coming off of a serious injury that affects explosiveness, though.
Yeah, but the Dallas Cowboys are going to win at minimum 9 games next year. That's on the low end.
There's basically like 1 or 2 teams who don't, like, the Chiefs are in a different category, right? Because they're like legit every year Super Bowl or AFC Championship game at minimum. Everybody else is just putting pucks on net. They're trying to just throw a dart and hope that 1 year out of the 12 that you have your quarterback, you hit. That's what you're hoping. Unless you have Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, Peyton Manning, Ben Roethlisberger, who went to a ton. Unless you have those guys, you're just throwing darts at a board. And you're hoping that your quarterback's career year matches with your defense's career year, matches with upsets, seeds, and a pathway to the Super Bowl.
Right.
And if you don't have Mahomes and you don't have Tom Brady or Joe Montana or any of those guys, that's your plan.
And the Cowboys are going to have darts next year.
Yeah, and that's a nightmare that's a nightmare to have to.
Nightmare?
See, this
nightmare.
He says nightmare.
Nightmare?
We brought this up last night. He says nightmare. And he's like, well, I guess it's more like nightmare. He doesn't say nightmare.
Well, I don't know, because a mare is
it's M-A-R-E.
It's a female horse, right?
No, but you're not pronouncing it the way it's spelled. M-A-R-E. You're doing M-E-R-E.
I'm aware of what I'm doing.
Yeah. So it's incorrect.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm fine with that.
Unprecedented.
Yes. But it's like that is a pain in the butt as a fan or as a team to have to build your roster that way. But that's how you got to do it. If you don't have Patrick Mahomes or whatever, you're just trying to get lucky in a year. That's it.
Here's the problem that you look at, though. The Cowboys right now have $258 million committed to 48 players against the 2024 cap. So the cap this year is $224 million. It's probably not going up more than 8. So you're talking about you're going to have to, right now as it stands, even before you start working on contracts, which Lamb is eligible for an extension beginning next year. Obviously, Lamb's already been eligible. Parsons becomes eligible. You're going to have to start dealing with those questions right there. Even some, contributors who are not at the highest level are due to be have opportunity to get their contracts extended. Oso Odighizuwa is one. So when you look at it, a lot of that can be fixed by Dak's cap figure, which is $60 million. You can bring that down, but the question is, hey, there's a lot of pressure riding on this, and you're going to have to start creating some gymnastics with his contract and everything else in order to even fit this nucleus under the table. The thought, I think, from a lot of people, one of the things that Todd mentions here is there still is a serious decision, no matter how well he's played this year, a serious decision for them to make on Tyron Smith next year. That there's a high likelihood that he's not back. You look at the core contributors. We just talked about how tight the margins are on their cap. These are guys that are free agents next year. Tony Pollard, may or may not care about that one, but Tyler Biotish, Jonathan Hankins, Stephon Gilmore, Jaron Kearse, Jordan Lewis, Dorrance Armstrong, Dante Fowler, Neville Gallimore. There are core contributors here who are vulnerable. And it's like, well, they've always replenished through the draft. Yes, they have. The Cowboys have sacrificed more future draft capital in the last 10 years or 2 years than they typically have when they go get Trey Lance or they do this or they do that. So they could get a couple compensatory picks, but they don't have their own picks in the 4th, 5th, or 6th round this year, and they have cleaned up in day 3 typically. So you're talking about fewer darts to throw, picking at the back end of the first round. What they've usually used to replace some of their depth, they don't have as much of it this year, and they still have tight cap concerns. That's with potentially people wanting to pluck guys from your coaching staff and wanting to thin things out. This is not just because Aaron Rodgers isn't in the conference, Drew Brees isn't in the conference. This is as vulnerable as the conference has been. It's probably only going to get stronger, and your depth is going to be challenged more this upcoming offseason than it has been in the last 5.
They'll be fine. They'll be in the mix.
All right, keep this for receipts, Peyton.
Yeah, next year, Bobby Bell predicting under 500 along with
Bill
Todd
Belichick
Archer.
leads them to 4-13. I want you to remember this, Sean.
877-881-1053. Keep that number in mind because during this next hour, and I'm telling you in the 6 a.m. club, so y'all go ahead and win this thing. That's why I keep teasing it. We're sending you Cowboys-Packers playoff game starting opportunity. When Peyton gives you the sounder during the 7 o'clock hour, we'll talk about the Sunday games, Kyrie over Brunson. And did you see the deal that the Rangers got for this pitcher? Ooh. Plus an RJ Choppy playoff song. It's all on the way right here on The Fan.
Let's get you over to K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. That is a gorgeous K-Post roof that is going to be keeping everybody warm at AT&T Stadium on Sunday. That is they are the ones who fix.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Play the highlight.
Smaller double team this time by New York against Kyrie to Green. Yes, sir! What a hit by Green, but what a sequence of hustle by Dallas.
Bally with the audio last night. Now I'm trying to make this a bigger conversation.
Yeah.
I'm taking this to Gary Payton, John Stockton, Allen Iverson. Is there any way that Kyrie Irving can one day be mentioned in those names? Does he deserve to, with off-the-court stuff, get him taken out of it? Because just watching this guy, as you did in person yesterday.
Yes, I did.
Well, is a beautiful treat.
Lower level, too. Not lower level.
Don't care.
Not lower level.
Go ahead, keep flexing.
Yeah. It's behind the basket.
Don't care.
I don't believe Gary Payton is in the possibilities for him.
Oh, okay. That was the one I was thinking was like maybe most realistic.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't view their games as like remotely similar.
No. I'm not comparing their games. I'm just talking about when we're talking about like
legacy.
Yeah, like greatness.
Yeah.
No. Not in terms of their games. By the way, 44 and 10 assists as Kyrie Irving outshines Jalen Brunson coming back to the AAC, and the Mavericks hang on to win 128-124 over the New York Knicks. I'm just talking about when we talk about point guards. Or Gary was a scoring guard too.
Yeah, but I think if you were to ask people, like, say one thing about Gary Payton, you'd say defense.
Yes,
defense first. Yeah. Right? The glove. I think Kyrie will be remembered.
Is there any way he can catch Iverson?
I think that's like his comp too, right? Like
that's who I think the comp is, because you talk about like the style of play, not just style of play, but the legacy thing too, where it's like he's so incredibly talented, and yet he was considered a wild card as a personality, and like sometimes he'd be really great for your teams, other times he'd struggle with teams. I think that a career trajectory, the Iverson thing is the best comp for Kyrie.
And you never knew what you were going to get at his press conferences either. Right? So like there's that element to it. I think Iverson's the one that he would have the best chance at. I think like, overall the game will remember him in a much different way than Gary Payton, because Payton's is the old school throwback defense first guy. But, like there's no comparison. Like Kyrie offensively runs circles around almost all these point guards with the exception of, Iverson. And, Nash was really good offensively too, but they were totally different.
Oh, yeah. What about Nash?
I mean, Nash, you win multiple MVPs. I mean, you're in a category that most are not.
Will you take Nash over Iverson? Power rank him. Nash, Iverson, GP, Kyrie.
Peyton, fourth.
Okay.
That's tough, man.
All right. I'm trying to come up with that category.
Yeah,
I mean,
tough.
should I throw Stockton into this, even though it's nothing but assists? I'm not trying to insult him, but you think of assists first. Stockton.
No, yeah, for sure you think assists first. Short shorts.
That's what I'm trying to, and some other things.
I don't know. Probably that's difficult because Nash, Kyrie, and Iverson, as great as they were, they all have flaws for their legacies. Probably Iverson, Kyrie, Nash, I guess.
Iverson, Kyrie, Nash. All right, y'all let us know.
I could be talked into any order, probably.
I could literally be talked into any order. If you tell me that Kyrie's one, if you tell me Nash is one, Iverson, sure.
Y'all let us know. Truckmark.com text line 877-881-1053. Basically speaking to the greatness of this guy after what he did last night without Luka Doncic as the Mavericks beat the red hot Knicks. What were you seeing or feeling and watching Jalen Brunson's game out there?
Man, he was okay, but he was clearly not the best player on the floor for them. Clearly. And that was Julius Randle, who was tremendous. He was good. But it did not have any feeling like I was watching that and I was thinking, oh man, that's a $100+ million guy. I just did. Now he's obviously
he scored 30.
I know, but it felt like a volume 30.
I mean, he had 10. He was 10 of 22. Randall was 12 of 23. Almost the same.
I bet you if you were to go look up usage rate or ball control rate that Randall was so far and away. I was sitting here watching this thing thinking to myself, does Brunson ever bring the ball up? Randall brought the ball up like seemingly every rebound he got, he's going down the floor. So I don't know. I just felt like Randall was by far the better player for them last night in person. Now, maybe it showed different on TV.
And Tim Hardaway coming up huge and in the clutch. By the way, OKC beat Portland by 62.
Jeez.
Beat them by 62 last night. And you wanted to give a shout out to Pat Riley for the Eric Spoelstra deal.
This is amazing. Find somebody that loves you the way Pat Riley loves Eric Spoelstra, who is he the best coach in the NBA? Is he the second best coach in the NBA? Third? He's up there. He's going to the Hall of Fame. He's tremendous. I think he's proved all the doubters wrong, but they gave him an extension. 8 years, $120 million. But Pat Riley and company waited until he signed his divorce to give him the contract, so it would not be a part of the divorce proceedings. Now that is next level right there. Now, I mean, he's got kids with the with his ex-wife, so he's still gonna be on the hook for child support, and that's gonna be based off of salary. But he's already making a ton of money, so he's probably maxed that anyway. This is unbelievable.
And Kawhi got paid again.
Kawhi got paid an obscene amount of money. Yeah, so Kawhi Leonard, and it's funny, I was looking at this, they have already committed to Kawhi Leonard as of the time when that contract went down. They had already committed $192 million to him in the 5 years that he had been in LA. He had played 193 games. You're talking about him getting basically $1 million a game to play for them because he's been so banged up. He's been so unhealthy. He's had the issues with the injuries and everything else. Well, so he signs a new 3-year, $153 million deal. That means that by the time this contract's up in 2027, the Clippers will have paid Kawhi $344 million. And there's a good chance, just the way with everything set up, that it ultimately gets them nothing in terms of a return. But he gets paid once again. This is the third contract they've signed with him. And he's managed to stay healthy this year, playing really well, but it still ultimately has not played out the way they wanted.
We have a Cowboys-Packers playoff ticket giveaway coming up at some point in time this hour. The Expressway is about to be commercial-free at 7:20, featuring a brand-new RJ Choppy Cowboy playoff song. Micah Parsons said he was not really bothered about not making the Players All-Pro team. Quote, I love this. If you look at some of the names on there, you could just tell people were just writing down names. It's not something that really matters, at least to players. Your peers voting on who makes it and it doesn't matter to you or players? Okay. Brandon Aubrey was named NFC Special Teams Player of the Month. He also won the award in October and December as a first-year player. And Dak Prescott, going to get all the free merchandise. He's been reminding himself about the road to the Super Bowl the last few months. Quote, I've got a lot of Louis Vuitton stuff. Why? It's because of the LV for Las Vegas. If I look at my bag, it's all LV. Literally, I just went and got my girl a bag the other day. I'm like, the only thing I'm getting is one of these with the LV logo on it.
Oh, man, this is brilliant.
Must be nice.
Must be great. I'm just gonna go to the store today. What are you gonna get? I don't know. I'm gonna get some ice cream and a Louis.
So if you're Dak's girl, you're like, sweetheart, I want motivation. Motivation. Think about Vegas. Think about Vegas today as he goes out to North Park and buys up all the Louis bags.
All the bags.
Or the Louis stuff. I don't know what the heck, everything that they have.
Wallets, bags, purses, suitcases. They got everything. Backpacks.
Tony Pauline. Bobby, you can speak to his credibility, who that is.
Hit or miss. He'll hit on some stuff, but he'll be completely wrong and screw some things up. About 50-50.
Apparently said the Cowboys could hire Bill Belichick if Jerry Jones is not satisfied with the way his team ends the season. So that was from Tony Pauline.
Yeah, Tony Pauline's a good one to get crumbs, and whenever he says anything, you have to go run it down because it can be right. He can run this information. I think his reputation with a lot of people around the league and other media is that he's not going to vet much. He'll turn out what he hears. And so because of that, the hit rate's not always great, but that absolutely seems to be something that's circulating. Whether it's true or not, somebody wants that out there. Somebody wants that chatter started. Like you mentioned yesterday, doesn't necessarily mean it's coming from the Cowboys. Cowboys may not have that all. That may only be coming from New England. That may only be coming from Belichick. We don't know where it's coming from, but somebody out there thinks it's of value to get that message out there.
Let's get to the other Sunday games. Okay, so we're going to have minus 30 wind chill possibly in Kansas City, but then in Buffalo.
That's Saturday night, right? The Kansas City one, Saturday night.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then Buffalo, Sunday at noon, they're talking about possibly moving the game. The speculation that the game could be moved, and the National Football League was asked about it, and they refuted some of these reports that the game could be moved to Cleveland because of the lake effect snow that could rain down on the Buffalo.
But I thought everybody wanted these snow games.
Why do you have to be so miserable? A game in the snow like that, and, everyone breathing and,
Because
it's
it's
fun.
fun.
It's childhood, nostalgic memories.
It's childhood, man, but does it breed bad football?
Let me ask you this. Do you think that the Kansas City Chiefs, think about it now, do you think that Kansas City and Buffalo would prefer to play those games at their stadiums in these conditions versus neutral? Kansas City against Miami, would the Chiefs prefer to play it at Arrowhead freezing or neutral with the Miami offense?
I think with Miami, they would probably rather be in Kansas City, but they're going to be in a nightmare spot because they won't be able to throw the ball either, maybe with that wind.
Right.
If I'm Buffalo,
but Kansas City, and then you add the crowd.
Right. Now, if I'm Buffalo against Pittsburgh, I'd much rather play in a dome.
Right, because it may neutralize things.
It may neutralize your quarterback. So it's give and take, and I think that's, just look at Green Bay. Aaron Rodgers was light years better than Eli Manning in 2007. Or, sorry, Brett Favre was light years better than Eli Manning in 2007. And Rodgers has lost tons of playoff games at home to lesser quarterbacks, I think in large part because of the weather neutralized his ability and his advantage.
Just please get Pittsburgh out of here.
Yes,
please get them off my TV screen. The Bills are favored by 10, and then Sunday night at 7:00 on NBC, Rams-Lions. Detroit favored by 3.
I think I'm going to pick the Rams in that one. And it's not. I know.
Straight up.
Yeah, I know a lot of people have thought that the Rams or there's been an overselling of the Rams and everything else. Very well may be the case. They have played really well in the second half. They've been the only team that really challenged Baltimore and made things really tough on them at home in the second half of the season. So I just think that they are going to be a handful for Detroit. And there's a lot of, while they're tough and everything else, I don't know that they can keep up with what the Rams want to try to do.
It's an interesting game. I'm definitely taking the over because the Rams defense stinks too. They're 22nd in the league, and
they played better in the second half. Though.
Sure, but what the Lions do well on the offensive line stifles what the Rams do well. There's talk the Rams may move Aaron Donald outside in this one because the Lions' interior defensive front is so good, and then Taylor Decker's their weak spot. But this is interesting because the Rams have a ton of playoff experience.
Was it number 68 or 70?
68, right? The Lions have no playoff experience. I mean, Goff's the only one really with playoff experience on the Lions for the most part. They've got, they have some guys in the secondary that have it.
Yeah.
But on their offense, who's got playoff experience on their offense? And we don't even know about Laporta.
As Gavin Dawson talked about while on the Gag Nation yesterday when I was driving home listening, Dane Dunning's agent being called into question here. $3.3 million to return to the Texas Rangers. My goodness. Yeah. Chris Young, what a deal. Man, I think Dane Dunning and what he did last year gets forgotten about. Yeah. $3.3 million? That is a steal. By the way, Marcus Stroman, Yankees, 2 for 37.
Yeah, when you look at what Dunning did last year, not just when he stepped in the rotation and pitched really well and covered when DeGrom went down, but you remember early on, he was saving their bullpen. Guys would get rocked in games early, and then he'd come in for 5 innings in a bullpen that nobody really trusted, and he'd get, a run given up or whatever else. You can make an argument like he was the X factor to the season, the regular season. He was outside of the Seagers and everybody else, the big guys. Yeah, Dunning was a huge impact.
Yeah, they just avoid arbitration, so it goes, there's no judge that rules what they're gonna.
Yeah, was this decided on by someone or?
Yeah, so what they do is the Rangers have a number, and Dane Dunning's people have a number, and if they can't agree to it, they go to an arbitration hearing, and that arbiter determines what the salary is going to be.
Okay,
this just avoids that. So they said, if I say $4 million and you say $3 million, we settle at 3.5.
All right, there it is. Everything you need to know about the rest of the sports world. Back to to Cowboys-Packers, as Bobby is going to take you inside the history between these two. RJ has a brand new Cowboys playoff song. If executed, I think this could break the RJ Choppy fan song record. And tickets to Sunday for Turning It On, Leaving It On. The commercial-free expressway is next.
Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
At some point in time, this segment, we're going to send you to the playoff game, all thanks to Miller Lite. Cowboys-Packers playoff tickets during the Expressway, where we are commercial-free before we all make the official picks at 8 o'clock, along with you on the truckwreck.com text line. I'm Sean Trafe alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. Choppy and Bobby have produced a brand new playoff song that may not be able to stack up to Chandler Jones' Bill Belichick song. We'll get to that momentarily. Man, I was like, is this thing broken? Is this on loop or what?
Belichick.
Chandler Jones is on loop. But first, Roberto with the history behind Sunday.
Yeah, this is still, I mean, you know, there's obviously a lot of history or recent history for Cowboys fans with the Packers. Because I think if you look back over, you know, during the course of the post-Super Bowl run for the Cowboys here over the last 27 years, a lot of the heartbreak probably goes back to the Packers for this team. That you've got the 2016 game, obviously, where Dallas falls down 21-3, and Dak plays really well in the second half. And they get the impossible Aaron Rodgers turnover. Jeff Heath gets an interception. Rodgers didn't turn the ball over, and you felt like in that game you really needed one, and that he always limited interceptions. Well, they get one there. And you end up driving down the field, setting up, getting the tie, and then, of course, you get the just impossible 3rd and 20 completion to Jared Cook on the final drive, sets up the Mason Crosby field goal. That's a big heartbreak for people. People tend to look at it on two sides. That was Aaron Rodgers screwing you. If you're anti-Dak or you're pro-Romo, you look at it as that was your best opportunity. You let it slip away because you let the rookie quarterback Dak, who was not as good as Romo, play that game. And if you would have had Romo in there, they would have won. So there's a lot of what if there for that game.
The rookie scored 31 points. I'm sure they were fine.
We already know about the 2014 playoff game, the Dez caught game, which the anniversary was yesterday. It's been 9 years since that happened, that seems like yesterday. But that game, one of the things that I think is funny about that is the forgotten legacy of that game is they could go down inside the 5. That could be ruled a completion. They're down at the 2. They could score. I think they still lose because they had shown no ability, particularly in the second half, to stop Aaron Rodgers. They methodically moved down the field. You got to remember there's 4.5 minutes left when that turnover occurred, and Aaron Rodgers went down the field and milked the rest of the clock. Like, they had no problem getting down there. They could have scored again if they wanted. They just were trying to run clock out. So it sucked, but there were other aspects of that game that you can point to and say, no, this game didn't just come down to that. And even if you would have scored, it's not necessarily the big what if you think it is, because they, in all likelihood, drop it after that. But that's just the recent history with them.
Yo, that to me, that 4-minute offense, it was 4:05 they got the ball back. I'm sorry, 4:06. When you're able to pick up first downs and the other team knows you're trying to burn clock and you're still able to get first downs, like that is the mark of just first of all, you have no defense. Second of all, that the other team's not being stopped. And you're right, they were not going to stop them.
Who was the leading pass rusher on that 2014 Cowboys team? Led the team in sacks.
Hello.
DeMarcus Ware.
Jeremy Mincy.
Wasn't even there. Was
6.
Oh, my Lord.
Ware was gone, right? That year, that was his first year gone.
It was his second year gone. But they couldn't generate any pass rush. They couldn't turn the ball over. I think there were 2 different 3rd and 8 pluses on that game-sealing drive from them that Rodgers converted because they couldn't get any pressure. They couldn't cover for long enough. So that's the recent history that everybody's really familiar with. This obviously goes back much further than that. The Cowboys and the Packers. This is the 9th time that they'll play each other. That's tied for the most common opponent the Cowboys have ever had in the playoffs with the 49ers. And I know it seems odd to a lot of people. They don't seem to realize it, that the Cowboys have played the Rams 9 times in the playoffs. Wow. Because they played in the 70s almost every year. And then in the 80s, they played a little bit. And then obviously we had the game a couple years ago. But this was something where the Packers were, if you want to talk about historic what ifs, and you know, when we talk about the Pistons being Michael Jordan, the one that really stuck in his craw, and how that changed a legacy. Or you talk about, well, if this team wouldn't have been here, how much more successful would this one have been? The Cowboys would have really had a chance to go on a dominant 60s into the 70s run if not for the Packers. because the very first 2 Super Bowls obviously were Green Bay going in and winning. And in both games, Dallas had an opportunity in the NFL Conference Championship game, because back there the NFL was a conference. That's today's NFC. They had a real opportunity to win both of those games. They got outworked by a veteran Green Bay team. The same thing we're talking about veteran versus youth and everything else. Dallas ran into that against the Packers in the late 60s, where it was a team that a lot of people felt like was old, was past their prime. They, had their dominant early 60s run, but Starr wasn't the same. Lombardi was getting near the end of his career. You had this young Dallas team, and Tom Landry was doing a lot of really exciting things. A lot of people don't know this. The 4-3 defense that was invented by Landry when he was with the Giants.
I think we all know that.
And so he ends up going to Dallas and being
say?
a young innovator. Being a young innovator.
I wasn't going to say anything.
And one of the things that those two are considered veteran savvy beating talent in a lot of ways in those 60s games. I know the Packers have this huge reputation, but by that point, they were considered over the hill. And of course, you had in the second NFL Conference Championship game, that was the Ice Bowl. Dallas led that game with 17 seconds left. Bart Starr, just on the 2-foot line, sneaks it in to win that game. And that was the original tush push right there. And the question there was actually, was it even going to be possible to sneak the ball? They weren't sure because it was so damn cold they couldn't
slippery.
get footing.
Yeah, they couldn't get footing.
So they weren't even sure that a power play like that, anyone would be able to have their footing. So
man, there are some games in NFL lore where you hear other than like that with the footing. There was a game, it was the 81 Raiders-Browns playoff game where
great year.
They went for it. Is it the year you were born?
Yeah.
Millennial. They went for it on 4th down or whatever instead of kicking the field goal because they didn't think the ball was frozen. They didn't think they could kick it. And that was their excuse that, we went for it here. We threw an interception because the ball was frozen. It was like, what?
It's like kicking a rock.
Ball was frozen. Okay. And that's just like some of these games in these cold weather cities. Crazy, man. Get the weather like that.
It's funny. I think if you look, of course, you go through the history. The Cowboys are able to exercise some demons a little bit later. 1983, they beat the Packers. That was their first playoff victory against them. And they did it against Bart Starr coaching on the other sideline. So for that Cowboys organization, Tom Landry being able to do that was a big game to them. That sent them to their 3rd straight NFC Championship game appearance. But a lot of this recent history, if you guys ever see Brian Broaddus out in public, just get to talking to him about the 90s Cowboys and specifically his experience with the Packers.
Tell him not to yell at you during Love of the Star.
Yes, exactly. He didn't even yell. He was just, he was so dismissive. It was just like, you don't even know what you're talking about, you fool. Because that's something today that you can see how much it still eats at Brian, that rivalry and how they fell short. What we talk about with Dallas currently and the 49ers, about there's a little bit of a boogeyman effect and stuff like that. Brian's told the stories about this before, that Dallas was that to Green Bay in the 90s, that Reggie White, he's told the story several times. They played the Cowboys in the playoffs 3 straight years. It was the divisional round in the 93-94 season, divisional round in 94-95, and then they finally get him in the conference championship game in 95-96. And Reggie White, they get done with the divisional game, and they're all pumped, and they think, man, Dallas is vulnerable. They struggled down the season. We're young. They're starting to get old. We can see the cracks. We can beat them. And Brian talks about going in the locker room and seeing Reggie White just with a blank stare after they won the divisional round. And he went over there and he was like, Rev, what's wrong? We're about to go to the conference title game. We got these guys. And he goes, I'm going to have to play Eric Williams for 4 quarters. And Eric Williams used to just get in Reggie's head. And Brian said he knew right then. He's like, we don't have Reggie next week. Like Reggie's mind is taken out of this game. And that was the kind of will that the Cowboys imposed on the Packers in the 90s and the way they really hung up on them. And it had become, like I say, when we mentioned that Pistons thing where Jordan had the Pistons, had to overcome them and then get into his 90s role, that was what it was for Favre. Favre's legacy was having to overcome the Cowboys. And in essence, he never got the chance to do it because he never beat them in the playoffs.
That is the build-up to Sunday right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I think it's perfect timing right now to hook you up in the best way possible for turning it on, leaving it on, all thanks to Miller Lite.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to the NFC wildcard game matchup between the Cowboys and Packers this Sunday at AT&T Stadium, courtesy of Miller Lite. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
What will be the fan breakdown Sunday, percentage-wise?
In the stadium? Oh, 98% Cowboys.
Oh.
I don't playoff games, you don't usually get a lot of the road crowd because you can't plan unless they live here.
Oh.
You know what I mean? So there's nobody's
98.
I'd say be very, very high. Very, very high.
Packers are a national team.
There may be a lot of Packer fans here, but I think the Cowboy tickets, would they have gone on sale before the game was determined on who they played? You know, like some sports you buy tickets in advance. That's why you don't usually get, like, I don't know. Are the divisional round tickets even on sale? So if they are already, they may be on sale, and like Lion fans or Ram or Eagle fans they're not going to buy them.
There were a lot of San Francisco fans 2 years ago.
There were?
Yeah.
They lived here because they moved.
And that's, well, I mean,
they got out of California, very bad place.
There's a handful of teams that are going to threaten Dallas's crowd advantage and not be half and half, but there may be 15% Packers fans at this one. It's Green Bay, Pittsburgh, and San Francisco. Those are the fan bases that live
Chicago's got a lot. They always bring a lot. Pittsburgh brings a lot. Yeah.
It is weird. We got 2 Chicago fans here in the building.
Man, I'll tell you, I figured out we are California yesterday. I was driving to the arena for the Mavs game. This is like 5:30. And we were on 35, and it said Woodall Rogers, 5 miles. And it said 28 minutes on the board.
Oh.
We are in California.
Well, you're driving in rush hour.
30 minutes to go 5 miles?
Yeah, that is bad.
A good marathon runner could beat that.
Oh, my. Don't look at your computer.
Not looking.
Breaking news on 105.3 The Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Pete Carroll to Alabama.
No.
Mike Norvell to Alabama.
No.
Lane Kiffin to Alabama.
Has to do with the Patriots.
Gerard Mayo to the Patriots.
Yes. Good job, Bobby.
Bring me up, Peyton.
Go Vols, baby.
He's on the phone with the Tolo ticket winner. The Patriots have hired Gerard Mayo as their next head coach. Press conference next week. So
seems quick.
Yesterday, Mike Florio. Well, they knew. We had Gerard Mayo on the show.
We did.
And it's like, this guy's impressive.
Great guest.
Great guest. Very impressive. We had Florio on yesterday, and we're like, okay, when's Vrabel going? He's like, no. He's like, no, not necessarily. He also suggested Andy Reid could step away. Andy Reid did address that yesterday. He's like, no. He said, I'm old, but I'm not that old. So that's Andy Reid saying, I'm not retiring. Travis Kelce, I think, also said, I have not had any thoughts about hanging them up, even though earlier in the year he was talking about wear and tear. Gerard Mayo, congratulations to him. Robert Kraft knew that was his guy.
Gerard Mayo, where did he go to school?
Tennessee, baby.
Tennessee Volunteers. It's funny. I would have thought there would have been a bigger deal made out of it, or we would have had a better understanding of it. But like Rappaport had said yesterday that they essentially had a contract provision in place that said Mayo was the successor. And that's why he threw out Mayo as soon as Belichick went. Rappaport was like, Gerard Mayo is the name to watch here. He's going to get a high likelihood. And he said that there was essentially a discussion that had been put in place that, like, hey, you're the next in line.
Wow. Jason Garrett clause.
Very similar, or like Bill Belichick, what he was supposed to do for Parcells and the Jets.
And you said something else from Rappaport that shocked me last night in the email, ruling out 2 things was that for Belichick?
Yeah, so this was interesting to me. This actually, because I was scanning, I was trying to look for articles that had written about Belichick over the last week, because a lot of times you'll see prognostications made before the decision is made. And so there was this headline posted on Sunday morning: Sunday's game versus the Jets could be Bill Belichick's last as the Patriots head coach. Okay, that obviously ended up being the truth, but he writes out like why this is the case and what things could happen next. But what he ruled out here was really interesting. He said Washington, not happening. That Washington does not have interest in making the Belichick thing happen.
Washington does not. Wow.
They're not going to pursue it. And he said the Chargers and the Raiders are considered significantly less likely options. So there's 3 jobs right there that he can't get. Obviously not Raiders.
Atlanta.
The Tom Brady connection. He doesn't want to be told he can't win without Tom Brady again. So that makes sense to me. Atlanta is the one that's starting to get some buzz.
He's a fool. He's a fool if he goes to Atlanta. I'm so tired. That'd be a dumb move.
I do agree,
He
but
wants to coach Barry Sanders.
But a 72-year-old, you gonna take a year off?
You don't have to take a year off.
But say if the Chargers are out of play,
Chargers, I would think, are out of play maybe because of Harbaugh. I'm gonna guess that right now.
You're right. So, but if his options are Atlanta or Carolina, are you really? I mean, do you really want to attach your wagon a Tepper star?
And the Commanders, so That is Rappaport being completely opposite of Florio, who said that Josh Harris is enamored with Belichick in D.C.
And maybe he's enamored, but it could be that for whatever reason, Josh Harris, even though he likes the idea of him, doesn't think it's worth pursuing because of other factors. He didn't specify that, but he just said that Washington was not likely to go after him, that they weren't going to play in those waters, which is what J.P. Finley told us as well from NBC Sports Washington.
Yeah, he laughed at it.
Yeah, he was like, nope, somebody told me here that's not going to happen.
Gerard Mayo will become the NFL's youngest head coach. At the age of 37, Sean McVay had the title. So there it is. The Patriot replacement.
He's been a head coach for like 6 years, and he still maintains youngest in the league.
Schefter, by the way, kept suggesting that a playoff team in this. He was trying to passive-aggressively hint that a current playoff team would be in for Belichick. Philly. Or us,
yeah. I mean, if Philly loses to Tampa and they decide to move on from Sirianni, which I think that'd be nuts, considering what he's done. And I think it'd be nuts if the Cowboys did the same thing with Mike. Although, when you lose in the first round, all bets are off. Whether they should be or not, they are. I mean, if I'm Bill and either one of those two jobs come open, I'm 1,000% taking them.
Dang.
And from Bill's perspective, if the length and of the leash of a Philadelphia head coach is 3 years, that may be all he has anyway.
Here it is with Rappaport saying it was written into the deal.
Which I thought there would have been much more. Like, I heard it in passing in an audio clip. I was like, why aren't more people talking about that Gerard Mayo was given this contract provision?
Yeah. Did he earn that? Man, he had that type of status. Like, we want you here so desperately. We cannot let you get away. By the way, congratulations to Tolo Elliott. Elliott just won the Cowboys-Packers playoff ticket giveaway during the Expressway, brought to you by Miller Lite. And before we get to RJ's song, I think we have to, while we're talking about the Belichick breaking news, play the Chandler Jones song that you saw yesterday.
Oh, baby, this is great. Now, Chandler Jones was on his Instagram.
On what?
Well, who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? But he was on his Instagram. And now, the way he did this is he was started to sing just random words to a song over and over and over and over again. The same words. Bill Belichick.
Yeah, this is a famous song.
It was to Tennessee Whiskey.
Yeah.
The Chris Stapleton song was made by 18 other people before him. So he just is trying to find the right key. He finally hits the right key, and I don't know if he was ad-libbing these words or he had written these down, but this is a far better song than anything I ever put together.
Oh, Bill Belichick, oh, how I miss you. I just want to kiss you. They just got rid of you. Oh, Bill Belichick.
It's good editing. Peyton.
You didn't flatten that ball. It was Tom Brady. You didn't Spygate. You didn't Deflategate. He's innocent. So why fire him?
Oh.
When it should have been Mr. Kraft. Oh, Bill Belichick. As long as you cut the check, fire the wrong man. Why fire him? They called it a dynasty. He got 7 Super Bowls.
6.
Oh, Bill Belichick.
Yes.
He made me the man I am.
All right, I didn't even
think
think this song would be that good because I listened to the first 40 seconds and I was uncomfortable. I didn't grab it to send because I'm like, Chandler Jones got some mental questions and I don't want to make fun of him, but I didn't listen long enough to hear this, and that was worth playing.
I was playing this yesterday, and he keeps saying in the beginning, like, he literally does 45 seconds to a minute of just,
oh, Bill Belichick.
And then Sarah's like, what are you listening to?
Yeah.
And I'm like, well,
I'm waiting for him to get into it.
I for the way it was set up with the Instagram and the computer on the laptop, like, I wasn't able to fast forward through it. I had to go through my phone, and it was like 5 minutes long. So I was able to fast forward through it, and then you get to the main part where he finds the right key or whatever. And he's like, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
By the way, I think he's naked in this. Like,
he's
got
definitely
no shirt
shirtless.
He's definitely shirtless, but then, like, you see his knee, and you don't see any semblance of shorts. Like even like his upper thigh, you see no semblance of shorts.
I didn't get it.
This is fantastic. This is fantastic, Perry. That's solid songwriting.
Well, let's compare it to this. RJ Choppy and Bobby Bell. I loved watching you two yesterday.
Oh, man.
It was so cute.
1 hour. We were in there for an hour recording this.
Almost. It was bad.
I thought your one-take chop.
Yeah, not with this one. This was very difficult to do. I started off with just one verse, then Bobby's like, let's do a second one. It was kind of quick. So I wrote the first verse. He helped me pen the second verse. And we kind of made some changes to it. And it went in the lab. We went in the lab, and it was tough. It was a tough situation.
And you filmed it. You set up like different camera angles.
I did. Now we're gonna have some video here. We're gonna have a more detailed, better music video that we'll put on the Facebook page later today with multi-camera angles and a lot of introspective, choppy looks. And no, it was very good.
Sorry for the voice.
Choppy had to change it. Like there were a couple times he tried to sing twangy for the first half hour, and then he came back and he's like, I gotta sing it straight. And then we're having to change syllables. There was a lot of on-the-fly editing. He's a perfectionist. He's a true artist.
It's a great. The original song is a legitimate title contender. It's an all-timer.
So are we getting video on the fan cam and YouTube
here? It's just not the multi-camera one.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Texas Rangers had Creed. We hopefully have this to get the Cowboys through the playoffs on 105.3 The Fan. Uh-oh.
Woo! Let's go, Cowboy fans! Here we go! Last year we thought we'd win it all, and when we lost it turned out that we wasted another fall. You told us that you didn't want Kellen to come back again, and Mike McCarthy doesn't want Dak throwing them picks again. No way it ends like last year. We'll win the chip, make the Niners wish for Steve Young again. First beat the Pack, those cheesy heads, and it won't even matter if it's Goff again. Yeah, Dak, you know this is your time, and I've said things I don't mean, but sometimes Bobby makes me wanna scream. I know that last year we thought we'd win it all, and when we lost it turned out that we wasted another fall. You told us that you didn't want Kellen to come back again, and Mike McCarthy doesn't want Dak throwing them picks again. No way this ends like last year. No, no, no. No way this ends like last year. Woo! No way it ends like last year. Zeke snapped the ball. Kellen, why the hell did you make the call? Mike had enough, he wants to run the ball. By the middle of the year, made fools of all the pack. They let McCarthy go. And I say, what the hell, I wouldn't trade this kind of coach for no one else. I know that last year we thought we'd win it all, and when we lost it turned out that we wasted another fall. You told us that you didn't want Kellen to come back again, and Mike McCarthy doesn't want that throwing them picks again. No way it ends like last year. No chance.
No way.
No way this ends like last year. Let's go, Cowboys! That's a take. That's the one.
Yes!
Only took 40 of them.
469 is saying Choppy needs a Grammy.
Now it got so much better. There was one little stumble I was worried about. There was editing in there.
Terrible.
But man, I felt the goosebumps. I felt the unison. I felt the sing-along.
Right.
Well done,
Thank
guys.
you.
Well done.
We had, I think it was...
Let us know what y'all think. Give us the review. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com. Text line.
In total, I think we had 18 different takes of him singing.
It never takes that long, does it?
Never.
What was why the hang up this time?
Because like the way he does that song, he like kind of jumbles words together, and you're trying to match the amount of syllables in each line.
And the pacing, he'll sing some of it fast, and then he'll kind of like throw back. And so Choppy will get in a rhythm of singing fast, and then he'd start singing something too fast and go, am I off beat? I think I'm off beat. I think I got too fast. Yeah. And so like we kept having that restart.
Well
but
done.
because of that, even still, the one point where he said there was a little bit of a stumble, I don't know what it was. All 18 takes had the same stumble.
They did. They all had the same
that
stumble.
was the cleanest sounding stumble of the 18 takes.
I was off beat the entire time. That is not going to go gold or platinum, as the fan text says. That is going aluminum. It's going to be an aluminum.
You think, will this break the record that you had of the other one with the YouTube hits?
Ooh, I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know.
What was the other one?
Neon Moon. It was,
Neon Moon on the Facebook got like 15,000 hits.
Stick goes boom.
Stick goes boom.
Stick goes boom.
Yes.
All right, let's see if we can get it up there. We'll replay it in the 9 o'clock hour as well. We're going to make the official Cowboy picks at 8 o'clock. The 5 things Choppy wants to see right now. Junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
I am going to dedicate this right now exclusively to the one topic I've been dying to get to this week, and that would be the therapy session that rattled Bobby Belt. I was going to put this off, but I had a big blow-up with Bobby after the McCarthy interview. May have led to me going off on Peyton. Peyton, if I didn't tell you to start with the Mavs clip, I apologize. If I did tell you, I blacked out. Then that is your stupidity. So I don't know what I did, but we're going to do this therapy session recap because of our fight after the McCarthy interview. And why did this rattle you so much?
So, look, as we've talked about, I've been going to therapy to get people off my back in recent weeks, and it's been good. It's been fine. I think she's very smart and very good, and there's some benefit there. But it's interesting. The first 2 sessions were kind of just me. She would kind of like, the floor is yours, and I would just start talking, and she would just, okay, and she'd write something down, and then she'd like maybe ask a question back, and that was it. This one took a turn. Session 3 was a very different.
I thought you were going to be 2 and done.
So
like get these people off my back, checklist, I'm done.
Yeah, they're reeling me in, and we'll have to figure out if there's a psychological game going on here that's reeled me in, Sean. So this was, I guess she had established kind of my personality after the first 2 sessions, and she had mostly listened the first couple times. This was, all right, I want to drill down on some things, and she decided that she was going to be super direct. And in fact, one of the things she said, she was talking about, well, there are different approaches for therapists. Sometimes it's, you need to kind of hold their hand a little bit or like work with them through things. Then she said there are other people who you've got to be a little bit more direct and to the point and like that with them. So she said that she was going to take the direct path with me. And her reason for taking the direct path with me, she said, was she's like, well, you're very sarcastic. And she said, you think you're really intelligent.
Oh my God.
She said, you think you're really intelligent.
So this text message exchange made my night the other night when Bobby sent it over.
You're still drunk from the text.
I was so drunk from this text. I'll give it to you back and forth. The therapist, you think you're really intelligent. Bobby, no, I don't. Her, you said it several times already. Bobby, I said I have good instincts about people. Her, that's a kind of intelligence. Bobby, but that sounds arrogant. Her, yes, it does.
Nice. Love it.
Oh my God, I loved it so much.
Yeah, so basically the cliff notes here of what we were into, and I like, by the way, this was not any sort of, that directness I appreciate. That's what I want. I don't want to have to, assume some things. That's one of the things we're really working on here is my my tendency, Sean, to fill in gaps and make assumptions about motives or thoughts of others that are unspoken. So I, like, in a conversation go, okay, well, whatever was unsaid, I'm going to make my assumptions that this is what they would have said, or this is what they probably were thinking, and then I operate as if that's reality. And she's like, that can be kind of dangerous. In fact, she said, I have a problem with control, is what she said.
Oh no.
She said, you are somebody who, it seems like, just based off these conversations, needs to be in control in order to feel comfortable at all. In fact, these were not her exact words.
See, I would not have taken him for like a control freak. Not at least with us. Maybe with your family.
Have you seen how he treats his wife?
Not control freak. Not control.
And I thought she was the Hispanic one.
Not control freak like my way or the highway, but more like need to be in control. Like I can't have unpredictable. Like I need to know what to expect. I need all the information in front of me so I can make a decision like that. I need decisions made and done.
But you put off Christmas shopping to the very last second. You put off New Year's plans to the very last second. That's not planning.
Right, but again, that's being in control, sort of, because it's like I know how to operate. Like, well, I got to get this stuff done, so I'll just shop on that day. But she had said, these were not the exact words, but the summary of basically what she had said. By the way,
why are you getting really sarcastic with, like, this brand
new? I don't mean to. I didn't notice I had. Apparently, I kind of said some, like, cheeky things, though. But not, like...
Cheeky?
Yeah, not being a jerk or whatever. But she had essentially said at one point that it felt a little bit like I would rather drive a relationship into the ground and be at the steering wheel of the crash than have to give up my assumptions about people's thoughts and motives and have to kind of let the chips fall where they may in my interpersonal relationships. So instead of just letting things stand as they are and then having that unknown, that makes me too anxious. She said I'd rather just have it kind of collapse and be in control of the collapse.
Yeah. Wow.
Which
fair? Insightful, interesting to think about?
Maybe it's happened before, but I don't know that it's like a consistent thing that I do. But yeah, I absolutely want everything kind of on the table. And look, I one of the things I told her was I've got this negative commentary all the time. Like I've just got a negative thought process in general. And so she was like, well, don't you want to be happy? I was like, my happiness comes from the quick dopamine hit of looking for a fast confirmation of my negativity and then going, you were so right. Good job. And that's where I get that's where the happiness comes. Because if I were to have to fight back a constant negative commentary, that sounds like it takes a lot of work, a lot of elbow grease in order to be happy. And I don't know that is worth the time because I have so much other things to do. And so she had said, she was like, okay, well, this is your third time coming here. So you've successfully got people off your back. So if you don't want to put in the work to be happy, what are we doing here?
Ooh.
I was like, I'm open to being wrong and I'm open to you showing me that I'm wrong.
Yeah.
She was like, okay, I can work with that.
Here's my takeaway.
Wow. I told her that when she said, okay, I can work with that, I was like, were you about to fire me? Yeah. And she's like, see, this is the whole assumptions and filling in gaps thing again. No, I was not.
I think that she has now piqued your intellectual interest and you love the sparring and the chess game and the mind games and all that. So you're looking at this as like, what's that sports game you play sometimes in the commercial breaks where you ask us about?
Immaculate
Grid.
Yeah, it's like this is like your Immaculate Grid.
It is
in person form, and you're curious and you like I think that she is now kind of going at you a little bit, challenging you, chesting you up. Maybe have you come back.
I mean, I really respect her a great deal, and I think she's smart, and I think all of that is a real positive. So it's enjoyable to talk back and forth with those things. But that's kind of what I thought too. I was like, what if she's recognizing in me that I enjoy that, like it just intellectually I enjoy it, and so she's doing that as a means to like keep me coming back, and then like subtly address the other things.
Yeah, because throwing a dig at you can go two ways. You'll throw your headphones off and you'll walk out and be like, I'm done, or like, oh, okay. It's either going to 50% challenge you or 50% make you bail. And I think she's got you in the challenge category.
And see, that's the way that I'm thinking about it, is that's how she's approaching. But then I'm filling in gaps. And in fact, she was like, you don't have to, and I'm supposed to be working on that. And so clearly it's not sticking, I guess.
Yeah, I haven't seen any improvement.
But she had said, one of the things she said there was, she was like, she said, you don't have to wonder what I'm thinking. I will always tell you. So don't worry about filling in gaps. And I was like, yeah, but you take notes while I'm talking. And I don't know what you're writing down. She's like, all right, well, to clear that up, if you like, you can just stop down in the middle whenever you're curious about what I'm writing, and I'll show you the pad. It's just things you're saying to remind me to come back to. It's like, all right.
You feel better?
Like actively or like when I first come out of there?
No, just like, when you not like physically, but you're like, this is good for me. Productive?
I don't know. Maybe I think it has the potential to be. I look at it as like,
have you tried to implement or practice?
Sure.
What she suggested?
Sure.
Okay.
I just think the thing is that like I'm very negative, but like I told her, I'm incredibly negative, but it doesn't make me sad. I just view it soberly and objectively as this is a fact of life and I have to work around it.
There it is. Roberto in therapy. I'm fascinated by it and I love it every single week. Let's make the official predictions. Close game, blowout, upset, Cowboys-Packers, 877-881-1053, chartrec.com text line. What happens Sunday and the 5 things Choppy wants to see from the boys next.
Tolos,
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on a football Friday with the time flying by with the absolutely loaded show. If you missed Mike McCarthy, you'll hear from the head coach with us at 8:40 this morning. Nick Eatman has a review already of RJ Choppy's Cowboys
Did he love
song.
it?
We'll ask him at
That's a no.
9:20. We'll ask him at 9:20. As Nick will join us from DallasCowboys.com. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph, James, Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Bell. I thought the song was a very, very, very good effort with execution. Aaron Rodgers is not gone, and you got to hear the Kelsey brothers audio while laughing at the Eagles. Oh, my gosh, this is incredible. At 8:20, and our boy Michael Irvin may be in some hot water again with the story that came out yesterday. But let's pick this game on the Truckback.com text line, 877-881-1053. I am most interested to see whether you have this less than 7 or more than 7 with your final score. But first, let's hear from Peyton Manning.
Oh.
This is Football Podcast, responsible for the Peyton Manning audio. Did you find this? You get a Peyton Manning alert?
I did not.
I found this. This is with Kevin Clark, who we talked to at Super Bowl. He was one of the guys we wireless Mike talked to.
Well, I guess I should have teased this as Peyton Manning compares Dak to Eli and had a sick, ill stomach during the commercial waiting to hear this audio. But here it is. Peyton Manning giving it up for number 4.
If the Cowboys play well in the playoffs because Dak is doing the same things he's done all season. He has been calm and just collected in the moment. You're right. Dak Prescott takes a lot of heat, right? It comes his way. I think that comes with playing quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys, right? I think he wants that, right? He wants that platform. He handles it so well. He handles the positives. He handles the negatives. I think Dak just stays pretty even keel, which is the best quality of a quarterback in the NFL, especially playing someplace like Dallas. I think Eli had that great quality playing in New York in that market, right? It just serves you well. Don't go through this roller coaster.
He was doing so good for the first 40 seconds where he's like, man, Dak's so mentally tough, blah, blah, blah. And then he goes, you know who he reminds me of is Eli. And it's like, well, that took an offensive turn very quickly.
That's a fair comp though from it's not because they're not comparing playing styles.
Right.
He's just comparing hey, in New York you've got to be able to tune it out. With the Cowboys you got to be able to tune it out.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you play as poorly as Eli does, because then there's always going to be questions about how bad you are. I like, honestly, I'm trolling, but I mean, that was something that was impressive. The fact that Eli stood up there for 15 years and is essentially still revered by not only the fan base, but a lot of that media still thinks very highly of him is not a small task.
And that was prior to 2007, that was not happening. They called him Tiki made fun of him, Elijah. And then Tiki retires and the whole team comes together and they win. It's still arguably the most remarkable Super Bowl that I've ever seen.
Peyton also giving his thoughts on the Dak CD connection.
He's played extremely well. He and CeeDee Lamb seem to have kind of a special thing going. I think for the two of them to keep that connection going, hitting some of those explosive plays, those plays that just shorten those drives, Kevin, where you don't have to go 15 plays, right? If we can have a couple of runs and then hit a 50-yarder to CD, that sort of shortens those drives. This takes a lot of pressure off the quarterback. I'm pulling for Dak. He's had a heck of a year. He's in that MVP running, deservingly so, and I'm hoping he has a good run here in this postseason.
It's very positive. It's very upbeat. It's good to have Peyton Manning cheering for you behind you. But I mean, the reality is that's exactly what they're going to need of Dak for them to go far in the postseason. That was one of the things in Archer's article that we had read last hour was he had said that in order for this to go anywhere, Dak has to, for the first time in his career, really carry over what he's done in the regular season to the playoffs because that has not happened yet.
Yep. Ralph James, 5 things that you want to see on Sunday.
All right, number 1. This is the most important. Be the bullies. This is what this team has done all year. Teams that get upset in the playoffs, I think, do so in part because they're trying not to make mistakes. And in doing so, they allow the other team a chance, right? I want them to embrace failure and attack success. If you fall flat, who cares? You want to lose this game? Do the things to keep it close. Home favorites of 7 or more since 1989 on Wild Card Weekend are 20-2. 20-2 straight up. There is no excuse to lose. Number 2, force Love to throw outside the pocket. I think you mentioned this yesterday. When he leaves the pocket, he's not as good throwing.
Patrick Walker.
I did not, but
Patrick Walker did. Whatever. I mix you guys up all the time.
I'm no beat.
Scramble Joe's going to be dangerous for a secondary to cover for that long, but QB's got to be able to hit him. He hasn't shown he can consistently, so get him outside the pocket. Number 3, like Manning said.
Does it surprise you a young guy like that who looks like an athlete can't throw on the run? That doesn't sound right.
He's a big guy. He's so big. He's built, and he's not. I think the problem there is just because he's more a classical stand in the pocket and throw, like the statue, the upright quarterback. That's where he is at his best, and so I think it's just tough for him to throw off platform.
Number 3, big game from CD. With that secondary, there's no reason they can stop him. None whatsoever. They don't have the horses to do it. He should be able to get what he wants when he wants. Don't be scared of their 10th ranked scoring defense. That is a pace stat, Sean. They are outside the top 20 in EPA per play on the defensive side. 4, Green Bay is 4-6 when Love is pressured on more than 25% of his dropbacks, and that's with him being one of the better passers in the league under duress. So bring the blitz. And then number 5, beat them up on special teams. They're 31st on special teams EPA this year. They're a terrible special teams unit.
Ooh, and that freaking Mason Crosby, man. Thank goodness he's out of there because he has haunted us. Every big major kick that has gone against the Cowboys in major moments felt like it has gone against them. I asked Sandler, I said, what's up with the kicker? And he said, oh, he sucks. Daniel Carlson's brother, he's bad at extra points. He missed 5 PATs, was 26 of 31 on field goals, but misses are in the 40-yard range, not just 50 plus. So that was the Sandman with a very comprehensive, great preview. Happy birthday, by the way, to Mrs. Emily Sandler yesterday. And then I texted one more Green Bay person that I trust. He said, you all should destroy us at home. We're young. The defense is inconsistent. Just don't let us hang in or those old demons will come calling. Jordan Love is legit. Your fan base will get nervous. The wide receivers are balling and running smart routes. Aaron Jones is fresh. The liners look good, and Love is in command with few mistakes at the line or errant throws. Pressure can F it all up, though. LaFleur calls a great game typically. He's still subpar with clock management and challenges. Welcome to the NFL. The special teams has had troubles. Either blow us out or last one with the ball wins, or our rookie kicker F's it all up. So those are my Green Bay people sending me their scouting report. Bobby, what is your prediction and why? Let's get it on the record.
I got the Cowboys in this one, 38-24. It's like I had told Brian last night when we recorded Love the Star. It's like I was saying this morning. Green Bay's very best game isn't enough to beat Dallas. Like, Dallas will have to do, and I'm not saying they're not capable of this.
What's the over-under, by the way, Choppy? Because that's a really high score. Bobby just went 62 total points scored.
Okay, so that is high. When I saw it earlier this week, I think it was 50.5, and right now it is at 50.5 still.
Wow. Okay.
Open at 48.
So I look at this and just say that you've got to... Dallas has to shoot themselves in the foot in a number of ways for it to be enough for Green Bay. Now, can Green Bay force some of that? Sure. Is Dallas capable of making some dumb mistakes, making some bad football IQ mistakes? Absolutely. They've done it before. So I'm not saying that's outside the realm of possibility. It's just if Dallas executes at even 80% of their capacity, they're beating Green Bay probably pretty handily. So I think this will be a big game for Jake Ferguson. I think they're going to attack with him. I think Lamb has a nice game, but ultimately 38-24, Dak throws 3 touchdowns.
What was your score?
Cowboys 31-21. 31-21 Cowboys. They do cover but the point total, but barely. They cover the spread. Teams who are facing in that same situation that had home favorites of 7 or more in Wild Card Weekend are 14-8 against the spread. And they're 20-2 straight up. There's no reason to lose. That 14-8 is a great cover number. Like, holy cow! Like, that is, you're gonna make so much money if you actually cover at that rate.
Didn't I send you something about the Cowboys against the spread, like being over when I sent you that email the other day?
Yeah, you did. It was. I'll go find it real quick.
All right.
Here's something.
You got a double-digit victory.
I got double-digit victory. I think that the Cowboys are just a better team. This is what you had was, it was the teams like when they were favored by
if it's
X
irrelevant,
amount of
don't
money.
worry about it.
I don't think it plays in with this.
Right. We keep talking about how young Green Bay is, by the way. On offense, 9 of their 11 expected starters are 25 or younger. That is so incredibly young.
Yeah.
And nobody's over 30.
Pepe, your pick, and what are the Tolos saying?
Yeah, the Tolos, I mean, it's 95-5 Cowboys on the truckwreck.com fan text 570-2814 Cowboys and their big victories too. 817-38-13, 469-31-17, all double-digit victories here for the Cowboys on the fan text. I'm not worried about this one at all. I have Cowboys winning 31-16. I think the offense continues to click. I am worried about Aaron Jones. If he gets going, I think the run defense can struggle there. But, I mean, again, you're playing basically a rookie quarterback playing his first ever playoff game. So I have the Cowboys winning by 15.
Real quick, that stat you gave me, the Cowboys are when they're favored, they're 10-3. They're favored in 13 games, and then they are 10-3 in those games against the spread. They were 10-3. They're 0-4 against the spread as underdogs.
I'm going to go 32-17 Cowboys.
32-17.
I'm not really worried. This team is going to the NFC Championship game. The only way this game can become a disaster, throughout this entire week of previewing the Packers, I kept writing down these like ifs, like these inconsistencies of Green Bay. Aaron Jones, well, now he's got going. Jordan Love, well, now they're scoring 30 points. Their defense in the last 3 games, when it's been an inconsistency and you can pass all over them. Jair Alexander, is he a great corner? Is he a wacko? He sprained his ankle yesterday jogging off the practice field. They're wide receivers. Well, they had wide receivers when Christian Watson scored 3 against the Cowboys. So the only way that they lose this game, all those things like have to click. Like all these, well, they've been inconsistent. Oh, we don't know this and all that. And their rookie kicker, who all my friends say stink. He has a 4-for-4 game where he hits a 53-yard bomb. All those things are gonna have to click. Too much. Cowboys win this one by double digits.
This is the only secondary in the NFL that Bryce Young threw for 300 yards against. His second highest total was 247.
Wow.
He absolutely annihilated them. 110 pass rating, 312 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. We saw Bryce Young. That didn't look like a guy that was going to really threaten your secondary.
Is Michael Irvin in trouble again? And Jason Kelsey got legit ticked off over his Eagles getting laughed at by his brother. And Aaron Rodgers has not disappeared in the cave just yet. That's all next on Sean and RJ, then Mike McCarthy on The Fan.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Get you healthy and keep
Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
I got to give a shout out to Colby from Tober Garage Doors.
Yeah.
My number one previous memory with him was, things getting ugly. Partying with him and Corey Majors and Terry Blacks. I don't remember leaving there. It was a bad scene down the sidewalk because we were partying hard.
I think I have a video from Tolo Cole.
No.
Cole Bryson, if you are listening right now, please DM me the video because you have an iPhone, I have an Android, so compress the video. But I think I have a video of you stumbling out of Terry Black's and needing to be carried.
That was with Colby. I see him at every daggone Dallas Maverick game I've ever been to. And then we got two major fixes in my house before trying to sell this. One is a hole in my bathroom door that I punched after a work issue here. I wasn't happy about a piece of news.
Sorry about that
so
again.
I have to go ahead and get that replaced. Someone quoted me $500.
How long ago was that?
Oh, that was...
When did I join the show?
November.
It was
November.
probably like, I would say maybe 3 years. 3 years, but I haven't wanted to replace the whole door, and it can't just be like plastered or whatever, but I do have to replace the whole door, and I need someone to do that. So if you want to get paid and you can do it quickly, hit me up.
You can use a hole in the door for other things.
And then Amanda, like when she first moved in, like hit the garage door with her car. She ran into the garage door and the bottom of it was dented. So I'm like, Colby, need you, bro. Get the dent out. But then I had to get it painted. So yesterday they came, painted the whole thing. Best of the best. Colby, Tolbert Garage Doors, longtime Tolo sponsor. So thank you all for that. That was yesterday. All right. Also yesterday, Michael Irvin. This story coming out from ProFootballTalk.com, and Florio put this out soon after he got off the air with us. Michael Irvin under investigation again. The Allen Police Department has confirmed the existence of an investigation based on a vague and unspecified allegation. So there's nothing specific here that Mike is being accused of yet. Obviously, the Allen Police Department knows. They're saying, look, we're in the very early stages of this. We're not prepared to release any details. And his attorney told Florio, we vehemently deny the allegation. He didn't do anything wrong or inappropriate. He also said there's absolutely no truth to the allegation, that the situation saddens him, and he predicts this allegation, like others made in the past against Michael Irvin, will turn out to be much ado about nothing. So that's the Allen Police Department starting something having to do with a Mike allegation.
Yeah, it's like, this is one of those things where more news will trickle out at a very slow snail's pace, and we'll get what they want us to know.
Don Van Nata's on a plane right now. Heading here, I'm sure.
Think so?
No, probably not.
No, probably not.
And, of course, you have a lot of Tolos instantly reacting yesterday like, oh, is this like the Marriott thing? That was much ado about nothing. It's a money grab. Michael can't leave his house. And then you have the other 50% of people, and a lot of them outside of the Metroplex saying, here he is in trouble again. He's addicted to trouble. It's always something with him. So you got that 50-50 split.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's, Michael has been at times his own worst enemy with some things, and he would be the first one to tell you that.
Yeah.
He's extremely, he's very out in the public.
Oh, yeah. He loves it. I think he has to be at every big game and every big event.
Right.
I think he craves that feeling.
Right. And if he's out in the public, if he stays home, he can avoid a lot of this, but
Michael
what's the
doesn't
point in staying home.
He doesn't
stay home.
When I've seen him, he doesn't act like someone in the position of Michael Irvin would act. Like
Very accessible.
Like Michael never has given me the impression where he'll say hi to everyone and he'll talk to anybody. Like,
yeah.
And sometimes I wanted to say to him, Mike, you got to be more of a jerk. I've wanted to tell him that. But then you don't want to say that because he's so freaking cool and he's Michael Irvin. He shouldn't be that cool. He's too big of a celebrity. He's too famous. But he's the reason that people love Michael Irvin so much is he will go ahead and shoot pool with you in the corner of Boomer Jacks.
Yep.
But what's going to happen at 1 a.m. at the Boomer Jacks?
Right.
While Mike is just chilling with everyone. That's the back and forth catch-22.
Which I will say, you mentioned a second ago, and we don't even know obviously what this is because it's so vague.
Yeah.
Right? Like we have no understanding of what exactly it is. But the idea that a lot of people wouldn't default to, it's always something with it, or like these don't just pop up for no reason. I would say that I think Michael is in a position at this point in his career where he is a vulnerable target for that, though, for somebody to just say, I can, and I'm not saying this would happen, but somebody can make an accusation about something with him because of just it's happened throughout his career. So I do think he is vulnerable to people doing that to him. So he definitely, and especially like you guys say, with how out front he is and how like in the scene he is.
I mean, look, you may be onto something. That's not saying that's what happened, but he's put himself in a lot of these positions to be the target.
Yeah.
If he is, like he's been his own. He's been his own worst enemy. There's no doubt about that. He is like you see how he is with people, just that he's friends with, that he's not friends with. I mean, he treats everyone like. He'll come up, he'll give me this massive hug, give Sean a massive hug, and he may do that to somebody who he's never met before too.
Mm-hmm.
And like somebody can misinterpret that the wrong way, or maybe it's interpreted the way it's meant to be interpreted, and that's a problem too. Like there's no way of knowing, but I mean these things happen. It's almost like an annual thing.
NFL Network, one of my first jobs when I went to training camp with NFL Network was one day I was like basically assigned to be. Normally I'm out there producing with Slate or whatever. This time I was assigned with. Just keep Michael within arm's reach so that you can bring him to set when he's at, like, your whole job is to just be with Michael to the extent that you can. And I was like, okay, why is this a big deal? And they're like, because he will just walk off and start talking to people. Like, people want to talk to him, and he just goes like, oh, I'm going to go talk to, and he just starts, you lose track of him very easily.
Yeah.
And so they're like, no, this is a genuine job. You have to keep eyes on Michael at all time because he's just so social.
Yeah.
And he's always interacting with people.
All right, I listened to this 4 times last night. It was amazing. This is legit. This is legit anger. This is the Kelsey Brothers podcast on New Heights. Jason Kelsey ends up quitting the podcast, like Bobby will do sometimes on us, after Travis was trolling him over the Eagles' struggles. Listen to this and laugh over more filthy crying.
Miscommunication at the line, but we do need to figure that out.
Choo choo, choo choo. You guys hear that? Is that the excuse train? Is that the excuse train coming in the Eagles locker room right now? So moving on. Note first 10-point. Well, actually, clock management on the final drive. Are you guys thinking about that on the final drive or what?
No.
What? Where do we just go? What is it? What just happened here?
I might need a little second. Alrighty. Well, as you can see, I look a little bit different. Travis hit me in the feels a little bit, so we decided to postpone the show. We started recording that Monday night, and now we're back Tuesday to record the rest of it because I need to calm down. If there's anybody that knows how to get under my skin, it's Travis Kelsey.
It's even better to watch. I asked Peyton to remove some of the pauses because it only goes along with like looking at Jason's face get furious, uncomfortable and so ticked off. So I love that Travis Kelsey like went there like, oh, you guys making excuses in Philadelphia. Jason takes a sip of something, chews on a snack, slowly takes off the headphones, grabs his phone, walks away. They're done for the day, and they have to refinish the podcast the next day. Woo!
So
this team doesn't know how to lose.
Loved it.
They do have that brotherly dynamic of taking shots. So I wonder if part of the walking away was because Jason Kelsey was like, okay, you just hit me. There's a lot I can say about you right now, Travis. There's a lot of Taylor Swift jokes I can make, and I need to walk away from this because we're going to have real issues if I start saying this on the podcast.
His football team.
Yeah, his football team too. But Travis, I'm guessing, is saying you're making excuses and I wouldn't make excuses for what we're doing. We just suck. We got to be better.
I mean, and listen, Jason's been a problem with Philly's offense too over the last half of the season. I mean, he's gotten a dang near false start in every game.
I've never seen anything like that, how consistently a center gets false starts like Jason Kelsey.
Play the beginning of that one more time, Pepe. Jason Kelsey walking off set.
Miscommunication at the line, but Yeah, we do need to figure that out.
Choo choo. Choo choo. You guys hear that? Is that the excuse train? Is that the excuse train coming in the Eagles locker room right now? So moving on. Note first 10-point. Well, actually, clock management on the final drive. Are you guys thinking about that on the final drive or what?
No. And then the walk-off.
I need a minute.
No. Okay. Yesterday, this blew up as Aaron Rodgers, who was supposed to be done with the Pat McAfee show for this season, reappeared.
Joining us now to chit-chat about massive names being, amicably departed from two teams at a very, very high level is a four-time NFL MVP and a man who is a Super Bowl champion. Ladies and gentlemen, the last human that Bill Belichick talked to on the field as the New England Patriots head coach, Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Aaron, how you doing, pal?
Can you guys see me?
Yeah, you look fantastic. You look great. Clearer than whenever you usually call us from wherever.
And he's like, I'm in the woods. I'm not in the dark hole yet. But there it was. I don't know whether this was to troll everyone, to answer to the Clay Travises of the world. Everyone's speculating that Aaron Rodgers was suspended and they forced McAfee to take him off the show. And basically, I think it's what we said yesterday. His regular season deal ran out.
Yeah.
That's when he usually stops.
Mm-hmm. And, Pat caught some heat on social media.
And Aaron, by the way, wanted to come back on to pay his respects to Belichick and Saban. That's what he came back on really to talk about.
Right. And Pat had that post on social media that some people said, boy, you're a sellout or you're soft or whatever.
That's what Bobby said.
And this was his double middle finger to those people. Like, I'm not soft. I run my show. This is my show. No one's going to tell me who to have on, who not to have on. And then very next day, after I said that we're happy that he's gone, we're going to bring him on because we're going to show the world that nobody at ESPN can tell us who to have on. Nobody anywhere can tell us who to have on.
Yeah. I did not believe that they controlled McAfee. I didn't believe that Rodgers was canceled, and I didn't believe that ESPN suspended him. I didn't believe it. My problem with McAfee is acting like Aaron Rodgers tortured them, and it was such a miserable ordeal to get through that when they loved it, and they also triggered a lot of it. They brought these subjects up to Aaron. They lobbed up softballs, and then to act like, oh my gosh, my timeline, I can't wait to get away from this and just get to football. Disingenuous.
Bravery. That's the word that comes to mind. Bravery for Pat McAfee to bring him back on the air, knowing how difficult it had been for him. His Twitter mentions were loaded. A lot of stress and anxiety on Pat McAfee. So I look at him and I applaud him for being such a brave soul.
Mike McCarthy, your therapist would call that sarcastic.
Sorry, I'll work on it.
Mike McCarthy joins us to preview Sunday next.
Let's get you over to Platinum 4.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby on your home of the NFC East champs. And a major reason for that is this guy. Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys, as we get you set for Sunday. And we have a playoff ticket giveaway coming up during the 7 o'clock hour. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
I'm doing well. Good morning, gentlemen.
I'd like to thank you for making me a commercial. My boss wanted to make fun of me. You guys were mocking my sniffles, you and Choppy, my sickness. So thank you for that, Coach. I appreciate it.
Well, most importantly, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. You know,
Good enough to work. All right. I just thought you kind of doubled up on that vacation. The timing seemed a little suspicious.
I know. My apologies. But look, I wanted to start with something semi-serious, and I know you're looking on to bigger things, but we're sitting here, and as good of a feeling as we've had for a playoff run in our 12 or 13 years of doing this show. Didn't think y'all would be able late in the year to go and get that 2 seed. the 12-5 stat everyone's been talking about. So first off, congratulations on even getting to this spot and an awesome, awesome regular season. We're proud of you.
Well, thank you. No, it's been a journey. They all are. Every season brings different challenges at different times, but no, I'm really proud of the team, and I agree with you. I think we're in a really good spot.
Coach, I want to ask a couple of generic playoff questions that we all try to examine every year. This is now coaching in the playoffs. Is there a difference? Is there a major difference in how you coach in a playoff game versus a regular season game?
No, I just think you need to maximize, the quality of the coaching, or really your focus on exactly what you do best. I think one thing about playoff football, brings to you is you just don't, you just got to make sure you keep your volume tight. And just you're giving the players, clean looks, throughout the game, and that starts with the game plan process and how you. And how you work and be diligent and so forth. Because, I think like anything, you got to always clean your own house. And this is, especially the time of year where you've got to stay really on top of yourself, Scott. Because at the end of the day, we got to go out and play our best football. And obviously, we don't want guys thinking that'd be the last thing you want.
Do you find the style of play changes a lot? If coach doesn't change, but the style of play might. I know other sports, like, the game slows down or whatever. Do you find that in the NFL that the style of play changes in the postseason?
Well, the urgency is definitely there. The energy's higher. It's just the importance of the game is very, very evident. And I think it's more as the game goes on. But yeah, I mean, there's nothing like playoff football. I mean, this is what it's all about. This is what we're all committed to, and I love it. There's nothing like it.
The other stereotypical topic is playoff experience. We've all talked about Green Bay's youth and Dak and you and some other guys haven't been here before. Is playoff experience a thing? And if so, how?
Well, you're always trying to, build your instincts and awareness, and obviously experience is a nice variable, to grow from. No doubt. We're a young team also, so we have some young portions of our team that, I think our veterans do a great job. And it just doesn't start this week because you're in the playoffs. It's something you're building, throughout the offseason, training camp, and all the way through the year. So, but yeah, youth can be a good thing. And but at the end of the day, it's really the connection to the locker room is how I've always felt. And I'd put ours up against anybody's.
Coach, I know you said after the game last week that you weren't going to dive into the psychology of playing Green Bay and that being your former team and everything else. So are you happy, though, or in a way are you grateful that you were already able to get that reunion game, in essence, out of the way last year? Does it help you approach this game and say it's easier to make sure everybody's focused on task and that's not a question we have to get all this week?
Well, no, you answered it in your question. I mean, it wasn't by no means was it a attempt in the psychology realm of competition. It was just more, keeping the focus on what's most important. And, and I am part of that, football team that, if I'm going to ask everybody else to just be totally, engaged to what's in front of us, it definitely has to start and stop with me. So it's just really a point of focus.
Have you found, looking back at game tape, from this year to last year, that their offense, LaFleur's offense, looks a little bit different, considerably different with Jordan Love versus Rodgers?
Yeah, I think, it's always going to be a little different based off who the quarterback is. But I mean, systematically, there's definitely a lot of carryover and fully the expectation of what you think you're going to get. There's definitely carryover. But yeah, I mean, I think it's only obvious. You got a guy that's played 20 years, and now you're, with a quarterback in his, first year. But I would say this: over the last 6 weeks, it isn't like they're holding anything back. He definitely can manage a high volume offense. I think he clearly has shown that, Jordan Love.
Yeah, Coach. What else have you seen in your QB eval of Jordan?
Definitely. I like the way he plays the game. I think, number one, he gets through his reads. He's very systematic in everything he does. He can make all the throws to any quadrant on the field. So he can change his arm angle. It's very natural at that. So he's made plays, in and out of the pocket too. So I think he's done a nice job.
Mike McCarthy joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Coach, how much more of a threat has their running game become late in the season with what Aaron Jones has done and the numbers that he's been putting up?
Well, it's definitely going to. It starts there without a question. That's when they're at their best. Really, that's so important to their success because it gives you the looks on the outside and the one-on-ones in particular. The green grass downfield pass concepts, which they've been very productive. But it clearly starts with that offensive line in there and Dylan.
Hey, Coach, a couple years ago, it was a big theme. It felt like coming in, out of the season, the 21 season, that you guys wanted to become more physical. And that was something that you guys really worked at to build a toughness and a physicality, specifically, I guess, in the trenches. But when you look at Green Bay and the guys they have there, Kenny Clark, Rashawn Gary, Preston Smith, just talk about that sort of physicality and how it challenges you and how that preparation you guys have taken over the last couple of years gets you ready to go against a defensive line like this.
Well, we've always been a physical football team. The focus was to improve our tackling, which we clearly have from last year to this year. So that'll be key. Definitely Sunday. We got to tackle these backs. We got to limit the space opportunities, and as a whole, just through our evaluation internally, tackling has been an asset for our defense.
Mike McCarthy joins us here on 105 through the Fan. This officiating crew calls, from all reports, a ton of offensive holding calls, which Micah, famously has not been called for a hold since September. Do you have your highlight tape prepared for the meeting with the officials to get some holding calls for Micah?
I think like anything, these crews in the playoffs, there's a lot that goes into it. So. But no, we have a 90-minute meeting, before every game. We have an opportunity to voice concerns. I mean, and there's a procedure to it, and but yeah, we'll stick to our plan and bring up the things we would like to see, highlighted in the game.
Coach, how concerned are you that Stephon Gilmore could be limited dealing with the harness, the shoulder, whatever he's going to be dealing with as he tries to gut it out, or is gut it out being over dramatic that you think he's going to be more fine than maybe some think?
Well, no, he's definitely is playing through something significant. There's no question about that. But he practiced yesterday and actually walking off the field with him yesterday, he felt great about I don't think he's ever worn a harness. So, but no, I think he's in a great spot, and he's got another 48 hours. So. I look for him to be, ready to go.
You feeling good and positive about Tyler's status?
Yeah, he's getting there. I'm curious to see how he feels today. Yesterday was his biggest amount of work.
Coach, as everything gets magnified in the playoffs, we always kind of blow things up with one possession or one clock decision or one penalty. How are those things? How confident are you feeling and good about the little things category when it comes to those differences that can decide a playoff game with how you guys have executed them this year?
Well, that's what you work on, throughout your practice structure, and obviously, I talk about it time and time again. That's why I appreciate and I think it's so important to have tough games throughout the course of a regular season. You want to be in those situations. Throughout the year, because obviously you practice them. We'll spend a big segment today just on the end of the game. So these things are well rehearsed and well practiced, but you definitely like the live action in that area. But yes, we feel great about our preparation.
Coach, one last thing on this game. What type of atmosphere are you anticipating? Everyone says the Cowboys at home. I mean, we've seen it. They've been invincible. What do you expect in Sunday in Arlington?
God, you're teeing them up here. I'm expecting a whiteout, so I'm looking forward to that. Our crowd will be incredible. It'll be an electric atmosphere. It'll be everything it's supposed to be. And, I look for us to come out and play with great energy and execution. Looking forward to it.
Do you have your game day outfit picked out yet?
It's whatever they put in my locker. So.
Oh, you don't pick it. It's just whatever's in there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean, it's not a big long process, that's for sure.
Mike McCarthy joins here, 105 through the Fan. All right, so this weekend in Kansas City, it's going to be like minus 30. Is that what you said with the wind chill? You were in a similar game to this in the 07 season. Like how much of your playbook gets like scrapped in a game like that?
Well, I mean, you got to really see, how it's all about the football. Obviously, always is each and every week. But yeah, you definitely tilt certain concepts over others, no doubt about it. And but I think once you get going out there, it's not really the temperature that's the factor; it's the wind. So the wind is always the adjustment mechanism for me as far as how you attack.
Any tips for these coaches on staying warm? Did you have any tricks up your sleeve besides Black Rifle coffee?
I hope they have drink a lot of coffee, but definitely I hope they have good relationships with the equipment guys up there, because that's important. Yeah, those guys, the equipment that they have and the things they can give you, they'll be fine.
Last one,
the fans are the ones that are, those are the ones you got to watch.
Yeah, well, they have alcohol.
Yes.
Well, there you go. But they have to have a good plan, which sounds like you know the plan.
You got the plan.
All right, Coach, last one. It's been a crazy couple of days in terms of the coaching news, with some legends going away. Some are going to probably be coming back. But your reaction to all the coaching news, and do you have one special story when it comes to either Belichick or Nick Saban that has personally been a connection to you?
I don't know either men, personally, but I think just having just a few times able to compete with Coach Belichick, there's always something that you remember from the games. We had a particular game in 2014 that just changes the way you may have to view putting together a call sheet. So pure football, great respect for their careers. Loved competing against them. I had a chance to compete against Coach Saban when he was in Miami. So, and what Nick's done at Alabama, it speaks for itself. What an incredible career. So, definitely two titans in our industry. Nothing but great respect for those guys.
Coach, thank you so much for the time. Congratulations on just an awesome season so far. Let's keep it going, and let's talk next Friday as well. Thank you, and good luck.
You bet. All right, thank you, man. Have a great day.
RJ has his degenerate picks for this NFL weekend. Let's pick all the rest of the games. All of us have a clean Cowboys sweep, have them winning by double digits or more. What about the rest of the games? Oh, and who are the referees for Sunday in Arlington as well? Plus, breaking news on Bill Belichick's replacement. Final hour on a Football Friday after this. So let's get you over.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on a football Friday here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We've already given away a pair of Cowboys-Packers playoffs tickets, and the boss just hit me up to say Miller Lite is doing it again. KNC today, Buffalo Wild Wings, Preston Road in Frisco. You can get tickets out there as well.
I'm going to Buffalo Wild Wings.
You are?
Yep. One of the listeners texted me. It was like, hey, you want to come out and get wings? I was like, sure. So I'm going to go out there and see Tolo Steve.
Okay.
Nice. Yeah.
Just that simple. Just that easy.
Yep. If you have my number, just text me and ask me to go get wings with you. I will.
The breaking news brought to you by BetQL. Gerard Mayo is the replacement for Bill Belichick in New England. How surprising is this? As Mike Vrabel is now trending, and people are saying, I thought that he was just going to go and replace Bill since he played for him.
What's surprising about it, I guess, is how unsurprising and contractually obligated it apparently was, with none of us hearing about it. And even when it was spoken in the last day or so by Ian Rappaport, he said, oh, yeah, it's basically in his contract. It was negotiated early last year that he was going to be the successor to Belichick. And it's like, okay, I had heard none of this. Even once it got brought up, it seemed like it was just a line in passing. And it's like, okay, well, this sounds like it was a formality then that he was going to get that job, and we just didn't have any clue.
You know, I do wonder, like, how binding is that? Like, what if they said, we've changed our mind? We don't want you to be the successor. Like, as Vrabel came available, like, what would they owe him the full salary that they were going to pay him? Is that how that would work? I mean, I have no idea.
So Gerard Mayo takes over in New England. We also have Nick Saban explaining that he was just tired. He was tired. He was worn out. He didn't have the energy for it anymore to maintain his standard. And Dan Lanning has already said no.
Dan Lanning said no. So who do they turn their attention to? Mike Norvell? Do they go elsewhere? Do they ask Mike Vrabel? You know, one of the Gary Danielson was talking about with Saban that one of his main recruiting points over these years is, I know, having been in the NFL as a defensive coordinator and a head coach, I know what it takes to get there. I can help you get there. That was one of his recruiting pitches, especially early on. And then he kind of just snowballed into, you either don't come to Alabama, or you either come to Alabama, or we go and we kick your ass every year. Yeah. That was his two recruiting pitches.
Also, really interested to see what the two drive-by Longhorn fans think in this room about Quinn Ewers announcing he's going back to Austin. Pepe?
How does this impact your Red Raiders, Peyton?
Not at all, because I am a true Texas Longhorn fan. I throw up the horns, so we know that, guys. We know that.
We saw you wear Red Raider gear.
Well,
your girlfriend made you put it on.
It was a
laid it out for you like Mike McCarthy's outfit.
She bought it for me. No, with Quinn Ewers coming back, I'm excited about it. You know, if the Longhorns want to win next year, I'm fine with it. I know the big story is, we want to see the next phenom play on the field. You know, Sean wants to see the next big thing, but I'm trying to win next year. I'm trying to win year one, and Nick Saban already proved he's scared of the Longhorns. He squared at Quinn Ewers because he left.
Like, here's the thing. The next big thing is already playing quarterback.
No, he isn't.
Stop.
This is a ceiling. Look, man, let's get the phenom up in here. We know what Quinn is.
Blake?
Very good. Very good. Final four.
Quinn is
there's a reason there was a LeBron James type hype to the recruitment of this kid.
Correct. 7 letters.
I'm not sitting around 7 letters.
Manning.
Yeah.
That's the reason. It's not the play. Quinn's a more highly regarded recruit. Much more. He's the highest regarded recruit in the history of college football.
He was at the time. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure Arch was like graded the same by most of the.
So you think Arch Manning has like no chance of being like a top 3 pick?
Oh no, he absolutely does.
Okay.
And so does Quinn.
No, Quinn does not. Quinn Ewers does not have a chance. If he came out right now, no way.
No. But at the same point in their careers, Quinn absolutely did.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the thing. Arch.
But now I've seen it. He's very, very good.
He'll be.
I want to see the possibility of special.
Next year, Quinn has a chance to be the number 1 pick of the draft.
I mean, 247. Yeah, they both have Quinn and Arch as perfectly graded prospects.
Yeah. So but at the time, Quinn was the highest graded prospect the sport's ever seen.
Yes.
And Arch came in like in that they were kind of in the same ballpark, but you've already got the next big thing. And he's about to be, a junior, senior, whatever. Technically, his grade versus how many years of eligibility you have is different now. But, yeah, I mean, like, if you want to win, you have a better chance of winning next year with Quinn than with Arch.
I just think
it's not even close.
I just think it's weird to, like, make a whole announcement that you're coming back and everything else just to, like, get benched in the spring game when Arch takes over.
Oh!
Like when he outplays you and shows that he can throw the ball consistently. I just think that's weird that, he would make such a big deal out of coming back to be the number 2.
So you don't believe that Quinn Ewers after next season could be the number 1 pick?
No.
The growth or step?
No, he can make the growth and he can be like a first round pick or whatever. So I would be incredibly surprised if he played to a level that says like, oh yeah, that's the number 1 overall pick.
I agree with you.
So and I don't genuinely think Arch is going to send him to the bench, but I also don't think it's just some slam dunk that just because he's come back that Arch can't outplay him in the spring or develop over the spring that caused them to say Arch is a better option for us right now.
If Arch Manning knew this while deciding, is he still a Longhorn?
While deciding to go to school, I don't think he thought that Quinn would be necessarily a slam dunk one and done, but I don't think he would have necessarily maybe gone if he knew he was going to sit for 2 years. But again, like the Mannings have got like a different mindset with this. I mean, Peyton sat for a little while, Eli sat for a little while. Not a lot, but it wasn't a year. They started eventually their freshman year, but they went in not being guaranteed the starting job, both of them.
If it was any other quarterback or any other last name or any other family, I'd be concerned about this causing a guy to transfer.
Yeah.
With them,
they don't need the money.
They don't want the look either.
Right.
It's almost like
Although Eli was Brett after he was drafted.
It's a little bit like I don't know. It's almost like it strikes me that their family views this as like, gotta earn your spot. This is your character build. Like almost like this is
no entitlement.
Yeah, like you've been given so much in your life and everything else that like these are the lessons that we want you to learn.
Yeah,
I feel like.
And look, the fan text is saying like, and they're killing Arch a little bit, like that he's very overrated as a prospect. If he played in DFW, he would not be the 5-star recruit.
Yeah, I mean,
which I have no idea. I mean, like
this is one of these. It's no different than we get this with every highly touted prospect. Somebody's got to be counterculture, and somebody's got to go, and so they got to go like
all these McCarthy people this week. Like, you all be the first ones crying and quitting in the middle of the first quarter if they're down 10-0. You'll be calling for his head. All of you, why are you hyping up this Belichick? Why are you putting Mike Florio on? Why are you giving time to it? You'll be the first quitters 6 minutes in. As soon as they're down 7-0, if they're down 7-0, you'll be the first ones to turn and stab Mike right in the back. And when Quinn's coming out, it's, oh my gosh, we got the prospect, we got LeBron, and now your Final Four with Quinn, and it's like, we don't need you. Go ahead, sit over there, spoiled kid.
I look at
because Arch did play like pretty poor talent in high school.
It's the same talent like his family has played.
It is. I know his uncles played the same school. And they did fine. But, like, there is no doubt that Quinn played much more difficult
Whose
competition.
next level height is more legitimate? And we can't spend the rest of the segment talking about this. We got to pick the other playoff games. Arch Manning or Bronny James?
Whose hype is what? More legit?
Oh, Arch.
I think
who
Arch.
will be the better player on the highest level?
Arch. I mean, Bronny, even for like all the hype that existed, Bronny still by most recruiting agencies was ranked like 30th.
Yeah.
And I think some like moved him up higher eventually.
The point, and I agree.
He's undersized too.
But the point I'm trying to make in that, I don't remember a ton of people crapping on Arch the player while he was deciding. Like, I don't remember someone coming out with a hot take like, this kid's tremendously overrated. This kid's really a scrub. It's only his last name. I don't remember a lot of that. But Quinn is going back to Austin, and Pepe is happy about it. Bobby, I'm going to start with you on this because I think last year you did have a near legendary run.
Missed one game, and it's only because Brock Purdy got hurt. That was it.
You picked all the games right in the playoffs?
Yeah, I went like 11-1 or something. The only one I missed was I picked San Francisco to beat Philly.
All right, so let's go around the room as quickly as we can before Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com reviews Choppy's Cowboys song. 3:30 tomorrow. Browns, Texans. Roberto, you get to start. Who and why?
Look, I mean, the Browns defense is really good, and they can throw a lot of different things at a young quarterback to make things difficult, but ultimately, I really believe in what C.J. Stroud's doing and what DeMeco Ryans is building there, and I think they see the fruit of it right away, so I think the Texans beat the Browns.
Really, Cleveland by a milli.
Whoa!
Cleveland by a milli.
Spreads 2.
Yeah, it's
on the road.
I know. What does BetQL have? BetQL has like a 5-star bet taking Cleveland.
Really?
Oh yeah, big time. Not quite 5.
Pay.
Yeah, I think the playoff experience comes into matter in this game. Joe Flacco, the rest of the Browns offense. So I have the Browns win this one. A little closer than RJ has it, but I still think the Browns play this game really well.
82% of the money is on Cleveland. That is stunning.
It was like 70% was on the Eagles in the Super Bowl too. It doesn't matter.
Man, I wanted to pick. My initial gut was like CJ, home, and now Brian Baldinger and the rest of these guys are talking me out of it a little bit.
Come on, go with the expert here.
Why? Besides the money and all the numbers and why do you like Cleveland?
They're a better team. There's a better team, and their quarterback is playing at a very high level.
Yeah.
Over the last several weeks.
Yeah.
They have more weapons. They're just better.
I'm going to pick Cleveland. Our first chance for Bobby to prove he just
you
knows.
guys just set this up for me to dunk on you. Like, you should just pick this just so that I don't have the opportunity to come in here and go like, you idiots.
You're the one who's been putting Cleveland at times in your power rankings.
Yeah.
And now their quarterback is on fire.
I like Cleveland. I also think that there's going to be the Joe Flacco Cinderella run is going to come to a halt at some point. That's not totally sustainable. And Stroud is healthy now. And I mean, Stroud, if he's healthy and doesn't get hurt in the Jets game and then miss whatever the other one is, I mean, we're talking about Houston could have won 11 games.
7:00 Dolphins Chiefs, maybe in -30 wind chill.
This is going to be the Chiefs. And I think it's going to be an ugly game, a difficult game. Honestly, it may set up a little bit easier for the Dolphins because they run the ball so well. But they just, they seem like...
Derek Collins is texting a lot of expletives towards Roberto right now.
They seem like they seem like they just have mental hurdles against good teams and road teams. And so I think Kansas City beats them.
Kansas City, they win. I don't know if they cover. I don't have that one. I have it in my my little parlay, but straight up, I'm not going to place that bet. I think Kansas City wins though.
Yeah, I have the Chiefs. I mean, the weather, Tua can't play in there. The Dolphins can't play in there. You know, they're distraught over their losing out in the division to the Bills. I mean, the Dolphins haven't been able to play well on the road all season, so I have the Chiefs winning this one.
Are we just weather typing?
Yes.
Typecasting?
Yes.
Weather typing. Miami here. I want the Chiefs out, but I'm going to pick the Chiefs to win this game as well.
Peyton, who'd you pick in the first game, Cleveland-Houston?
Cleveland.
Sunday, noon, Bills Steelers.
Buffalo. And I mean, honestly, like...
Is there any way Pittsburgh can make this uncomfortable?
Yeah, Pittsburgh bizarrely makes things uncomfortable for teams all the time, and I don't get it. But I still think...
The over-under is 35.5.
Yeah.
Wow. So does Buffalo win 35-0 or 36-0?
I think this is going to be. I would think about taking the Steelers and the points here.
It's going to be low scoring.
It'll be low scoring, and I mean Pittsburgh.
Steelers not Steelers to win. Steelers with the points.
With the points.
Buffalo wins, but I would not be shocked
if the under hits. It's Steelers are going to cover.
I would not be totally shocked if the Steelers pulled an upset here. That's my hot take of the weekend. I don't want them to. I hate their team. I hate their style. I just can't. I want them out. I want them gone. But it's not going to shock me with Buffalo's inconsistencies and the Steelers just being medium.
They hang around. They make things difficult on everybody. But yeah, it's not unreasonable, but I would still pick Buffalo.
All right, we're all picking Buffalo.
Yeah.
And the toughest one to pick, Sunday, 7 p.m., and we're going to do Monday night on Monday. Oh, man, please give me a Cowboys win and just preparing all day
Feast on this one.
for Eagles-Bucks. But 7 o'clock, Rams at Lions. I've gone back and forth 10 times.
I have too. I think the over is the one that hits here for sure.
51.5.
51.5. I think the over plays. I do think the Lions pull it out. I was going back and forth, and then you showed me the stat that that email you sent me. The Lions are they're 12-5 against the spread this year. Another year where Goff is the most profitable quarterback in Vegas in the NFL history.
Wow.
Nobody covers more spreads than he does. It's remarkable. I have no idea how. Probably because he's is under they don't overhype his games. They actually underhype his games. So I think they win. I don't know if they cover, but I'm thinking like a 31-30, 31-28 kind of game.
Detroit.
Rams. I just think that there's still some dumb things that the Lions fall victim to. This is an experienced football team. And the Stafford, going back to Detroit, a chance to beat them. I think that's Rams.
I get the Lions. I mean, playing in front of that home crowd for the first time in forever, in the playoffs. And I'm just not buying the Rams hype right now.
Oh, you feel great about all your picks? Like this is another perfect belt weekend? Easy money?
I mean, Dolphins, Chiefs, and Rams, Lions I don't feel great about. But I do feel great about the Buccaneers beating the Eagles on Monday.
Okay, I'm gonna wind up picking Detroit. I'm gonna wind up picking the Lions in this game.
That place is gonna be. I'm excited to see that place.
Yeah,
that is gonna be wild.
Yeah,
we haven't seen many. That might be like a Phillies crowd, like from this year.
Let's get the full preview and the official picks, plus his Simon Cowell review of RJ's Cowboys song. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. After this, but I want to talk about Trajan Wealth.
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece and another chance for you to win Cowboys-Packers tickets on Sunday. Coming up with the fellas at 9:40. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Something that you need to know that happened yesterday. Jair Alexander had an ankle injury. He just rolled this thing while he was doing a jog through for the Packers. He's already missed 7 games this year because of a shoulder, 1 game suspension because of a coin flip, and now a freak accident that now has him apparently day-to-day in Green Bay. Let's bring in Nick Eman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Nick. You were listening early today.
I was listening a little bit to the. I just got a few minutes there with the song. I didn't hear the head coach or anything like that, but I definitely got the song.
It was pretty great, wasn't it?
It was awesome.
Wow.
It was awesome. It was an awesome attempt, and you know what? I appreciate the fact that you did it. I mean, I don't know if the Grammys are going to be calling. Maybe they are. I don't know.
I mean, they give Taylor Swift awards.
It what?
I said they give Taylor Swift awards. That's not much further off from what Choppy did.
Tay is tremendous.
Old Brittany Mahomes with an acoustic
Can't
guitar.
take a joke, apparently.
If they give you an award for this, Choppy, Kanye is going to come in and probably have something to say.
Nick, what's your genre of music?
I like country and like R&B and rap and that.
Okay.
That's so.
And
country and rap.
Your number one current and your number one all-time country artist.
George Strait.
Yep.
Right, is all time. And then I really like Old Dominion right now. I like them a lot.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh no, we gotta go. It's been fun.
You don't like it, Choppy?
I don't know. They're just kind of like the James Taylor of country. A little
Okay.
soft. A little soft.
I like them.
Soft.
I mean, hey, I don't need to hang out with the guy, but I think Morgan Wallen puts out good stuff.
Okay.
You know what I mean? He really does.
I like the way you phrase that. I like the way you.
Well, I mean, I understand the thing, but then again, I watch the Cosby Show all day long. If it was on, so,
I have Cosby Show DVR'd.
Nothing wrong with that. It's a great show.
I'm not ashamed of it. I don't. I mean, I still watch Seinfeld.
My daughter may or may not be named Olivia because of that little girl. I don't know.
Whoa.
Wow.
Yeah.
I like that name. I might steal that name.
There you go.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of Vanessa, Olivia, and what was the hot one that everyone loves? Lisa Monet.
Denise.
Don't forget Rudy. Rudy was
Rudy.
Like Rudy
That's right. Nick, let's just get the prediction out of the way. Is this thing going to be close or a beatdown like I have?
I think it's going to be. Can I go in between? I mean, I don't think it'll be the beat down, but I don't think it's going to be close. I mean, I'm not trying to be that guy that never answers the question.
Yeah, no, it's your prediction. Let me just. I'm not saying 20 point. I'm not saying
35-21, 35-23, something like that. Like, I think you'll know who the better team is.
Yep.
I think we know it right now, but I think it'll be evident. But I don't think you get into the playoffs and play the way the Packers are right now without putting up a fight. They will, and they'll be pesky, and they'll be that annoying fly, at the picnic. You're like, get away, I can hurt you, right? But that kind of stuff. So they'll be flying around and all that, but I think at the end of the day, the Cowboys will prevail for sure.
Nick, my thought on this, and it angered Brian Broaddus while we were recording last night. He thought it was being disrespectful. He thought I was disrespecting the Green Bay Packers and not giving a healthy respect to the opponent here. But my thought on this is Green Bay playing their very best possible game, I think still requires Dallas to have some self-inflicted mistakes for that to be enough. Do you think that's fair to say that Green Bay can play really well, but Dallas is still going to have to kind of give you a hand along the way if you want to win?
Yeah. I mean, and that's what being what a 7-8 point favorite is. That's what being 3 games better in the NFL is that my best is definitely better than your best. And so if you're giving your best and then, the Cowboys, struggle or turn the ball over or whatever and help you, then yeah. I mean, it's just like, 2 guys racing. If I'm always faster than you, then you're going to have to hope that I trip because I'm faster than you.
Yeah.
On my best day, I'm going to beat you unless, there's a pothole or something like that. But those are going to be created, probably by the Cowboys. Like they're going to – I mean, this is cliche as hell, but the Cowboys are going to – the only team that's going to beat the Cowboys on Sunday. I mean, I really, really believe that.
Yeah, which I agree with too. And doesn't that, though, present the problem because teams sometimes are like, hey, we're going to just not make mistakes. We'll play conservative, and that allows the other team to stay in the game.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. But I don't think McCarthy coaches that way, and I think it's almost hurt him sometimes. Just this aggressive. I think he's in his bag right now, calling plays. I don't think they're going to be conservative. I think they're going to go for it. We've seen both this year. We kind of early in the year, remember we saw those games where they were like, you know what, our defense is so good that we're just going to kick field goals, pad the lead, and we're good. And then I think he's seen along the way that, hey, the defense can be vulnerable at times, and the offense, especially in the red zone, has figured some things out to score points. So I think their aggressive level has gone up a lot.
Talking with Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com here on Sean and RJ. Nick, when you're talking about approaching this game and what they can do, and we've heard this big talking point about how young Green Bay is and how inexperienced they are, which do you lend more credibility to? The idea of young and inexperienced, or bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and don't know enough to, like almost ignorant to the pressure and can step in there and play free? Which do you think is more of a factor when you go against a young team like
I think that's a great question. It really is. Because it kind of goes down to that, sometimes you don't know what you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, what the Packers, I keep hearing all these questions about, how familiar they are with McCarthy and vice versa. I mean, there's going to be 3 guys in the game, 3 guys playing in the game that ever played for McCarthy. So it's not like they know him and he knows them or anything like that. I think they're going to be young. I think they are young. They're going to be just eager. I mean, they're not going to be afraid of anybody. They beat the Packers. I mean, the Chiefs on the road. They've won some road games here lately. They're playing well. So I think they're going to have a nice crowd. I think we all know that and expect that. So I think they'll be eager and fired up, ready to go. And probably, I think they'll probably rise to the occasion. I still think the Cowboys are way better to the point where it won't really matter if they're doing what they're supposed to do.
Nick, one of the things we've heard a little bit here, we're speculating like everybody else about the futures of guys like Will McClay, Dan Quinn, or if this goes sideways, what may happen with Mike McCarthy. And there have been some fans who've been a little frustrated with us and talked about you're distracting from
James
this.
Slater.
We saw some people actually yesterday criticize Micah. I saw people criticizing Micah on social media. That why are you talking about Dan Quinn not being here? That's an unnecessary distraction. Do you get the sense at all that this team is distracted by potential coaches leaving or having to do interviews? Is that a factor at all, you think, for this locker room?
If it's a factor, it'll be a factor for Dan Quinn and his staff and whoever he's thinking about maybe taking with him, maybe if there's conversations, if that is affecting their preparation throughout the week. And I don't think Dan Quinn will allow that to happen. I really don't. I don't know if it affects the players as much. Be fair about that with Micah. I mean, you can criticize him for other things, but Micah's asked the question. Micah gets asked the question. Now, does he have to answer it that way? I mean, does he have to go in and talk about him potentially going with them or whatever? I thought that, a little tongue in cheek there. But I mean, either shut down the media with the questions or, we wouldn't worry about it and that's not going to happen. But guy gets asked the question, he answers it. I don't think it's that distracting. Then again, it can't be any different than just any day in the life of being with the Cowboys. I mean, this is part of it. This is part of the deal. It comes with the dinner, as your favorite coach would say. And I just think that's just part of it.
Do you believe in playoff experience?
Yeah. Yes, I do. I think because do you believe that it'll be a different atmosphere, different vibe when you get into the stadium?
Yeah.
I think it is.
Yeah.
I think it will feel different, and I think the magnitude of it all, the winner go home pressure, matters. And so I think I believe in it because I think that you can wilt under the pressure if you're just not ready for it, not prepared for it. But if you're going to throw the 92 Cowboys at me, I mean, just remember, I think if talent is way, way better, then I think you can overcome it. I think you can overcome that. If you're just absolutely better than the other team, then you're better. And I think that those Cowboy teams in the early 90s, we saw that in San Francisco, Buffalo, and then Super Bowl and all that stuff. Like, okay, we're just way better than you. Yeah, we've never been here before, but and that's why you see early struggles. You see early, but if you're good enough to overcome it and weather the storm, then I think you can do that. From the Cowboys' perspective, I think they're better. Plus, they're more experienced in the moment. That's why I think that they're going to win this game and win it rather comfortable.
Nick Eatman joins us here, 105 through the fan. All right, let's say they move on. Power rank the next opponents that you would like to see, most like to see versus least in terms of obviously their chances of winning. So it would be their chance would be Tampa, Philly, and Detroit. Those would be the three that they could face.
I would say, if you're gonna just say let's, draw the map the way we want it, I would say Tampa, Detroit, Philly. Those would be the three right there. And I understand that, how close it was with Detroit and all that. But, with Philly, I just think they're going to get hot. I just think,
So me and Bobby are betting on that game straight up Monday night.
I don't know. I feel like it was when the Texas Rangers. I feel like how all year they were really good, and then they kind of struggled. Like, what's wrong with them? And you just thought that at some point they're going to show the team that they've been most of the year. I'm not saying they're going to go and win it all, be these road warriors, but that's kind of what happened to the Rangers. I just feel like they're just too good to do this. I think that we've seen them better, and that's just what I think. So, and the familiarity of playing the Cowboys and knowing all that stuff, I think I'd rather play the Lions again. I really do. I think that was a fumble into the end zone away from being a blowout. So I'd take my chances with that.
Great stuff. Thank you, and enjoy the game. We'll talk about it on Monday.
All right. Will we? Y'all be in the office Monday?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
All right.
We told him. Well, give us a comp day down the road. Man, if anyone at this station took off on Monday with the maybe Bassick. Yeah, we're gonna be here on Monday, Nick.
All right, cool. I'll
Absolutely.
be there. All right, see you guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Crosstalk on the road with KMC. And if you missed the RJ Choppy banger, we'll play it for you again after this.
Let's get you over.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Unreal. The impacts that Kai is having. He got the bucket. He's got a 40-piece tonight.
Oh, it's me!
Yeah!
I got a little bit confused because I have a lot of things in my ear right now.
Yeah, we're going to need some help.
I sound like Chuck Morgan calling the Texas Rangers lineup right now in my ears.
Today.
But Corey,
that's a Ruben situation, right?
yeah. He's coming here. What is coming up on the show, Corey?
Guys, we do have Jerry Jones joining us today at 10:30 as we get prepared for the playoffs. There's a playoff game happening on Sunday. And also out here at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco, 3211 Preston Road.
Correct.
We're going to be, we do have, and Sean, thank you earlier for the tease and the plug on that. We do have Cowboys tickets for Sunday, courtesy of Miller Lite. You register, and the drawing will happen later this afternoon. So be prepared for that.
Now, before I go to Sean and Bobby and RJ, Corey, you sent us an interesting text after the show yesterday.
Yeah.
And I believed it, but I feel like there might be somebody on the Sean and RJ Bobby show that will not believe that this is true. What did you send to us?
I saw this from Bree.
Bree?
I saw it from Bree. She tweeted out, Dak Prescott and Coach McCarthy meet every Thursday night. If it goes 2 hours, 30 minutes is on football, and the rest is on life. Quote, sometimes
That's
it's
nice.
me looking forward to fatherhood. He's been a great friend, says Prescott. And I just texted you guys, and I said, guys who hate each other don't do that. They don't say stuff like that. I don't
hate
believe
each other.
No.
He did say one thing in there. He used the word Ben. It's a past tense word.
I like
so
it.
Because yesterday was Thursday.
Well, yeah, fair. But maybe he was saying it should have been, he is a great friend.
Oh, so you think they've already moved on?
No, I don't.
Could
I
you
don't
hire, Bobby, could you hire Bill Belichick today and have him be your coach Sunday?
No, I actually would not want Belichick.
Oh.
Because I think he's going to come in here and he's going to want to tear things down to the foundation and build back up the way he wants.
He wants the whole culture. He would have to install his culture at his
kids.
All right, Mike, I'm doing this for you. First off, Bobby, that background pick.
What are you talking about?
That's not good.
What is it?
That's not good. Number two, would you prefer to keep Mike McCarthy over Bill Belichick?
Yes.
Wow. Look at that, Mike. How about that? Shocking.
Would you rather have Kellen Moore come in as the head coach next year over Mike McCarthy?
Sure.
Wow. Oh, no.
Hey,
why?
I thought it was interesting though that it sounds like Dak and Mike McCarthy get along really well.
Yeah, sounds like it.
So
hold on, but what do you? Never mind.
He doesn't want to talk about it.
I don't know. No,
on.
it sounds like they're working close together. They've built up a strong relationship.
All right. Now, Sean, I'm going to ask you first. And I've asked this question before, but we're getting closer to Saturday night football on the Peacock.
Oh, my goodness.
Why did you say it like that?
Yeah.
Why did you do that?
NBC.
Okay.
Well, I'm not watching it. I'm not paying for that product. Is how much money would you have to get to go to that game? Tickets are now as low as $50 to go to that game.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be, you guys just mentioned, it's going to be -30 there, wind chill. If somebody said, you have tickets 10 rows up on the 50-yard line to watch the defending champs play the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah.
And you're going to have to sit in that weather. Obviously, you're going to wear as much clothing as you can. How much would you, I'm assuming you wouldn't pay to do it, so how much would somebody have to pay you to go to that game?
$2,000.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it.
How long do you have to sit in the stands?
The whole game.
You can't leave?
You're there at the start of the kickoff. You're in that seat. You can obviously go to the restroom if you need to, but you can't leave. in the middle through the third quarter because you're cold.
What sucks
put
is
some
if
cardboard on the ground.
What sucks is if the wind is like coming at your face versus left and right to have people block.
Oh yeah,
Like if I'm that close up, if I'm 10 rows back, that could be really $2,000. I mean, chop it
100,000. There's no way I'm sitting in that.
You would do it for $10,000.
No, I know not the medical bills from hypothermia.
You would
no.
sit in there for $30,000.
Nope, 100,000.
Yes,
No, you got to have a line.
You would do that and not submit your expenses the whole time.
Exactly. I got to cover all these expenses that I haven't turned in.
Choppy, how much would it cost for you to watch that game? 50-yard line.
Am I me or am I an actual Chiefs fan?
You're you.
No, if I lived in Kansas City and I wasn't a Chiefs fan, I was still me. But I lived there and I have to travel there. I'd buy the $50 ticket myself without charging me. I wouldn't charge. I mean, it's an experience. It's one of those things you could tell people about at a party.
So, Bobby, you're saying there's pretty much no amount of money because obviously somebody's not giving you that much money to go. Because my number was $5,000 and they felt like that was too high. Corey and Kevin.
I'm just basically setting a number, that says I'm not going to do this unless you make it like impossible to refuse.
What's the coldest game any of y'all have ever been outside and sat in?
Ooh, Kevin, you and I know that I was at Texas Stadium for some high school stuff.
Yeah,
that was like freezing, and we were up in the radio box, which you could basically reach up and touch the ceiling of the stadium at that point, and there was no heat up there. Like it was cold. So I'm gonna probably say it was in the 30s, 31, 32.
This is not a professional level, but I will never forget it. It was in January in Allen at a soccer tournament where all they had is metal bleachers. Oh, no. And it started to snow. That was the coldest I think I've ever been in my life.
I started thinking I was covering the Richland College National Championship soccer.
That sounds fake.
It was up in New York.
It happened.
Go look it up. I got awards for
Tattoo played for them.
I got tons of awards. But it was up in New York, and we were up there, and I remember I took a warm shower and then put all my clothes on immediately so I could keep all the heat in, and we had to go stand out there on a football field the entire time, and I think the lowest it got was 13. So that's it. That's as low as I've been.
Mike,
13.
yours might be right now with the hood on. Are you freezing?
It's cold in here.
We're working on it. We're working on it. It's a big room.
We're at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco off of Preston Road. We're excited. We already have a Tolo here. We have one Tolo. They're open right now. You can start ordering your Buffalo Wild Wings. You can get your tall drafts.
Yes. $5 Miller Lite talls today.
Bobby's on his way.
Yeah, I heard.
I'm going to go out there.
Hell yeah.
I'm surprised about this, but maybe I shouldn't be. Did you guys see the ticket the lowest ticket right now to go to the Detroit game? Obviously, you don't have to deal with weather inside that building.
I did not.
It is right now to go to the Cowboy game is $77. Now you have to pay your taxes and fees, which I always tease takes it to about $700. But right now, the cheapest ticket to go to that Detroit Lions game is $372.
Golly.
77 versus 370 for the cheapest
so if
seat?
you think of Cowboys-Packers, the big rivalry, and I'm not saying that
is standing room only.
It's probably party pass, right?
Does Detroit have standing room only? Because I know earlier this week, and it may have gone up, to get an actual seat, the cheapest one at the Cowboys was like $250.
Okay. Maybe Detroit doesn't have standing room, but I just found that surprising on how excited Detroit is that they have a playoff game that they're hosting. Because isn't the last one they hosted, you have this, Kevin, isn't it, against the Cowboys when they beat them?
Was it in 91?
Yeah, I believe 91 was their last home playoff game.
That was their last home win. That was their last win. I think they played
last home win.
I think they lost to the Packers like 93.
But you know how every year in the
But still a long-ass time.
Yeah, but you know how every year in the baseball playoffs, like you get those new crowds, that's the most fun to watch. Like when the Royals won theirs, like that crowd was amazing. Or Pittsburgh.
The Rangers.
Philadelphia, not the Rangers.
Okay.
That's how this Detroit crowd is going to be for football, I think.
I think it is. I mean, I'm excited to see it. It's going to be nuts. Now, like the worst thing for them that would happen is that the Rams get the opening kick and do a 12-play drive, take the wind out of it. But that's going to be that. I mean, that's probably the most the fun game of the weekend, right? In terms of there's a lot of unknown.
Yeah,
it's very hard to pick, and I think they're pretty even.
Sean.
Who's writing in this chat right now? It's usually Mike.
That's Kevin.
Hey, you should be glad I didn't say that joke over the air, all right?
Say it.
I kept it into the chat.
This is my crosstalk, and
Fair.
I'm controlling it
Fair.
with control. Okay? Sean, when it comes to Jordan Love,
You are the father.
you liked him
Oh, my God.
in training camp when you saw him play, I guess, preseason snaps.
Yeah.
How much are you going to brag to me on Monday if he beats the Dallas Cowboys and tell me how good Jordan Love is?
No, I'm not. I'm not there. I haven't watched him play for like the last few weeks, but he just looked like Aaron Rodgers mechanically, like, and then he was making some really impressive throws. But I'm not saying go buy Jordan Love cards. But I got respect for the guy being in this type of position. Yeah. We were all getting ready to say, you're a bust, you're done. And here he is, second in the league in touchdowns. No one realizes that. And he's about to get a contract. I got respect for him living in the shadow
He's
like
done.
that.
I mean, he's done well this year. And even if you think that the Cowboys realistically have like an 80% chance of winning, right? That still means that Green Bay wins 1 out of every 5. Like, it's like, that's just the nature of football. And it would not surprise me if Jordan Love has a great game, and if he has a great game, then Detroit's a live dog. I mean, they just are.
Well, did you say Detroit's a live dog?
I'm sorry. I was reading stuff about
Mikey,
the
did
fan text.
Mikey, did you,
Green Bay.
as the music connoisseur on that show, did you hear RJ's Cowboy song?
I did not hear it. I did drive in the car for a long time, but I didn't. What time did you guys play that at?
You got to play it right now if you want.
We need to play it right now because obviously we got to get out of here because Jerry Jones is going to tell us who the next coach of the Dallas Cowboys
No,
is.
he's not. That's not going to happen. We're not doing that.
Well, it could be Mike McCarthy. We got to ask.
You asked the question.
Let's go out before we get to the K&C masterpiece at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco. We got a woo.
We got our Tolo here, man. He's with us.
What's the song? You want to set it up, Sean?
Pay.
Yeah, it's RJ's song. It's Last Night by Morgan Wallen.
The last year.
Let's go, Cowboy fans! Here we go!
Here we go!
Last year we thought we'd win it all, and when we lost it turned out that we wasted another fall. You told us that you didn't want Kellen to come back again, and Mike McCarthy doesn't want Dak throwing them picks again. No way it ends like last year. We'll win the chip, make the Niners wish for Steve Young again. First beat the Pack, those cheesy heads, and it won't even matter if it's Goff again. Yeah, Dak, you know this is your time, and I've said things I don't mean. But sometimes Bobby makes me want to scream. I know that last year we thought we'd win it all, and when we lost it turned out that we wasted another fall. You told us that you didn't want Kellen to come back again, and Mike McCarthy doesn't want Dak throwing them picks again. No way this ends like last year. No way this ends like last year. Woo! No way it ends like last year. Zeke snapped the ball. Kellen, why the hell did you make the call? Mike had enough, he wants to run the ball. By the middle of the year, made fools of all the pack. They let McCarthy go. And I say, what the hell, I wouldn't trade this kind of coach for no one else. I know that last year we thought we'd win.
Through your phone, smart speaker, Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco off of Preston. If you want to come out and see us, well, you might just be like, I don't even care. I love delicious Buffalo Wild Wings. Fair enough. Or maybe it's the drink specials. Or maybe it's the fact that you can register to win a pair of Cowboys-Packers playoff tickets being given away courtesy of Miller Lite. That oh my gosh right there was from Mike Bassick. We also have Corey Majors and the return to our board of Chris Strong.
Yes, sir. What's up, guys?
What's going on, Chris Strong? We're doing good today, man. Did you make it into the studio before freezing? Because, you know, the thin people, Mike, you're always concerned about thinner people and their ability to stay warm.
Dude, it's going to be painful out this weekend. Yeah, I have no padding whatsoever for this kind of stuff. So
it's not going to get any better Monday or Tuesday, from what I understand, either.
Yes, that is true.
We got this, guys.
Hey, is that on the television? Is that
Gerard Mayo?
Is that when did that happen?
This morning?
Yeah, this morning.
We predicted yesterday on the show.
We heard whispers of it yesterday, and then this morning it was confirmed. So
okay.
Now
that's quick.
From the 512, hey Corey, I tried to enter tickets, but the website only has the AM show. You said y'all are doing it too. For our tickets, you need to come out to the Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco to register and hopefully hang out, eat some delicious food, and watch the show as well. Now, my question for you guys to start, and I've been thinking about this a lot while we've gone through the different ways, and Mike, I know you believe it will be a fairly emphatic victory, so my question doesn't necessarily have to be just about this Green Bay game, but do you have faith in the Cowboys in close games? Because one of the things that we've talked about all year is this has been a fairly unusual season for the Cowboys in terms of most of their games have been blowouts. Now, unfortunately, a couple of them have gone against you, but for the most part, your games have been blowouts. The Cowboys are 3-2 in one-possession games this year, and they've only won 2 games all season when they've trailed at any point after the first quarter.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Now, part of that...
So don't trail after the first quarter is what we're learning.
Now, part of that is also they have gotten out to really hot starts in the first quarter.
Valid.
But compare that to Green Bay. They have played 11 one-possession games this year, and the Cowboys have played 5. The Packers are 6-5 in those games, but they've won 5 of their last 6 one-possession games. And that's one of the things I'm curious about is I realize in theory I think the Cowboys should win this game, and I think they should win it by 10 to 14 points. But if the game stays close on and on and on, this is a Green Bay team that's been through that situation week after week after week.
So the reason I worry about this, bringing it up, I do think the Cowboys are going to win. But the thing I worry about in that is the Cowboys have so much to lose. And I think in that, the Cowboys start thinking, oh, no, we can't lose.
Right.
I think Green Bay's going in this game with nothing to lose, if that makes sense. I understand their season will be over. They understand their season will be over if they don't win. But they're going in it going, in a way, hey, what an accomplishment to make the playoffs. Let's go to Dallas and see if we can shock everybody and win this game. And if it gets to the fourth quarter and it's within 1 score, either way, I think all of a sudden Green Bay is like, we're going to do this. And I think the Cowboys are going to think, oh, my God, this can't be happening.
Yeah.
And so that's what scares me in this game, if it is very close in the fourth quarter, is the attitudes on both sides of the field.
I would be scared if the offensive coordinator was still Kellen Moore, because I don't think Kellen Moore really had a plan for what to do when down and like when you have to do these things. Now, do I trust Mike McCarthy's clock in close games?
No.
I still have questions, man. I mean,
that's a nice way to put it. I do not.
His decisions to say, you know what, I decided I'm going to be aggressive now. And you're like, why? You weren't aggressive before in this instance, and it worked out. Or his decision to say, I'm going to be very conservative. I never know which one I'm going to get in those instances. So I think trying to win the game is the most important thing rather than trying not to lose it, obviously. But I do think that he pays attention to details that are going to matter in those moments. Whereas I thought, like, Dak Prescott, not knowing what his job was against San Francisco a few years ago, what he was supposed to do there. I think that this team has a little – I think Dak has the the experience to slow it down a little bit whenever it's late in the game, and I think that's going to matter for him.
You just used a really important word right there, experience. So Green Bay enters the postseason with a combined 74 games of playoff experience. That's the fewest any Packers team has had going into the playoffs, and you understand why with the turnover of the quarterback and everything like that. Since the 1993 Green Bay Packers, who also lost to the Cowboys.
The 1993 Cowboys.
And they went on to win the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And then one concerning thing when Mike was talking about if you get to the fourth quarter and it's really close or you're behind and you're like, this can't be happening again, is I understand every season stands on its own. So this might be more for fans than players, is since 96, the Cowboys have been one and done 7 times.
Shut up.
That is the second most in football behind only the Colts. Now, one and done doesn't necessarily mean you lost in the wild card round. One and done could be, hey, you got the bye, and then you lost in the divisional round, which obviously the Colts have done that plenty, and we've seen the Cowboys do that as well. But I think for Cowboys fans, that's where the extra level of pressure comes in, right? Is like, hey, I've seen this so many times. For the Cowboys, I just don't know. Like, I guess I don't necessarily know if they're going to be on that drive and Dak's going to be like, oh, I'm never going to hear the end of this. Or Mike McCarthy's like, oh, no, am I going to get fired? Or anything like that. If they're in that sort of a competitive spot at the end. I don't know.
I don't think those will enter their minds. It's just going, and you got very specific there. I think they'll just think, oh, my God, we can't lose this game. And I don't think that will ever really enter Green Bay's head if it's really close. I'm not saying that Green Bay will win because they have the attitude of, holy crap, we might win this game.
Yeah.
You know, I just think that they're going to be almost in a – it's the worst way to play sports, and it doesn't matter. We're all humans, and we all get to this point. I mean, I know I'm bragging here, but nothing against Bryan Adams or Garland or whatever.
North Garland.
But if I'm Duncanville, we have everything to lose and nothing to gain playing you guys. You guys have everything to gain and nothing to lose. That's the way the Green Bay Packers are looking at this. And so when you get into a tight game against I can't believe we might win this thing, that is a good attitude to have because you're going at it like nothing to lose. I want to say bees to the wall, but I'm not sure if I can say that.
Yeah, maybe
on the
not.
air.
Yeah, you're fine.
But the other side of it is we're looking at each other going, oh, crap. Like, I can't believe that if we don't make the right plays in the right moment, we might lose this game.
And you start not trusting the game plan. You start not trusting things.
I think the Cowboys have great confidence going into this game. I think the Cowboys are going to win by double digits. But if it is a one-score game, there will be – think about all the fans.
Oh, yeah.
How you're going to feel if the score is 24-20 either way.
1,000,000%.
With 10 minutes to go in this game.
Would you rather, Kevin, be up early and things get tight in the end, or have a slow start and then be able to work it down at the end?
I think,
and also, do you want the ball in Dak's hands, or do you want the ball?
in
Love's hands late?
I do want the ball in Dak's hands late if push comes to shove. I think I would rather be up early. And I understand I saw somebody just shake their head no, because in my mind I'm trying to bend the rules of the question, because usually when the Cowboys have gotten up early, they've put the
stayed
boots
up
to
early.
somebody.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I realize that was not your actual question.
No, I get it, man.
And then, Corey, should we be concerned
No, never.
You might change your mind from the 210. I'll be there in an hour in full Packers gear.
What?
That's fine.
To the
You're wearing like a helmet and you're wearing like shoulder pads.
I was thinking more like a shirt and a hat.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll let you wear cleats in here because that floor you might slip, and that's an injury thing. Like, I don't want to deal with that today, man. But if you're wearing a helmet,
then you should be okay.
Yeah, you'll be all right.
Yeah, nobody in the NFL's ever got hurt wearing a helmet,
Not
right?
a single time.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco, 3211 Preston Road. If you want to come see us. Coming up next, I'm excited about this topic. Which player has the most to prove or the most at stake in this year's NFL playoffs? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from two-time Stanley Cup champion Greg Ludwig and NHL reporter Sean Shapiro. It's Spits and Suds, 3 times weekly on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Window Nation, the star of window replacement and proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, can help you fill your house this season with savings. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and pay no interest for 5 full years. Fill your home with energy-efficient windows for a customized, authentic Dallas Cowboys jersey while supplies last.
Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
It's the KNC Masterpiece. This is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
The 30, Lamar Jackson got out of it, would-be sack, keeps it alive, and flings it in the air. It is brought in by Likely at the 5.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. That's my vote right there. I think it is Lamar Jackson, but which player do you think has you can call it the most approved, you could say the most at stake in this year's NFL playoffs? I think Lamar Jackson leads the list, but I think there are a lot of viable options.
I have a top list. I have a top 7 list. Or
top
6.
7 and
I don't
7?
I don't know how to count. Top 8 at 8. But I do have a small list that I put together and compiled,
like
Kevin. So we can go through it, but I do think Lamar, for me, is number 1 as well.
Yep.
Because he got the big contract. He's had an MVP already. He's had lack of playoff success, and now you add to it that he's about to probably get another MVP.
Yep.
And then everybody's saying that he's garbage. So everybody out there that's saying that he's garbage, he gets to prove them right or wrong. Either way, he gets an opportunity to go out there. But I think he has the most to try to prove people right. But I put Brock Purdy on the list instead of Lamar, in my opinion, as well, because last year, everybody is saying last year's team would have beat the Eagles if Brock Purdy would have been healthy.
Yeah.
And they would have been Super Bowl champions. And he's been really good this year. So the most to prove in this respect is everything that they said right from last year. And I know he's got a great team around him, and so does Lamar Jackson. Brock Purdy's right there in the mix he's been there all season for MVP. So I think Brock Purdy has a lot to prove, because winning and getting and advancing and going further is very important for what everybody's been trying to consider him as more than just a bus driver, an actual legitimate star quarterback.
Okay, I am really intrigued by that, and that I think that is a good answer. I flipped one of these in this order from the 806. They said Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and Dak Prescott in that order. I have those same 3 at the top, but I'm going to go Lamar Jackson, Dak Prescott, and Josh Allen. So I'm going to put Josh Allen third, because I will say this. Josh Allen has more playoff wins than the first 2 combined. I'm not saying there isn't pressure on him, especially they've been on freaking fire going into the playoffs. But I think there's more pressure on Dak just because more people inherently care about the Dallas Cowboys. They care about the Buffalo Bills, and if Buffalo were to lose this weekend, it would be like, whoa, what happened to the streaking Bills? But if the Cowboys lose, it's going to be nonstop. Can Dak ever really win in the playoffs? Can blah, 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 blah. It's just going to go on and on and on and on. So I think my list goes Lamar, Dak, then Josh Allen.
Can I ask you a question about, I know this is taking up a different amount of time, but I know you've said NFC Championship is your goal, getting to there.
Correct.
And I know whenever we talked to Andrew Luck, there was always there's this steady progression.
Right.
What if that's as far as Dak can get, though? What if that's it, man? That's capped. Because I think in your mind, NFC Championship means you are prepared for next year to get to that spot.
That is true.
To the Super Bowl.
That is true. That's a great question.
Where are you emotionally with that, Kevin?
I
want to know about your feelings.
Okay, I think this year I'm if you make it to the NFC Championship game and lose, I'm totally fine with that. And I understand people are going to get mad about that, and they're like, you need to win the Super Bowl. Great. If you told me my 2 options are NFC Championship game and lose or win the Super Bowl, obviously I'd rather win the Super Bowl. But it does seem like a step to me that you haven't been there in 28 years. And if you hit that step, then you don't have to listen to nimrods anymore saying, oh, they'll never make it this far.
Okay.
But then you'll have to go to the next step. But you're right. If all he ever does is make it to the NFC Championship game, it'll be a disappointment.
See, in my mind, Mike, Jerry Jones goes, okay, I've satisfied that, and now I can break back down. I don't have to invest as much. I like what he's built. I like what the Cowboys have built, the talent they've put around, the coaches they have. This roster is really good, and I think that if Jerry Jones gets to that point, he can be like, I can find somebody that can do more with less.
See, I I actually think it could go in the opposite direction.
Where he goes all in finally?
Yes, because
Okay.
they always like, hey, you can carry over that salary cap space, and they're like, hey, we never make it past the divisional round. If they were to win, depending on the San Francisco game, like if you lost at 49-0, I don't know if that would end up making a difference. But let's say you lost a respectable, competitive game to San Francisco in the NFC Championship game. I think then they would be like, so this is why people go all in. It's because we're right there.
Interesting. Okay.
So I know I love sports cards. I know you love sports cards too, Kevin.
I do.
So this is how much somebody has to lose. Lamar Jackson's Donruss rated rookie card to start the year was $5. It's $30 right now.
It's gone up 600%.
So just to give you an idea what Lamar Jackson did to his story to the people who collect cards, it went from $5 to $30. Dak wasn't having that big of a raise, but his raise was going up. He had kind of doubled his prices. As soon as they got blown out by Buffalo and then lost to Miami, it all went down to about where he started the year at. Now, they're a little bit more. They're not back down to where it was in August, September, but just to show you, Dak's it's not his fault. The Cowboys' fall at the end of the year brought Dak's prices back down to it's only about a 10 to 20% raise in what he's done this year. Lamar Jackson right now, and it's not every card is this much, but you just said a 600% raise. Everybody has assumed that Lamar Jackson's winning the Super Bowl this year. I know that we can say we're not on Sports Talk Radio, or I'm not if you're listening. Everybody who invests their money in cards already believes Lamar Jackson has won the Super Bowl. If he does not win the Super Bowl, that card, I'm just giving you a base card, will go down to $10.
Yeah.
So will it be more than when he started the year? Yes, it will. But if he wins, I don't know how much more it can go up, but that's what everybody assumes at this point.
I had a trio of non-quarterbacks,
I guess group two.
I got two other non-quarterbacks, Christian McCaffrey and Micah Parsons.
Okay.
And I realize Micah Parsons is still really young in his career, but he's been out front in terms of he's the best player. He desperately wants to be the leader or one of the leaders, and he talks about it a lot. And so do you think there's like amplified focus on him because of that, or there's just amplified focus because he's so good?
Because he's so good.
Okay.
I think the focus is definitely because he's so good. That stands out for sure. But the leadership part of it, and the fact that he wants to and he wants to be great, like that's a huge factor there too. I had Dan Campbell on there also.
Oh,
because I think Dan Campbell, this is a lot of pressure. I guess this is two different things there. Being at home in front of a crowd that doesn't get to see it that often, being who he is, he's taken over as the face of that team, not Jared Goff, right?
Does he just need to win that one game and then he's off the hook for now?
Maybe so.
I'm just curious.
And Mike McDaniels needs to win one or two.
Yeah.
Because he has a really good team. Now, injuries have plagued them. They are in big trouble injury-wise. But that's a dude right there who they haven't been able to get over Buffalo. I think in his years now, he might be all defeated against Buffalo. And they wanted to win the division against Buffalo last week, and they couldn't do it at home. So I think that he has a lot on his plate. And then, Kevin, the last one I threw on there was the entire Eagles team. I think the entire Eagles team has a lot to prove based on what they were before the season, what they turned into at the end of the season, and who knows what they are right now, especially when you're starting to see the whispers that Sirianni could be fired after this season after going to the Super Bowl last year.
What a crazy turn of events that would be. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco off of Preston. Come out and see us, and you can register to win those pair of Cowboys playoff tickets courtesy of Miller Lite. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys owner and GM Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a health
KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find your roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco, off of Preston, and right now brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is the Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager. It is playoff Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, man. It's good to be on with you. It's a matter of fact, it's a privilege and exciting. I just can't tell you. I wish I could stay at this state, anticipation of the game, and talk about what might be visions of sugar plums, so to speak. I wish I could just stay like this for about 2 months.
I see that, but hopefully in about a month you won't feel that way, and you'll be like, no, this is the best feeling in the world.
Day.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
I agree. I agree that it is, and it's so bad. The other day when we were watching that game up in Washington, and I'm sitting there, and I'm about 6 inches to a foot away from my wife and my daughter-in-law, and we just got our kick blocked and then turned around, had the interception, and my daughter-in-law showed a little picture of my great-granddaughter to my wife, and they're sitting there kind of looking, talking about it, and that bothered me so bad. I said, I guess y'all are going to just sit here and have normal chatter while we're getting life goes before us. That just shows you what kind of shape you can be in. Of course, I felt terrible about that later, but shows where your mind gets.
They have to be used to that level of intensity, though, on game day, right? They got to be used to that.
Well, the facts are we don't sit like that except on the road. You know, I sit separately and watch the game separately and sit in an area with Stephen and Clay and my other son, Jerry, and my grandsons. And we have our communications around, and so that's where we normally watch the game.
Of that bunch, who is the most intense, for better or worse, in the group of people that you normally watch games with?
Well, the one that can handle it the least is me. But I would say it is it's even. I'd say everybody in there is highly focused. They're focused on the technical nuances of everything going on, carefully analyzing it, and articulating what they think happened on a given play. It's a good place to be because there are a lot of sharp eyes in there, people that know what they're looking at, know what they're talking about, and for me, it's a great place to get a good overview of what we're doing out there.
As you guys head into the playoffs, or the playoffs will begin imminently, I'm curious, what do you think is the biggest adjustment your team has made along the way to the playoffs, or perhaps the biggest adjustment they still need to make in the playoffs? Because for me, obviously, penalties jumps to mind.
Well, I think that we've got to go back to that old fundamental, and that is football is really predicated on repetition. The rehearsing or the practicing is all about repetition. And you fundamentally, over and over and over again, execute the same situations and the same athletic decision and effort. What I'm seeing is the coordination between Dak and our receivers. I'm seeing the coordination in the offensive line. I'm seeing that improving. I do think that the pre-snap penalties are less likely to happen now than before, the early part of the season. So I see improvement across the board. On the defensive side of the ball, I think we've gotten better at what we're going to be doing in the run game for the playoffs. We knew we needed to. We drafted that way. And then, again, I can hardly talk about where we were when we started as opposed to where we are today without talking about the availability of our players. we're healthy, as healthy as I've ever seen us, and healthy being the long-term seasonal duration of a season-ending injury. Certainly we don't have Diggs, our corner, out there. And I'm sitting here talking at my kitchen table, and my wife is sitting there knocking on wood to give you an idea of how superstitious you are. But our health is a key thing. Availability is a key thing.
Jerry, what does comfortable mean to you? And by that, like, do you find motivation in discomfort? And Kevin, I know we've talked with DeMarcus Lawrence a couple of years ago, and he was like, fine, be comfortable with the uncomfortable. What defines comfort, or maybe even settling for you?
I think the word for me would be tolerance for ambiguity. The words tolerance for ambiguity, and I think that the unknown, the what's right around the corner, the what's coming up next, your own expectations, the expectations of the challenge that you're facing, the ability to execute with a tolerance of the unknown is the best thing I do. I have a high tolerance for ambiguity. And let me give you an example. A riverboat gambler, a true professional riverboat gambler, sitting on the riverboat, he can be his most charming, his most clever, and think his best when the next card that's turned over could have him thrown off the boat and out in the river, or have him on the boat. That's when he's best. If you try to put him in a situation where he knows exactly what the results, what's going to happen at the end of the week, he's going to get his check at the end of the week, if you put him in that, he won't be as good as he is. He won't have his best qualities showing forward. The guy that, though, that needs the check at the end of the week could be just as good. He just has to know what's there at the end of the week so he can concentrate on the job at hand. So it doesn't mean one is better than the other. It just means one operates in that arena better. And so as that manifests itself in tight spots, stress, angst, a lot of those situations that cause that. Some people are great at angst. Some people need a little better, clearer road path, and they can get it done too by executing in those times. So anyway, that's a long-winded way of saying I think I do better in stress.
I like that riverboat analogy.
I know I do better when when I've been hit hard. I think my best times have been coming back rather than dealing with success.
Well, right
Both
now,
of them are frauds, by the way. Failure is a fraud. Success is a fraud. Both of them are equally as fraud, and they can tear you up. Success can, and failure. And so you need to be able to handle both those frauds because they're not real, but they sure impact you.
when you look at this coaching staff and this team, do any of them look comfortable to you right now?
Not at all. Not at all. Now, I mean, we're uptight, but cool. Man, everybody understands what's on the line. This is a lifetime opportunity. These things stay with you forever. I was on a golf cart with Darrell Royal down in Austin at one of our golf tournaments that to kick our training camp off years ago for the Cowboys. And I was riding around with Coach Royal, and Coach Royal was talking about the game that I had played in when he was number one in the nation, and we were number 4, and we ended up winning the game. But in that game, we had Texas had an 11-play drive, and this is 25 years earlier. And while I was in that golf cart, while I was driving the car and he was talking, he went over every play in that 11-play drive. and remembered the play and remembered who caught it and the result of it and the next play he called. He had never forgotten those things. You don't ever forget these great moments in your time, and this time can be that for the Dallas Cowboys. But, of course, we know it can end in 3 hours when you start it.
Now, looking at the Packers, I'm curious your thoughts about Jordan Love. And I know he isn't a rookie, but how tough can it be for a younger quarterback in their first playoff start?
Well, I really have burned in my mind their play over the last 6-7 ball games.
Right.
Boy, that's been impressive.
Yep.
Because that's classic. They started off, they weren't as successful. Of course, they've been the last 6-7 games, but they dealt with that. But more importantly, this is a young team. I think the youngest one in the NFL, Green Bay Packers. And so they do what great young teams do, and that is they just get better. They don't know any better, and they get better. And so we're dealing with a young group that is on the come. Having said that, we know how talented they are. Make no mistake about it, this guy can play quarterback, and they've got some really outstanding receivers. And so as well as we just know that any team in the NFL, hello, Arizona, so any team in the NFL can beat you. And this home field advantage thing, there's a reason why this streak is the longest one in the NFL right now, because you can get beat on home field too. So we've got all the reason in the world to really be leery and really be prepared and think like we're playing in the like we're actually playing in the Super Bowl. I was listening to a player yesterday talk about playing under Belichick, and he said Coach Belichick coached us up not to even begin to think about the end of the ball game. Don't even think about it. And he said, consequently, I never thought about the end of the ball game until the last 4 or 5 plays. You've got to think about what's at hand and what is happening on that play or the next play, or if you're on the bench next time you go out there. You can't think that far ahead and be as successful as you want to be to execute your assignment. Well, that's very telling, because I think that's what you're into here with us, and that's what we're into with the Green Bay Packers. We better be thinking about the next 5 minutes in the first quarter, not even as far away as the half of the end of the game, and then go from there.
Not to go off topic too much or anything like that, but since you did mention Bill Belichick, in the span of about 48 hours, Pete Carroll, 72, Nick Saban, 72, Bill Belichick, 71, all gone from their current position or they retired. I don't question the greatness of any of them at all. I am always curious, though, how big of a factor do you think age is when it comes to connecting with those younger players?
I think you have to develop a technique. I think when you're close in age, you have one way of convincing, motivating. As you move along, if you're dealing with the right kind of human beings, there's more deference to an older person, more deference to recognizing what they can give you with their experience. But the guy doing it, the coach, has to start using it that way rather than when he was the same age as the player. And so it depends upon really the coach's ability to adjust. God gives us some extra knowledge as we move on away from not being in the same generation. You better learn how to use that, and you had sure better use it, because you're not going to kid them, and you're not going to be real if you try to act like they are at 30 when you're 60. But as long as you act 60 and you use the kinds of things that they don't have, you've got something to offer.
Jerry, you can look at headlines. I was looking at, there was Tyreek Hill's talking about, I got to be focused because, his house was caught on fire the other day. There are players and coaches moving all over the place. Lots of distractions outside of the building. And coaches and players alike, they see that stuff. But how important is it for your guys to be focused on this moment?
Well, I'll be very candid with you. Don't worry about that. They clearly are savvy enough to understand what this means to them individually. And more importantly, these guys really are committed to each other. And they don't want to let the other one down. And they know everybody's counting on them. And this is a team thing to be trite. It takes 11 people to snap the ball out there. Any one can screw it up. And so they have a very impressive accountability to each other. And that's a big, big thing. And then they have their own accountability because they know that in front of every one of their teammates, much less in front of 30 million people, that when they go out there and have a pre-snap offsides penalty, or they go out there and miss a tackle in a key game like that, they know that everybody in their world is going to know it. And if they, for instance, don't have a complete effort on a play, and you do it at the wrong time here in the playoffs with the Dallas Cowboys, millions could see you not have given everything you had to take the right angle and cut him off. Now, if that isn't enough to get you going, you're in the wrong place. And these guys aren't in the wrong place. They're ready.
Is there a part of the GM or owner's job to help keep those distractions, keep them focused? Is there something that is part of your job that you have to do?
No, I think, frankly, be real. Only just be ourselves. Everybody out there knows what's at stake. All you've got to do is go out to the Star and walk out on that practice field, and you know this is serious stuff. We're not playing around out there. If you look around at what all we do to put them on the field, this is serious business. They know what's at stake, and this is the time to do it the best you'll ever do it. And so my point is, everywhere around these players, everywhere around these coaches, is huge commitment in every definition, financial, interest, focus. Got so many things depending on running a play that go all the way out to the economics, the fans, the tradition, the holding it up for great players that have played before you. You just name it, you can put it out there. I don't even think you have to go down a list if you're a player. I know this, that I always felt that as a player, that everybody from 5 to 95 that was a fan of the Razorbacks would give anything to be in my shoes. And so I just happen to be in these shoes right now on this play and a chance to do something about it, and I'm not going to let all these people that wish they could be in my shoes down. I'm going to get it done as best I can.
I like it.
Last thing I had for you is you're great telling us about the business of football. I was curious if you could give us any insight about, there is definitely some frustration from fans about the streaming exclusive Chiefs and Dolphins game this weekend. Can you walk us through how that might be the future of football on TV versus how important broadcast TV is?
Variety, I think the right word there is you're going to see a variety and have the opportunity to watch the NFL in a variety of ways. But the one premise that the NFL has always had, and it's why, in my mind, that we have the viewing audience that we have today, and that is called free television. And we have always made sure that no matter what, that our games are available to the millions, the mass. And so we've never restricted it. Some sports have actually narrowed it down to where they didn't even have it on horse racing. But you can directly point to, in my mind, the demise of interest in sport with the concept of the more visible you make it, the more accessible you can make it, the more the sport has thrived. And, of course, the NFL has always had the premise, I'll assure you of that, my entire years in the NFL has been the more people that can see it, the better off we are. Will you from time to time see ways that you have to work to see it? Yeah, that's kind of the way technology and opportunity to zero in with different technology of watching games and enjoying the games have come about. But what you're seeing is just a variety of ways, and you'll never see a time for the NFL ever when it's not available to the broadest of masses of any programming, much less sports, that you know about.
Excellent, excellent. Appreciate the insight as always. And your team now 4 wins away from being world champions.
Man, I can't stand it, and I haven't slept. And it's just, I can remember back when I was 7, 8, 9, 10, and Santa Claus was coming. And I just couldn't stand it. And if you asked me what I wanted, I would just almost pee down my leg. I'd be so nervous to even say it. That's the kind of feeling I have here.
I love it. I think there's a lot of people right there with you. We will catch up with you next week, good sir.
Have a good one, Jerry.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
There you go.
Go seize everything, Kevin.
Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Santa Claus made him that excited. That's awesome that Santa got him that excited.
I need to revisit my childhood. Just think about that for just a second. We're going to radically shift gears here real quick.
Mavs?
Is not Mavs.
Oh, okay.
But since Mike broke the news yesterday that MLB thought Jonah Heim retired, the Rangers did go out and sign another catcher.
It makes sense. After MLB Network announced Jonah Heim is not in the league anymore,
they had to go.
They needed to do something.
Yes, and that is they picked up Andrew Kisner, who will no doubt agitate Bassick because of the way his last name is spelled.
It is spelled weird.
Yeah, there's a N after K.
That is true. It is
which
a
makes no
silent
sense because
N.
usually you silence the K,
right,
and pronounce the N.
I'm telling you, I feel very confident it is Kisner and not Nisner.
Okay.
So Andrew Kisner, we were talking about this, I don't know, like a few weeks ago about it's not likely that Sam Huff would be your backup catcher. And obviously any thoughts you had about platooning Garver went out the window when he moved on down the road. So this seems like the most the option for backup catcher.
Yeah, and obviously Tolo asked us before the show started. He's the backup catcher.
Yes.
He's on the major league team. He's the backup catcher. As long as Heim and Kisner are healthy, those are your 2 catchers on the roster.
Yeah, Heim's a top 5 catcher. You know?
I would be surprised.
You would think.
I don't even know where he is. Maybe he's just a backup who made the All-Star team and won the Gold Glove and led a team to a World Series from behind the plate. That bum, according to MLB Network.
What have you done for me recently? Literally caught the last game of the baseball season. Those
are your 2 catchers. I think for Sam Huff, he'll go to spring training with the Texas Rangers with, I would say, a small opportunity to make the team. But if one of those catchers is hurt, I think Sam Huff is your third catcher who will start in AAA.
So Andrew Kisner picked up from the Cardinals. I believe it's a 1 year, 1.8, perhaps $1.875 million deal.
Think about like a guy like Hedgie, who I know Hedges. It's just amazing to me. He was on the World Series team. I know we got to go here, but he's on the World Series team, and everybody knows he can't really hit, but he's a good catcher. Didn't he get $4 million?
I thought it was 3, but either way,
yeah.
it's more than they're giving Kisner. So
I think there were incentives that could have gotten it to 4, though.
Okay.
I'm not sure, but
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco off of Preston. They are open. They've been open. We are been rolling Tolos and Twolos in here, and you have your opportunity to register to win a pair of Cowboys-Packers playoff tickets courtesy of Miller Lite.
Did you see the stuff? Did you see the swag we got over there, dude? The camo swag.
Is that a camo CD jersey?
A camo hoodie. I think there's another one, or a couple of shirts over there as well. So that stuff. Mike, we do have stuff to give away today.
Hey, you can win a camo CD Lamb jersey and then cut a side deal with me. All right? Lots of reasons to come out here to Buffalo Wild Wings. Coming up next in Frisco, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola right here on 105 through the Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco, 3211 Preston Road in Frisco. If you want to come and see us, plus this is the best spot to be for delicious food, great deals on drinks, plenty of TVs, us, and Miller Lite will be giving away a pair of Cowboys-Packers tickets. So if you could show up between 10 and 2, you can register for those right now. We bring to you Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. When I heard where you were, I almost stopped by.
You know, and I thought ahead of time we should have told you, hey, we're probably going to be close to your workplace today.
Well,
Yeah,
I
we're
was
around the corner.
I was still driving, and I said, but what if I get there and they don't have an extra headset?
We do!
because Kylie Omen is coming up at 1 today to hang out with us.
Okay.
So I made sure that we had an extra. So, Mickey, you're always welcome to come by. We'll make room.
I didn't want to have to split a headset, right, and share a microphone.
I think that would be the most hilarious.
I bet Mike would give his up for you. He'd
Yeah.
be like, you know what? I'll turn it over for Mickey for this.
You got it, Nick.
Well, I should have come then, by the way.
So I'm curious. We always talk about, obviously, a lot of focus on Cowboys, how they're getting back from injury and everything like that. I understand all that, but what do you think about the Yair Alexander continuing saga where Matt LaFleur said kind of a freak deal where he stepped on somebody's foot and rolled his ankle during a walk or jog through?
Yeah, that's kind of weird, right? Well,
Yes.
that would level the playing field if Stephon Gilmore is not at his best. And if
I
they
suppose
lose
that
a
is
corner,
true.
Then we just even things out, right?
I suppose so.
I would imagine that if he had to go out there taped up with a splint on his ankle, that he'll be out there.
Is injury the biggest problem for Green Bay? Like that they have had some significant players that are and have been injured with this group?
I
guess I look at Christian Watson a lot.
Watson, I mean, he's missed the last 5 games, and he really has. I mean, he's only got 28 catches this year, and, you know, as we saw, it was last year, right, his kind of coming out party. What do you have, 2-3 touchdowns against the Cowboys?
Yeah. And I started him in fantasy that day.
Yeah, very good. So
happy
yeah,
for
I
you.
mean, you know, but when you get this far, it's, you know, you can't sit there and say, well, I got this guy missing, you know, the Cowboys can't be bemoaning not having Trayvon Diggs or Leighton Vander Esch at this point in the season. You know, you are who you are, and you got to go play. And no one's going to feel sorry for you, by the way.
Yeah, nobody's going to feel sorry for you right now.
Do you think that's just in general for sports, or that's specifically because it's the Cowboys?
What's that?
Nobody's going to feel sorry for
yeah.
us.
No, I don't think it. No, I think it's general. You know,
Okay.
You got 14 teams in the playoffs, and you know, no one's going to sit there and we can talk about it all week, right? And then you go out and lose, and everybody's going, well, what happened?
Right.
Right? And all of a sudden, the injury didn't matter. It only matters before the game. During the game, I don't think anybody will give you that excuse as why you lost.
Now, I think we've talked about this before, but I still remain in awe of what a tear in the back half of the season CeeDee Lamb has been on. Like, clearly he's up at or near the top of all the major receiving categories, but have you seen anything different maybe in the back half of the season that has led to an even stronger Dak to CeeDee connection? Or has it just been a willful shift in the offense to be like, hey, it's fine if you just drill the ball to him again and again?
You know, I don't know if they've made a conscious effort to be able to do that, but I think one of the things that took place was I thought Dak was trying to be too perfect those first 4 or 5 games. Like, this was the play that was called, and by golly, I'm running it, right? To the point of being stubborn, sitting in the pocket, and maybe even, you know, taking sacks or
Agreed.
Not using his feet. And then all of a sudden it kicked in. He relaxed, and he started playing football again. And I think that meshed really well with CeeDee Lamb and saying, okay, if this play was designed here and here, and I'm supposed to go there, no, I'm going to CeeDee. He's open, right? And I think that the work they put in the offseason really showed, because it occurred to me, and stop me if I said this previously this week, but when's the last time somebody said, either one of them, well, we weren't on the same page? Remember last year, all the time we heard that?
Lots of those, yeah.
Right? We weren't on the same page. That was like that interception, or, this guy was open and I didn't see him. We weren't on the same. I haven't heard that this year, right? And I think the work they put in the offseason, cleaned up some of that. And I think for the majority, these receivers have been running precise, accurate routes. I don't. Maybe one time, like there was two receivers in the same spot where the pass was going. And it's like, why are you both there? Well, how many times did that happen last year? Hey, the Green Bay game. Remember the interception down by the end zone?
Yes.
He's throwing to CeeDee. CeeDee beat his guy, and Dalton Schultz ran the safety right into the play, and it was interception at the goal line. We haven't seen that. So the precision, I think, has helped out, and the fact that, hey, if CeeDee's open, I'm throwing it to him. I don't care about anybody else. I mean, if you think about it, I'm looking at his stats right now. So starting with the Rams game, 12 catches, 11 catches, 11 catches, then 6-4, 12, 6-7-6, 13 and 13. Now, if teams want to be stubborn and say, well, we're just going to, we're going to man cover him. Well, good luck with that, because it obviously isn't working when you can have back-to-back games. And it was against Detroit, by the way. It had a pretty good defense, that he goes 13 for 227. So, yeah, if that's your meal ticket, nobody belabored the fact that Michael Irvin was dominating the Cowboys offense back in the 90s, right? Just feed him. Let him.
Oh, I'm not complaining
at all.
Mickey,
I was going to ask you that because, there are a lot of elements of the West Coast offense and what Mike McCarthy calls. And I guess if we look back at the what we know of the original part of the West Coast offense, Jerry Rice was getting the ball a lot back in the day. Is that just part of what the West Coast offense is? It gets that guy open?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, do you see any miraculously different routes being run? No. Usually, some of the staples of the West Coast, to get the ball out of your hands quick, maybe more lateral throws than, going down the field vertically.
Drags and slants,
Yeah, but we're seeing CeeDee going down the field, right? It's not like there's just real quick slants and run. Now, if somebody wants to continue to man him and they're going to play off and he can run a slant, well, good night, because he's going to hit it, and he's going to hit it on the run. And if the safeties continue to play as deep as they were and have been, I mean, Washington's safeties were, they were almost in the next county because they didn't want anything getting behind them. Now, I'll be interested to see how the Packers do it, because, they've been somewhat susceptible to the pass. They haven't been that great, and if Alexander is not able to go, I mean, so, we'll see how that goes. But again, yeah, if that's your moneymaker, go. Throw it to CeeDee, and then if they decide they're going to double, that's why you see Brandon Cooks, not volume but quality of catches and at key times too.
Mickey, yesterday, both Dak and Micah talked very, emotionally it felt like, about their respective coordinators, head coach obviously for Dak, but, the guy that's calling his plays. What did you kind of gather from hearing the way that those guys were expressing their feelings about their coaches?
Yeah, well, I think when you're, 12-5, you're leading the league for Dak's standpoint and leading the league in scoring. You're on the same page, and things are going awfully well. But they're asked the question, right? It's not like they just come out and say those things.
Sure.
And the same thing with Micah when he was asked about the possibility of, Dan Quinn moving on to a head coaching job, and he just talked about what he meant to him. Well, they asked DeMarcus Lawrence about it. Are you worried about him moving on? Nope. That's all he said, right? But they understand, and it has been a very good connection. Well, it's been a very good connection with Dan Quinn since he's gotten here. I don't think anything's really changed, but they understand how much he means to him and, the type of guy he is. I thought the thing that Micah said that, he didn't look at him just as a coach. It was almost like a friend. That the way they've interacted, and I think that's pretty accurate. If you hung around Dan Quinn enough, you would understand that. But the team's pretty tight, and not to get overly dramatic here or anything about it. And I don't know that is the only ingredient for winning, but it certainly helps when. You have this camaraderie that they've got going. The story early in the week about the offense collecting the touchdown passes, and then on Friday, so today, whoever scored a touchdown on offense, they call up somebody that helped them score, meaning they're looking around to see, okay, I didn't do this just by myself. Maybe somebody picked up a blitz. Tony Pollard, come on up here. We're both going to sign the football and take a picture. And I think that's a pretty good idea, too, to build a brotherhood on the team. So that's not like, well, I was working hard for that touchdown and no one knows what I did, the left guard or something like that. And for them to give recognition to other guys, I think was a pretty neat idea.
Do you have a prediction for us, please, sir?
Yes, I do, I think. I think, as well as the Packers been playing, and again, they better not take them for granted. I just think the Cowboys are better. And I think that it'll be a tight game. I think Cowboys will pull away at the end, something like 30-20. I just think that they're a better team. And not because they're at home, because I kind of like what a couple of the veterans, said. I think it was Gilmore was saying, you can't just rest on that. You got to go out and win. There's got to be other reasons why you win, not just because of the home field advantage, if there is one. You got to go get it. And I think that was healthy, not to just say, well, we're at home, we're going to win. This is going to be 17 straight because that's what we do. But think about it. It's pretty unique to the Cowboys because it doesn't happen or hasn't happened to this extent around the rest of the league.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that. Thank you very much. I hope your prediction is spot on. We will.
You hope that because it was the exact same score as you picked.
Exactly,
no way,
Mickey.
Seriously.
You are a genius. And
I hate to break the news to you, but the last time I was right on a score would have been about 20, almost 32 years ago. Okay?
Well, if and when it happens, Mick, we'll celebrate together on Monday.
All
Sound
right,
good?
We'll go to Buffalo Wild Wings, all right?
There you go. Thank you very much, Mickey Spagnola from
See you guys.
DallasCowboys.com. Now, we have some other news for you is in the midst of this. The Associated Press has put out its all-pro team. I'll just tell you the names, where they are on the team, and then you can ask questions or we can deconstruct it or whatever. First team for the Dallas Cowboys. First team All-Pro. CeeDee Lamb, Zach Martin, Deron Bland, and Brandon Aubrey. That's it.
Deserving. Those dudes are very deserving of it, yes.
Second team, Dak Prescott, Tyler Smith, Tyron Smith, Micah Parsons, and Brian Anger. Now, this will be the first time, I believe, in Micah Parsons' career, I know it's only his third year,
that he's gotten an All-Pro?
that he has not been first-team All-Pro.
Oh, interesting.
So
It's a huge list of guys.
Yeah.
That's a lot of people on a
This
first
is a good
and
team.
second team.
This is a really good team.
It's amazing. And if you want to see insight into the likelihood of how the MVP will play out, Lamar Jackson first in quarterback, Dak Prescott second in quarterback, and then Christian McCaffrey was a unanimous selection for running back. So I might guess on those as my top 3, maybe Purdy.
If Micah is second team All-Pro,
yep.
Does that pretty much guarantee he doesn't get Defensive Player of the Year?
Yes.
Okay, well, there you go, Kevin. You're the one that put him on that list.
You
read the list earlier. Like, you put Dak and Micah on the second team.
I hope
you're happy.
This would lead me to believe Lamar Jackson is your MVP, Christian McCaffrey is your Offensive Player of the Year, and Myles Garrett is your Defensive Player of the Year, based on the way the voting is structured. We could talk about that again later if we like, of course. But coming up next, Darius Slay, Carmelo Anthony, and the NCAA again. Do any of these entities deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? We'll talk about it next, live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Smaller double team this time by New York against Kyrie to Green. Yes, sir! What a hit by Green, but what a sequence of hustle by Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco off of Preston. Have people piling in here. It's been a fantastic day already. And remember, Mike just gave away the first of the Cowboys swag. We have plenty more left. There's hoodies, there's a CeeDee Lamb jersey, and you can register to win via Miller Lite that pair of Cowboys-Packers playoff tickets for Sunday. Right now, it's time for some Forgiveness Friday. Now, I played the Mavericks.
I'd like to first forgive the person sitting next to me who just blew his nose as hard as he could.
Oh, but he took his headphones off.
He did.
Yeah, you want me to do that with my
Could they
headphones
hear
on,
that?
Mike?
Hey,
I did
Twitch.
not until you brought attention to it.
Could you hear him blowing his nose?
I've had some bad allergy problems this week, man. It's been tough. I don't know why.
I wonder how many people are going to get sick over the next 5 days. Not because of you, just because of the weather.
Oh, okay. Because it did kind of feel like.
Is it weather that makes you sick, or is it just like what is it about cold that everybody gets sick? Is it because the
prolonged exposure?
The germs are more heightened. They're not dead because of the heat and the sun. Hey, figure it out, doctors.
Okay, all right. So the reason I played that is because the Mavericks don't need to ask for forgiveness. There was a time during that game when I thought they might give up the lead, when I thought they were going to need to ask for forgiveness. But
Derek Holland was at the game, and when
did he feel the same way?
When they hit the shot to make it 121-120, Mavericks up with about 1:09 seconds to go, I think was the exact time, I texted him, oh, my God, we're going to lose this game. And I don't mind. When you have a 20-point lead in the second, or even kind of midway through the third, 20-point leads in today's game are like 10-point leads 20 years ago, because the way you shoot three-pointers and just jack up threes left and right, both teams, even when you're winning, you're like, I don't care, within 5 seconds, jack up a three, see what happens. 20-point leads aren't that big of a deal. When you do have a 20-point lead and there's like 9 minutes to go, you just start doing the math, and you're just like, do you know how bad you have to play to lose a 20-point lead in the last 9 minutes of a game? And I was like, the Mavericks are about to do this. But luckily, they got enough offensive rebounds there for Kyrie to make a great pass to Josh Green and hit the wing three.
Now, this ties into the rest of the NBA last night, because I think other NBA teams last night probably need to ask for forgiveness, specifically the Trailblazers and the Celtics. Let's go ahead and go to cut number 9. And this is Ernie Johnson from TNT trying to give you an idea of their viewership strategy that evening.
I'm Ernie Johnson. So this game is out of hand, obviously. 100-62 is the score in Milwaukee. Celtics have resting the rest of their starters for the rest of the night. So we're thinking, let's see what else is going on in the league. And Oklahoma City, by the way, is up 36 at the half, so we're not going there. So we'll try the Knicks and the Mavs, and it's a 47-28 game. But it's closer than what's going on the mean streets. Here's Mark Followell and Devin Harris.
So at that point, the 19-point lead by the Mavericks was the closest. And if you thought that Oklahoma City-Portland game was bad as a 36-point deficit at halftime, just wait. They would outscore, the Oklahoma City Thunder would outscore the Trailblazers by 26 more points in the third quarter, which means going into the fourth quarter, they were ahead by 62 points. That is tied for the largest, I can't remember if it's tied or outright, the largest lead through three quarters in the history of the NBA.
The TNT can't be happy with that.
No, there's a major issue in this league right now of effort.
And that has to be like the league has to understand that the audience doesn't like that. The audience doesn't want to see these blowouts. It's almost unwatchable right now whenever it gets to these points with most of these games.
It's tough because look at the game before. The Mavericks are like, we don't want to play basketball, but we have to. We're getting paid to do it. People paid money to come watch us play. We'll walk up and down a basketball court, lose by 40, and then the game will end. And that is That is about 1 in every 3 games in the NBA is one team deciding they don't want to play that night.
I know the shooting was off, but you cannot convince me that at 118-56 that Portland was given its all through those first 3 quarters. Like that was the actual score, by the way. That's not a hyperbolic score. It was 118-56.
You've limited it down to this. I'm going to be conservative here and say each team has 10 players who can play. You are down to the top 300 players in the whole wide world. No matter how great number 1 player is, let's just say it's Jokic right now. I know I'm taking a shot here. And number 300 is Dwight Powell.
I knew that was going to be the answer.
There's not a huge difference. There is, but there really isn't. When you talk about, you only have 300 players in the NBA that actually play minutes. The other 150 kind of just watch the basketball games every night.
Right.
So you're talking about the 300 best basketball players in the world spread out, not 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are playing for one team and 296 through 300 are playing for another. You have to not try to lose by 40-plus points. You literally have to not try.
Yeah.
And in this league now, the Mavericks didn't try against the Utah Jazz on January 1st. They didn't try against the Memphis Grizzlies on, January 9th or 10th, whatever this last game was. Like, that shouldn't happen. So in a 10-day span, there were 2 times that the Mavericks said, we don't want to play basketball. Yeah. And that's not unique to the Mavericks. That's the NBA league. I don't know how they've set this up. I do blame a little bit of LeBron James, is that he kind of set this standard in the mid-2000s. About a few years into his league, he's like, it's the most important thing? Not trying in the All-Star game, but the All-Star game is the most important thing because we just want to put on a show of, not trying.
Oh, interesting.
And he kind of said, I'm not going to try quite a bit. And Greg Popovich fed into this and go, what's great is I got this guy Kawhi Leonard who's going to now lead my team after Tim Duncan's getting older, and we're going to do you don't even play for 20 games. And it's a weird thing, but over about a 2-decade period now, the NBA has gone into a product that I just don't want to pay for. I've gone to 2 Maverick games, but I just don't want to pay for because there's about a 25% chance that one of the teams is not going to try that night, and that's not good for a league.
Now, I want to get back to basketball in just a second, but I think the NCAA needs to ask for forgiveness, and not for the reasons you might be thinking. There's a promoter in Southern California that wanted to make a brand new game called the Irrelevant Bowl, where they would take literally the worst 2 teams in college football and match them up in a bowl game so their players could experience a bowl game and perhaps pick up a win. And it looks like the NCAA is not going along with this. The hope, of course, would be that there'd be 2 winless teams and somebody's O's gotta go. But this sounds like a game that I would much rather watch than, many games on the schedule.
What did you just say? You would much rather watch a game of the worst teams? They're not going to be any good. They're the worst for a reason.
You give me that game over the 6-6 versus 7-5 bowl game all day long. You give me an 0-12 team against a 1-11 team, they're hungry.
You think that game would be more exciting than Georgia-Florida State was?
Yes, I do.
That was an NBA basketball game.
Yes, I definitely think
not
that.
Even showing up, yeah. No, Mike was right about that. One team didn't show up. That's the point there.
But unfortunately, it looks as though the NCAA is not going to go along with this radical, groundbreaking idea.
Well, that's probably smart on their part. Should I ask for forgiveness?
Probably.
I have been frantic. We're going out of town this weekend, and I've been.
Big time.
Well, we're just driving, Mike. I've been frantically.
Is your nanny coming with you to take care of the kids?
No, we are taking the dog. We are taking our dog with us, though. But I've been frantically running around the house, making sure everything's winterized because we're leaving, and I'm just like. The pool last year, I don't know. I was able to go out there and check it all the time. And this year, I guess I have a freeze control on it. So if it starts to get certain degrees, it just kicks in automatically because this morning it was all set. But I have this old dial that I'm trying to figure out at the same time. I'm trying to do and all this stuff, and it's not working. And I'm trying to make sure that it works, but out of nowhere, it just starts working out of nowhere. So I'm like, all right. But I've been telling people, look, we're leaving cabinet doors open. We're doing this. And my whole house is just like, whatever, Dad. Do they need forgiveness because they've just been ignoring me on all this stuff? Or am I just the one that's being OCD and frantic about it?
No, they need to be helping you out. I have a side question. I swear I'm not being sarcastic about this.
Okay.
How cold would it have to be for your pool to like freeze where you could ice skate on it, and why would that be bad?
It would be bad because the water in the pipes would then bust, and that's
because it's not a lake,
and then the
That makes
water
sense.
in my filter and all that stuff would the water needs to circulate. So what happens is that it expands, the ice expands in there, and then it cracks those pipes, and then when it melts, all those pipes are just screwed.
Could you get a gefilte fish to help out with that?
I don't know.
There was a pond near our ski place in Utah, in Bryan Head, and during the daytime it would get up to, let's say, the mid-30s.
Okay.
With the sun, but at nighttime it would be in the teens. So once the sun had gone down for a while, and people were walking on that, so I'm assuming that was about a month.
Okay.
Lows in the teens, highs in the mid to high 30s, that it would freeze over enough that you could walk on a pond.
Okay. Thank you very
But
much.
I don't know exactly what day, because I would be super nervous. Hey, I'm going to try it out. I'm going to go walk on the pond.
Yes.
I'm going to be the one to try it out on December 1st. Like, if it's not ready, if it cracks and I'm too far out, I'm going to die, or at least have a good chance of dying.
Yes, I would be very concerned about that. Now, I want to go ahead and fire off cut number 4 if we can real quick. At first, I thought maybe the Nuggets needed to ask for forgiveness, but then I heard his reasoning. This is Carmelo Anthony talking about another player, in this case, Nikola Jokic, wearing number 15 in Denver.
It was a petty maneuver. It wasn't like, oh, we got numbers to choose from. It was like, here, take this one. You got 15. Ooh. And y'all put Jokic in the middle of that. He don't know what the f***
He don't
going
even
on.
care.
He could have been like, I want to wear 15. He could have been like, 15 is here. I can wear 15. Oh, that's Melo's number. You know what I mean? Like, just pay homage. I don't know. He could have worn because he wanted to pay homage.
Right.
But what I believe is that they gave him 15 to try to erase
what you did,
what I
your
did.
accomplishments over there. That's crazy.
I used to think about it. I don't think about this shit no more, though.
Yeah.
Because what's meant to be is meant to be.
Yeah, he obviously doesn't think about it anymore. But also, and probably more importantly, you're telling me that the Denver Nuggets tried to erase you by giving number 15 to a second-round pick who is so irrelevant, they ran his draft selection during a Taco Bell commercial. That's the guy they were like, this kid,
Look,
he's going to destroy him.
It's amazing the egos. I think wide receivers, cornerbacks, and NBA basketball players have the biggest egos in all of sports. In year number 8 there, so he's played 7 years. In year number 8, he demands out of Denver. Now, they're really good. They still have a legitimate chance to make like an NBA Finals run.
Yeah.
But they've tried to do what he wanted. They brought in Iverson. That didn't work. And so he's like, you know what? I know we're good. I know we're a 50-win team every year with me here. I want out. I want to go to New York. I want to be in the bright lights. I want this. And there's nothing you can do to change my mind. So we're supposed to pay homage to you for ruining our organization. I just want to make Mark Aguirre and Carmelo Anthony are the same player. Mark Aguire's not, his number's not retired for a reason. He treated this city at times like a piece of dump. Mark Aguirre was a great player, a multi-time All-Star, arguably the best player. The argument is him and Rolando Blackman at the same time. And there were times where Mark Aguirre was better. There's times where Rolando Blackman was better. They made it to the Western Conference Finals. The first ever success in the history of the Dallas Mavericks was because of Mark Aguirre and Rolando Blackman. There's a reason Mark Aguirre isn't up there. He demanded out. He hated Dick Motta. Then he wasn't fond about John McLeod. And so he demanded out, and we had to take a dump of a person in Adrian Dantley back, and it ruined the franchise. All right, man, if you want to ruin a franchise, I can't pay homage to you.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco, off of Preston, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Prop bets for the Super Wild Card round. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Mike
by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
2nd and 5 at the Detroit 8. 7.5 minutes in the game. Snap to Prescott, standing and looking and throwing right to the end zone. Brandon Cooks! Touchdown, Cowboys. Perfect route, perfect throw. Cowboys regain the lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco, off of Preston. And right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
I have a football question.
Sure.
Is this the most excited you guys get getting ready for a sporting event? And I'm not saying just the Cowboys, but obviously the Cowboys need to be in the playoffs for it to be as exciting as a Cowboys fan, that the playoffs are starting in the NFL. Is there another moment where the anticipation is more?
I think so. The equivalent.
But just for the sport in general? I'm sorry, Kevin. I wanted to
Yeah,
confirm.
I guess, are you more excited about, like, maybe opening day in baseball?
Okay,
Are you more
gotcha.
excited about, I don't know, the NCAA basketball tournament starting and getting ready for that Thursday when there's going to be 5,000 games on? I was just wondering what's the excitement level right now?
Generically, for just as a sports fan, I'm more excited for the first 2 days of the NCAA tournament because I think those might be my favorite 2 days in sports.
Right.
But as someone who has a vested interest in the Cowboys, I was thinking about it. The only thing that would match it was the World Series this year, and that's probably not a fair comparison.
Right, because it'd be Super Bowl for the Cowboys.
Exactly. And so I'm more excited about this round than I was like the wild card round in baseball. And so,
Oh, man, I loved the wild card round. I was nervous for wild card round for sure.
Sure.
Like,
Well, they
there were
played so
lots of
well in
nerves.
Seattle right before that.
But I mean, it took me back to where the way we felt in 10 and 11. That feeling of, oh my gosh, like here we are in this moment.
Yeah.
I guess I have a different type of nervousness for this Cowboys team specifically.
Yeah.
In that, like, the nervousness is they can't go wrong. If it goes wrong, it will be the worst.
I won't expand on that question. Let's go around the NFL.
well, I was going to say, we've talked about it off air, but the forecast for Kansas City and Miami continues to get worse and worse. Currently, the high for the entire day out there is 8.
That's what it's supposed to be here on Monday. I think 8 or 9.
Isn't that
That's
low, though?
Yeah.
Okay, so their low is supposed to be about -9. The temperature at kickoff should be below 0, and wind chills could drive it into the -30s, give or take.
And that the windshield factor is whenever you're driving 70
Nope.
miles an hour down the road.
Nope.
How cold is your windshield?
That's like
what the
negative
windshield
400 because when I'm driving a golf cart when it's 45 degrees outside,
It feels like it's freezing.
You're like when you start driving to your ball, you're like, God, is it 12 degrees out here?
Yeah.
So I can't imagine driving, something that's going 70 miles an hour when it's 45 degrees outside with nothing blocking the wind.
It would feel negative 30. Or actually, like, it would feel closer to 12.
Now, as we predicted yesterday,
It feels like 25 outside here right now.
Let me ask you a question real quick about that game.
Yeah.
Do you think they should cancel that game? That's a ridiculous temperature to play football, and it's not going to be a good product. Or should they just say, sorry, Kansas City, we're moving it to Texas?
I think once you get to actual temperature at or below 0, I would listen to that.
Okay.
But that might not be the only game where there's weather concerns, obviously,
Oh,
with
yeah, with
Buffalo.
Buffalo.
And there was the
65-mile-an-hour winds
yeah,
up there.
and I think it was a fake rumor that game was being moved to Cleveland, circulated for a while there. But, yeah, maybe the NFL's like, they just pop on a tape of the Ice Bowl, and they're like, hey.
Do we really want this
They
again?
figured it out. You figure it out.
So there's a blizzard warning right now in Green Bay. I wanted to see, what would be the forecast if this game was there on Sunday? That is a high of 10 and a low of -7 in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Home
So
field
if somehow this game was flipped to
Hell
Green
no.
Bay,
I
it would
probably
be
might not pick
around
us to
0
win.
degrees, maybe 5 degrees at kickoff, and then get down to -3 or something during the late part of the game.
Home field advantage. The Cowboys won't ever play in weather that bad.
That's true.
Yeah, I
Because
mean, even San Francisco will be nicer than that.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right about that.
What job do you have to still live in Green Bay?
What if you work for the Packers?
Tuesday,
Right,
the high
couldn't that
is
be your
0.
job?
You're a
The
road
high is
clearer.
literally 0
Yeah, you're a road
in
shoveler.
Green Bay.
I
Like,
have no.
you can
clue,
make
man.
cheese anywhere. I don't know what makes their cheese better, but I'll figure out how to make close to the same good cheese here in Dallas-Fort Worth.
Gerard Mayo, as we predicted yesterday, has been named the new head coach of the New England Patriots. So congratulations to him for picking up that job. I've got some prop bets for you for Super Wild Card Weekend. Give me your over-under for largest margin of victory in any of the 6 games.
I think Buffalo will win by. It's tough because you showed me the blizzard that they're going to have to
Yes.
play in, so that's tough to
Good
rack
luck
up tons
with
of
that.
points. I think they'll win by 20 or more.
28.
Okay, the over-under for largest margin of victory, 21.5.
All right.
Dang it, I was right there, so that would be a tough. I'll still bet over that because, the tough thing about playoff games is they can get out of hand because if you're down by 20 points early in the fourth quarter and you still are trying, and it's 4th and 3 from your 17, you're like, I have to go for it. I can't punt anymore. And if you don't get it, they have the ball on your 17.
I agree with that for sure.
A lot of people texting in jobs in Milwaukee, by the way.
Oh,
Jobs
okay.
in Wisconsin.
Outstanding. What do you think is more likely, a quarterback to score a receiving touchdown or any opening kickoff be returned for a touchdown?
Receiving touchdown for a quarterback.
Both of
Trick
those
play time, man.
are 40-1. Do you think somebody will kick a field goal of 60 yards or more in any of the games?
I would bet no, but I bet I'm going to not have the favorable odds. But you have to look at it. Has to be, help me out here. It has to be in Detroit, in
Dallas.
Arlington.
Yeah.
Because all the outdoor games, there's just no way.
It feels very unlikely.
Unless it's in like Denver, right?
They're not playing.
But they're not playing.
7-1 on your money. That seems like pretty
I
decent
feel like
odds
once
right
we
there.
get to like within 70 yards, Mike McCarthy's like, all right, I think we're close. We're getting closer. So, I mean, 60 might be Brandon Aubrey's distance.
There is nothing more I want to see than them snapping the ball off the midfield logo and just booting it from there.
If you are at halftime, there's not much of a penalty to do it, right? Because they're not getting the ball
absolutely.
back. The tough thing is, obviously, if you're kicking from your 30, or I guess that would be an 80-yarder. But if you're kicking from your 40, that's a really tough one.
It
Like,
is.
if he misses this, they only have 40 yards to go for a touchdown in a playoff
The
game.
posts are about as wide as that pole is, right? From where we're sitting right now. It's like,
but
oh,
you can't
man,
even.
is it
You're
even
just
there?
gonna I just gotta kick it as hard as I can and hope it goes in the right direction.
Yep.
All right, I think you guys will get this. What do you think is the odds-on favorite for lowest scoring game during Wild Card Weekend?
I think the Pittsburgh game, because I don't think they're going to score. So I think it's going to be Buffalo something to 0.
Now,
13.
That one is even money, but check this out. If you go for the highest scoring games, all the games are 2 to 6-1, with the exception of Pittsburgh and Buffalo, which is 20-1. They're like, maybe it's the weather, maybe it's the Pittsburgh offense. They do not believe there will be a high-scoring game here whatsoever.
I just wonder if you're picking the lowest scoring game, the other one I would look at because of weather is the Chiefs and the Dolphins. I don't know how you can consistently move the ball when your hands are going to be frozen. If you're Tyreek Hill, I get how great he is. My hands are going to be frozen.
Yeah. Oh, I definitely understand what you're saying.
Does your wife ever put her hands on your
Oh
bare
my
back
gosh, it's
because
the
her hands are
worst.
cold?
I'm like, you don't need to put your hands there.
My wife did that
What?
to me this morning, and I just took it because I was just like, she's like, are my
Hot.
hands cold? I'm like, yes, they're cold, but I know you need them warmed up, so use my back right now to warm up your hands.
Mm-hmm.
Don't
And
forget
for some
Masterpiece
reason,
of the Week
they
coming up
don't-
at 1:30
They don't seem to
today.
get much warmer. At some point, I would think your fingers are going to get warmer at some point on my back, but they're not.
And then she's like, they'll heat up faster if I go to the warmest part of your body.
Which is?
Crotch.
Your back?
Your crotch.
You said it.
That's the warmest part. You know it is.
It is.
We're all afraid of it.
What?
She comes in with cold hands and is like, hey, and you're just like, nope. I'm wearing underwear today.
I don't know what happened.
They know what I'm talking
What
about.
about what else is on our football nuggets?
Coming up next, we're just going to bail the break. Coming up next, we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco. Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because 877-881-1053. Want to get on that truckwreck.com text line. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco off of Preston. It's been popping pretty well here all day. You still got some time if you want to come by, drop in your name, register to win. Miller Lite will be giving away a pair of Cowboys-Packers tickets. And it's really cool. We were just talking with somebody who won a bunch of items from Peace-a-thon, and then I've already brokered a deal for items for next year's Peace-a-thon. So we're already moving and shaking.
Proud
today.
of you, man. You're always thinking that way too.
I got stuff for you yesterday.
Like I got an OU helmet, and you were like, "Hey, how can we get that OU helmet out of your hands?" And I was like, "All right." And we'll be seeing Stoops next Tuesday.
Yes,
by the way.
we will.
That is a whale right there, Kevin.
Yes, it is.
It's like Rob Demovsky, him and Stoops.
Robsky, man. We had Robsky on 8 a.m. Wednesday to break down the playoff.
He was
game.
awesome, dude.
He is good.
Yeah. Okay.
He knows what he's talking about.
That's what I needed you to say.
Watches all the Packers games.
All right. It's time for some Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because 877-881-1053. Remember, that Cowboys broadcast pregame will start live from the stadium, 12:30 with Chiafalo and Broadus after the Specs Tailgate Show with Chris Arnold and Blake Elliott, our fan phenom. CA, his player profile, is with Jake Ferguson. And so it'll be a packed pregame and pre-pregame on Sunday leading into the start of the playoffs for the Cowboys. So, you know how we do it on that Friday. Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because from the 214. Cowboys win because they have 5 takeaways. Cowboys lose because they're the Cowboys.
So,
what does that mean?
Well,
you know what that
negative
means.
things happen. I think that's when I asked you this question, just to follow up, when I said, how excited are you? I do think for Cowboys fans over the last few decades, it's tough because you feel like heartbreak is coming now. You're
like we did with the Rangers too, right?
Yeah, a
Like
little bit.
it
10 and
feel that way.
11 got us feeling a little bit better. Like, hey, maybe we can make it far, but we're not going to win it all.
Yeah.
And then this year we did win it all. So I think with the Cowboys, you're just like, gosh, every time I get excited or think this is the – and so you're kind of hesitant to just draw your heart into this moment. Is my Cowboys win because – and I know, Kevin, you might not have this in front of you, but Cowboys win because Kevin just announced the All-Pro first and second team.
Yes, I'm ready.
Can you re-announce
I
that
can.
for people that maybe didn't hear it about an hour ago on who made first team All-Pro for the Cowboys and second team All-Pro for the Cowboys?
Cowboys have 4 first-teamers and 5 second-teamers, so 9 All-Pros in general, which that is a staggering amount of All-Pros. First team, CeeDee Lamb, Zach Martin, Deron Bland, and Brandon Aubrey. Second team, Dak Prescott, Tyron Smith, Tyler Smith, Micah Parsons, and Brian Anger.
So when you have 9 All-Pros, you don't lose a home game as a 2 versus set. A team that snuck in as pretty much a 500 team. I get the Packers have played better in the second half. They're an up-and-coming young team. When you have 9 All-Pros on your team, you don't lose to a team like the Green Bay Packers. So the Cowboys win because they're much more talented than the Green Bay Packers. Now, I will go to the other side. The Cowboys lose because talent just doesn't carry you to a victory. You don't step out on a football field and say, we're more talented than you, so we win. So the Cowboys are going to have to execute. If Green Bay gets into a situation where it comes down to final possessions, the Cowboys could lose because the last couple times that it's come down to the final few minutes, they've kind of lost the game. They won against Detroit, but we saw the play. Thank you, referee, for messing it up. But the last time against Miami and the last time against Detroit, the Cowboys weren't able to stop the other team from winning the game. So the Cowboys lose because Jordan Love has a chance to win the game, and the Cowboys can't stop it from happening.
Oh, man, that's right in the same vein as what I think for Cowboys lose is Jordan Love's better than anybody even thought.
Okay.
And he's more prepared for the moment than
you
anybody
start
even
with the
thought.
negative and end with the positive.
Yeah,
I did the opposite.
And nobody thinks that Jordan Love is ready for this moment yet. But remember Aaron Rodgers, whenever he got his first opportunity to shine against the Cowboys? It wasn't a playoff game. Was it a Thursday night game on NFL Network? And he goes out there and he looked phenomenal. Yeah. He looked amazing. And we were like, holy crap. Now we got to deal with this guy too. Like we just got rid of Brett Favre, and now we got this guy who's going to look like that for the rest of his career. So Cowboys lose because Jordan Love looks like the future 10-year, 12-year quarterback for the Green Bay Packers that plagues us for the rest of his career, and we don't realize that he's already that good. Cowboys win because, and this is a really weird one, Tyron Smith dominates. I think Tyron Smith, now Kevin, I think you probably saw this too. NFL Network had the X Factors for teams. I'm sorry if I'm stepping on anything. No. But the X Factors for all the teams, and they said Tyron Smith's the X Factor for the Cowboys. You need somebody in these playoffs against the big defensive ends from the NFC that you're going to have to deal with. You have a lot of really sturdy, strong defensive ends that you're going to have to run through on your way there. Tyron Smith dominates, turns back into that form. I mean, we've seen a really good form from him all season when he's been on the field. But I think we also all knew that he wouldn't be on the field for the entire season.
Right.
But when he is on the field, he's been very good. Not the dominator. I mean,
well,
he's
as evidenced by the
All-Pro,
yeah.
All-Pro, not a first team.
That's
Kevin.
still pretty good.
How many times do you bring up though? Yeah, but how many first teams did he get?
I mean,
So,
I feel like I usually mention second team All-Pro as well.
I don't know about that. I get really mad when you mention it because
I usually
you're
mention it in
everything.
favor of Darren Woodson.
Okay, good, yeah.
So,
but I think Tyron Smith, if he gives the protection across that, helps with protection across that offensive line of those big, sturdy defensive ends, I think that that's going to be a big factor for the Cowboys.
From the 940, Cowboys lose because they don't show up, like literally meaning they stay at home, because I think there's no chance in hell they lose. And look, I understand. I wish I had that level of confidence. I have the level of confidence of I definitely think we're going to win, and I think we're going to win by about 10 to 14 points.
Yeah.
But I do not have the level of confidence of saying there's literally no chance in hell that we lose, because I've just seen this franchise my entire life.
Kevin, let me ask you this question. What's the percentage chance you're going to feel good about a victory at halftime? Because I feel like at halftime it's very tough to be up by double digits at halftime.
True.
But I'm just wondering, how do you think you're going to feel at halftime of this game?
I think there's a 36% chance that at halftime,
what a number.
I'm like, yep, it's done.
How did you
We
get
got
to that
this.
number?
You know,
it's real
because
weird.
I thought 1/3 was too low.
Okay.
But I didn't want to go as high as 40%. That felt reckless. So I decided 36% is where I sat on this.
This morning I was playing basketball with Carter, my Carter.
Yes.
And he said,
The whole
look,
high school.
I just threw the basketball 2/3 of a half court. And I was like, well, how far is that? And I think he narrowed it down. He said it was 1/3 after doing the math. Was he incorrect? Two-thirds of a half.
2/3 of a half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was 1/3?
I think that is.
What's the distance
Yeah,
of the basketball
that's correct.
court? Is it 90
That
feet?
is correct.
I got a little genius on my hands.
That
dude.
is
it
very
90 feet?
impressive.
What's that?
Is a basketball court 90 feet long?
88? 80 feet?
It's not 80.
All right.
Well, you just said you didn't know, Mike.
Well, I think it's around. It might be 88, 90, or 92 feet for some reason. I was thinking
94 feet long, 50
94 feet
wide.
long.
Yeah, so both of us were wrong.
From the 214, Cowboys win because Dak.
Not close enough for your kid to heave it.
God,
2/3 of a half court.
Yeah.
You know what? I think, Mike, sometimes I think you would make a great detective, because I think people would throw out a theory about what happened in a murder, and you'd be like, that's stupid. There's no way that happened, and here's why. And, like, I don't know if you would have your own theory about why somebody got killed.
I'd screw up a lot of cases.
Did you say earlier that CeeDee Lamb got 49 of
50 votes?
First, who was the one dude? Who was the one Mariano Rivera jerk that wouldn't give him 100%?
I don't know. I have not seen individualized votes.
Okay, we'll find out.
I've just seen the total. By the way, Tyreek Hill did get all 50 votes. So that person that person kicked it over to probably Amon-Ra St. Brown. Like, I don't know that for a fact,
Okay.
but that would be my guess.
Can I ask you this real
yeah.
quick? Cowboys were losing in 2016 to the Green Bay Packers 21-13 at halftime. Now, it felt more than that. It's funny when I went back and saw, gosh, it was only an 8-point game at half, because I remember how bad I felt at halftime, like crap, the Cowboys are going to lose this game. If the score is 21-13 at halftime, Green Bay Packers, what's the percentage chance you give the Cowboys of coming back and winning the game?
100%.
No.
I'll give it 100%.
Okay.
You can do whatever you want.
I'm probably like 30% just because they've really struggled in the third quarter. Now, I realize in that last game against Washington, you played the third quarter to perfection and that middle eight to perfection. But I also told you they've only overcome they've only had 2 wins this year where they've come back after the first quarter. So I'd probably be about 30% there, which I don't love, but that's...
I don't think they're going to be down by that much, but...
Yeah. Jordan Hicks just signed a big deal with the Giants for $44 million.
Ooh, Soul
the
Patrol.
baseball team and the baseball pitcher.
Not Soul Patrol. That was him, right?
I don't...
From American Idol. You remember back in the day?
Oh, I do remember. That was Adam Hicks.
Okay.
I don't know how I know that either.
Cowboys win because Dallas takes care of the ball. If you're looking for one major difference between these two teams, Dallas finished 2023 with a plus 10 turnover differential. That's the third straight year they've been plus 10 or better. They take care of the ball. They're the first. This is the first time they've ever done that, and the first team in the NFL to do that since the Chiefs in 15 through 17. On the flip side, the Packers are a 0 turnover differential because they don't force turnovers. They're 23rd in the NFL in takeaways. They do not force turnovers, and the Cowboys take care of the ball. I know we clown on Jason Garrett, but one thing that he did say that I do think is very accurate, he's like, there's no stat in the history of the game that is a better referendum on who's going to win or lose than how the turnover battle plays out. And I think that's why the Cowboys win this game.
But how do you become a turnover team, a team that forces turnovers? You don't just sit back and shell coverage and hope that the ball lands in your lap.
Agreed.
And that's what Green Bay does. They sit back a lot. They say, look, we're going to force you to play everything underneath and do long drives. But the Cowboys understand that and can say we're going to consistently match those drives, and we're fine with that. We know what you're trying to accomplish against us. When you look at what Dan Quinn's done, it's not just sit back. There's a lot of pressure that goes into it, lots of different zone coverages that go into it, a lot of different things that set up for that, plus players that are specifically built for we want the ball. I mean, we talk about that with Stephen Jones a lot, where he says McCarthy and Dan Quinn said ball skills on both sides, receivers and cornerbacks, are very important to them. Can they catch? I do have the curiosity of, in the future, because it does sound like Dan Quinn's going somewhere. I don't know where, but it just sounds like, just more you hear Mike talk about that, it just sounds more like it. Do you think that stays if Dan Quinn's no longer here? I don't know, because that has been something that I've loved about this team, is the ability to force turnovers after so many years of being so bad at it.
This might sound weird to you. I think it depends on how far they go in this playoffs. Because if they get shuffled off in this round or the next round and Dan Quinn leaves, I could see some of that fire leaving with them. If they make it to the NFC Championship game or win the Super Bowl or, anything like that, I think they're going to have that same level. I think they're going to be like, hey, this works. We were close. We're closer than this Cowboys team has been in a generation. So Dan Quinn or no, let's keep moving.
My last thing I want to say here is the Cowboys, I really want them to score a touchdown their first possession.
Agreed.
If somehow they punt, I'm going to take out field goal here, but if they punt, and even if it's just 3 points for Green Bay, not that I'm predicting the Cowboys will lose, but I'm going to be concerned that all of a sudden, 2 possessions, Cowboys have one, Green Bay has one, Green Bay goes, dude,
we're in this.
We're as good as them or better. And if the Cowboys can go down and score a touchdown and then have Green Bay punt, I think Green Bay goes, well, at least we made the playoffs.
Kevin, lots of texts coming in that say Cowboys win because Jimmy Johnson and Jerry Jones lifted the curse.
Look, I do not disagree with that whatsoever, actually.
Are you into curses now?
No, it's probably because we've been watching that show on Showtime. The curse is, and this one's interesting from the 682. Cowboys win because Aaron Rodgers isn't the quarterback. The interesting part about that is that's why I have Cowboys lose, because Jordan Love, in their last 8 games, look, you can dissect the quality of opponents. I get that. The Packers are 6-2. Jordan Love in that span, 18 touchdowns and 1 interception.
Wow.
That is an astonishing.
I don't know. I wonder what clicked
ratio
with him. I wonder what clicked that it just turned into that for him. I don't know if it was something where he just got more comfortable with the offense, the protection got better. I have no clue. Or maybe even they streamlined things for him. I have no clue what happened there.
There does seem to be a lot of confidence on the truckwreck.com fan text, though, and I appreciate that as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco. If you want to come out and see us, register for that opportunity to win a pair of Cowboys playoff tickets for that very Green Bay game. Coming up next, though, I'm hoping this is super fun. It's time for the combo platter, malls. Give us a sports opinion, and then back in the day, or maybe even now, what was your go-to store at the mall? 877-881-1053. We will do that next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some?
The Expressway is brought to you by On Time Experts.
I've got sunshine.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Bobby is actively, I don't know where he is, he's actively trying to troll Mike Bassick.
Is that Bobby trying
yes.
to? Okay,
This is
all right.
a great song, by the way.
But so here's the bit. All right, hold on. We got important news
We
to
do
discuss
have-
first.
yes,
then we'll
very
discuss
important
the
news.
bit.
Robert, you left your wallet at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco. If you want it back, come get it. Is that the important
I was
news?
going to bring up the
Okay.
thing about Will McClay,
Oh, okay.
but for Robert,
Yeah,
that's
Robert.
probably
Yeah.
more pressing news.
You
There's
left
also-
here and you're driving. You don't have your wallet right now.
Yeah, there's no more cash in your wallet either. It's
Was there cash in
was
there
no,
before?
Whenever I opened it, there was
Okay,
no cash.
all
in
right.
it, so
So Will McClay, we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco off of Preston. Again, I talked about this earlier. We've already set up new stuff for Peace-a-thon. We've had people talk about what they bought at Peace-a-thon. That is so cool. You can also show up to enter to win that pair of Cowboys-Packers playoff tickets on Sunday. But Will McClay, what's the news on Will McClay?
Oh yeah, Will McClay, and I'm waiting to see the text back from him that says I'm a Cowboy. But Vice President of Player Personnel Will McClay will remain with the Cowboys per sources. This is from Todd Archer. He will not interview with other teams. Washington and Los Angeles, the Chargers that is, had sought permission to meet with McClay. Quote, he is very happy with being here. So there you go, Will McClay.
Love
return.
it.
Dude,
Love
and
to
at
hear
this point,
it.
like if you like to really understand, he is in the fabric of that community. And when I say the community, I'm talking about the Jones family, but he's one of those people. He's part of what they do. They love the what he's done to build up the character of this organization as well when it comes to the players, the types of players. They love how he communicates with the coordinators. If the coordinators really want to like do what Dan Quinn does and dive in and say, hey, let's roll up our sleeves and get at it with you, he's all about it. He's like, I need as much information from you guys as I can possibly get. I got to make sure that I'm giving you the players that you want that can go out there and succeed. So I think that like just his communication keeps him here with the Jones family, but also like he really knows what he has here and the opportunity he has here. I'm happy he's back.
Yeah, no, that is big news right there. And right here, I wanted to kind of change up our combo platter just a little bit. I've been going off of days and everything like that. This is based on absolutely nothing.
All right.
Combo platter, malls, give us a sports opinion, and then back in the day, or perhaps even now, what is your go-to spot in the mall? From the 2-1-0, Cowboys win 34-13. Dak will have a perfect quarterback rating. And Orange Julius was their go-to spot at the mall, followed by Walden Books. I have to admit, I've never had an Orange Julius, and I guess that time is probably come and gone.
You're the first person I think I heard Orange Julius from.
I think they still sell them at select Dairy Queens. So if you ever
Oh,
want to
really?
try one, I think you have to go to Dairy Queen, and I don't think all Dairy Queens do Orange Julius's, but I think you can still get one. But they don't have any more Orange Julius stores at malls or shopping centers like that. But Dairy Queen, I think, still serves them. Maybe Dairy Queen bought them. I don't know.
Now,
Bobby
from
Belt is
the
here, Kevin.
3-2-1, Cowboys will spank the Packers 42-17, and Dippin' Dots was their go-to spot. I'm curious how many of these are going to end up being like food or beverage stands.
Mine's not.
Okay, what are you thinking, Mike?
So this is not an opinion. This is more of a hope as we're here at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco. Come on out here to sign up for Cowboys playoff tickets that Miller Lite and the Dallas Cowboys will be giving away. So you can go to the playoff game. They're replaying the Mavericks-Knicks game on right now. And OG Anunoby had a pretty good game for the New York Knicks last night. They didn't have a good game in general, the Knicks. The Mavericks did. This is more of a hope than an opinion. I am thinking that Pascal Siakam is going to try to force his way to the Dallas Mavericks.
Oh, my God.
Now, I don't know if it's going to work because now it's a weird thing. Toronto is getting frustrated that Pascal Siakam is blocking multiple trades. He's blocked a trade to Sacramento. He's kind of blocking a trade to Indiana.
But they're saying he's blocking that trade by not signing an extension, right? Which I think is an unfair characterization by them. He's like, this is my contract. I'll go play my butt off.
Right. He said I'll play, but I'm not signing an extension with you guys. I'm not seeing, a strong possibility of me finishing out my career or playing the next 4 years in Sacramento or in Indiana. So I'm just wondering, February 8th is the trade deadline in the NBA. Is that in about a month here, I'm wondering if Pascal Siakam kind of tries to force his way to Dallas, and Dallas says, look, we're willing to give you kind of a 4-year extension at about 40 to, it could be 45 million
I
a
could
year.
see that. Yeah.
So that's my sports opinion. So I grew up in Duncanville, and my favorite store to go to with my dad.
What mall did you go to?
Redbird Mall. Which is, there's Burlington Coat Factory there. And it's not Redbird. I think it might be called Southwest Center. I don't know. I haven't been in there in a decade at least, if not 2 decades. But it was Redbird Mall in Duncanville, and my favorite store was Oshman's.
Okay.
So Oshman's is where you could get the Sports Illustrated posters. So if I had a poster in my room, it was from Oshman's, I felt like. And then also that's where I would get my shoes from. And like sports clothes. Back then they didn't really sell jerseys. I do not remember like going in there and like there being Magic Johnson or Roe Black. And I tell my kids, I'm like, no, there were no such things as buying jerseys as a kid.
Yeah, you felt like you had to like get one given to you by a player. When I was a kid, I had no clue.
Joe Green,
or you got one of those
like
little
that.
kid sets that had the fake helmet,
Yeah, they had
and
like
the
a
pants
crap
and everything.
jersey of Tony Dorsett, but it wasn't like a real jersey.
Yeah.
It was like a T-shirt jersey or a perforated jersey with 33. It was a navy blue perforated shirt with 33 on there, and you're like, I don't know, like, should I be wearing this jersey or doing the YMCA right now? Like,
And yes, it is Southwest Center now, Kevin.
Okay.
Yeah.
From a couple of Mavericks opinions here from the 575, the Mavericks will make only one trade for a player that will be average at best and be a 5 spot in the playoffs. That last part doesn't sound so bad.
yeah, if they're the 5 seed, that I think would be the highest they could get, in my opinion.
And Corey, I'm assuming this is your favorite store as well. Store growing up at the mall was Fans with 2 Z's.
Oh my! I don't remember that place.
At the Hewlin Mall. From the if you have a
Hewlin
product,
in Fort Worth, you didn't grow up in.
I didn't grow up in Fort Worth, and I don't know that. But Kevin's saying that because I wanted to make a magazine called Hits Magazine, and it had a Z at the end of it instead of an S. And Kevin always, and he knows how partial I am to putting a Z
at
on
the
end of things, like wings. Although I understand that, like Buffalo Wild Wings. Yeah, exactly. Nowitzki.
From the 903 Sports Opinion, Cowboys win the Super Bowl and Mavericks make the conference finals. Favorite store in the mall is Bath and Body Works. So this is not a pass. A lot of these have been passed ones.
Okay.
I can't walk into Bath and Body
Yeah,
Works.
Oshman's is dead.
It's overwhelming. Like it's
Too much
very
smell?
overwhelming. Like yes.
Okay, let me ask you this. Is it the smell? Is it the 8? I will tell you, they have some very attentive staff people there. Is it the 18 people that walk up to you? Is it they put the coupons in your face? Or they're like, smell this? And you're like, I don't even know you.
Yes, that was, well, no, it was just the scent, like the multiple different scents. And there was always something that I was allergic to. I did have there were like 3 of the best looking girls in our high school worked there whenever I was in high school. So it was always a place you wanted to stop into.
At Bath and Body Works?
Yeah.
Not at Oshman's.
In Mesquite, the one in Mesquite. then they moved from there over to like Super Salad over in Mesquite.
Ooh,
so
I
that
could
was a
see
different
that.
thing too. Yeah, I was like, now I gotta like salad, I guess.
From
Did
the
Adrian just know you named 3 girls?
Look, Mike, she might be busy working right now. All right, she might not be.
Plus, haven't y'all been married long enough that she doesn't listen?
And she knows all the girls I had crushes on in the past.
That's interesting. So you're saying Jess still listens to the show because you haven't been married long
Jess
enough
will
for
still
her to tune
listen
you out?
because I haven't been married. And y'all have been married significantly longer than I have, and so we're still in the phase where we're not in the phase where she listens all the time, but we're in the phase where she listens enough.
She tunes it in.
Yeah, and
or somebody tells her what you said?
Probably. And eventually she'll get to the phase where she's like, no, I'm out. I'll see you later.
Somebody was taking a picture. I tried to give them away, but I think they snapped it
and then they
before.
just walked off?
Yeah.
That was intense.
Can I roll mine out
Yeah,
real
for
quick,
sure.
Kevin? Sports opinion. Next year, Jonah Heim will be in the top 9 of catchers on MLB's right now list.
I don't know what else he could do.
Because, Mike, as we pointed out.
Is he going to repeat as the starting all-star, Gold Glove winner, and World Series MVP, or not World Series MVP,
Whoa.
World Series champion, catching every game of the playoffs and coming up with some huge hits, especially against the Houston Astros?
But as we pointed out, being number 10, how good are you anyway?
You're pretty good.
He'll be in the top
He's
9
top
next
9,
year. Because if it
they'll
was 10,
probably
we'd be
name
like,
3 backup quarterbacks, backup catchers at the end of the list. They'd be like, hey, this guy could be good next year. It's right now. You literally said right now.
Yeah.
Not next year.
Gadzooks was the place for a long time.
Yeah.
Because I didn't skate, but my buddy did, and we always kind of there was cool stuff in there. They had the No Fear shirts. They had all that other stuff. So that was a place. But Lids was my go-to. I loved hats. I was a hat collector. Always stopped in at Lids to see if there was something new that I liked or a new, whatever kind of hat or anything. But Kevin, I don't go to the mall anymore. I really don't. I very rarely go into a mall, but I guess because Amazon created that for me.
Yeah.
But I very rarely go into malls, and I probably should because that's part of our communities, right? It's part of keeping those things alive. But I guess they just turn into something else because there's a mall in Plano that I'm pretty sure is about to turn into high rises.
You're talking about Calling Creek Mall.
Yeah, I think Collin Creek. No, the one off over in the west on
the Willow Bend.
Willow Bend. I think what's going to happen over there is they're going to turn all that into high rise. Collin Creek's doing something pretty interesting as well right now, but maybe they just evolve. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like it's it's jobs for people. It's it's stuff that's there.
I do like going to Nordstrom's Rack still.
And I never went to North Park Mall when I was younger until I started dating Adrian. And that's when she tricked me and told me her dad did all the art in there. But I never went in. And then once I got there, I was like, man, this is the best mall. It's so cool.
I thought it was the fanciest place in the world because you could valet park.
What?
And then over the years, I was like, why do you need a valet park at the mall? Maybe it's December 23rd.
Because you don't want to try to find a spot.
Because you live in University Park and you're like, I don't want to look for a parking spot.
Your starter home costs $2 million. Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying right there.
I saw yesterday some $21 million house went on sale in Dallas.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, that's my next house. I just said it.
You
obviously
might have to start working harder. From the 806, which maybe you will.
Yeah,
Cowboys make the NFC title game, baby, and Spencer's. Always had to make a stop at Spencer's.
Was that where all the gag gifts were?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
If you wanted fart pills or whatever, that's what they had. Dude, that's what they had, man. If it was some kind of bit about a fart or whatever, it was at Spencer's. Just like if you needed some Nightmare Before Christmas stuff, you go to the Hot Topic. That was just the way it was.
All right.
Okay.
I was hoping for some feedback there.
Oh, and Hot
Instead, I
Topic?
just got microphone feedback. From the 682, Cowboys win 33-17. Spencer's Gifts was the go-to spot. From the 817, Cowboys win 40-3. Holy cow. And Tilt at Northeast Mall. I don't know that place. I'm assuming arcade place, but I don't know that for a fact. From the
Did you go to the arcade whenever? Were you always at the arcade?
For sure.
I never went to the only arcade I ever went to was the one at Wet n Wild. Or if I was at Crystal's Pizza or something like that.
So when I was growing up, it wasn't at the mall, but there was an arcade inside what was cleverly called the video store. That was literally, and it was in kind of the side areas of where the Target was. And so it was not far from where I lived either. And so that was we would always pilgrimage up to there and meet at the arcade and the video store. And then at one point later in my life, I applied for a job there when I was in high school. But then I decided not to take the job because when I was interviewing there, the only thing people did was go straight to the back room and open the door so they could go rent the adult videos.
Oh, and you didn't want to see people renting adult videos?
What? I don't know if that's the only clientele I want to deal with all day.
No, that makes sense.
But then at Blockbuster, they had their own line of kind of
racy stuff.
Yeah, thank you for saying racy. I was about to use a different term that's probably
porn.
I was going to say softcore.
Okay, gotcha.
It was the guy with shooting an arrow on the side of the box. If you got the Arrow Box Company, you knew that was a new, like, kind of
really?
dirty.
Okay,
a million
I never even
percent.
thought about that.
1,000,000%.
Because I've never watched any of those.
Hey,
Kevin.
look.
Not a single one.
You get a good idea of what your people are renting at the video store, all right? Whether you watched it or whether you didn't watch it.
I thought you said you didn't take that job because they looked at your felony record and they wouldn't hire you.
Hey, that was wiped off my record. Ooh, probably not by that point, though. It didn't get wiped off my – man, that's a good point. You probably shouldn't hire me, all right? I got arrested for shoplifting as a kid, and then I got fired from Blockbuster for kicking out somebody's window.
You're doing just fine. From the 903 Sports Opinion, Dan Quinn gone after the season, and he takes Micah with him.
What?
And
how would that?
The compensatory pick Dallas gets turns into the next franchise quarterback. That's where they were really trying to get to. And then their best place to go to at the mall, Chick-fil-A, the little counter up there they got there at the food court.
Man, I used to think the food court was like the most baller place, and then you realize, like, hey,
that's expensive.
That giant slice of pizza is pretty cool, but you could probably do better for yourself. Was it Sbarro's?
Sbarro's.
Yes.
Yeah, Sbarro's.
Made famous by Michael Scott, his go-to pizza place in New York.
Yeah, in New York was Sbarro's. From the 254, Cowboys win 31-21. And this one says Aunt Annie's at the mall. However, another person from the 817 says Annie's Pretzels. Do you think they mean the same place? Is it Aunt Annie's or is it just Annie's? They have like cinnamon pretzels and pretzel bites, and that place is pretty legit.
Aunt Anne's is the pretzel.
Oh, is it Aunt Anne's?
Auntie Anne's Pretzels is
okay,
what it is. So
gotcha.
There you
go. My sports prediction: Cowboys win 30-20 over the Packers, and the go-to spot for me was FYE. It was called For Your Entertainment, and it was they did mostly like videos and CDs and everything like that, but they also had, at the time, I thought really like unique different items and candy and stuff like that. They always had some hard to find wrestling videos there, and I really, really like that place.
The best of the Earthquake. That's a wrestler. That
Yes, it is. That absolutely, the Earthquake is a wrestler. And you know what's really funny? Eventually, he went to the other company, and they couldn't call him Earthquake, so they called him Avalanche. And they're probably like, good enough.
He might. I didn't know this. I think he went to LSU for a second for football. So
Did he?
When I saw the documentary on him
might have
recently,
played with
I was like,
Broadus.
yeah, was he with Broadus?
Oh, my God.
What year was he? Do we have an idea
Yep,
of what year
I'm
he
looking
was at
it up
LSU?
right now.
Kevin's looking it up to try and figure
What's his
out
name?
what
John
year
what?
John Tenta.
John Tenta, the Earthquake. Or the Earth Mover, as Kevin said that he was at another company.
Oh, he competed in college wrestling.
Oh, at LSU?
At LSU in the early 80s. Isn't that about one?
I don't know. We can ask during crosstalk.
Okay, we'll need to find that out. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco doing those Cowboys giveaways, plus Miller Lite is going to be giving away a pair of Cowboys-Packers tickets. You got to register. You got to be here to register to win that. And now it's time for Mike Likes It.
So we've been talking a lot of Cowboys today. I was wondering about this. Tomorrow, we've talked about it. I've kind of given, if you've been listening all week, you know what I think. I think Cleveland wins at Houston, and I do think Miami wins at Kansas City. I've watched enough Kansas City. Not that I'm impressed with Miami. I've just watched enough Kansas City. I don't see how they beat a team like that. If Kansas City would have been lucky and drawn Pittsburgh, I would pick Kansas City to win. But they didn't. They're drawing Miami, and I think Miami's a little bit better. So I think both road teams win tomorrow. I would love to know y'all's opinion on what you think of the two AFC games tomorrow and what your prediction is.
Cold. You said pain for the Cowboys game. I'm predicting cold for the Chiefs.
Not the Houston game.
Oh, yeah, not for that one.
Believe it or not, Mike, I understand all of your points about Dolphins-Chiefs.
Yeah.
The weather is actually why I'm going in the direction of the Chiefs, just because, much like we've talked about stats with Dak in the rain or in the cold or whatever, Tua has some pretty tough stats in the cold. I believe
from Hawaii, going to Alabama and playing at Miami.
Yeah, probably
he's not. Had to deal with this in his life.
I believe I saw when it's below, I want to say it's 40 degrees. He's 0-4 with 4 touchdowns and 4 interceptions. So I understand the flaws that this Chiefs team has, but I do like the Chiefs to take that game.
I will say this. I also just finished the last episode, the most recent episode of Hard Knocks, or whatever they have.
It's all or nothing.
No,
that's a
middle
different
of the
show.
season one. And after their loss, after they beat the Cowboys, they lost. And they just looked down. And then they lose to the Bills, and they look down again.
Right.
And they really just look like a team that just – they don't have a lot of energy. They look like, man, we've run out of players. We have a bunch of injuries on this team. You were talking about Van Ginkel got hurt too. That was a dude that was playing out of his mind.
Miami might be as injury stuck right now as any team.
And they look like anything could defeat them, Mike. And so that's where I feel like you have to go into that mentality of cold of I'm beating everything in front of me. And I think that they'll get defeated stepping out onto that field.
Okay.
And if it wasn't for all these injuries and where they are mentally right now, I wouldn't say that. But that's just what I see in this team at the moment. The other game, though, I think the Browns are going to win.
I do, too.
But it's going to be a fun game to watch, in my opinion.
I will tell you, and I know that you love, obviously, the Chiefs, Mike, because of Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
The most interest I have in a game tomorrow is that Browns-Texans game because I've kind of caught the C.J. Stroud, D'Amico Ryans fever here. And I would like to see the Texans win that game. Sorry, Derek Holland, but you've got enough sports success in your life right now. Don't worry about it. I think the Browns will win. I'm with Corey, but I would really like to see the Texans win that game.
I understand, too, where you're coming from. And I think when you look at next week, if it plays out this way, then the Texans would play Baltimore. And it just sounds better in a way that C.J. Stroud is taking on Lamar Jackson
instead
than Joe
of Flacco.
is
Even though
taking
Joe
on.
Flacco has been an incredible story for the last, 5 or 6 weeks?
It would be very interesting. Joe Flacco, who won a Super Bowl with the Baltimore Ravens, then takes on the Baltimore Ravens as everybody thought his career was over 3 years ago.
And rightfully so. I want to point out, I know he's playing incredible right now. There's no part of me that's like, oh, y'all done messed up. Like, I was with you I was with them 1,000,000% on these moves.
Okay, so now we go to Sunday, and I know obviously everybody here is going to be concentrating on the 3:30 game. I'm not saying I'm not going to watch, but I'm just saying I don't even think Pittsburgh, like, to me, that is.
You think that game's going to suck?
I just can't believe they're in the playoffs, and all the credit in the world to Mike Tomlin, and I guess they're the players, but I just think that they're horrible, and I just don't want to watch. I don't want to watch Pittsburgh play football. I'm going to. It's the playoffs, but I'm just thinking that one to me is just not going to be interesting at all.
On the flip side, can I tell you, I think the best game of the weekend is also that day. Is that Rams line? Because I'm not here to dispute that at all. The only thing that's going to make that game fun is the snow.
What's interesting to that point, real quick, is that spread is now down to 9.5. So more money has come on Pittsburgh, and maybe because of the weather,
I think
and they don't think it's going to be a game where you can score in the 30s. Is that to cover a 10-point spread, you're usually going to need to get into the high 20s usually. I still think they'll cover that spread, but I hear what you're saying.
That other game, though, the Rams and the Lions, I think that's the best game of the weekend.
I already know Corey's answer to this.
Cowboys-Packers.
I understand.
Thank you.
Will you watch a second of the night game if the Cowboys lose?
Yeah. Yes. It'll be on. It'll be on.
That's tough.
I don't think the Cowboys are going to lose, but I don't think I could. I think I'd just be like, I'm not watching it.
Well, here's the reason. You know what, man? Now that you say that, I'm going to be at my father-in-law's. He is a huge football fan.
Okay.
Matter of fact, he just got back from Vegas where he made all of his bets for the playoffs. So,
nice.
I don't know if he has any bets on that game, on that night game, but he is a big-time football fan. However, he is like us, also a very big-time Cowboys fan. So I know, and all the cousins, my kids' cousins and everything are all big football fans too. I feel like they'll want to watch. So it'll be on. I might be more, if something was to happen, I might be a little more entertained by conversation, but it'll be on for sure.
Okay.
Does it strike you as odd at all that the first 3 games are the AFC games? and the last 3 games of the NFC games.
I don't think it's ever happened that way, but
and that's interesting because if the Cowboys win, then you can watch Rams-Lions and know if the Lions win, that's who you play. If the Rams win, you play whoever wins on Monday.
I don't, and maybe they planned it that way for maybe some of these teams.
Could
but
be.
Maybe they for the intrigue of that. I don't know.
All right, so now I'm transitioning, and Mike likes it, to baseball quickly. I wanted to talk
yay.
about football because I know everybody's concentrating on that. But we did get the top 10 shortstops right now in Major League Baseball. Now, Monday, they're going to come out with the right fielder. So we'll see where Adolis Garcia is on the list I guess we'll find out Tuesday on our show because it'll come out Monday night.
Did you see – I haven't seen an update today, but did you see the arbitration numbers for – Doley and the Rangers, how they still haven't met up in the middle?
Are they going to go to arbitration?
As of right now, they're on schedule for that, but I haven't seen an update today.
It usually doesn't happen until early in spring training, which really stinks because I remember I was playing with Chad Cordero, the relief pitcher, closer for the Nationals, who was a good one. And Jim Bowden, everybody knew how horrible of a person he was. And they were warning, he'll go to arbitration. He will not mind trashing you in front of your face. Instead of coming to a number that makes sense for both parties.
Right.
I don't want this to get to arbitration because you do have to. Chris Young and the Texas Rangers, when you go to arbitration, you do have to say negative things and only negative things about that player to try to win your case. You don't go in and say, he's great, he's one of the reasons we beat the Houston Astros and maybe the most. You don't do that. You would lose the case by giving all the positives. You have to say all the negatives to get the number to the number you want.
And the tough thing in this situation is Adolis is asking for $6.9 million. The Rangers offered $5 million.
So
I know
you're
that
not far off.
You say,
I mean,
but the interesting thing is, I'm pretty sure that's the biggest gap in arbitration so far this year for teams that haven't, for all the players.
I don't know what Juan Soto was asking for, but he agreed to a 1-year, $31 million deal. So that's the largest number ever, kind of arbitration that a team has agreed upon. But what I'm saying there is, if you can get to 6.2, or it's not like Adolis wants 10 and the Rangers say 5. That's oh man, that's a big difference in where they got to get to.
Can I drop in one more baseball note for you that I thought was really fascinating?
Yes,
still?
Please. I need more baseball in my life.
We talk about betting odds a lot. Do you know, even still, today, the Rangers remain the favored for Josh Hader over the Yankees? I don't understand.
Is the price going to drop that far on him?
No, it's not.
It's
just probably Vegas going, look, everything was pointing towards them. I would be shocked if the Rangers spend that type of money. At this point, even we got positive reports on kind of Jordan Montgomery to start the week.
Yeah.
I'm starting to not feel negative, but starting to feel like that's just not going to work out. Obviously, Marcus Stroman signed with the New York Yankees on a 2-year deal, just under $40 million. That makes no sense to me. He is a person who hates rules, who completely defies rules, who says, watch this. I just think he's going to show up with a beard at spring training and be like, look, this is what I'm doing. And guess what? I'm not wearing a hat forwards. I'm wearing it backwards, and I'm not tucking in my – that doesn't work with the Yankees. So in a weird way, I'm like, out of all the teams that's going to deal with a person who defies all the rules intentionally, that's the worst organization for him to go to. I just think there's going to be issues with Stroman and the Yankees rules. Real quick, Corey Seager was 1 on it. That's great for shortstops now. Francisco Lindor was 2. Xander Bogaerts, I know I said Xander. I always want to say Xander, but it's just Xander Bogaerts is 3. Dansby Swanson was 4, and Trey Turner was 5. You can see the rest at MLB.com for the list. But I wanted to compare. I thought this was interesting. Francisco Lindor and Corey Seager came into the major leagues at the same time and are approximately the same age. This will be their age 30 season. And it's interesting because Francisco Lindor, I was watching a deal, and they're like, he is an underrated, easy Hall of Famer when his career ends, the trajectory that he's on. We're out of time on this, so I'm just going to give it. But you'd be surprised that Lindor has 45 more home runs in his career.
Does he really?
Corey Seager. Wow. When you go to RBIs, he has 100 and almost 30 more RBIs in his career. Now, the thing is, if you go to kind of batting average, on-base percentage, slugging percentage, OPS plus, Corey Seager wins all of those over Francisco Lindor. The reason that Francisco Lindor has more counting numbers is Corey Seager has been hurt a lot of his career. Because if you look at games played, and they entered the league at the same time, games played 906 to 1,223. So really what Lindor has over Seager for a Hall of Fame resume is he stayed healthy his 9 years in the major leagues, and Corey Seager has struggled to stay healthy the 9 years in the major leagues.
Man, that's the only difference right there. Corey Seager is better than.
He is, but because he's
You
missed
said
so
it
much
would never
time
happen.
because of injury.
I don't know if that is accurate.
Lindor has a lot more counting numbers, which makes it like when you get to the end of this, you're going to be like, did you have 2,500 hits or did you have 500 home runs?
Who won the World Series for the Rangers?
Well, I'm not saying
Corey
Corey
Seager.
Seager
That's all
wins
that matters.
awards and honors. They both have 4 All-Star appearances. Lindor has 2 Gold Gloves to none. Silver Sluggers, they both have 3. World Series MVP, Corey Seager has 2-0. ALCS MVP, Corey Seager has 1-0, and championships 2-0. Corey Seager.
But then there's people still texting in saying they're still mad about Jonah Heim.
Well, they
and
should
I think
be.
that's fair.
I was literally
I agree.
furious yesterday with the Jonah Heim disrespect.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block and an in-person special guest.
Yeah, just saw him walk in. It's Kylie Omen from DallasCowboys.com. And Kevin, I think he has presents next from the Fan.
Oh.
Tolos, it's been a heck of a Rangers ride, and the celebration will continue at Globe Life Field for the World Series edition of the Rangers 2024 Awards Dinner presented by Coca-Cola. It's Friday.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco off of Preston. Been giving away Cowboy swag all day long. I still see that camo CeeDee Lamb jersey available, going to be given away. Plus, courtesy of Miller Lite, you can enter to win a pair of tickets for Cowboys-Packers. And right now, it's time for the C Block with a special guest who brought his own presents.
Yes, he did. It is Kylie Omen from DallasCowboys.com. He said he would show up to one of these this year. He said it last year, though.
He waited
Kevin.
till we were down the street.
I said it last year?
Well,
last
you knew the
season?
Cowboys
like
were making the
2023.
playoffs.
Yeah, and then 2023 year.
Yeah, that's what it was.
And he did bring the new playoff shirt, the Sees Everything, for us. So thank you very much. That is really cool. And Kyle, you've done such an awesome job with us all season long. I wanted to present you a present.
Oh no,
this is that same shirt.
I'm sorry that the envelope is so dirty. My daughter was eating next to it.
Oh, good.
But here you go. I'll just hand this over to you. That is a gift card. You like suits. You
Oh,
look good
wow.
in suits. So there you go. Thank you very
that
much,
is
man,
awesome.
for hanging out with us all year. And maybe you can buy a tie with that.
That's awesome. No, thank you guys so much. It was funny. I was going to hop on here. I was going to say, hey, good to join the #1 midday show in DFW. I saw the ratings last week, so congratulations to you guys.
Not just for sports, for all radio.
Yeah,
It's all radio. Yeah, man. It's been you've been with us since we were a weekend show.
Yeah.
We've been working this thing for a very long time, and then we added Mike.
Yeah.
And Mike's like
Kicking
the key.
off Kevin took us way
Makes
up
everybody
in the
happy.
ratings.
It has everybody excited driving.
There's
to
a
and from
dynamic that
lunch.
people like. And speaking of ticking off people, can you, when you go to the Star, can you make sure to track down Micah and be like, hey, he didn't make first team All-Pro?
Yeah, just try and poke the bear
Yeah,
a little bit.
for sure. I
Poke
feel
the
like
lion.
absolutely.
You're a second teamer.
Yeah. So, hey, dude, congratulations on second team
Yeah.
All-Pro.
Maybe someday you
really
can be good
appreciate your
enough.
work this year.
Yeah.
Next step up is maybe if you win a Super Bowl, then we can talk about first team All-Pro, right?
You're in the media say I talked to a lot of the voters and they said you just didn't draw enough holdings.
They said if you'd have done
that would be the key.
Yeah.
That would be the one that sets it over the top. That would put it over the line.
I could definitely see that. Now, I know the focus is more Sunday as opposed to individual accolades. That being said, 9 All-Pros, that is a staggering number right there.
Yeah, that's a lot. And 4 first-team All-Pros,
Yes.
5 second-team. 4 is tied for the second most in franchise history. 10 previous teams have done it, so this is the 11th. Out of the 10 previous teams, 5 have gone to at least the conference title game, and one of them's won the Super Bowl. So you have some
my
history off of it. None of them have lost in the wild card round, by the way. So
It's happening.
I'm just saying it's there. So if you have the 4 All-Pros, first-team All-Pros, you probably could have argued Micah could be a first-team All-Pro. Dak was certainly good enough to be a first-team All-Pro. I understand why
Anger.
he's not. Brian Anger could be right there, too. But it really was. It's been a fun season. Individual accolades, team success. You just hope you can finish off the right way.
Does that tell you when you see that list right there that this is a good team or a really good team? Like I feel like that's what Kevin bases a lot of it on. A lot of times, I know we talk about this, but the first and second all-team pros. But that permeates throughout your team.
Yeah, it does. And it deals with leadership both from a coaching staff and from a player standpoint. Zach Martin has tied the franchise record with a 7th All-Pro. You have him teaching guys like Tyron Smith, early in his career.
Sure.
They kind of went back and forth. Then you've got Tyler Smith now that both of those guys are able to make an impact on. 3 All-Pro offensive linemen is nothing to sneeze at. That's impressive.
Okay, let me ask you a question about that because I don't think that Tyler Biadasz and Terrence Steele are that bad, yet you have a first-team offensive lineman, 2 second-team offensive linemen, and it feels like we complain about specifically our run blocking all the time.
Yeah.
So where's the disconnect on that? They're like, 3 of your 5 offensive linemen are the best.
Best of the best.
It's not just the center and the right tackle that is preventing us from run blocking.
Yeah, it's tough. Maybe it's a mindset more than anything. The Cowboys' run blocking hasn't been perfect, and a lot of times it's in the interior. It also is a byproduct of who you play in the division. Look
Sure.
at Washington and New York and Philadelphia over the last 2 or 3 seasons. The strength of their team has been the interior of their defensive line. And unless they're going up against Zach Martin, they're going to have some lumps. You're going to take
Right.
some lumps up front against the run defense. You play them 6 times a year in terms of the division. So I think there's a little bit of a recency bias maybe in that fact if you're just playing good defensive fronts and playing good defensive line play. But maybe you're looking at your center position in the future. Maybe you're looking at your right tackle position in the future. But right now, they're good enough because they play next to 3 All-Pros, and they are able to kind of fill in those gaps where need be.
A couple of defensive players for the Packers, I was hoping you could give us a breakdown on Lucas Van Ness and Rashawn Gary.
Yeah.
What can you tell us about players and the challenges they bring to the table on Sunday?
They're physical, and they sell out. They play very aggressive. When you watch them on film, they're kind of like Dallas in the fact that they want to rush the passer. They want to get in the backfield. They're not as good as Dallas is in getting in the backfield and rushing the passer, but they get back there enough to try and disrupt things. But they do so at the vantage point of giving up the run. They are 28th in the NFL in terms of giving up rushing yards allowed per game. They've got 4 games this year where they've given up at least 200 yards on the ground. So I think they are just like Dallas in the fact that they would rather sell out, put pressure on opposing quarterbacks, and then maybe give up a big run play or 2 here and there, and they're susceptible to it. That's what Gary and Van Ness bring to the table. They're both extra physical. I like Gary a lot in terms of the speed he brings off the edge. He's fun to play. And then I really like Clark on the interior. He's really he's a run stuffer. He kind of tries to clog up the middle. He's kind of like Jonathan Hankins.
Even though their run defense has been pretty bad this year.
Yeah, it's not very good. He gets turned in run plays and stuff, but he's just a big body in the middle. If he plays well, their run defense is serviceable. If he has a bad game, that's when they really get bit.
It's interesting that he said he likes Gary because somebody texted in and said, "Tell Yeomans that Gary says hello." So
hey,
I
Gary,
don't know
what's
up,
up, Gary?
Yeah,
Oh, that's
I don't know if he's
it might be Gary from New Mexico. We'll
Maybe
see if
so.
he talks back. Yeah, if he was on our show this morning. He was our guest picker as our fan on our podcast.
There you go. Now, the name Jaden Reed is the one we got. Kevin asked yesterday, who do you fear, who do you not fear? And Jaden Reed, I picked him up on fantasy late in the season, and it benefited me very well. I'm trying to put attach another name, a comp to him, and there's this. I'm like, he's not Tyreek Hill.
No,
he's more like Randall Cobb in my mind because he can do go from so many places on the field. How would you comp Jaden Reed and what to expect from him?
I
this
like
Sunday?
Randall Cobb. That's a good comp. I think what he does, he's not going to go over the top, and he's not going to have the big flashy play, but
the Christian Watson type thing.
He's not going to have a Christian Watson type day, or at least I hope not. Goodness, we didn't think Christian Watson would have that type of day last year either. What he does well is he secures the catch. I mean, he's always open to a certain extent, and he's a reliable target. So that's really been the difference for Jordan Love these last 10 weeks of 8 weeks of the regular season. From week 11 on,
he's been incredible.
18 touchdowns to 1 interception. That's insane. I mean, and I think it's because he now knows, okay, if Watson's not open, if some of these other tight ends aren't open, I can still go and find Reed in the secondary somewhere because he's that reliable target. And you talk about a safety blanket for Dak Prescott these last couple years being the tight end position. It's just as easily transitioned over to wide receiver if you have a guy like Reed that's running routes.
How you been feeling about the play down the stretch? Because I got to say, I've been pretty stoked about Jordan Lewis and Donovan Wilson.
They've been great. Jordan Lewis especially.
Yeah.
I think his willingness to bring physicality in the run game and whenever there's somebody underneath the secondary and maybe somebody has a grab, whether it's his man or somebody else's man, it's almost like he changed his mentality 180 from what it was, and he's ready to hit somebody. And I love it, man. I think he's been great. Donovan Wilson's had back-to-back games where he's made an impact and had an interception. If those two guys can continue playing better football, it supplements the confidence level you had in the defense early in the year.
I know it doesn't necessarily have to mean it's for a bigger impact if one of your teammates would have gotten it. One of the most impressive plays in football to me is the forced fumble and fumble recovery by the same person.
Yep.
I'm always
the
like
strip sack fumble touchdown.
And it doesn't always have to be because that Jordan Lewis play wasn't necessary. It wasn't a sack, but just stripping the ball out and recovering it. That is maybe the most impressive play in football to me.
It's one of, and especially, like you said, the first instinct there is that if it does occur, it's a strip sack, right?
Yes.
Because that's probably the most
For
likely.
sure.
You're
For
in the
sure.
backfield by yourself. You force the fumble. You find it first, and you grab it. That's what makes a play like Jordan Lewis more impressive to me, because he was the one that made the tackle, forced the fumble. There were bodies all over the place from both teams, and he still found a way to secure it and recover it. So that play was one of the more impressive plays, I think, of the Cowboys' defensive season so far in terms of it in a microcosm. I'm excited to see if he can continue to make plays like that in the playoffs.
Nobody expected James Cook Day. But James Cook Day happened, and a lot of that happened to the outside. And granted, they did run a lot of counters too, but a lot of that did happen to the outside. And Aaron Jones, it seems like that's the Packers' MO, is they would rather go outside than go up the middle.
Yep.
What are you seeing from their run game, or do you actually fear that?
I do.
Okay.
I really do. I think if they establish the run early, it sets up play action, and Jordan Love is very good off of play action. He's not very good whenever he's pressured. So if he has the defense on their heels, that's right where you want him. So if they're able to establish a run game early, and Green Bay is going to pull a lot. They pull guards all the time. They put pre-snap motion. They pull guards. They're trying to get outside the tackles. They're trying to block up front. And then Aaron Jones, just off of the pedigree that he's had in his games in the past, he averages 130 rushing yards per game against the Cowboys. Number one.
And 2 touchdowns a game.
Two touchdowns a game. His rushing yards per game is the most by an individual against the Cowboys all time. More than Barry Sanders, more than Walter Payton. It's pretty impressive.
Why didn't you have those numbers?
I told you that.
I don't know. Kyle's bringing those numbers.
He's bringing the numbers too.
No.
But I think there's an element to him. His father grew up a massive Cowboys fan. He's been around this team. He played at UTEP and played in El Paso. He grew up with the star really in the forefront. And now he gets a chance to try and take them down. He's done it in the 3 games that he's played prior.
By the way, from the 972, it's Gary from UNT, bro. So
Gary Livingston. Yeah.
Well,
hey, Gary.
I don't know about the last.
Yeah, that's a lot of.
That's
really
my guy.
Put his name out there.
Sorry, Gary.
But I did want to.
I probably shouldn't do that.
Now, a lot of people that may be new to Kyle may not, and he's talked to us every Friday here.
They want to know how many babies are on the
He's
way.
got triplets.
The number one show. So.
He's got triplets on the way.
Yep.
And Kevin, you named your son after Brandon, one of the A&M players.
Brandon Stewart, the old Texas A&M
Brandon
quarterback.
Stewart. That's who his son's
Brandon
named after.
Aubrey.
When they won the Big 12 championship in 1998, I made a deal with the sports gods. If we could win this game, I would name my first son Brandon.
Oh man!
When I actually was time to have my first son, I thought, well, that's never going to work. Chatted it over with the person who, for the record, not my wife, we had the baby, and she was like, you know what? I like that name, so it's stuck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you already decided? Have you all come to a conclusion, or is that still in the works right now?
It's still in the works.
All right.
We haven't decided on anything yet. It's 2 boys and a girl, which is really exciting.
It's great.
But yeah, we haven't completely made the decision yet. So I think we can maybe workshop something here.
Do we
need to workshop some
Yes.
sort of deal to
Kyle,
make it happen?
who was your favorite player? It doesn't have to be a Cowboy. Who was like your hero sports person when you were a kid?
Well, growing up in Waco, and this is going to sound weird, but I really liked watching RG3. I was in high school at the time, but
Robert's a good
I thought you were
name.
going to say
watching
Perry
RG3.
Jones III.
Dude, he was fun too. Isaiah
you can name
Austin,
your kids
I mean,
Robert
Scott Drew.
or Perry.
Griffin and the third.
Oh man, yeah, all three
All
of them.
3 of them. Yeah,
Whoever
there you
comes
go.
out last.
Yeah, the last one. That's the
You were the third.
Last one to get out of there.
That'd be great. You could always remember.
I know, and you're the third one.
My favorite Cowboys were Jason Witten, Emmitt Smith, and Darren Woodson. Like, those were kind of my guys. I really liked them.
So Jason, Whitney, and Darren.
That's 3 good ones.
Could work.
And your wife is a pretty big sports fan
Yeah,
too.
she grew up a Cowboys. So she grew up in Staten Island, New York, but she was a Cowboys fan in Staten Island, New York.
She probably gets some feedback in this, too, then.
Yeah,
She's gotta
I think
have
she's
some,
yes, yeah.
Brandon Aubrey is the most convenient player on the roster, though, because there you go. You got a Brandon you
and
got
an
an Aubrey.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
You're
that
2/3
is
of the
pretty-
way
That's
there.
a pretty good one right there.
What would his reaction be if I just walked into open locker room and be like, "Hey, Brandon, dude, congratulations on your All-Pro nominee. By the way, I'm naming 2 of my 3 children after you." And just see what he
excited.
says. Like,
You're gonna
you
be
think he'd be
awesome.
pumped?
Yes.
I don't know.
Now, I was pumped for you last year. How many Emmys did you win last year?
I just
doing
won
your-
one.
Just
Yeah,
one.
just one.
And those were real.
That's all
It's
you
a
need,
real
okay?
Emmy. Yeah, my name was on it. It wasn't a fake
Help
name.
me out here. I'm
It was a
not
real
sure
Emmy.
about this,
Yeah.
but Kyle, you're probably going to be up for a lot more Emmys this year again.
Probably so.
because the DallasCowboys.com does. But I did some playoff stuff for the Texas Rangers, and I've never won an Emmy. So if you guys are going up against some sort of post-game show for the Texas Rangers, can you say, I already got one?
Yeah,
give it to
just
that
like back
guy.
out. See, you're going to have to talk to Isaiah Stanback. So Isaiah won an Emmy last year against Mark McLemore, who I know you work a lot with in his analysis. They were the two finalists. So you're going to have to talk with Isaiah. I can maybe try and put a good word in. Be like, listen, Mike Bassick needs one. Like, we need to make.
Do you think if I gave Isaiah Stanback $100, he would tell the Emmy people, don't give it to me?
Yes, he would totally do that. I think it would
Really?
be. Yeah, it would be instant.
So we can
he hasn't
purchase-
even taken the Emmy out of the box yet. He told me that last week.
It's just still hanging around.
So you know where this is going,
I would
right?
walk into the building. I would every time I walk into 105.3 The Fan, I would hold it up and walk into the building. I'd be like,
Elevator,
this is me.
just holding it.
Here's what I'm
I should have
thinking.
just brought it and just had Mike hold it up the whole segment.
I want to give Isaiah $100 or $200 to get that Emmy, put it up for Peace-a-thon, knowing
man.
that Mike's going to bid on it, so he can have the Emmy for all the rest of your life.
Does it say Isaiah Stanback
We
on
can
it?
fix that
Dude,
part.
we
We
learned
can
from
fix
ESPN.
that
We can
part.
change
I'm
those
sure we
plates
can.
real
I'll
quick.
I'll hit up Lee Corso. He'll tell me what to do.
Emmy, DallasCowboys.com, Isaiah Stanback, and I'm going to buy that and be like, look what I did. I bought Isaiah Stanback's Emmy.
We'll fix that part. Do you have a prediction for us for Sunday besides pain?
Yeah, besides. I would say the Cowboys win it.
Bye.
This is the better team by a significant margin. I think it's 37-21 Dallas. This defense, their defense is serviceable. Like I said a moment ago, I don't want to say they're a bad defense, but they haven't been good at stopping the run, and at times they've been susceptible to the big play. I think Dak Prescott has a monster game at home like he has really through the entire season. Give me the Cowboys big.
I like it, man. And that's
I
the C
do,
block,
too.
Kevin.
All right. What an excellent addition. Do you
That was
have
great,
to
man.
go, or do you want to hang around for another
We
segment?
can hang out for we'll hang out for one more. Why
Okay.
not?
Besides Cowboys-Packers, which NFL playoff game are you most looking forward to this weekend? 877-881-1053 plus Masterpiece of the Week. It is the fastest segment in all of radio. Good news for you. It's up next, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco on 105.3 The Fan.
on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
This segment of the KMC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Third down and 5, 2-minute mark. Wentz leaning in, takes a shotgun snap against a 4-man rush. Throws right side, end zone, caught! Puka Nacua! Touchdown, LA!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Spoiler alert, this is going to be my answer. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco, off of Preston. All kinds of cool Cowboy swag being given away all day long. Plus, you can still register for your chance to win Cowboys-Packers tickets courtesy of Miller Lite. Now, we've got Kylie Omen with us, and the question I want to get to is, besides Cowboys-Packers, which NFL game are you most looking forward to this weekend? But, Corey, I believe you have college football news for us.
Yeah, according to at ESPN Rittenberg, otherwise known as Adam Rittenberg, who might be a fake name. Nobody knows the answer to that question.
Hold on, is it spelled Rittenberg, W-R-I?
No, it's with an R,
okay.
so maybe it's real. Washington coach Kalen DeBoer is negotiating with Alabama's with Alabama. No, that's Pete. Is negotiating with Alabama to be the head coach. And I think throughout the entire process with Washington, and Isaiah would know a lot about him.
Yeah.
And, the entire process was, or everything I heard about him throughout the college football playoff and everything was, this dude created this. He made this program. He's the reason. And then everybody came for him. And here he is now going to take on one of the most high-profile jobs around. And so that's pretty interesting that he is in negotiations right now with Alabama.
He can bring Michael Penix with him, too.
Does he have another year of
unlimited eligibility?
You know what? Actually, hold on just 1 second. I found this story just for you, and I didn't get a chance to bring it up earlier. Casey Thompson has committed to Oklahoma for his 7th season of college football. He has previously been at Texas, Nebraska, and Florida Atlantic, and now he will roll up to Oklahoma for his 7th season in college football.
So you can redshirt your first year, like you're just a redshirt. You're a freshman redshirt. You can have a medical redshirt.
Yep.
You can have another medical redshirt?
Yes. You can have it's like a gray shirt.
How many red shirts can you have? Can you literally be in your 10th year of college?
I mean, I don't know, but
I've seen 8.
Okay.
Is the highest
Wow.
that I've seen is 8 years recently.
So Casey Thompson could be a 2-year starter for Alabama based off
I
of that.
want to say
I don't know.
I want to say I was a sophomore in college when Casey Thompson came out of high school.
And now
I'm not
you've
gonna
won
lie.
an Emmy.
Yeah, I'm an Emmy winner now.
How old
about
are
that?
you, Kyle?
I'm 27.
Okay, so the same
Yeah.
age as Michael Penix almost.
He's 24.
And then also there lines out the favorite if Arch Manning were to leave Texas right now is LSU. We talked about Quinn Ewers earlier this week coming back. We've kind of seen the writing on the wall for that for a couple of weeks. Is LSU would be the favorite. Now,
can I ask?
Yeah.
I know you have something else.
Go for it.
I want to ask Kyle something real quick that I didn't get to ask him in the last one. Will McClay coming back?
Yeah.
I think that he does a really good job at catering to the coaches, and I'm not sure most personnel guys do that around the league. I just wanted your thoughts on like what the importance of him is.
I've been very adamant about this just during draft coverage throughout. I mean, I host the draft coverage on the Fan throughout the spring, but I think he's the best in the business. I really do, and I would say that if he weren't with the Dallas Cowboys, he's as good as it comes because he caters to the people around him, both ownership, coaches, his scouts too. He's got a great relationship with the scouting department as a whole. I think if he were to go somewhere else, he would, 1, be successful, and 2, it would be a huge loss for this organization. With that being said, I don't see him leaving.
Oh, yeah, no.
I don't think he's going anywhere. But that's just my personal – that's not based off of a conversation I've had with him or anything. That's just outside looking in on his situation for sure.
Yeah, I feel like, Kevin, that a lot of times coaches will come in and they'll be like, yeah, just bring me some good players.
Yeah.
Dan Quinn comes in and is like, hey, I have a very detailed thing that I want.
McCarthy, too. Both of them are very adamant on what they wanted to fit their system.
Yeah, they wanted McCarthy talks so often about what a Cowboys player should look like.
Mm-hmm.
And that was like, hey, this is my definition to you, Will. And Will's like, okay, got it. I'll go find them. And I think he does a really good job at finding that for those guys. So that that was just a conversation of glad he's back. We'll see how the future goes for him down the road.
Real quick for all of y'all, what is the number one non-Cowboys-Packers game you're looking forward to?
In a weird way, I'm probably not going to watch because it's on Peacock, but
the Chiefs.
I just want to know, can Patrick Mahomes take another group of minor league wide receivers and still win in the playoffs?
Mine's Rams-Lions. I'm really amped to see that game.
Yeah, I think mine would probably be Rams-Lions. Stafford going back to Detroit. Detroit's never hosted a playoff game at Ford Field in its entirety, which Ford Field was built in, 02, 03. And they've never hosted a playoff game there.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And now Stafford's involved in that one playoff game. That's going to be crazy loud.
Yeah, it's going to be that environment.
The weather's going to be fun to watch in Kansas City, though, because -5 and snow and ice and whatever it ends up being up there.
Same in Buffalo, right?
Yeah.
Probably.
It's like a foot of snow already.
Mine is Browns-Texans. C.J. Stroud, as we discussed earlier.
Sure.
He's done beyond anything I expected him to do in his rookie season, beyond anything I expected from DeMeco Ryans. It might be a blowout. Who knows what happens there? Joe Flacco's story is still fascinating, and the fact that they went through they lost their starting star quarterback, and then they lost their other two quarterbacks, and now they're on a dude that they just said, well, you know what, I guess him.
Nobody wanted him.
Yeah, and Stefanski, I think, is a pretty good coach, man. I think he knows what he's doing when he's running that offense there.
Right now, Kyle demanded to stay for this live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco. It's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Hey, guys, happy Friday.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, who do we want to pick on first today for Masterpiece of the Week?
Kyle.
Mike.
Wait.
I mean, if you had a Kyle drop somehow, that'd be amazing.
I don't have.
Just ask Sean and RJ. They've got one.
Yeah. Oh, true.
Bobby, they've got it all.
Kyle Yeomans. I think
there
that's
it is.
the draft
Yeah,
pick.
it's up there somewhere.
All right, let's pick on Mike. I heard Mike. He said this earlier in the show today.
My wife did that to me this morning, and I just took it.
Chris, I want to tell you this. You are the winner so far, Masterpiece of the Week, because I heard him when he said that.
Let's
thought,
go.
if there's any way we could turn that around immediately, that would be
Took
great.
her cold hands right before I left, and she put them on my back.
Up your shirt or
Yes,
down your shirt? Okay.
on my skin, because she knows that's how she wants to warm up her hands.
We could just bleep back and make that sound really bad for future.
But I was just wondering if other wives, when their hands are cold, try to put their hand on your back to warm up their hands.
Yes.
That's a universal
Fine.
experience,
I don't like
I think.
this. She's like, are my hands cold? I'm like, yes. And she's like, well, I'm like, are they warm now? And they don't get, the thing is they never get
They
warm.
stay cold.
How women's hands get so cold and stay cold, I don't know.
They're just bricks of ice. That's all they are all the time.
Well, let's pivot to Corey real quick. Corey had a good one right here.
And I'm feeling like, all right, get those guys off.
Okay. All right.
Straight to the point.
Away. I need to use that more often.
I
Get
really thought
away.
Mike was going to go coast to coast on this, and then right out of the gate.
I think Kyle is already questioning sticking around.
When did you
No,
say
I'm
that?
glad I'm sticking around. This is awesome.
What's that?
When did you say that?
I don't know. I don't
Mike said that once in a commercial. He goes, yeah, they'll get you in, get you, and then he finished it, and he goes, well, maybe not that.
I said that wrong.
Said it wrong.
Yeah.
Well, let's go back to Mike here. I didn't go Mike the entire way, but a couple weeks back with Reg, Grant Williams was given a new nickname.
We are playing with Derek Lively, but he gets up and down the court really great. I can't play Bubble Butt Williams if we're going to play it this style.
I'm so uncomfortable with this nickname.
I like that one because Reggie was involved.
Yeah.
I was at the Mavs game last night, and they said the Grant Man. They've got like a Batman theme in house. I like yours better.
I thought he played better
He
yesterday.
did.
He did. He played okay last night.
When he made, I think it was an and one. I don't know if he made the free throw or not. That's difficult for the Mavs, but he got up and was fired up going back to the bench and screaming. And I'm like, he is, to me, lacking a lot of confidence and trying to find confidence in his shot, in his game with the Mavs.
Yeah.
And you could tell that moment was like, let's go. He wants to help the Mavs. He just hasn't helped them very much.
Did they run a play, an inbounds pass for him to get a 3 off right before halftime? I think that was him last.
That was,
and I was like,
that was
why
after
him?
Jalen Brunson. He took a good cheap shot.
Yeah,
I
he
was
did.
proud of Jay. If you're trying
Yep.
to take cheap shots, Jalen got a good one in right there.
I like him.
Well, Kyle, you're safe today, but Kevin, you are absolutely not.
But you don't have to be married to be naked.
Oh, man.
That's a fact.
That is a fact.
I would just want to tell
It's
you.
unfortunate, but it's a fact.
If you continue the logic, I pretty much confirmed that today when I told you I had a baby with somebody I wasn't married to. So I feel like
that's you.
I've been pretty consistent on this topic of pre-marriage nudity. Is that,
All right.
Hey, Chris, go ahead and put that one down for next week because that one's going to win for me, too.
All right, sounds good, man.
Pretty consistent.
Well, I'm gonna, since you like the other Reg one, I got another one with Reg right here.
If Trent Williams can't come back from the groin injury, I always hate that word. 'Cause I always say growing, but it's groin if I'm trying to say it right.
One more time for me.
I still have San
You
Francisco.
sound like a cartoon spring.
Groin. There has to be a better word for that. Groin.
what do you think that word? If you get to invent the word, what would you call it? He looked down.
He's trying to get inspiration.
Yeah.
He was looking in his area, his groin, to try and get inspiration.
Side crotch muscle.
The A-frame.
See, it needs to
Man,
be more
he
to the
sounds like
point
he's
than
thought about
side
that for a while.
crotch muscle, because people just say groin. But the A-frame,
That's not bad.
that is
right?
good.
But for a while, I
Sounds
did
like a
think
power
it was,
stance.
Yeah, it
It
does.
was growing, but then somebody's like, no, it's not growing, it's groin.
Growing.
Groin.
All right, well,
Have you ever heard that before?
I hope
If you did, you'd have groin pains.
I hope you're clipping this.
I'm clipping all of it. I'm clipping all of it, Kyle.
It is not a fun injury.
All right, well, we have 5 votes today, so who wants to vote first?
I am voting for Kevin, saying you don't have to be married to be naked.
You don't have to be married to be naked.
Yeah, the logic, the definitive way that you said it. That's really what it's all about.
That is a factual statement. I don't understand.
Chris, which one was your favorite one?
Man, I really like Grant Williams' new nickname.
I can't play Bubble Butt Williams if.
All right, you know what? To muddy the waters even further, I'm going to vote for Mr. Corey Majors and what he wants to do for those guys.
Oh, gross.
And I'm feeling like, all right, get those guys off.
I was talking about getting like Dak and CD and Mike off the
Get
field.
them going early?
Get them out of the field.
Get them out of the game.
Yeah, with 10 minutes to
that's
go up
what
by
I was
47, it still wasn't safe to take them out of the Washington game.
They might be exhausted for the rest of the game.
I don't want that.
You'll lose the
Kyle,
legs.
when you were at that game, real quick, when you were at that game, at what point in the fourth quarter were you like, hey, can we get Dak off the field just in case somebody gets a free shot at him?
When they came out of the commercial break prior to the start of the fourth quarter. Yeah, I'm good at that point. There was a time when I was like, okay, Cooper Rush is coming in. And nope, Dak trots right back out there. No, those two are too important.
Which audio did you like the most?
I liked your first one. I know you had like 12 of them, but the first one that Chris played, that
Taking
was
it.
My wife did that
What?
to me this morning, and I just took it.
That's it. That's the one for me.
When
Corey,
you don't have the cold hands involved, it sounds a lot different.
Yeah.
It sounds like she was like, "Get over there."
I wouldn't mind it, I guess.
Hands on the counter.
Oh my God, dude. Hope you're listening,
and Kevin's
Sue.
go hand in hand now.
Yeah.
And now you know why
This
we're
is
number
great.
one, Kyle.
Yeah. Is this what Dallas-Fort Worth likes to listen to at lunchtime on Fridays?
I guess
Yes.
Is that what this is?
I guess
That's
so.
what it is?
Look,
Okay.
we fill up the
Good to
restaurant
know.
week after week, no matter
It's
where
impressive.
we go.
Because we know a lot of heathens out there.
All right, can you play that mic one just one more time, Chris? That is your masterpiece of the week winner for the week.
My wife did that
What?
to me this morning, and I just took it.
Hey,
Kyle, thanks for coming over.
very progressive
Appreciate
of
you
you.
guys.
Good
Thank
job,
you
Mike.
very much. Emmy award-winning Kylie Omen.
That dude has an Emmy.
Sullying his reputation with the KNC masterpiece. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco, off of Preston. Coming up next, let's chat with those fellas from the Gag Nation. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Fans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They've got the goods, more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
At the Philadelphia 13. 2 tight ends on the left, back to throw, looking left, looking right, pumps, runs out to the left. Throws on the run, Lamb at the 7, and strolls in. Walks all the dogs. Touchdown, Lamb. 13 yards. First touchdown of the game.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. This has been the place to be the last couple of days. Yesterday we had Bobby Belt RJ Choppy and Eric Chiafalo hanging out with us today. Bobby Belt, Kyle Yeoman's in the house at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco. So we've been having a blast, and right now, let's mix it up with that show that always has a blast. It is the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
We're having a blast as always, Hagee. How the hell are you?
Outstanding. I am doing fantastic, and I really wanted to pick y'all's brain on this to start because I understand what a lot of people might think it's Dak. I think it's Lamar Jackson. Is there a particular player that you think has the most on the line or the most to prove in this playoffs?
Well, I think you got two of them right there, don't you? Is it anybody else?
Josh Allen, I think, is on that list too.
Sure.
How about Brock Purdy?
That's who Corey said. That. Tell me more about your thoughts there, because I thought Corey was on with that too.
Well, the thing about everybody thinks that Brock Purdy is only as good as because the players around him. Or, and I think
Florio thought he was kind of turdy.
Yeah, there you go.
You remember that?
I do remember that now that you brought it up. But
Never forget.
I think that he's a guy that, if he could go out there and show that he's the reason why the 49ers are going to, try and make a run at this thing, and he's not just a guy that's just kind of hanging on. Everybody's mentioned the right names, but to me, he's the one guy that everybody just kind of calls the bus driver dude, And so maybe he wants to get out of that bus driver shadow.
I like what you're going with there, because I think it's like the bottom of the quarterbacks instead of the top of the quarterbacks that have, the most to prove. I think Dak and Lamar Jackson have already put themselves in the MVP conversation. There's not much more vertical to go. They're established. Can Joe Flacco put himself back in the, hey, I'm a starting quarterback conversation? Could we see that happen? Probably not. But he could. Could Jared Goff get revenge against the Rams and say, hey, remember me? You thought I was a top 5 quarterback once upon a time. Maybe I still am. Those are the guys with room to grow.
I think you nailed it. Like Lamar Jackson 1-3 in the playoffs, and he's probably going to be your MVP, and then Dak 2-4 in the playoffs. Those are two guys that constantly are having regular season success. The question is, can you do it in the playoffs? The other guy is, and his head coach is lumped into this as well with the dumpster fire in Philly, is Jalen Hurts. And that's an organization that has shown we are willing to move on. They did it with Carson Wentz, and there are rumblings that they might fire Nick Sirianni if they lose to Tampa Bay.
That's wild to me. The year after the Super Bowl, I mean, I know they didn't win, but
they fired Doug Peterson after 2 years.
Yep,
it's true.
Yeah, that's how that group is.
After he corrected his jaundice in the offseason too.
Did he correct it?
He looks less jaundicey this year. Not Doug Peterson, Sirianni.
Yeah.
He looked very jaundicey last year in the playoffs. Got under the sunlight. Got
a great band.
Were there any surprises for y'all on the All-Pro team? It's looking like Dak Prescott will probably be, he is second-team All-Pro. He'll probably be runner-up for the MVP to Lamar Jackson. Anything surprising for y'all in that mix there?
Was Micah second as well on the
yes,
second team?
Micah's second team as well.
I think people are struggling with what position Micah Parsons plays. I don't know how you can have an all-pro team. If you took a poll of all the offensive coordinators in the league and said, give me the guys that would be hard to get ready for every week, Micah Parsons is going to be on that list as a guy. I understand the all-pro list is a pretty significant one and a good one, but I think he struggles with the fact that people aren't sure what position he really plays. And I think that hurts him with some of the voting.
I'm on a mission to figure out who's the one of the 50 voters that did not play CeeDee Lamb as a first-team All-Pro man.
Yeah, especially because they take
Reuben Frank, our buddy from.
Yeah, that guy's a bleep hole.
Yeah.
Oh, I like it. I like that.
Oh, my goodness. And it's good to see that the special team's well represented. Your kicker first team, your punter second team. Special teams is unstoppable.
Woo-hoo! Yeah, did our outside gunners make the first or second team with the way that we cover on the fake punts?
Tolbert made the Razzies.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh.
Yeah, and, I still go back to this. I know it was a while ago, but I really hated the explanation where they're like, oh, Jalen Tolbert's a wide receiver. He might have some difficulty understanding the coverage there. And I was like, sure. Or it could have been that he just ran the total other way and wasn't prepared for a fake.
Or he probably shouldn't be out there. That's another thing. I worry about a little bit in this game is Rich Bisaccia is the special teams coach for the Packers. And Rich will come up with a game or two to kind of throw you off. So
does this come down to the chess match between Bisaccia and Bones?
We'll see. One of them is going to do something crazy. You know that.
Which one?
I think
Which
Rich.
one?
I think
You
Rich.
think Rich?
I think Rich is going to fake something up. Yeah.
It does feel like Bones was more likely to do things early whenever he got here, and he's laid off of all that stuff.
Well,
maybe it's because the team's good.
Yeah, but he kind of went into his bag a little early in a meaningless game. He throws the fake field goal pass to Golston. You got to save that one for.
Didn't Mike chew him out pretty good? Was it the Buffalo game, the Sam Williams rush?
Oh yeah, he did. He said, well, let's coach these guys up better how to block punts.
Dawson, what's the confidence meter for Sunday?
Around 97.
Man, I like that. That makes me feel confident, too.
I like it. How's that shared with the rest of your compatriots in the room? Confidence meters.
I think as the week's gone on, I've become more and more confident. The more breakdowns we get from Broadus about this team, and especially this defense for the Packers, I really do feel like it is going to be a great offensive performance, and that will lead that'll lead the Cowboys to victory. So I'm feeling really good about this one.
Feeling very good. Feeling strong, very optimistic.
It's a Chicago song, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Cowboys get this thing done. Divisional round is usually where the Packers have had our number, not the wild card round.
I don't think they've ever played the wild card round.
Never before.
This is the first time ever.
Man, I tell you what, that's really good stuff coming from
Damn
you.
right, Brian.
I tell you what, that's impressive. I like that.
Cowboys are going to win the first one.
The Cowboys have never lost to the Packers in the wild card round, and so facts are facts, and history repeats itself.
I like the research you're doing on this.
Some damn good analysis.
Confident but hate games like this. Confident but hate games like this. I hate when I'm going to pick the Cowboys to win the game, but I hate games like this, especially when the Packers still can kind of do something. One thing they can do is they can actually run the football.
They can run.
And now will they be? No, I think. But
they can run, but they can't hide, Broadus.
But you make their quarterback throw the ball 40 times in this game, I think you win. How about that?
What do y'all got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks for asking. Stephen Jones is coming up at 3:00.
All right, looking forward to that. Remember, everything you need is right here on The Fan this weekend. Alec, CA, and Blake tomorrow have a 6-hour show.
Hello.
So make sure
HR's calling right now and asking why.
I know. Make sure you support them for that. Pre-game starts at 12:30 with Chiafalo and Broadus. It's going to be a huge day, a huge weekend right here on The Fan. We'll be back on Monday for better or worse, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say Buffalo Wild Wings, Mike.
Buffalo Wild Wings.
Nice.
Sports with love. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And for the first time since the Rangers World Series, we are filled with postseason anticipation and excitement. Let's rock and roll here over the next 5 hours, Nation. Wild Card Weekend Football Friday with a double bet payoff. Stephen Jones coming up in 1 hour. Let's rock and roll. General at your service. There's Broadus. Lucius Alexander, fresh off a birthday, is rocking the house here at 75 and fits you in that pimp cup. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are here. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video at 105 through thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. He's got one eye on the coaching carousel that has multiple stops we need to talk about here in this opening segment, where we recap everything that has developed since we last broadcasted with you. Okay, Packers have a quarterback in his first playoff who plays poorly under pressure, can't play on the run. They have a defense that can't stop anybody. Guys, you're looking at multiple takeaways from this Cowboys defense. I'm thinking somewhere in the neighborhood of 33-20 is going to get it done. Brian, how about you?
I went 34-24 on this one.
Good pick. Good pick. I like it. We going with this clean sweep here, Chief?
Yes, we are. You guys got the Cowboys covering.
Yeah.
Feel good about that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm close to that. I do think the Cowboys ultimately get the victory for sure, and I got it 31-27. I do feel like the Packers defense is a problem, and the Cowboys at home are on a different level, but you just can't overlook the fact that Baker Mayfield, Tommy DeVito, Bryce Young all having sort of career days versus this Packers defense in the last 5 weeks. Dak Prescott, this passing attack, it's going to be all over the place, man.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Green Bay's pretty worried. I just joined Mike Heller, who joined us yesterday on his show in Milwaukee. They put up a poll of what the Packer fans think. Are the Cowboys going to win by 7 or more? They're all saying yes. They think the Cowboys cover in this one. So Green Bay's a little nervous. I think 34-20. I'm taking the Cowboys. They're at home. I think CeeDee Lamb goes off. I think Jake Ferguson feasts over the middle of this defense as well. I do think Aaron Jones gets his. And this one will be close and competitive into the fourth quarter. And then you get the Deron Bland walk-off pick 6 to say sayonara. We're moving on to the divisional round.
Yeah, when the pressure gets ramped up and they're unable to run it, they have to pass it. I think the Cowboys ultimately will, take them down. But I'm assuming the Packers aren't going to come up with the game plan I would. Because I tell you what, I could beat these Cowboys today, Brian. You replace their head coach with me for 72 hours, we'd get this thing done, I believe, on Sunday afternoon. But teams are, I don't know, too proud, too stuck in their ways to run their quarterback. I know Jordan Love's not a burner. I know he's not an athletic runner, but he would be for me twice in the first quarter. And I would shake the Cowboys defense in a way that would leave them anxious and second-guessing themselves for the rest of that game. And at that point, Aaron Jones would go for $175. We'd be victorious. Now, NFL teams don't want to do that, especially with a young quarterback. They want to develop this guy. Let's get him in the pocket in the playoffs. Let's see if he can handle it. They don't optimize for winning nearly enough because they want to protect their guys, and I get it. And that same sentiment goes for the Cowboys too. You want to convince me that you're going to go beat San Francisco in the NFC title game? Let's see Dak with some designed runs to provide that element that the defense isn't expecting. You put that on tape. You rattle the opposition's defense, you'll have me believing coming out of this weekend.
I like that quite a bit because one of the things when you watch Green Bay a little bit, Rashawn Gary, probably their best pass rusher.
Yeah.
I don't think he defends the zone read very well.
No.
I think you can get him on a Dak, just pulled it on you and scampered 12 yards into the end zone for a touchdown.
Yeah, Gary versus Steele will be an interesting matchup because I think Terrence Steele has bounced back and is playing better football. He certainly was better the second time around against Hassan Reddick after what was his worst game of the season in Filthy. But how well does he hold up against Gary? It's also worth noting, Jordan Love, as well as he's played down the stretch here, he's got a little bit of this home road split issue too.
Yeah.
3 of his worst games have been on the road this year, and 3 of his best games have been at home. So he kind of has a similar thing to what we've talked about the Cowboys and Dak, where he hasn't been as good on the road as he has been at Lambeau Field.
Yeah, find a way to speed him up. That's, you saw some when teams were able to do that, he wasn't as accurate throwing the football. And so anything that Dallas can do. Now, the Packers are pretty good about not allowing pressures. Dallas one of the best at providing pressure. So something's going to give here, though. And Dallas at home usually is pretty good when it comes to. I think if you can make the Packers very one-dimensional, that's where the trouble starts. You're going to put all that on the quarterback to make a bunch of plays, and you're playing with the best quarterback in the NFC right now. That's that's your weapon against them. You're gonna sick your guy on them and make that work.
Yeah, going to light them up. And probably have a double-digit victory. I have a little bit of money on Bet Online on my poker account still. I haven't lost it all. All my summer winnings are almost gone, but I have a couple $100. I think I could double up on this one. Just need a jam on in there. Will McClay staying? That's great news. That feels like winning a big bet.
Oh. Yeah, I had a chance to talk to him this morning, and he was really happy about the opportunity. He still is focused on helping the Jones family find a way to win a championship here. So that is good news for everybody.
Thank goodness.
Zach Martin and CeeDee Lamb, first-team All-Pros. Same with Deron Bland. Dak and Micah, second team. First time Dak's been on an All-Pro team. Tyron Smith with his third second-team honor, and Tyler Smith is in there as well. Yeah. So well represented here for the Cowboys.
I'll tell you what, that whole thing with it couldn't have worked out better. Now we'll see how the playoffs go for Tyron Smith. There were a couple of games there where he wasn't involved, but overall, I think everybody has to be pretty happy about Tyron Smith kind of having the kind of year he had.
No doubt.
For sure. That's one of the biggest surprises of the year and biggest pleasant surprises. And he is playing not just healthy, but he's playing really dang good football.
Yeah. Man, if they could get a center in the draft, I think, and have Tyron and Tyler, play like they did this year, next year, heck, maybe we can, be right back at it again here. This thing just keeps on rolling. I have been meaning to get to the list of free agents, and there's about 8 guys who contribute, but none of them are like big time stars, are they? Like this thing. This thing doesn't have to be done.
No,
we're in great shape now. You hold your breath and keep your fingers crossed on a guy like Tyron Smith, but maybe he figured out what it takes, and maybe they did along with him. After he got hurt in practice twice in the first 6 weeks, they're like, "Hey, let's stop practicing. Put him in the damn games." I mean, his last 3 injuries have been at practice.
Yeah.
I do think that's when they started listening to us about the 24-hour bodysuit that is the hyperbaric chamber. I think that we don't see that from a media standpoint, but I do think that's actually happening.
Got our guy, though, Graham Barton from Duke, for you draftees out there.
Yeah.
Give him a watch. He's an offensive tackle, but I think he kicks in, can play center or guard in the NFL.
Good get right there. Yep.
Talk about versatility.
Yep.
Kalen DeBoer, your head coach at Bama, in waiting. I think the negotiation is going on currently. This just hours after the news that Steve Sarkisian and Florida State's Mike Norvell had reaffirmed their commitments to their current schools on social media.
Norvell's looking at an 8-year extension right now at Florida State.
Good for him.
He seems very much loyal to Florida State because he had a couple of years initially where it wasn't very good and they stuck with him. And he feels loyal to, thanking the president and the athletic director for hanging with him.
Right on. Well, I think Bama's, either got a guy who's won at every level and can bring his sort of humble, soft-spoken deal to Bama, which should fit in well and, will have tremendous success, or they have like the perfect guy to be the guy that follows the guy, kind of still somewhat anonymous and nondescript. And if he sucks for the first 2 years, you can fire him and, move on to your next guy. I think either role could do well, but I wouldn't be surprised if DeBoer is able to go down there and get something going pretty quick. Brian.
Yeah, he is. He's a highly respected offensive guy, too. So that's something that Alabama has, over the years, they've gone through so many different coordinators, and to have a guy that, a head coach that can call plays is stable that way, boy, that would probably bode very well for them.
Gerard Mayo, next Patriots head coach. The 37-year-old is the new youngest head coach in the NFL. He was named team captain in his second season. Players referred to him as Bill Jr. because they viewed him as a future coach. He was always at the facility, countless hours, that type of deal. He was pretty dang good player as well. Led the team in tackles 5 years, and he was a defensive rookie of the year, and he did win one championship there with the Patriots. But he's fulfilled his destiny now, which is truly to be a head coach.
Yeah, I think the Patriots saw him getting interviewed all these times. It seemed like everybody was talking about him, and they probably said, "Listen, let's not lose this guy with all the jobs that are on the market right now." And they just kind of cut that thing off before it even got started.
Okay, how about the Mavs, man? 3 offensive rebounds and a Tim Hardaway Jr. 3 allows the Mavs to hang on and beat the Knicks. It was a terrific night of basketball. Felt like it got a little closer than you'd wanted it to.
It did.
Definitely.
Way too close.
Yeah, I thought they were about to blow that game.
Yep.
But Irving with 44, he's playing his best basketball ever. Hardaway had the 32, and they get the win without Luka and Lively, which is great.
Geez, the end possession there, that crazy back and forth. You get 3 offensive rebounds, and then Kyrie's got the ball, and he kicks it out to Josh Green. I'm like, no, keep that, Kyrie.
It was his night, though. It was Josh Green's night,
then,
dude.
Boom, he just drills it. And, yes, I mean, him and THJ were both on. But I still was just thinking in the moment, you're trusting Josh Green, who has really, really been inconsistent this year, but he buried it. And shout out to Kyrie for having faith in his teammate.
Yeah, the Mavs did a really nice job, and talked to some people over in the organization after the game. They were kind of bragging on the way that they were able to affect the Knicks in the first half of that game, and they were kind of talking about that Jones Jr., they put him on the center to kind of negate the pick and roll effectiveness of Brunson in that game. And then so they press Brunson with Green, and then they put their center on Randall, and they trap him. And so now all of a sudden they were stagnant, and they took some bad shots. So give the Mavs a little credit for coming up with a plan in this game, knowing the opponent, knowing Brunson, knowing the pick and roll game and what he's capable of doing. They immediately stopped that. That was their number one goal. But then at the end, like we said, hung on to win this thing.
I loved Green's game. I mean, Chief already said it. It was his night. But you want to look at a guy that maybe isn't going to be a dynamic weapon offensively. He's not going to get every rebound or be a steals guy or an assist guy. It's like, how do you go be a really good player on a championship team? To me, last night, it was the on-the-ball defense. And he's got the quick enough feet, and he's strong enough that a guy like Brunson was often bottled up. I know Brunson ends up with 30, but if it wasn't for Josh Green's effort last night, I think Brunson would have gone for 45. Dude was feeling it.
Yeah.
Dude was hitting his shots, but Green was just denying so many of them. And the majority of the shots that Brunson did miss is because Green was basically in his face, playing like playoff defense on him. And I think that needs to be like the example of, hey, Josh, you want to not come off the floor? You want to be like, hey, my shot's not working, but coach is leaving me in? That's what it looks like, bro, because, this team needs somebody like that can go be an absolute pest to the other team's best scorer.
Hope Toronto is paying attention. I'd flip them in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. Yeah, you got to be willing to admit that the highs are the
I really consistent there.
It's the perfect time. Like today's the day to trade THJ and Josh Green.
Just go ahead and send that tape from
last night.
I thought, Dawson, you were going to come in there and give us the scouting report on how well Green played, but hopefully other teams are noticing here, and that.
Yeah, going to look great in a Raptors uniform.
I guess I've accepted
not giving him praise for playing well, but actually giving him praise for looking well, so other teams might trade for him.
And I would have done that with Hardaway Jr. as well, but he's coming off a 4-point night in the previous game. So
damn it, we just forget that one.
Yeah,
he was sick.
I would hopefully somebody's already in on him. Mark Followell tweeted 44 points. That is Kyrie's most in a Mavs uniform, plus the 10 assists, his second career game of at least 40 and 10. Mavs host the Pelicans tomorrow in New Orleans, a half game ahead of Dallas right now in that 6th spot. And they're in Denver tonight. The Pelicans are. So great opportunity tomorrow against New Orleans to beat a team. And the Pelicans will stay around AAC Monday as well.
In regards to the Raptors, and obviously we're talking about hoping to land Pascal Siakam, put him in a Mavericks uniform. Chris Haynes, in his article, has the Raptors and Siakam on the verge of parting ways.
Ooh. Really?
So I don't know what that necessarily means. Is that like on the verge once we get closer to the deadline? Is on the verge like they're in the midst of a trade discussion with a team right now? I don't know, but Siakam seems for sure on the move. Could he come here? What a fit that would be.
Yeah, we were talking about it a couple of days ago that people in the league believe that maybe if you can give them a player in a future protected type pick that they might do that. So
the issue is he's blocking the Sacramento trade,
right,
and maybe Indiana because he doesn't want to sign an extension, which is fair. It's like, dude, I don't want to go sign and play with you long term. I'll play this contract out. Right. You want to trade me, get what you want to get there, Toronto. But I understand what Pascal Siakam's doing. Hopefully he forces his way to the Mavs.
Well, Chuck, sitting on the show sheet is a G-bag mixed bag. What's that look like?
Yeah, we got some Ranger news for you. Arbitration. They're signing new players, plus they have a new catcher as well in a Ranger uniform. We'll talk about that next.
Very good. I want to chat Frankles with you before we do that.
Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. G-Bag Nation. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 7.5 minutes. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Have a double bet payoff coming up to you in an hour. Well, the first part's going to be in an hour. The second part, 5:20. It's a double Honest Abe Friday where you can basically play a nonstop truth or dare with no dares. It's just all questions that you have to answer honestly for a 15-minute segment. And the first round of that's coming up at 3:20. Both Wolchuk and I will be participating in that. Honest Abe might be fun with Drink and Brian here in a couple of weeks whenever we can get a remote and get that part of the payoff.
Well,
but
like that.
Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Before we get to this mixed bag, guys, G-Bag Survivor. I'm going to take the Cowboys.
Ooh, I love this.
Second biggest point spread. The biggest one is Bills Steelers. I just think with the way that Buffalo's season has gone, it would make way too much sense for it to end with some Buffalo tears.
Hell yes.
So I'm staying away from the Bills. I'm going Cowboys. Brian, how about you?
I'm taking the Bills.
Right on.
I'm absolutely going with the Bills there.
Wow.
That Steelers defense,
So,
though.
Brian, I mean,
Yep,
man.
this game is going to come down to the quarterback is who it's going to come down to. I'm taking Buffalo.
I figured you would have just gone with the Lions since you're already kind of
I'm
have
going
them anyway.
No, I was distracted. One of these kids here, I'm watching these. One of these kids, we're watching this baseball show. He's got an LSU hoodie on.
No
One of the
idea.
star baseball players.
Maybe
It's
goes to
Dimitri. I
LSU.
think it's Dimitri Young's kid, Quentin Young here, LSU. But I was distracted a little bit. But yes,
Going Bills.
I'm going Bills.
Okay.
And people were talking about the weather in Buffalo being a nightmare, and it is certainly going to be, but they were throwing around 65-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Yes.
And at least over a foot of snow. But I saw a smart weatherman, Kevin Roth, point out that all that is going to be mostly on Saturday.
So they get that snow off the field.
Yeah, there were rumors of they were going to move the game to Cleveland. The NFL said, no, that is not
moving
true.
it.
We aren't moving.
And the 65-mile-an-hour gusts and the crazy wind and stuff like that is going to be the day before. So I think Sunday will be not quite as bad as Saturday. But, I mean, Saturday night, Kansas City, Sunday afternoon, Buffalo, both going to be weather games.
I want you both to know.
Here's where Pittsburgh needs to leave today.
Yeah, they might.
They might. The league might ask them to go in 2 days early. If
The Bills will not have wide receiver Gabe Davis or safety Taylor Rapp. They're both officially been ruled out.
Fine.
I was talking to my buddy
That's awesome.
in Pittsburgh today. He works with the Steelers network, and he says, we have remotes and appearances all weekend in Buffalo. It's a 3-hour drive. I was like, oh, that's
drive?
interesting.
Yeah, that is weird.
He says a lot of it is for the Steelers fans that live in Buffalo because Steelers fans are everywhere. They're kind of like Cowboys fans, but a lot of folks are making the roadie. So it'll be interesting to see what that fan base looks like there in that stadium. I would not be going for that weather.
Yeah, me either. I'm going Chiefs. I mean, there's fans in Kansas City that are like, why the hell are we playing this game here? Maybe we should move the game because of how frigid those temperatures are. Some fans are saying it's not fair to even the workers that have to be there at Arrowhead. Maybe. But I'm taking the Chiefs in this. I think Isaiah Pacheco is able to run them to victory, and I think the Dolphins poop themselves.
Yeah. Now, let's not forget, Baldy with us yesterday, his stone cold lead pipe lock of the weekend was the Browns.
Yes, which I could see. But I got respect for C.J. Stroud to just in case.
Just in case. Yeah.
Now, once we pick these teams for the playoffs, we're done with them, right?
Correct. Unless you get to a point where you've picked everybody. You might get to the Super Bowl and
you picked all losers.
Yeah, there
Probably
might
have
be
to reset it for the Super Bowl. Maybe
might have to be some level of reset.
Play
but
by ear.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely give me the bull. Give me the Bills.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go with the Chiefs. I'm going to go with the Chiefs as well. I think there's a few good picks here. But I think the Chiefs at home, I do think this is not going to be this is not the Chiefs' year, but this is not the way that it ends. It doesn't end at home. It ends with them next week having to go on the road somewhere, and that's probably where they lose it. But there's no way Tua in this Dolphins offense is going to perform well in that nightmarish weather that Kansas City is going to be offering.
I'm never going to be cheering more ever than this one for Miami. I just
feeling good about it.
No,
you want it for them.
I want it for Miami.
Wow.
Yeah, I do. I really want it for Miami here.
Well, we got 2 Chiefs, 2 Bills.
Not bad enough to pick them though.
No, I'm going to save them. I'm saving.
You're saving them. Yeah, because you're not going to get
for
them
next
week.
year.
I'm saving them for when the next week when they don't get
week
beat.
one,
They get beat. Yeah.
Well, we are the home of your World Series champion Texas Rangers. We got some Ranger news as last night, they signed a new catcher. They've signed free agent catcher Andrew Knizner to a 1-year contract for the 2024 season. Now, he's got some familiarity with the staff here as Knizner. He's going to be 29 in February. He worked with pitching coach Mike Maddox in St. Louis with the Cardinals. Perfect. Also, offensive coordinator / bench coach Donnie Ecker at Class A Peoria in the minor league. So he's probably going to have the inside track to back up Jonah Heim. So whenever you need Jonah Heim to get a rest, you'll get Andrew Knizner in there, and he'll be your catcher for the Rangers next year, unless Sam Huff just goes out there and crushes it in spring training. And then we've got the arbitration stuff that's going down. So the Rangers have agreed with 7 of their 8 players for arbitration contracts. We talked about Dane Dunning yesterday. Burke, they got to deal with. Jonah Heim, they got to deal with. Jonathan Hernandez, Nathaniel Lowe, Sporzy, and Leody Taveras. But yes, they did not get a deal yet with Adolis Garcia. They have exchanged desired contract figures, and they could continue to negotiate up until the arbitration hearing is set. And this would be the first year of arbitration for Adolis Garcia. Now, the Rangers haven't gone to an arbitration hearing since 2000. So this is something that they're probably going to get figured out. The Rangers offered Adolis $5 million. He asked for $6.9, and I think that he's going to end up getting probably what he asked for because I think he's even worth more than $6.9. So I think this thing ends up getting figured out. I wouldn't worry about it, Ranger fans, but Adolis is still the one that they're trying to figure out right now.
There's no holding out in a situation like that?
I don't think so. I mean, it can go into spring training. We might go to spring training and we're still dealing with this with Adolis Garcia, but no, I don't think so. I mean, look, if he's asking for 6.9 and you're the Rangers, you do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I would be embarrassed to give him less than 15 right now.
Yeah, I don't think that this is going to be something that lingers into the
season. Won you a World Series.
Absolutely.
That's what he did.
He's worth it.
Give the man his money.
You pay that man his money.
It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Speaking about paying that man his money.
That's right.
G-Bag of the day, we do it every weekday on the fan at 2:30-ish. Shout out to Jesse Holly.
Got a question, Lucius, for you.
What's up, buddy?
What was the best part of the fried platter last night?
The shrimps.
The shrimps?
The shrimps. And I got a cup of gumbo on the side.
Oh.
I ate that there. And I ordered some Mardi Gras pasta to go so I could eat it today for lunch. I was thinking ahead. You know what I mean?
There you go.
Focus. All right, yeah. If you see anything out there, don't be afraid to send it to us. All that stuff is on social media. Go to G-Bag Nation. Follow us all right? Our winner and champ is a big brother. Had to stop his little brother from fighting in the front yard.
It's really nice. Hey. Jason. Ronan, get in the house.
You.
Get in the house.
Shut up.
Jason, go to your house, please.
He threw the first punch.
Ronan. Punch. Ronan, please.
The f*** away.
I'm going to send this to
I am going to call the cops. Get the f*** off of me.
You're starting fights.
Get the f*** off of me.
Go to your room.
Rapist.
Oh. No.
I'll call mom. Jason, just keep walking your house. It's in your best interest. Ronan.
It's in your best interest.
Shut up, you bitch.
Ronan, don't. Don't.
Because you're scared.
Yeah,
So
sure.
shut up.
I'm so sorry, Jason.
You, Jason.
Oh, my God.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. So sorry about him.
Yeah, I apologize,
He's
man.
a little guy.
What's the right big brother move there? Do you beat up your little brother?
Yes, you put him in a headlock and you bring him back in the crib.
But you can hear from the jump here, this brother knows exactly what Ronan is capable of. You can hear it in his voice. He is scared of him, and he's like, hey, Jason, you should be scared of him as well. Get your ass home right now.
It's in your best interest.
That's the best line. It's in your best interest. Yes. I've seen what this kid can do.
Yeah, Ronan got incel vibes.
He does.
Just oozing off of his arguments. All right, let's go to Miami Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniels.
That's weed.
Yeah, I see you, bro.
On the sideline.
Yeah, I see you, dog. This is his thoughts on Nick Saban and all the legendary coaches stepping down from their positions or being moved from their positions, however you want to put it.
Carroll and Nick Saban in there because it feels the same way. It's just kind of like it's a reminder.
Told you.
To me.
Come on.
That. I'm just going to be candid, that Father Time's a dick. Really not a nice guy.
bro.
That's weed.
Come on, bro. This man's playing Madden with real life people out there. He's a genius when it comes to the plays and everything, but I see you, Phil. You ain't fooling me. I see you.
Father time, bro.
You know.
What the D?
I'm
Harshing my buzz,
super
bro.
candid right now. You guys could bear with me.
These guys are super bros, but now
No,
they're
the
old.
thing is, he thought he was really moving in just real speed. He didn't know it was slow.
Yeah.
It's only slow to us. To him, he's thinking it moving real time.
He's in the left lane driving 20.
Yeah, exactly. I like that. I like that. That man in the left lane driving 20 right now. All right, let's go to talking about Bama coaching and Saban and whatnot. Here's a legendary caller. His name is Legend. He calls on to the Paul Feinbaum show.
Yes.
Check this out.
Man, Paul, it's a sad day of loss, brother. A sad day of loss. I ain't felt this bad since I lost my mama, man. This is horrible. I'm in friggin' shock. What is going on? The whole operation is falling apart, Paul. The whole operation, baby. Help me. Help me, Jesus. Help me. Oh, my God, Paul. Give me a word of wisdom, brother. Give me a word of wisdom.
You know me, Legend. I shoot straight. Dark days are ahead.
No.
Dark days are ahead.
I thought you was my black hat brother, man. You're supposed to pick me up by the shoulder and tell me it's going to be all right. Coach Saban, we was in the pit of hell. We was in the pit, baby. The devil was torturing us. And you came along and lifted us out of the pit of hell and raised us back to the mountaintop, baby. You are the greatest to ever do it. You are a legend. You are a GOAT. And let me say this to you, brother. Change your mind. Come back. Come back.
Please, please, please.
Mama rolling over her grave somewhere when she heard that.
It sounded like he had a little Cajun in him there. Baby.
It kind of sounded like a Cajun Terry Bradshaw.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
You hear a little Bradshaw?
I did.
Okay. Good call, man. We need the calls like that on the what you drink, what you think.
Go 520.
There was another guy who was alleging that he was going to set himself on fire at the 50-yard line if Dabo replaced Nick Saban. That was his big thing.
Anyone but Dabo. Don't worry, that's not happening.
I wanted that video so bad. It wasn't playing back here on these computers for some reason.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry to hear that.
So thank you for bringing that up, fam.
That's a great
Anything
call.
for you, Lucius.
That might stop Ronan on the doorstep of 5-time status.
We got some broadcasting beef right here. Peyton, producer of RJ and Chop Show.
Yeah, social media.
Yeah, a little beefing. And Alec Medford. They call him Little Red Medford.
Little Red.
Yeah. Pause. He's thick, though.
Yeah.
He's tough.
Yeah.
When we started calling him,
he's tough, though, bro. Watch out
Good
now.
muscle density.
Yeah, he's bulking.
We were going Little
He's
Red
been
Medford
bulking.
3 years ago. He's now put on about 30 pounds of muscle.
Yeah, man. He's tough, so watch out. Yeah, they beefing. Apparently, somebody took shots at somebody's segment. I think Medford took shots at Peyton's segment.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
Medford,
Peyton is
payload.
responding right here?
Yes.
The payload. I like that. All right.
So let me channel in my Brian Damaris here. A little music here for Alec Medford. First of all, you little leprechaun, shut up.
Whoa, come on,
you're
fam.
5'2".
Man.
You're 5'2", long red hair, good flow, big glasses, but you're small. No one likes small people. Get out of here. You're overrated tattoos.
Jeez.
You get a new tattoo every other week. You pay $500 for it. Get out of here with that. You're not a tattoo guy. You are not him.
You're not him.
You are not him. Stick to the weekends. Stick to hosting with the fan phenom, the 8-time Hall of Famer.
Real life personal, fam. What we doing?
Wow.
You want to be a host, but
What are we
you're
doing?
Just a producer. You're just, we remember that one clip from the what was her name from Fox Sports Radio?
No, man.
Who said,
quarterbacking.
I want my quarterbacks to be quarterbacking.
Well, I want my host to be host. You're just a producer, little bro.
Little bro.
So stick to filling in for the full-time guys.
Whoa.
Let me do my job.
That's toxic.
No.
And we'll be seeing you, Alec Medford. Thank you for the comment.
Yo, don't little bro me, bro.
You little bro.
Don't little bro me like that.
Well, I think that Medford little broed Peyton.
Just don't little bro me in your comeback,
So
fam.
now we have a little bro off going.
This is the Charleston White effect right here. This is what happened when Cat Williams set off the year on fire. This is what happened.
This is good stuff.
Peyton's is so toxic, I think only one man could have ghostwritten that for him. That'd be Sean Sharif.
Oh, passive aggressively. I got something for you to help you out.
Rubbing his little hands together.
Shoot him while they're climbing up the ladder.
That's exactly what we need to stay on top of the ratings.
Go after Medford. He'll do us good.
What happened? Oh, scrimps. Hey, yeah, scrimps. I see you. Scrimps. Shout out to them Bayou boys. What is that scrimp? That is Gullah Geechee. That's Gullah Geechee saying scrimps. All right, let's go ahead and vote, man.
Oh, I thought we were going to hear from Medford's side. I was looking forward to that.
No. I mean, you know.
One-sided still?
It continues.
Nice.
It continues.
Medford's got 6 hours tomorrow.
Yeah,
This is about to get spicy.
continues, bro.
Nice.
He's
Okay.
so nervous about
Is it
feeling
Ronan
that.
looking for 5? Is it Mike McDaniels on the legend stepping away?
That was wild, Peyton.
Is it legend calling in to
That was
Feinbaum?
wild, bro.
Yeah, it was mean. They're supposed to
was
be funny.
mean.
They're supposed to be like half truths.
Yeah.
And funny.
Yeah, man, you're going to make Eric rant. So you're supposed to be funny about this. This is not funny at all. Aren't you comedians? Paid to be funny.
Dawson's about to vote for. He's about to vote for Peyton. Watch this.
Peyton and Alec Medford, yeah.
watch
Peyton
this.
was funnier than Jimmy Kimmel the other night. I'll stand on
I
that.
thought Peyton was funny.
I did want to hear Alec because I think he sounds like Napoleon Dynamite's brother, Kip.
Oh, dude.
Okay.
A little bit.
A little bit more bass.
Well, that's supposed to be a compliment? What is that?
Let's use the school's chopstick.
Maybe
All
that could
right,
be
he's had
material.
enough. He's had enough.
That could be material for Peyton Russell's next
He's had
spot.
enough.
He's the man, though, that Alec Medford. Used to run against Cavante Turpin in high school. Very fast kid.
Very fast.
Yeah, he knows what Turpin's ass looks like for sure.
Well, who you voting for, Chief?
Got me again.
I'm going with sorry, Bedford. Gosh dang it. You don't deserve any of this. I am gonna go with the chant.
Y'all got to stall out Medford like that. Stall him out, Debo. I'm going to go with the beef. Go ahead, Medford. You got 6 hours tomorrow to give me a response.
I'm about this beef.
Or the streets calling you dead.
I love the toxic. I'm here for Peyton. Pay all day.
I got to throw a vote for the legend.
You're here for toxic. That means you're here for Ronan, man.
Yeah,
I
he's hella
voted for
toxic.
Ronan for the last 4 days.
Yeah.
I was voting Mike McDaniels, which means by a score of 2-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion for the first time, I believe it's Peyton Russell, who's also a producer of that morning show with Sean, RJ, and Bobby every weekday morning, 5:30 to 10. Brian, where are we going next, buddy?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you about the official this weekend, but I'm also going to ask some questions of my guys. We'll do that next.
Coming up Monday morning.
Grapevine. They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. So why go anywhere else, people? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. It's a great football Friday here in the nation. Cowboys and Packers Sunday at 3:30 pre
on deck. So
man, hook me up with one, dude.
Well, let's see. I mean, I'm really excited about this though to see what he's got a design idea that he wants to use, and so he's going to send me one, and we'll go from there. So I'm excited to see how this works out, and hopefully we can do some good with them. Everybody,
we'll model them for you.
Get a bunch of guys and gals in these shirts. It'll be a lot of fun. All right. Ron Tolbert is your official this weekend, but it's an all-star crew. So what's going to happen is you're going to get the officials that graded out throughout the year working with the crew. So this crew will be working together for the first time. Tolbert will be the lead official. They usually allow the umpire, the gentleman who stands to his left in the backfield, he'll usually carry that guy with him to this game, and then they'll go from there. But just wanted to point out penalties that Ron Tolbert could be involved with, that he could, by where he is positioned and where his teammate or gentleman that he works with can be next to him there. You need to keep an eye on. They called 43. By the way, Tolbert, they called the third most penalties in the NFL this year. His crew did.
Dude.
I don't want a flag happy game.
Yeah, but Tolbert has not refereed a Cowboys game this year. So we'll see about that, how that all plays
Hopefully
out.
he's been mad that his colleagues refused to call holding against Micah Parsons most of the season.
Well, offensive holding was a big call, and this is something that he can handle.
Let's go. Come on, Ronnie.
Him and then his umpire. 43 of those. That was their top-rated call.
Don't let these fat bums off the hook, Ronnie.
Yeah.
Can't handle Micah.
Can't handle Micah. The another one you need to keep an eye on is they had 6 roughing the passer penalties this year. So
seems like a lot.
That's a lot. That is a lot. So that's something that he can control in the game, and usually the referee is responsible for the roughing the passer penalty. So 6 of those during the year.
That makes me nervous. I'm just used to just crappy calls impacting the game against the Packers in the playoffs, like the Bryce Butler illegal man in the huddle. Like here goes Mike is probably going to get a sack, strip, fumble. They're going to call roughing the passer or some crap.
My money's on either Sam Williams or Dante Fowler, like the most wheels-off pass rusher on the team who could, in a moment of emotion.
Yeah.
Hey, Fowler's on a run right now.
Fowler's on a good run.
But he'll take a dive at you. He will.
He will absolutely take
He's
a
man
run.
too.
And the last one that we need to kind of keep an eye on is intentional grounding. That's something that the umpire and the referee usually handle.
Good.
That number was 4.
Yeah.
So intentional grounding when you get in the pocket trying to throw things away.
It's a big advantage, Cowboys, right there.
There you go. Right there. All right. That's Ron Tolbert. He is your official. By the way, tradition holds that one of these officials in this weekend will get the Super Bowl.
Ooh, okay.
So usually your wild card weekend official will get the Super Bowl. So
we'll see you in Vegas, Ron.
Yeah. Ronnie, see you there. Okay. All right. I got some questions for my guys here. Okay, Zach, I'll start with you on this one.
All right, let's do this.
Offensive player will be praising in the postgame about. Offensive player that will be praising in the postgame about.
We will. I mean, we always are. It seems like at AT&T Stadium, Dak and CD, but I think it's going to be Jake Ferguson that will be getting a lot of love in the postgame. I think Ferguson will catch at least 1 touchdown. I think he has a monster game over the middle. These linebackers, Quay Walker, cannot cover, and I think Dak loves throwing that seam pass. It's one of his most beautiful balls. So I think Fergie.
How about you, Chieftain?
I do think any one of these skill guys, from Lamb to Ferguson to Cooks, I'll rock with Cooks here just to be a little bit more oddball-y, but I do think you're going to be talking about the Packers sending everything they can at CeeDee Lamb. It won't stop them, but maybe that gives Cooks a couple more opportunities. And he's been clicking, and he's had big clutch touchdown moments, and I think you might see 1 or 2 of those situations go down. And Brandon Cooks is a guy we're going, thank God we got extra weapons. Last year in the playoffs, we didn't have any. Cooks, you represent the idea that we do now.
How about you, General?
Offensive player?
Offensive player that will be praising in the postgame.
Let me go Tyler Smith for his toughness. He'll have a great game there with the torn plantar fascia.
Like that, though. I think it is going to be. I'm gonna go on a limb here.
Hunter Lipke?
No, I'm gonna say
Dowdle.
Tony Pollard.
Okay.
I'm gonna say Tony Pollard. This is a team that doesn't play particularly well run defense. And all of a sudden, we've kind of like thinking of all the other weapons on the outside, and we're going to talk about Tony Pollard had a game that allowed Dallas to have really good balance in this game, and it helped him. Dak had some big tosses off play action. So I think
Would love that.
I think throwing the ball to Pollard too will be good in this game too, because I don't think the Packers linebackers are particularly good in coverage.
They're going to be in a blender all game.
Yeah,
the linebackers are so bad.
There's going to be some blitz pickup stuff too that they're probably going to have to deal with these linebackers a little bit. I'm going to say that we're going to be singing the praises of Tony Pollard when this thing is all done. All right, Chieftain, how about the defensive player that we're going to be talking about in this game? We're going to be praising in the post game. Zach and I are going to be praising this guy.
Praising.
Give me Donovan Wilson. Give me Donovan Wilson coming up with a big play. I think he's starting to really trend in the right direction. These last 2 games have been probably the best 2 games of his entire season. And so I could see Donovan Wilson coming up with a splash play or 2 that make you say, Dono, welcome back to being the guy.
General?
I'm going to go with Deron Bland.
Yeah.
I thought he's built for games like this. You're going to get this guy on the run. Young quarterback. I feel like, what have we been, 3 or 4 weeks, maybe 5 weeks since he had a pick? Maybe the league's forgot about him a little bit.
Well, he had a pick in the Commanders game.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, my bad.
Down along the sidelines, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sticking with Deron Bland.
I like Deron Bland. I think he does get a pick 6 in this one to close it out. I'm going to go with DeMarcus Lawrence. Give me Tank.
Man.
Because I think that the run defense, man. I mean, and I think DeMarcus Lawrence can take over a game, and he's due for one. And this is a guy, he's a veteran. I mentioned it yesterday, the 3 guys that were there in 2014. It was Tank, it was Tyler, and it was Zach Martin, or Tyron and Zach Martin. It's all out there for Tank. He's got to have it.
Yeah, I feel like that Zach Tom, the right tackle for the Packers, has got his hands full this week with Tank. Tank's going to make some type of run defense play, knife through like he always does. It's going to be a 3rd down and 1, 4th and 1. They're going to go for it. He's going to shoot the gap inside, beat Tom, tackle for a loss. Cowboys get the ball going the other way. Maybe that's your momentum flipper right there.
I love it.
But Tank, that's my guy.
Yeah, just all up in the kitchen of Aaron Jones all game.
DeMarcus Lawrence.
Sorry, Aaron Jones, you're not going to get going. I do think the Zach Tom guy, that's the most egregious double first name situation.
You don't like that one at all, do you?
I mean, and there's nowhere you can go with that. When your last name's Tom, you're just bleeped there.
Yeah,
like,
you are.
There ain't much you can do.
Scott Tom worked for the oldie station in Portland.
Scott might be worse.
That's a made-up name, Scott Tom.
Probably was.
Zach Tom feels like a made-up name.
Yeah, they both do.
Okay, before we get to Stephen Jones
Being
here.
an oldies
Why wouldn't you just put like a pson in front of, at the end of it to make it be Thompson or Thomas? Don't you like, somebody in the lineage of the Toms needs to just take ownership of the fact that it's a dumb last name and you're just a few letters away from it being a really good one. And you're not even changing the name that much.
All right, we get to Stephen Jones here. So my final question for you, General, here is real quick. If the game is a close one, your faith in the head coach, quarterback, or defensive coordinator?
Who has my most faith?
Most faith.
Wow.
Whose face do you like the most?
That commentary about the last name Tom really troubled you from Chief right there.
It did.
You got a good buddy named Tom.
Yeah, it hurt me a little bit. I'm just trying to get to Stephen Jones at 3 o'clock.
No, you got it, buddy. I'm going to go with Dak Prescott. That's where I put my faith.
You said end of game, man. I'm going to just answer this by saying,
if the game is close, who do you have the most faith in?
I will
head
say
coach, quarterback, or defensive coordinator?
Not Mike McCarthy.
Steve's going to be 8 minutes late. Don't worry about it, Brian.
CD Lamb. Time. No, but I'll take Dak.
Yeah, you think it's the quarterback?
Yeah, I'll give it to Dak. He's done well when it comes to late game situations and going on that drive lately.
If I had to power rank him, give me quarterback 1, defensive coordinator 2, head coach 3.
And we know.
That's where I would go.
There he is, Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy Scout, NFL executive, here with you in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, Stephen Jones is going to join us. We had the news earlier, Will McClay staying, and that's pretty cool. So we'll see if Steve can confirm that and what he thinks about that story coming up next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys, 105 through the Fan.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and the Get Right. Turn it on, leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. The forecast for Saturday night in Kansas City, when the Chiefs host the Dolphins, negative 10 degrees. Negative 10 degrees. That's not wind chill. That's not, quote, feels like. That is straight up the temperature forecast. Negative 10 degrees. I'm Jim Rome.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Attention, men who are frustrated about their decline in the bedroom.
Hey guys, it's Chris with Dallas Premier Health. Don't watch your love life dwindle to nothing and disappoint your partner. Whatever you call it, failure to launch or an equipment malfunction, we all know it happens. But there's a way better option than getting hooked on ED pills. At Dallas Premier Health, our acoustic wave therapy is fast, long-lasting, effective, and 100% safe. It's doctor recommended and proven to work with over 50 clinical studies. No shots, no drugs, and no pain or side effects. We get to the root cause of your problem, which is really just a blood flow problem. And once we fix that, your love life will come roaring back. So move past the shame, embarrassment, and frustration. Call 972-703-9630. And when you book your visit this week, we're going to give you a special gift. 1 acoustic wave treatment totally free. You'll also get a free consultation and painless blood flow evaluation on your visit. This is an $800 value. Call now, 972-703-9630. That's 972-703-9630. Or visit us at DallasPremierHealth.com.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
So, you got a new gadget over the holidays. Don't forget to listen to your favorite station on Odyssey. Unwrapped a new Amazon Echo or Google Home? Be sure to tell your smart speaker to play your favorite station. Received a new Sonos speaker? Check on Odyssey on the Sonos app for access to hundreds of stations. Got a new phone? Don't forget that the Odyssey app is the only way you can jump to your favorite show with Rewind. No matter what you received this year, listen to your favorites with Odyssey. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
Gavin Dawson here, and as you know, I love food, chips, wings, pizza. And naturally, I love having the best dips on hand, and that's involved making them in the past. But I don't have to anymore. Just discover Daisy Sour Cream now makes French onion and ranch dip, has game-changing flavor, even better than if I'd made my dips from scratch at home. No added other junk either. Try it yourself, you'll see, and you'll agree. The taste is amazing. So addictive, I can't stop eating them.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we are headed for Cowboys-Packers Sunday afternoon right here on The Fan. The pregame at 12:30 and the kickoff at 3:30. Of course, Brian Broaddus and Chief on the pre, Woolchuck and Broaddus on the post, along with your phone calls and a host of interviews. And joining you now here on 105.3 The Fan is Stephen Jones. And a good afternoon to you, sir. Thanks for joining us once again. How you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Reports Will McClay is staying once again. Can you confirm that?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that, comes up every year because obviously he's a guy who does an amazing job for us and had a big finger in, what we do in terms of not only putting together our roster every year through the draft, free agency, all the ways, trades, the way you acquire talent, but also working with our coaching staff and really understanding, with Jerry and I, what we need to do to give our staff every chance in the world to put together a championship team. But obviously we think the world of Will and, always want him to be a Cowboy, but, everything's always a work in progress.
So do you see that like as a foreseeable future thing, or is it year to year? Very popular guy every year, like you said.
Yeah, as long as, obviously when we have the success we've had over the years, and certainly people seem to think we do a good job drafting, which we're confident in, then, Will's always, I'm sure, going to be presented opportunities. And, we just, don't ever take that for granted. But we also, like you said, I mean, we'd love for Will to be here for as long as we can keep him here.
Does it require or would you consider elevating his title to a place that he wouldn't be looking to, for a higher title somewhere else? It would be impossible.
I'm not into titles or anything like that. I've never been a title guy, and we're just going to keep doing what we do. It's working.
Just Super Bowl titles, right?
That's right.
Yes, that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, well, speaking of that, I mean, you get 2 home games now, hopefully, as long as you beat Green Bay. Is it fair to say this might be the best opportunity you guys have had in recent memory to go on that run?
Well, it's certainly laid out for us, but I can assure you one thing. There's only one thing this coaching staff and this team and the organization's worried about, and that's the Packers. I mean, they're played at a high level down the stretch. They were 7-3, have a really good young quarterback who's playing at a high level. And we just have to, obviously focus on the task at hand, which is beating the Packers. As you said, there's some things that lay out well for us that because we played well during the season, we give ourselves an opportunity to have advantages, but we'll take it week by week. That's the only way you can do that in the playoffs. Obviously, teams are in these playoffs because they've had successful years and they play really good football, so we got our work cut out for us.
We know Jerry's a pretty superstitious guy. Is it true that he laid down the law all week long, no cheese consumed by any players or coaches?
Well, I may have missed it, but who knows? But he is superstitious, and I am as well. But like I said, I don't think anyone's taking the cheese, as Bill Parcells used to say. Everybody's focused on this football game and know, we've got to go out and execute and play at a high level if we want to beat the Packers and take the next step.
Well, and not to get too personal here, Stephen, but we did get a Tolo that texted in. Do you ever call Jerry Dad, or is it always just Jerry?
When I'm talking to him, it's Dad. I mean, he's been obviously my father forever, and times professionally, I'll refer to him as Jerry, and but when he and I are talking, it's I always refer to him as Dad.
Stephen, have the Packers been, and as you look at the playoffs throughout your history of being with the team, some of your greatest moments and also some of your worst moments of playoff football?
Probably fair to say. We have had our share of good ones, but we've also, had our share of disappointments. And when you play guys like Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers, that's going to happen. And obviously, the Packers organization is one of the best in the NFL. They always do a great job. Always have great coaches and great players, and they're a great organization. So you got your hands full every time you go up against them. And as you said, we've had some really big wins, but we've also had our share of disappointments.
Well, at least Aaron Rodgers, that boogeyman, is not part of this one. But Jordan Love's been playing really good football. What did you guys think of him coming out of the draft, and what do you think of the way he's been playing?
Yeah, I think we thought a lot of him coming out. Felt like he was that first-round caliber type of skill set, and obviously he's finally getting an opportunity after Aaron moved on, and he certainly started off as all young quarterbacks do, who hadn't played a lot, learning the ropes a little bit, but they've just done a great job with him and putting him in great positions to win football games for him, and I think he's playing at a high level.
Steven, is being around Mike McCarthy on Packer Week a good thing or a bad thing?
I can tell you this: he's focused, and obviously we lost when we went up there, and had a chance to get him, but we didn't finish. And certainly, I know he's not going to say it, but deep down when you go against a team that you've been a big part of its storied past, then you want to go win that football game. And, that always happens in this league. You end up going against people who are either, are ex-Cowboys or we have people on our team that played against a team we may be playing. And there's no doubt, I think it brings a little extra that you can't help it, a little extra, to the competition when you line up.
Steven, he has a street named of him after him up there. If he get a Super Bowl here, could we get a street name for him at the Star?
I bet that's very possible,
okay.
Brian. At the end of the day, people who win championships around here, whether it's rings of honor, whether it's streets, whether it's the appropriate places, we all know how hard it is to win in this league. We all know especially how hard it is to win a Super Bowl championship. And when one of those happen, the people ultimately get the proper recognition.
AP All-Pro list came out today. You got 9 Cowboys that made either the first or the second team. How proud are you of that?
I think it's just outstanding. These guys have worked hard all year. They're not 12-5 by accident. They don't have, they didn't win the East. They didn't certainly give ourselves a chance to have several home games here by accident. These guys have worked their butts off all year. Not only are they, great skills, great talents around here, but these guys are men who work and have the right football character. Certainly Dak leads the way with that in terms of the leadership he provides, but the whole group's bought in and so well deserved by so many guys. And I'm sure there's guys, I hadn't seen the full look, but I'm sure there's guys who should have been considered that didn't make it, but their time will come.
Was this Dak's best season ever?
I think it's got to be right there. I mean, obviously, the season's not over. We'll see. And, when it's all said and done, it could go down. As you know, quarterbacks and head coaches and those guys, once you establish yourself, as a franchise quarterback / great player, the next step are to win the championships. And I know Dak wants to take that next step.
Speaking of that, the next step, I know this game is so huge, Steve, but I was just looking at like the offseason. This team's going to be around, isn't it? We're not going anywhere after this year. The window, if you believe in window talk, that thing is firmly open for the foreseeable future, aren't we?
Yeah, we like our foundation. We like where we are from a salary cap standpoint in terms of keeping the guys that we need to keep around here, whether it's Dak, whether it's CD, whether it's Micah. Just to head up the list. But speaking of all pros, but those are guys that are going to be a big part of this. Inevitably you lose guys that you wish you could keep. We just have a great group of players here, but unfortunately you don't always get to keep them all. And when you have a successful team and you play for the Cowboys, then a lot of times that can help you get rewarded. Sometimes maybe not where where they want to be in terms of most of our players. I feel like want to stay here, but sometimes to get what they rightfully deserve, the reward, if you will, in terms of monetarily, then they have to make the deal somewhere else. But overall, we feel really good about the foundation of this football team. We obviously. We're focused on the task at hand, but there's a few of us who obviously have to keep our eye on the ball in terms of what the cap, what the salary cap's going to look like, and how we fill holes if we happen to lose players.
It seems like, you mentioned the guys being focused a couple of times. Not only are they focused on the goal, but they're talking championship. Like, I don't remember the Cowboys talking about it in previous years. They're speaking about their confidence and like counting down, what needs to be done, like we just saw the Rangers do, actually.
Well, they have their eye on the ball, and it certainly starts with starts at the top with Jerry. I can assure you where his eye is, and then certainly Coach McCarthy and his staff are laser focused, and then starting with Dak, our leadership council, this team, you feel the intensity, in the building. And I think they got their eye on the ball, and I'll be surprised if we don't go out and play some of our best football.
Seems like you're pretty dang healthy. Looking at this practice report, this is good news, isn't it?
Yeah, that's great news. I mean, you obviously, it's almost impossible this day and time to, not have some guys that end up on the injury list like Diggs and Leighton Vander Esch. You miss guys like that, but all 32 have that issue. And, that's why you got to, really have a great roster from top to bottom, because ultimately guys are going to have to play. And, that aren't necessarily start out as the anointed starters, but we feel good about the health of this team. Stefan's had a great week. He'll be ready to roll, and overall we feel good about the depth on this roster, and we just got to go out and execute and play at a high level. It's great we're doing it at AT&T Stadium, where we feel like we play our best football. We're so fortunate to have what we believe are the best fans in the NFL, and I know the atmosphere will be electric, and we look forward to it.
Yeah, Steven, it's a whiteout game. What do you recommend for a big fat guy like me wearing white? I don't think that's probably the best idea to do. I mean,
I think you'd look good in a good white tux, Brian.
You think so?
Yeah, get you a good tux on and get rolling, and a white tux, you'll be set.
I look like Fats Domino out there doing the Fats, but
you and I are always looking in the same sections in terms of something to hide, something to hide a few pounds.
Yeah, Bucky hates you and I walking in there and seeing him, right, for that sideline gear, right?
I go over and have to wear some of that gear our players are wearing.
I'm with you. I am so with you, man.
And more importantly, the offensive lineman side.
Yes, exactly.
Well, thank you.
All right, guys.
Cheers, buddy. Good luck over there on Sunday.
You guys take care.
All right. Have a good one. There he goes. Stephen Jones with you here on 105.3 The Fan. It is fortunate to have this thing at Cowboys Stadium with the cold weather all around the country. Yes. It's an absolute blessing, and I believe we're going to get pretty dang cold here by game time, but no precipitation possible till Monday, right?
Yeah, we got a post-game show we got to walk out of there on at 9:30 at night, but we'll be there. We'll be ready to roll.
But it is better than what's happening in Lambeau. It is snowing.
Yeah, a lot of things going on around the league, and not going to be at our place. That's good.
I like when he said we're not into titles, because that's the premise of the whole reason that Will McClay might go.
The only reason Will would leave is if he wanted to run his own operation. If he wanted to choose his own coach, he wanted to hire his own staff, he wanted to pick his own players. He has a lot of say in what goes on here. But when it falls at your feet, when it falls,
and a team gives their GM that much control.
Yeah, Sean Payton used to be. They used to ask him what color you want the rally towels to be this week.
Well, I hope somebody with the last name Jones recognizes that that's a good idea.
Yeah,
that should not be you should not be owner GM making those decisions, especially if you look in your rearview mirror of your coaching hires.
Yeah,
you decided Jason Garrett was good for 10 years. At that point, you say, Dad, I'm sorry that, I got to bring this to you, but I think the family business of picking everything from the jocks to the socks is going to end, at some point in the foreseeable future. Hopefully it's no time soon.
Yeah,
Dad.
I don't want to see that happen.
But we can't keep doing this to the fan base. We're not good at this. Like GMs, they stay focused 24/7, 365. We're into concessions. We're building real estate. We're doing oil. We're trying to take Frisco all the way to the Oklahoma border and be real estate titans. We can't keep doing this. That would be the self-awareness, looking at the man in the mirror that Jerry talks about, that I'm looking for when it comes to that one. Because if that's a role out there, then it's easy.
Yeah.
If you really value the job that Will McClay has done.
I think when you see the transition from Jerry to Steven, I think you might see some things differently for Will McClay.
Yeah. Yeah,
I think so.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Well, that would be an interesting time indeed whenever that might happen. But Jerry's still getting the job done. I mean, the boss of a team that has been kicking butt and taking names for a decade now. Okay, that's right. 2014, this party started. What's the year now? 2024. And the only thing that has stopped it is an injury to your quarterback. Or a decimating set of injuries to your offensive line in one of those years.
Just get through, man. This is your chance this year. You're right about that. Your rant yesterday is absolutely
Time's
right.
now.
Time's now.
You had a rant?
You had a
It
little
was
rant.
a victory rant.
Victory
It was a
rant. Yeah.
passionate.
Go do it.
Passionate. Yeah, go do it rant.
Okay, it is time now for the bet payoffs to pick up. The truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. We want your questions for Zach Wolchuk. Honest Abe, Volume 1. Oh. He will deliver the NFL news of the day while we pepper him with questions that he must give honest answers to. The truckwreck.com fan text at 877-881-1053. And we're back with the bet payoff next in the nation.
522E.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
Shoot, yeah, welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It is time now for the bet payoff fun to begin. Opposite of the broadcast table from me is Zach Wolchuk, about to perform the Honest Aid at 877-881-1053. What are your most uncomfortable and probing questions for the man that we lovingly call the Woolly Bully? The TruckWreck.com fan text is open. Please leave your name and city you're texting from. Zach's going to attempt to deliver some NFL news today while we pepper him with questions. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Zach,
yeah.
What's your body count?
Oh, man. That's a good one.
Females only.
Have you shared that with your fiance?
Dude, honestly, I don't know the number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it's so high.
It's so high. I mean, I'd say it's probably around 20, maybe higher.
Give or take, though.
Give or take.
And you've had that conversation?
No, that's not something that we've she might have asked. I don't care what hers is. I don't want to know.
Okay, you'd prefer not to know.
I don't want to know.
But if you had a guess for hers.
It's probably low. It's lower than mine.
That's good.
Was she horrified when you answered?
Yeah, she wasn't thrilled.
But at that point, you had alady put the baby in there, so it was like
deal's done, baby.
Yeah.
Glad you asked now.
Yeah, now you're an open book.
What a play by me.
Thank you.
877-881-1053. Now, Wolchuk is going to be trying to give us NFL news of the day.
Okay, so am I actually doing this?
So
we're doing this segment.
You're doing your segment.
You guys are just going to jump in.
Yeah.
Right, which is also going to anger you because we're going to cut you off.
It's fine.
And we're going to just urinate all over your segment.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm used to the urination on the segment. We do work
Who
with
in your
Brian.
who in her family do you not like?
Wow.
In her family or his own?
Uncomfortable.
Okay, so really her family's fantastic. I haven't met anybody that I don't like yet. I will say it's a little bit tough to have a conversation with her youngest brother.
Okay.
Just not very talk. He's just a quiet, private guy.
How old is he?
I believe he's 26.
Oh.
Yes,
Okay.
and
I
he's
was
married.
thinking like 14.
I was thinking Ronan.
No.
I was waiting for him to say it's like an 8-month-old baby.
That
happens.
He's just a quiet guy, and he doesn't like sports. There's just not a whole lot of commonalities there.
And do you judge him for that?
Yeah, I do. I'm like, dude, what are you doing?
817, did you ever steal from Chick-fil-A? That's Daniel from Fort Worth.
No, I didn't steal from Chick-fil-a. They treated me very well.
Could you get a shake for free?
Yes.
Okay, so all the food was
I could
not
get
considered
whatever
stealing.
I wanted there. Didn't steal from Chick-fil-A. I'm a good man. The Commanders are set to hire Adam Peters as their new general manager. He was formerly of the San Francisco 49ers. There is also a report we do not need to worry about Bill Belichick going to the Washington Commanders. They do not plan on hiring the former head coach, according to Jordan Schultz of Bleacher Report. They're moving on and looking for other people not named Bill. So that's good news. We don't have to worry about Bill Belichick coming into the division, unless you just think he's washed and no longer a good coach.
Did you ever, while managing Chick-fil-A, doctor anyone's food because they were being bleep holes as customers?
No, I never did that. I felt like it would come back. Like the one time I did that, they'd find out, and I'd end up getting fired. Just fear.
Proud of you.
Would you do bet payoffs every day for a $500,000 salary?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Sign me the hell up. I got a baby on the way. I am stressing. I will do that without question. Jalen Waddle and Raheem Mostert both practiced, but they are questionable against the Kansas City Chiefs. And we also have, interesting stuff with this game. The ticket prices are starting to plummet because of the freezing temperatures. Chiefs fans are dumping tickets for the game. All these tickets are under $100. There's tickets now as low as $57.
That is my point exactly. You have too much on the line. There's people out here paid too much money to be sitting out there in that weather.
Yes.
You need to put a dome on all these places.
Agreed, and fans
it looks
are now,
ridiculous.
Fans are asking, can we move this game somewhere else? What about the fans and employees at the stadium? It's incredibly stupid. The league is sitting back, ignoring and kind of promoting it, how cold it'll be through various media outlets.
They love this.
If you're a Chiefs fan right now, wouldn't you rather get in your car and drive 8 hours and do it at AT&T Stadium on Saturday?
No, because I think it is a huge advantage for the Chiefs to get victory
against Miami in that cold.
Yeah. Yes.
It's a guaranteed dub.
Yes, you're just trying to get the win here, man. It might be ugly, it might be cold, you might get a little frostbite. So what? You lose a finger, you win 3-0, you go to the next round.
If we can't beat the Dolphins, we're not going to the Super Bowl. Let's go to Dallas.
Did you ever cheat in college?
Fair counterpoint.
Yes.
You cheated in
absolutely.
college?
I wouldn't have passed Spanish if I didn't cheat.
Really?
Yeah. I had somebody
Cheat
do
off
my
other people, or did you like?
No,
bring notes in?
I paid a girl to do my homework for me.
Oh, did you?
The online homework.
What'd you pay her in?
In money.
Oh, okay.
She was number 18.
She was a good
Number
friend.
18.
Okay, 817. This sounds like a Cards for Humanity question. Would you rather watch your parents be intimate or have them watch you?
Oh gosh, neither.
Obviously, the choice C there is death, but you don't get choice C.
I would much rather death in this situation, but I guess I'd go with B. I don't want to watch that.
So they're watching you.
Yeah, I don't want to watch that. I'll just close my eyes and imagine they're not there. But I don't think there's a right answer to that.
Yeah, but you're a showman.
I am. I perform in the moment.
T-pegged a guy, too.
Whoa!
972.
That was years ago, Lucius.
Which former fan host are you glad is now gone? Isn't that an easy one?
Wow.
It's got to be an easy one for you.
Because we wouldn't have the job if Jeff didn't leave.
Yeah.
That works.
Well, yeah,
That works.
Sometimes 1 + 1 does equal
Thank
2.
you very much, Jeff.
Save that question for 520 today for Dawson.
Yeah.
This isn't funny. Yeah. I don't know. There's so many names out there.
There's a lot of names out there. There really, really are. I mean, there is one that I'm happy.
Probably Hansen for me.
Really, Hansen?
Greg Hansen, the original.
Yeah, your time will come at 520.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
We're going to crush you at 520.
Not bad.
So Jalen Hurts says he has not thrown a football since he injured his finger against the Giants.
So that's all week long?
All week long.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess a week.
Week.
You're right.
Yeah.
Don't ask me to do numbers. You know me. I'm not good at this. Yeah, all week long he's not picked up and thrown a football. And the reports are that indeed, if the Eagles lose after each won 34 games in 3 years, the belief is that Nick Sirianni could be gone in Philadelphia.
Wow.
Yeah, I could see that. You're in charge of the offense. You've let that happen. And you have to find out if with a better offensive coordinator, Jalen Hurts is a good idea or not, which I'm very curious about. And by the way, I'm waiting for my flowers on that. Thank you very much. I said Dak's better than Jalen Hurts the last 2 years.
You did.
People said I was crazy.
No,
I said just wait. I'm surprised it only took this long. What is the thing that your wife, future wife, does that most irritates you, Wooly Bully?
Oh, my gosh. She always wants me. It's to go to bed early. It's annoying. I'm a
And
night
you're trying
person.
to watch film?
I'm a night person, yes. And she's like, last night it's 9:30. She's like, family snuggle time, which means bedtime. You know, she's tried to like code word this. No, you go to bed. Let me stay up and do what I want to do. I will come to bed when it is necessary. And then she always just wakes me up super early in the morning. So,
Speaking of going to bed,
yeah,
did you ever date a Baby Dolls gal?
I did. I dated one girl from Baby Dolls.
P-I-M-P.
Yeah.
How much did that cost?
Nothing. Yeah, she actually.
Looking for a date, sugar?
She actually took
Sure,
me
I'll be
out.
your girlfriend
How many blue
tonight.
drinks did you buy to get that done?
She did. She took me out to dinner.
Did she?
She really did.
Because she felt
for
sorry
her.
for how much money you were making at the time.
It could have been a Make-A-Wish type of deal. Who knows? Maybe I was being pranked.
She makes more in one night.
I
than
was
you
looking
do.
for the hidden cameras, but no, she was really cool. It did not work out.
There were sexuality slurs.
But yeah, that did happen.
But the most you ever spent at Baby Dolls on any one given night?
Oh, probably a grand.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's when you were working you were doing your shows and stuff?
That's when he was on the clock, sort of.
Yeah.
That was.
You just gave him back the money,
You
right?
know, I know exactly when it was. It was the night. It was the night before
What,
Thanksgiving.
Gary
like
do
2
something
years ago.
crazy? You and Gary?
Oh, it had to be Big
Yes.
G.
Yeah.
It was in our guy Danny.
Oh, geez.
With the cowboy hat, he's a
Yeah.
badass and an awesome Tolo, and he's now, I don't know that he frequents Baby Dolls anymore. I think that he's moved.
Because you
on.
left.
Probably, but man, the drink specials on that Wednesday are awesome.
They
The
are
next thing you
awesome,
know,
yeah.
I can't make decisions for myself.
We have 3 minutes to go. What questions do you have for Zach Wolchuk? It's the Bet Payoff Honest Abe. Truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053.
Which host do you feel confident you could beat up at the station?
Peyton.
Host.
Oh, dang it. Peyton's not a host?
He's a producer, man.
I got to be the easiest host to beat up.
You? I feel like you've
You've been doing pull-ups and stuff, though.
You know,
He fights dirty.
Pull up. He did a pull up, fam.
I have not done a pull-up. I did a leg-assisted pull-up.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, but all the Pelotoning you're doing.
I did get back to 20 push-ups this morning.
Hey, it's steps, bro.
Nice
steps.
work.
Thank you.
At least you're doing
Thank
it.
you. I also added this lightweight dumbbell where I'm just punching in the air until my shoulders are absolutely burning. Okay.
Yeah.
So if we
1,
do go,
2,
I'm just going to
3.
stand here and throw them at you. Real truck.
Dawson's taking you
Just
to the
give it
woodshed.
about give it about 12 seconds and then sweep the
I
leg.
wasn't
You're
picking
good.
you, Gavin.
And this isn't somebody you want to fight, but this is just someone you feel like you definitely could whoop them.
I mean, look,
Dude,
I mean,
you would-
Broadus is pretty old.
Kevin's pretty
Oh,
flexible.
you could kill me.
You think so? I mean,
Yeah,
you've got
I
some
saw
good
you get. I
size.
saw you get so mad at the beach there in Oxnard.
That can be a lot of bluster, though.
Yeah.
It could be,
he
and that's
was
usually
really drunk.
It's usually what I go for, the intimidation
Yeah. It
factor.
works.
So you back down.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to go with a Bobby Belt here.
Oh,
Give me Bobby, because I think Bobby would be too drunk anyway if we got into this situation.
Yeah, his balance is bad.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen the way he walks.
he waddles over to try and hit you.
Oh, swivel hips.
But you're laughing at him
swivels.
as he's coming towards you. You're laughing, and then he hits you.
Yeah.
That might be a problem.
He moves like a wave hitting the beach.
Yeah. But most of these, I'm probably getting my ass kicked. I'm not a good fighter.
214. How much soda weight have you gained back?
Ooh. Probably 20 pounds.
Wow.
Yeah.
I saw you back on track though.
Yeah, no, I'm good now.
Yeah,
I
the holidays
just
got
took
me
one,
too.
But the holidays were not good for me.
Yeah, I probably put on 2 pounds myself. Have you talked to that baby doll girl since you've been with the baby mama? Ask the 682.
You blocked the number?
Yeah.
That might be her,
She gone.
actually.
Have you ever lied to baby
She's like,
mama?
I'm late. Woolchuck blocked it.
Lucius just asked, "What's her number?"
I
number, man.
gotten rid of all the baby dolls.
I don't want
contact.
none of sloppy seconds, bro.
Don't worry about that.
Crazy. A sloppy second. I mean, respectfully.
Respectfully.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not.
100%.
After Woolchuck, hey man, I got one for you. Like, I'm
No
good.
offense. No offense
I'm
taken.
good. Catch my own meat.
Some of these questions are very vulgar, aren't they?
I like it.
High level of vulgarity on the truckwreck.com fan text right now. If our show was like legit Survivor and you had to vote someone off the show,
Oh gosh, Carter.
Damn.
Wow, you're quick on your feet.
yeah,
We'd have no video, right?
That's all love, Carter.
yeah, I can tell it came from a very loving place when you said it.
Right now, he's not loving
Within
you.
2 seconds of the question.
Carter, I love you. I'm put in a weird position here.
Vote me off. Just vote me off.
No, Brian,
Thank
you're
you.
good.
Have you ever done Adderall with Bobby?
Yes.
It's pretty good at a bar, isn't it?
He all of a sudden he just whips it out.
Oh.
Yeah.
And then you just
That
say
alcoholism.
Like, all right, fine.
Put that thing up, bro.
There you go. We'll be partying till 4 now.
yes. Well, Chuck,
Yeah. Come on, hit me.
what's your category of
what?
choice on the internets?
Oh, I mean, who's not a good MILF guy? You know, I'm a MILF guy and a GILF guy. Yeah, usually that's probably my genre, but the casting stuff can be quite fun. I mean, I definitely growing up.
Really?
That was
Especially when it's real and not like
right.
stars.
That's
Like
kind of
people
what I'm
trying to
looking
break
for.
into the gig.
I think everybody's like,
Yeah.
are you? One day you see a girl you went to high school with.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
yeah,
holy
yeah.
crap, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's definitely my
How do they
area.
trick them into that? It's the
Well, it's
cash.
not-
It's money.
They
It's
need
the
to
cash?
do it.
It's
yeah.
money.
The cash.
They're
Yeah.
gonna think they're going to be stars. They're
Never
going to be a
proved
big
myself.
star.
No, not on
Would you
air.
let another show member go through your phone photos?
Yeah, I don't think I have anything in the photos to hide.
When was the last time you sent a unsolicited photo of yourself?
Oh, probably in college.
But he did admit to unsolicited photos.
Yeah, he did.
They did.
What was the reaction to those?
Positive.
Like
Positive.
positive. Like
Oh.
thumbs? Positive thumbs?
Eggplant.
Thank you, Willie Bully.
It's a lie right there, bro. He going to end on a lie? Just going to let that man lie like that?
It's just the most impressive thing they've ever seen.
Yeah. Oh, thank you
Made
so
her
much.
day.
This is what I've been waiting for.
The last time you had an accident in your pants.
Oh, that was also in college. I had bronchitis.
Yeah, but
that
even just
causes
something
What's that do?
simple.
What's
I
that
don't know. I was
do?
on a bunch of medications, and it was a chartuation. Actually, is
So
what
it's been
happened.
double-digit years almost
Those
since
are
you've had any sort of
another
accident.
lie. It's
9
another
years.
lie,
9
bro.
years. 2014.
Did you or did you not have a a situation in the kitchen of a Chick-fil-A?
What do you mean?
I thought there was a crapping of the pants situation at
I never
Chick-fil-A.
crapped my pants at Chick-fil-A.
Okay.
There might have been a stain from a wiping issue.
Okay. There was something that happened at a place of
I never
eating that
crapped
shouldn't
my
You've
have.
been on
pants at
liquid diet for like a year, bro. There's no way that one of those farts was like, oh,
No, man.
Seriously,
there's
dude.
no way.
Nothing. I've had some close calls,
Oh, you caught it?
but
Good fortitude.
pinched it.
972, last question. Does your fiance know all the adult categories that you're into?
She does now.
There it is. The Honest Abe here in the G-Bag Nation 972. I'm bleeping loving this conversation. It was fun. Okay, I will take my turn with the spotlight on me, interrogated with all the questions coming up at 5:20. Chief, where are we going next?
Where are we going next? That is a fantastic question that I will answer for you in moments, but I know it's going to be incredible sports and biggest L, biggest dub. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? It's the next year in the nation.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. 1.2 million downloads and counting. Love of the Star with top insiders Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell on Odyssey or wherever your top podcasts are found.
Winter's here, and if you've had enough of the cold drafts blowing through your old windows, bundling up in layers of clothes and blankets, and hearing the heat turn on for the 5th time this hour, then it's time to talk to the pros at Window Nation. Replacing those old windows with quality, energy-efficient ones from Window Nation is easier and more affordable than you think. Right now, through the end of the month, replace the windows in your home and pay no interest for 5 years. That's a great deal. And on top of that, Window Nation is also giving you 50% off all window styles. Our professional installation means your windows will fit right, so you won't have to worry about leaky, dirty windows and those cold drafts letting out your heat anymore. Don't wait. With 0 interest for 5 years, why not give Window Nation a look? Let us show you all the options to fit your needs and budget. It's easy. Simply call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to get started.
Go green at Whole Foods Market. Get 2 organic large Hass avocados for just $4 with Prime through January 16th. Mash them on sourdough or into spicy guac to add color to your plate. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When your marriage has ended and divorce is inevitable, you need an experienced and assertive family law attorney from the law firm of Bailey & Gallion to protect your rights. The emotions that come with a marital breakup can make it difficult to objectively determine what's in your best interest. You want proven family law attorneys to help you make the right decisions about custody, visitation, support, and property distribution. The law firm of Bailey & Gallion will help you protect your vital interests. Call now for a free initial consultation with a family law attorney near you. 1-800-LAW-OFFICE. Serving Dallas-Fort Worth and throughout the state of Texas for over 40 years. Call 1-800-LAW-OFFICE or visit our website at thetexasattorney.com. thetexasattorney.com. Let Bailey & Gallion, the official law firm of the world champion Texas Rangers, solve your legal puzzle. Call 1-800-LAW-OFFICE, 1-800-LAW-OFFICE, or thetexasattorney.com.
Paid for by Fluent.
Hey there, radio listeners. Are you tired of the same old routine, drowning in bills and taxes? Well, Eva Longoria and Kate Beckinsale might not have the answers, but they've got something that'll put a smile on your face. Introducing Dice Dreams, the mobile gaming app that's causing more buzz than a Desperate Housewives dinner party. Now, if you've got over $10,000 in credit card debt or back taxes piling up, we can't magically erase them. But hey, while you're navigating the drama, why not escape into the thrilling world of Dice Dreams? Now, for those looking to save money on groceries and everyday expenses, sorry, Dice Dreams won't help you there. But it will transport you to a world where you can join friends and players worldwide on an epic dice quest. It's not budgeting, but it's definitely a blast. So, Dice Dreams might not solve all your problems, but it will bring joy, excitement, and rewards to your fingertips. Just ask Eva Longoria and Kate Beckinsale. Rain or shine, it's time to play. Head to the Apple or Google Play Store now and search for Dice Dreams. That's Dice Dreams, available for download. Join the adventure today.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for the best Ford dealership on the east side of the Metroplex. In Terrell, it's Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist, GM Adam Vinci. They're both Tolos, taking care of the Tolos each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford truck or SUV. Adam's got everything from Super Duties on the ground to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, the all-new Ford Lightning. All you need to do is get over to Terrell to see him right between I-20 and Highway 80. You can start the process online at PlatinumFord.com and drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
My car!
But what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader, like that car riding your tail. Or if you're tailgating right now, all those cars doubling as kitchens and living rooms are on AutoTrader too. Are you working out and listening to this ad at the same time? Well, multitasking pro, cars like the ones in the gym parking lot are for sale on AutoTrader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on AutoTrader. Just you wait. AutoTrader.
Guys, are you tired of being tired? Frustrated because it seems impossible to lose belly fat? If you're looking for a solution, then listen to Mark.
I had fantastic results with the Andro 400 Max. Probably lost 35 pounds, and more impressive than that was the inches I lost off of my belly and my waist. And the increased energy is fantastic. I'll be totally honest, I tried a different product, and I wasn't happy with the different product. You guys are considerably cheaper than the other brand, and I can really feel the difference.
Andro 400 Max, the extra strength, all natural testosterone booster. The safe, easy, and affordable way to gain energy and lose stubborn belly fat. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Feel and look like a new man. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
The NFL playoffs live on Odyssey. Westwood One brings you all the action from Wild Card Weekend, streaming live on the free Odyssey app.
Handoff McCaffrey runs left, powers into the end zone, touchdown 49ers.
The excitement is contagious as teams start their journey towards the big game.
End zone, right side, it is caught, touchdown, Puka Nacua.
Listen to every game live from Westwood One. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
Boomer Esiason is on the fan. Check out Kickoff, getting you ready for every game. Sunday mornings at 7 on the fan. Presented nationally by Casamigos Tequila. Casamigos, brought to you by those who drink it. And Lowe's. Lowe's knows home improvement. It's Boomer on 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else, people? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Yeah, buddy. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Just had a lot of fun doing a bet payoff with Wolchuk. Had to answer questions honestly for 15 minutes, and I'll take my turn doing that for you coming up at 5:20. It's time now for the biggest biggest dub. And here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? But more importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Let's party.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Zach Wolchuk.
Yes!
To give us this week's
Bastard.
takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
All right, guys, time for my segment.
That's right, Wolchuk. Give us the goods, man. I do think that you scored pretty high on the truthometer. I would say you were probably, you got an A. I would say probably like a 92% truth on that. You know, with just a little dash of lie here and there.
Fiance was listening, and I did get a text, Justice for Daniel, which is her younger brother's name that I called out. Love you,
good.
Daniel.
That's good. Next Thanksgiving is going to be epic.
Well, we know Daniel's not listening.
No, Daniel's
clearly doesn't like you either.
He doesn't even live in the city. I don't think he does.
Yeah.
I'm not likable. What can I say?
Is he going to be like an usher dude, or is he going to be in the wedding?
Hell if I know. We're doing the court deal. And then we'll wait until after baby's born. And
so he might not be part of this then, huh?
I don't think he's even coming in town for the court wedding.
Wow.
I think I pissed him off that much.
Wow.
I think he had everything booked and ready to go until that last segment. And he said, you know what? Never mind.
Bleep this guy.
We're just going to keep playing video games over here on my PC.
No, he's a genius.
817, biggest dub, going to watch the Cowboys this Sunday. Haven't been to a game in 14 years.
Good for you.
Man, this is how you end a dry streak. You go 14 years dry streak, and then boom, you pop up at a playoff game. Cowboys-Packers. I would take 14 years of dry streak for one playoff moment
and
versus the Packers.
The same dry streak?
Yeah. Like you don't get to go to AT&T Stadium for 14 years. Sorry, dude. But the next time you do,
you pop up with a Neil Long. You're like, there it is. Yes. I won.
There it is. Yep. Thank you, Lucius.
Hey, if you got a whole year off of bet payoffs, you had to go to Kansas City, you had to drive and watch that game and sit through the whole game for a whole year of bet payoffs, not having to pay. Would you do it?
No. Honestly, yes, I think I would. That's big picture. That's a Band-Aid ripper. Yeah, I think that's one of the things that we've discovered over the course of these payoffs is, the ones that are somewhat of a ripping of the Band-Aid, boom, you blink and it's over.
Yeah.
Those are the better ones. The drawn out ones, those tend to hurt more, man. You spend a weekend freezing your face off and then you come back and boom. Now it's just easy money.
For the whole year,
nothing to worry about.
You don't have a bet payoff.
Yeah, I guess I think people enjoy the bet payoffs.
Oh, okay, so, man of the people. Man of the people, Wolchuk over here.
But you are right. I mean,
he's able to lie again now, and so here he is.
I just got it over with. And
man of the people, for sure.
Yeah. Big L to the amateur treasure hunter who was dreaming that there was gold under his house, so he dug a hole that was 12 stories deep.
Wow.
And then, sadly, fell down that hole and died.
Oh, gosh.
Now, 71 years old, though.
Oh.
This Brazilian gentleman had a dream that there was gold under his house. So he just started digging. Next thing you know, it is 12 stories deep. And then he took a spill.
Yeah.
But at 71 years old, I am just mighty impressed with this guy.
He's getting after it.
He's got to be in great shape then, huh?
Yeah. Yes. I mean, his balance was a little bit questionable. But outside of that, this dude was
Okay, do we do this with
extremely
a
impressive.
shovel?
I'm guessing there had to be some level of like electric drill thing that's being used here. I mean, unless you're at 71 years old, you're hacking away. And there's a picture of this thing. This is a pretty good size like circumference. And then it's 12 stories deep. Like there's no way this is just him chipping away with a sledgehammer.
So is it like the majority of the perimeter of his house? Like his house is on the foundation outlining this giant hole, basically?
Yeah, I would say this is like right there. It almost looks like in the middle of like his living room, if you will.
Okay.
And it I mean, I would guess it's like 5 to 6 feet like width of a hole. And then boom, 12
So he just kept adding to the ladder?
Yes, dude.
Wow.
So this guy, though impressive, that's a tough way to go.
That'd be terrifying.
Yeah, absolutely. I would never do that.
Especially if he was right. Maybe he's like just inches away from that gold.
Yeah.
It'd be heartbreaking. Almost as heartbreaking as losing Nick Saban. And I think like that's as big of an L as you can take. Losing Nick Saban from a football standpoint, what that does not even just to your football team, and you're seeing guys leave already. Isaiah Bond, I think their leading receiver, he's hitting the portal. And like the economy. Like, I think he was an economy for
$100 million. Alabama.
The hotels, the restaurants, everybody is sick to themselves. Small businesses in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, that's just for the university made $100 million off their football program.
It's bad, dude. That's really, really bad. And that's just the university.
And his salary was what, $10-12 million?
Yeah. It's a great investment for them.
Yep.
Especially as Pete Carroll steps away the day before, you're probably reflecting on how long it's been since he left USC. He took them back to the height of their powers. They haven't been back there for a decade and a half.
It's not that easy.
Belichick replaced Pete Carroll, right? At New England?
Yes, he did.
Wow.
Yes, he
How
did.
about that for a day?
What a week.
Weren't they all on staff together in Cleveland?
I don't know.
Belichick and Saban were.
Belichick and Saban were, for
Yeah,
sure.
Pete was Minnesota. He was Minnesota guy.
But I mean, that staff is insane when you go back and look at 94, Cleveland 94.
Oh, yeah.
Saban looked so weird back then, too.
Yeah, he does.
With the glasses?
Yeah.
817, biggest dub after 4 years. I'm finally off probation. Free man. No longer belong to the state. Congratulations, 817.
Congratulations.
On a playoff football Friday? I mean, this is the perfect weekend to just be, hey, I'm a free man now. Let's go football it up. Let's go get some victories. Let's beat the
plug
Packers.
up, baby.
Yes, dude.
No more paperwork, baby.
614, biggest dub, turning 40 years old today. Congratulations and happy birthday. 469, started nursing school today. Dub for the career, L for future stress. Yes, I would imagine, for sure.
A lot of stress in that right there. I had a big dub last night, get to soccer practice, and I was informed that the Sunday games of our tournament have been canceled. So we're going to play tomorrow in 50 degrees, and then we're done ski.
Oh, good for you, dude.
Yeah,
That's a dub.
I was not looking forward to being out there in 18 degrees.
Good for you.
I mean, you have that heated vest and everything. You'd have probably been fine, but that would have sucked.
Barely.
That would have sucked.
It's frigid temps.
I swear, I'm going to catch hypothermia in like 45 seconds one day. It is unreal how much more sensitive I am to cold than the average person. I don't know what it is.
It's crazy with where you're from and everything. You feel like you'd be used to it by now.
Yeah.
But no.
I was at one point used to it. Like in middle school, I never wore pants to school. I was a shorts guy. Constantly.
Okay. I thought that was going somewhere completely different.
He's lying.
Yeah, I got a case back there actually for that. That's why I ended up in Texas.
You're the guy who's off probation. You texted that in.
Oh, no.
972, I actually have legit biggest dub. I finally have enough competent employees to take a vacation for the first time in 2 years.
That's amazing.
Congratulations.
Nice work. The hay is in the barn, 972. You gotta find a way to delegate. I imagine he's a small business owner, and he cannot wait to get out of Dodge for a few days.
Please,
go get some warmth somewhere. 580, big dub, had our third baby boy yesterday.
There you go.
And just got everyone home once again.
Yeah, boy.
It's a scary
that's
drive.
Very exciting. Yeah, that's a scary drive for sure. But by the third time, not so much.
Yeah, you're weaving in and out of traffic on the third one.
L to the comedian Joe Coy, whose work I'm not familiar with, but apparently he did not score well with the Golden Globes hosting
cringe
and joke performance.
Yeah, I was talking to Lucius about that the other day. I didn't get to see it because obviously we were doing post game, but saw some of the highlights and the clips of it, and there weren't actually many highlights.
More of a blooper reel.
Yeah, it's pretty. He
had like 10 days to put it together, so he had to get his writing crew, his friends to get together to help him with that. Nobody wanted to host. They should have got Ricky Gervais to actually do it.
Everybody hates him, right?
But that's the point.
Yeah,
that's the point because he calls them out.
He calls them out.
Yeah, he does call them out, and they do the fake laugh, but it really hurts them on the inside. Yeah. But Joe Coy also threw his friends under the bus when the joke didn't go good. He said, "Well, I didn't write that; they wrote that. I would stop writing for you, Joe."
We're done here, Joe. Yeah, I think he called himself a rookie. He said that was a rookie mistake. I should never have done that, and you shouldn't.
But he gave him some content for his stand-up. Now he can tell everybody what was happening and why he failed so bad and make jokes about it.
There you go. That's turning an L and making it a dub right there, Lucius. Biggest dub of the week goes to the 92-year-old woman who set the Guinness World Record for water skiing. The oldest water skier ever. 92 years old.
That's amazing.
DeJuan Jacobson Young. She's still getting it done. 92 in water skiing. You won't find me doing that. But
ever.
Congratulations to her. That's fantastic.
Can you
That's
water
your
ski?
Biggest dub of the week. I've never water skied. I think I've just kneeboarded.
Yeah.
I think that's the most I got for you. All right, there it is, boys.
Thank you, Chief. Biggest L, biggest dub. Most Fridays, 3:40 here in the nation. And Chief's going back-to-back here on us as he's prone to do. Little edition of football's finest. We'll dive into a wild card slate and all the big news coming down for you here next. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
Quality sports day. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and coming up at 5 o'clock, we'll talk with Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. He's got a full report on everything that must go right for the Cowboys to get the dub. Right now, it's time for little football's finest, and to host us in that, it's Eric Chiafalo.
Gentlemen, the All-Pro team has been announced. 3 players were unanimous All-Pros.
Micah Parsons.
Every one of the voters voted unanimously for 3 individuals to be first-team All-Pro gentlemen.
CeeDee Lamb.
Can you guess them? Your hint, not a Cowboy.
Damn it.
Sorry, Walchuk.
You kidding me?
Micah Parsons actually isn't even a first-team All-Pro player.
What?
Yeah. He's apparently a second-team All-Pro.
All right, Brandon Aubrey.
Honestly, that's pretty good. Was he? He was first team, wasn't he?
First team.
Had to be,
but he was
not
unanimous?
unanimously.
All right,
not unanimously.
Let me give you a serious guess.
Get serious.
Very serious.
Seriously,
Christian McCaffrey.
Ding, ding, ding. You are on the board, Zach Walchuk.
I am retiring.
Okay.
So there's how many more?
Go out on top. We started with 3.
Mm-hmm.
So now I believe we got 2 left. The answer is Tyreek Hill
and Fred
Warner.
Let's go. Let's go.
Wow.
Did you see the list?
No.
He probably
I
saw
saw the first teamers. I don't know who was unanimous. I do know that CD was 49 of 50. I did see that.
Yeah,
Yes.
we talked about the
So
one.
who is the one guy? I mean, Brian, can you find out for us who's the one
probably
lead
can.
poll?
I probably could figure that out.
Probably could if he wanted to.
So who else would even be in consider? Like, I get Tyreek Hill, but if you weren't going to vote CeeDee Lamb first team All Pro, what's the other receiver you would have put in there?
I mean, Amon-Ra St. Brown, I think, was a number. There's 3 first-team
He's
All-Pro
deserving.
wide receivers, and it was Lamb, Tyreek Hill, and Amon-Ra St. Brown.
So that it must have been Amon-Ra then was the other vote?
I honestly don't know. I
Puka?
couldn't tell you. Maybe it's Puka. We'll get to Puka in a minute because in Detroit right now, they're calling him Puka Nahua. They're disrespecting him.
Oh, no.
Aaron Donald's 10-year career. This is what it looks like. Starting in 2014, Defensive Rookie of the Year. Next year, first team All-Pro. Next year, first team All-Pro. Next year, Defensive Player of the Year. Next year, Defensive Player of the Year. Next year, first team All-Pro. Next year, Defensive Player of the Year. Next year, first team All-Pro. Last year, Pro Bowl. This year, first team All-Pro. I mean,
wow.
His career is insane. A decade of either being the best defender in all of football or just simply being the best at his position. Either way, that's the career for future Hall of Famer Aaron Donald. And I know, Broadus, you forever, like you stay up sometimes. You pull up the old YouTube clips of Senior Bowl circa 2014 to just watch Donald versus Martin.
I remember
when you're trying to reach the height of pleasure for
That's
yourself.
when you were like, wow, these are 2 future Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
Iron sharpens iron.
You paint an accurate picture there?
Oh, man, he's not lying. I remember standing there in the end zone just
Hands
like
flying off.
Oh, man, it was amazing to watch those 2 guys go at it. Seriously, it's like the whole thing about it with yeah, okay, I know what you're saying.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, we know what you're
please,
saying.
No, carry on. It's just
scouting is you can't say anything scouting.
There's so many footballisms that just don't sound right.
They don't sound right. But I just remember it was. Okay, great. Because as I say it, it's going to get worse.
It's amazing.
And I'm going to add on to it in other worse terms to go with it. So sure.
Were you about to go glass eater on us?
Yeah.
The guy's a real hole plugger, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah. Hole plugger.
A.J. Brown, I believe, has deleted all Eagles-related content from his Instagram.
Man, there's issues there. I don't believe he practiced today.
No, he was too busy deleting all Eagles-related content off his Instagram to send a message.
Hey, you guys go out there to practice. I'm going to stay back.
How amazing is this? He's been doing like the late season Hail Mary bonding experiences where he goes to escape rooms with his teammates. And then he's apparently doing players-only meetings to galvanize the troops. And now he's at the point in the process where he's sort of distancing himself from the entire organization. So
maybe Tennessee was onto something when they got rid of him.
Things are looking good there in Philadelphia. And that's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, that is a very clear sign that things have gone bad. I think probably coaches get blown out. Roseman doesn't mess around once he sees this starting to happen. And I don't know where it stops. This might be the end of this Philadelphia run that we're watching, because things like that just don't happen.
How did it go that bad that quick? How do you go from being a Super Bowl runner-up to being 10-1 to now talking about firing everybody? How does that? I mean, can you pinpoint where that thing went wrong, or was it always going to go wrong?
I think it was always going to go wrong because you had a system that relied on the quarterback being Superman, and his ability to be Superman this year fell off a cliff. They ran a simple offense, had a good running game, and that allowed him to get one-on-ones. It's a story as old as time. That's what you do with young quarterbacks. And I don't know why people projected what we had seen from the player for 5 or 6 years through college and be like, nope, he figured it all out. He's a great NFL quarterback. Excuse me, do you know how hard it is to be a great NFL quarterback? Jalen Hurts sure as hell did not figure that out and never will, because we know who he is as a quarterback.
It's the prisoner of the moment kind of world we're in right now with the instant, this is the greatest. This person's the next GOAT. And Jalen Hurts had an amazing year.
He did.
All of a sudden, when things aren't perfect around him, you're starting to see, okay, what is he? What is he really? I think the Sirianni offense, you also give, and we've talked about this year, defensive coordinators kind of catching up, and the job the defensive coordinators have done. I think maybe their offense got figured out, and they were kind of squeaking by. I mean, a lot of this year they were winning come from behind, one possession type of games. And the comparison to the Vikings ultimately was accurate, but they're even worse than what the Vikings were a year ago because they didn't implode like this. They did lose in the postseason, but down the stretch, they weren't leaking oil like the Eagles are right now.
They're not this bad. I think this is a result of the toxicity and the negative momentum picking up. And now, guys being upset is actually creating a bad attitude. Your head coach, who's all emotion, is not equipped to troubleshoot that and help you guys get it back on the same page. So this is devolving. It's probably 30% below what it should still be. Not like injuries crushed him or anything.
Man, I look at it and see the defense being bad.
Yeah, the defense is terrible.
That's the quarterback. I can understand what you're saying, Dawson. But man, that defense, that secondary. That thing fell off a cliff really quick.
Yeah, they led the league in sacks last year, and then I guess guys just got old. What do you see on tape?
It's a good question. I don't see guys that cover very well. I don't see guys that play the ball very well. I don't, and for somebody that they play the run, but they do not. Their pass defense in the secondary is awful. And you would never if going in, if we were covering the Eagles on WIP, we would have probably said the secondary is the strength of this team. Probably would have said that, right? With Bradbury and Slay and Blankenship, and you're thinking well, this secondary is going to be all right.
Well, maybe part of the reason why it's not is because they lost C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
It might be.
And now he is a member of the Detroit Lions, and he's got some things to say, man. He really does. Because he feels like he was brought to Detroit not to just be a playoff team, but they brought him here to win a Super Bowl. He said they didn't bring me here to make no bleeping playoffs. The Lions brought me here to win a Super Bowl. So that's what he's calling it. He's being asked about Puka Nacua. He's not here for it. When C.J. Gardner-Johnson, safety of the Detroit Lions, was asked about Puka Nacua, he says, "I don't watch football, and I don't know a damn thing about who is breaking records," because, of course, Puka Nacua broke the rookie receiver record. He says, "I got receivers doing the same bleep he's doing. Who's got more yards, Amon-Ra St. Brown or him? There you go. I got a receiver who's about to break records. Who's got more yards, Puka or him?" He doubles down on the question. So why would I pay attention to someone who's not on my team? No disrespect. I'm like, wow. This is your opponent. That's why. It's because you're going to be playing him in a playoff game on Sunday, CJ. That's why. So don't treat my question like it was erroneous.
Does that surprise you that some players don't like football?
No, it does not. It's. I think it's pretty common that athletes aren't always in love with the sport that they play. They're just good at it.
Now, I don't read that and think he doesn't like football, because C.J. Gardner-Johnson is so serious about like winning, and he's like how he was asked about his interception in last week's game, and he was like, I'm trying to raise 2 more banners. Bleep the interceptions.
Yeah.
He's trying to win Super Bowls here. And he says 2 more banners because the Lions already raised a division title banner, which I think is fair. If you win the division, that's not a crap on situation.
For Detroit, I mean, they're hosting their first playoff game in 30 years.
Yeah.
You go ahead and celebrate that banner.
You can raise that banner, but he's wanting 2 more. He seems locked in, but he's such a team guy. He's actually, to prepare for the game on Sunday, he's studying Amon-Ra St. Brown, his teammate, instead of the guy he's going to be going up against in Puka Nacua. So I just think it's a very interesting approach to a playoff game.
I agree with Zach, though. I think they're guys and gals that play this game because it's a job.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, Ben Coleman was a guy like that. Ben Coleman for the Jacksonville, when I was with him, he was just playing long enough so he can open ice cream shops.
Yeah, marble slab, right?
Yeah, the marble slabs. That's what he was, one of the first to ever have the marble slabs.
Or was he the Cold Stone guy?
He was marble slab.
No, he was TCBY.
No.
My dad used to work at TCBY.
No, Ben Coleman, I think Ben Coleman was marble slab.
Okay.
Yeah, I
think
that's
Dion have a Cold Stone in Frisco, or maybe it was in Plano actually.
Primetime Stone.
Another guy, John Frank, tied in from Ohio State. Played.
You're just making names up now.
No, John Frank. Seriously, look him up.
John Frank sounds possibly.
No. John Frank played for the 49ers long enough to pay his way through medical school.
Next thing you're going to tell me the Packers have a offensive lineman named Zach Tom or something.
Yeah.
Just making crap up
I would make that up. I've just been making up Zach Tom all week.
Yeah, I don't know. Zach Frank, NFL, nothing's popping up.
Okay, when you think about this.
John Frank.
Spelled Zach wrong. Oh. No, it's John? Okay.
John Frank.
For the
Ohio State tied in.
You're right about that.
For the love of God.
Is it John Frank or Frank John?
John Frank.
I
said it right the first time, jackass.
The Bills.
He was actually the third.
Are asking fans to help shovel snow.
You might need to go out there and do that. That'd be good for you.
Out of Highmark Stadium.
Considering you don't have a winter coat, that's probably a really bad idea.
For you.
Starting Saturday night, you can clock in at 9 o'clock Central Time, 10 o'clock Eastern in Buffalo. Fans will be paid $20 an hour, and they will get complimentary food and drinks if you show up to the Bills Stadium and start shoveling snow.
They will. You watch. They will have.
Yeah.
They will have thousands.
Oh, for sure. They'll be like, and the Bills Mafia, when they get handed the money at the end, they'll say, "No, we're good.
They'll give
we're
it
good.
We
did that for the love of the game."
They'll give it to somebody's charity. Is what they'll do. They'll just give that money to somebody's charity.
I'm here for that.
Yeah.
I'm looking for my cash, actually. I could use some beer money. Times are tough. Inflation.
How long in those conditions would you last shoveling snow? Give me an hour mark.
If I can get going and warm my body up, if I can survive the first 10 minutes, I think I could give you 3.5 hours.
I think you're, Dawson, going as long as your warm vest is charged for.
That's 3.5 hours.
I'm completely calling BS on your deal, considering your back condition. I think your back would not allow you to do more than 40 minutes.
That's true about me. I don't know about you, Dawson.
I'd be trying to make it an hour.
But isn't Dawson's more his hip than anything?
Yeah, I think my hip.
Back. Yeah. He's doing a lot of bending over, a lot of heavy snow.
Yeah, but that's personal, and he didn't want everybody to know that.
Before my last incident, you would be right. But now I'm like on the lookout for it every quick movement, you know?
You can't even push your
I'm very
shopping
cautious
cart
with
without
it.
getting
You're using
injured.
the terms quick movement extremely loosely, right?
Yeah, there's nothing quick about it.
He's acting like he's Aaron Donald over here.
He's got stiff hips. Fluid motion.
More like
any medium-paced movements.
He's more like Quentin Bohanna.
Short area quickness.
Yeah.
Or Mozzie Smith.
Good thing I worked on my post game as a kid because it's coming in handy here, my old man hooping.
I believe it, bro.
Yeah.
I believe it.
I'm getting real sick of these Ohio State kids going back to school, man.
Hey, by the way, good news.
JT Tuamalto, the D tackle.
No reason that guy should be coming back, right? He's an NFL guy.
No, I thought he was coming out last year. Now he's an edge, and I've watched him already, and he's pretty good.
I have too, yeah. He's a good player. Number 44, right?
Yep.
He's a really good player.
The Ravens are going to get Mark Andrews back?
Yeah, he's practicing today. Is he coming back for next week?
I mean, they designated him to return from IR, so I think they're at least attempting an opportunity for Mark Andrews to return to the lineup. The rich get richer in Baltimore.
If this does end up being Baltimore and San Francisco, I mean, you guys have seen the NFL logo thing, the Super Bowl logo deal with the colors of the teams
Purple
in
and
the last
red?
3 years, and they kind of tell you who's going to be playing. Are we buying into that?
No.
I mean, it's more than a coincidence.
No, I just think both rosters are pretty damn good.
Yeah, they are. But, I mean, come on. We're now on a streak where the Super Bowl logo colors Bengals, Rams, Eagles, Chiefs, Ravens, Niners. If that happens, there's something there, I think.
Yeah.
I think it has something to do with the city. That's why the colors are the way they are.
Smells a little fishy to me.
What about Vegas gives you those colors?
Oh, purple and red. Why not?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Looks
Chips,
like
yeah,
that's
chips.
fair.
214
salty.
Not the marble slab, says the 214.
What is it
Ben
then?
Coleman opened several Cold Stone Creamery locations.
Okay, all right. I appreciate it. I thought it was the other one. You're absolutely right.
It's all right.
Appreciate that. Should have Googled it. I knew I was there when he did it. I should have known which one. He did it. He quit football. He took our money and went and opened these things.
His love of the game was
zero.
the game of ice cream.
His money, you mean? He took his money.
He took his money and opened it up, right?
I said, took our money. Jeez.
He took our money, which became his money, and then he made more money. How
I wrote
about
the
that?
damn check.
Sounded like that Bama fan last night. We'll pay you once and you're going to stay until we say you can go.
That's me, Dawson. That's exactly me. You know that.
And don't be hating on ice cream either over there. I mean, he's making the world a better place.
Is that the one where they put it on the
Yeah, it's a little bit of a presentation and
flip chop
bells and whistles and everything.
Yeah.
Super high prices. That's why it's better to go to the Brahms. Yeah.
Will McClay is staying. Broadus talked with him this morning, and we've been celebrating it ever since. Ever since I saw the tweet from Todd Archer this morning, and then came in and talked to Brian about it. We talked with Stephen Jones about it coming up at 3:00, and he confirmed that. And that's a blessing. Anytime you can keep Will. So it's one down, maybe one to go. Could we be lucky enough to keep Dan Quinn? Probably not, but we can dream. Okay, top 10's coming up next. Well, Chuck, where are you taking us?
Yeah, it's a wild card edition. Cowboys top 10 wild card games of all time, plus news for Top Gun fans. That's next.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content.
Now choose golden roast or crispy fried chicken for a great price. 9 pieces of legs and thighs are just $13.99.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the Gag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. This segment of the nation is brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art, and the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Here's the Wooly Bully in that Top 10.
Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. What's your top Cowboys wild card game in playoff history? We'll get to the list courtesy of DallasCowboys.com here in just a moment. But, Brian, a couple days ago, you were like, did the Kelsey bros, did they stop doing their podcast for the postseason?
Yeah, I thought maybe they shut this thing down.
What's the deal? No, apparently Travis angered Jason so much that he just walked off the show, so they were delayed a day to record. So they just pushed this thing back a day. So it's out now. But here was the exchange that apparently little brother trolling big brother caused him to rage quit.
Miscommunication at the line, but yeah, we do need to figure that out.
Choo choo, choo choo. You guys hear that? Is that the excuse train? Ooh. Is that the excuse train coming in the Eagles locker room right now? So moving on, note first 10
He's taking off his headphones.
Clock management
now.
on
Jason
the final
left.
drive. Are you guys thinking about that on the final drive or what?
No.
What? Where do we just go? What is it? What just happened here?
I might need a little second. Boom. Alrighty. Well, as you can see, I look a little bit different. Travis hit me in the feels a little bit, so we decided to postpone the show. We started recording that Monday night, and now we're back Tuesday to record the rest of it because I need to calm down. If there's anybody that knows how to get under my skin, it's Travis Kelce.
Got him.
The beauty of this so in the second half of that clip, Jason Kelce does look different. He's wearing completely different clothes. Travis continued to wear the same clothes from the day before, the same jersey, just to keep the accountability here.
Keep the vibes going.
It's a good bit.
That is, man. That is. I mean, especially as the younger brother pestering older brother to the point of him losing his mind, and then you get mom or dad to save you before he puts his hands on you.
Yeah.
It's pretty perfect.
That was great. I think it shows how tough the situation is in Philly, really.
It's bad.
Yeah.
Yep. Something like that going to get under his skin. And then before the list, you loved the new Top Gun
972
movie.
thinks Kelce sounds like a little B word, by the way.
Well,
and I can't disagree.
Both of them.
Definitely in his feels there. The Top Gun franchise will become a trilogy. It was announced today that there will indeed be a Top Gun 3 that is in the works. Tom Cruise is attached. Co-writer Mr. Kruger is now officially at work on a follow-up to the 2022 mega hit that will reunite Tom Cruise with co-stars Miles Teller and Glenn Powell. So if you're a Top Gun fan, get excited because you're going to get a third movie. Release date to be determined. Let's slide into the top 10 now. Top 10 wild card games of all time for your Dallas Cowboys. Do any of you fellas have one that just jumps to mind? To me, I would probably go with the 2009 season, which the wild card game ended up being in 2010. It was their first playoff game at AT&T Stadium.
Game.
They just dominated the Philadelphia Eagles. It was Romo's first ever playoff win. It was the first playoff win that I really got to witness when I was able to kind of know what was going on for the Cowboys.
Nice.
That's probably number one for me.
You beat them back-to-back, right?
Yeah, they shut him out the week before to win the division.
Wow.
And then the following week, they beat him again by 20 points, 34-14. It was pretty incredible.
Yeah, that was great. You know, I think I've only covered a couple. Obviously, Detroit in 2016 was pretty amazing with just how it ended and the drama of it. I wouldn't call that a great Cowboys victory. Maybe last year, against Tampa is a top memory just because of how you ended Tom Brady's career and sort of exorcised that demon at the same time. Dak had a huge game. A lot of good things happened there.
Yeah, that's probably the one for me. Going out there and basically ending Brady's career.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing.
That's a pretty good situation. So.
You convinced him it's over, bro.
Yeah. Don't need to do this anymore.
Retire the GOAT.
Man, the Cowboys, when I was growing up, didn't play in many wild card games because they were always winning, and then they
got the bye.
They always got a bye. But I think the one that kind of stands out to me because I've been proud a couple of times of Cowboys fans at AT&T Stadium, but that Lions game in 2014 that they won, that Dallas won, I think it was 24-20, something like that.
Anthony Hitchens.
Yeah, the
Brandon
one. I
Pettigrew.
mean, they
2014.
Yeah, the Cowboy fans brought a lot of energy. I've never.
I was there. I was at that one.
Yeah, I've never heard
400 section. Let's go.
That stadium was rocking for that game. You know,
it was loud
the whole game, and there's been a couple of times where I was like, man, this is the fans are making a difference in this one today. So yeah, that's the one that kind of stands out to me.
That one was fun. Lucius, do you have a wild card Cowboys memory?
Yeah, right, bro.
Come on.
I can't remember what I had for lunch on Tuesday.
Fair enough.
Dog.
Fair enough. And again, happy birthday, bro.
Kidding me, man.
No. All right, number 10. We got Cowboys-Rams from 1983, Brian, Texas Stadium. They did lose this one. Perhaps the most noteworthy aspect of this game was the weather. At kickoff, the temperature at Texas Stadium, 27 degrees, still the second coldest game in franchise playoff history, and that's not counting a wind chill that dropped to the frigid teens in this one. Did you go to that?
I was there at that game.
Woo,
absolutely.
that's bad.
Yeah, it was. There were games at Texas Stadium. The thing about that stadium, the way it was, the center open and then also the sides, like the top being open, wind could get down on you. You know, it could get really chilly in that place and cold. And so, yeah, there were several of those games. And I remember sitting there because my seats were, if we had a noon game, we were in the sun. If it was a late game, we were in the shade. Well, I mean, at least for the first half.
I know the section.
For the first half.
Yeah.
So, like, I hated the noon game, especially early in the year.
Yeah.
Hot. But,
sweaty.
Right. But as the season wore on, when the weather improved, you actually enjoyed sitting in the sun when it was a little bit cold. But that was a chilly, chilly day.
Number 9, Cowboys-Vikings, 1996 at Texas Stadium, 40-15. Cowboys got a win. The defending Super Bowl champs rolled into the postseason, 10-6 record, winners of the East, and they would prove to be too much for the 9-7 Vikings in this one. Cowboys scored 30 points in the first half, including 23 in the second quarter alone. Emmett, 116 yards, 2 TDs in that one. Number 8 is the game I talked about, 34-14, beating the Eagles at the 2009 season. And what was indeed Felix Jones, 148 rushing yards and a 73-yard score in that game. Romo.
Man, he was good before he got heavy.
Yeah.
He got heavy all of a sudden one year in
He
training
really was
camp.
fast, yeah. Romo, 244 yards, couple touchdown passes as well.
Yeah, you don't want your lightning back to turn into your thunder back.
That's bad.
In one off season.
Number 7, Cowboys-Rams, 1980 at Texas Stadium. They got a 34-13 win that day. They finished the regular season 12-4, second in the East, though. And they ended up hosting the 11-5 Rams, who were second in the West. And 2 weeks earlier, the Rams had throttled the Cowboys 38-14. But Tony Dorsett and the Cowboys turned out 338 rushing yards, which is still the franchise playoff record. That is incredible. Number 6 is last year's 31-14 beatdown of the Bucs, where they said bye-bye to Tom Brady. Dalton Schultz caught a touchdown. You had Dak Prescott, 305 yards, 4 touchdowns in that one. Number 5, top 10 Cowboys wildcard games as we get ready for Cowboys-Packers. Cowboys-Bucs, 1983, Texas Stadium. Cowboys get a 30-17 win in this one. And the Bucs, I mean, it sounds like they weren't very good. They kind of snuck into the playoffs here. You had Timmy Newsome adding a 10-yard touchdown catch to seal the win. You might have been at that one too there, Brian, in 1983.
I was. All these playoff games in the 80s, I was
You were there.
I was there, yeah.
Number 4, this one stings, but it is memorable. Cowboys-Seahawks.
Romo
drops it.
Yeah.
Romo drops it.
They put baby oil on that football.
Yeah, they gave him a slick ball. They did. They gave him a slick ball. There was a minute 19 left. First off, we thought that Jason Witten had gotten a first down.
Yeah.
You know, first and goal inside the 1. They review it. They're like, nah, Witten was short. And it's a chip shot field goal for Martin Gramatica. And, well, he didn't get a chance to kick it because it was a slick ball. I thought Romo was about to get in the end zone.
Romo almost scored, yeah.
Jordan Babineau, bleep hole that he is.
That's right, Jordan Babineau, man. What a play.
One. Yeah, it was.
Last game Bill Parcells ever coached.
Yeah. That was sad because that was another team that I think had a chance. They'd already beaten the Colts, who won the Super Bowl that year in the regular season. They ruined their perfect season.
Right.
That Cowboys team had a shot to go and do it. Number 3, Cowboys-Seahawks. Dak's first playoff win, 24-22 at AT&T Stadium. They trailed 14-10 going into the fourth quarter. And then Dak had the quarterback draw where he somersaults at the one.
Yeah.
It was a badass play. Number 2, Cowboys-Lions, 2014.
That was incredible.
It really was. 24-20, Cowboys get the win. You had the Terrence Williams touchdown where Tony Romo's just moving, shaking, dodging. Yeah. They fell down 20-7. And I'm looking at my buddies because we paid to go to that one. We're
like ready to go?
The hell? Like, no, we weren't going to leave. We weren't gonna do that.
Walchuk would never leave a game. Unless Broadus made him.
Yeah.
You're cursed if you ever lose a playoff game to Detroit. It just shouldn't happen.
Yeah, well, thank God it didn't. But I did think when the Anthony Hitchens flag was thrown, oh no, we're screwed. And then Tank ended up getting a strip fumble.
He did. But something happened. What did he do? I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, he had a penalty.
I think he had a penalty offsides.
Yeah,
the play before.
Yeah.
And then he ended up.
He tried to recover the fumble. Did he try to pick it up or something and fumbled it again? Didn't he fumble it twice?
I think he just jumped right on the ball.
I thought he recovered it and then he fumbled it again.
Maybe he did,
because he was trying to run.
It ended the game.
Yeah.
Number 1 though, best wild card game ever, and this probably is a good one. Cowboys at Bears, 1991, Soldier Field, 17-13. They won their final 5 regular season games, finished second in the division, which put them back in the playoffs for the first time in 6 years. Had to go to the Windy City, take on the Bears. It's 26 degrees. Cowboys defense bullies the Bears. They get 3 sacks, 3 takeaways, and 2 goal line stands. And the Cowboys shocked the NFC Central winners of that time before they went on to lose in the second round. But that really sprung the dynasty.
Shut it down. Let's go home.
Here we go.
Let's bring a dynasty. Thank you, Wolchuk. It's always good to stroll down memory lane and harken back, if you will. Okay, G-Bag Nation, we got to talk some hoop because something very interesting is developing, and maybe the Mavs aren't exactly contenders as structured right now, but if this guy is going to actually be a good defender, then you might have to reconsider what's possible. How good of a defender is the best player on the Mavs? We got a rim session coming at you next right here. Then Nick Harris at 5 o'clock on the Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, we are all in to talk about what happened in Arlington. Plus,
post-game. You never forget the way some things taste. Tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Tolos, it's been a heck of a Rangers ride, and the celebration will continue at Globe Life Field for the World Series edition of the Rangers 2024 Awards Dinner presented by Coca-Cola. It's Friday evening, January 26th. Awards will be given out to Corey Seager, Josh Young, Leody Taveras, Nathaniel Lowe, Dane Dunning, and Gold Gloves presented to Lowe, Jonah Hyman, and Adolis Garcia. You can be a part of this special evening by purchasing a table or an individual ticket at Rangers.com/awards dinner.
Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference, y'all.
Oh, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And if Eric Chiafalo was in here right now, he would say some fancy words about it being a perfect time for a rim session. Isn't that right, Lucius?
Yeah.
Let it rain!
Well, Chuck.
Rain dance!
Rain dance! Sorry, boys.
I gotta join here, man.
Getting content.
For a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when I don't get to do the original intro. And it's even more of a special occasion when we have Luka Doncic playing defense, allegedly.
Yes.
And we have a great Luka story as told by a former NBA player that we'll get to as well. Walchuk, start this rimmer off, brother.
So Zach Lowe does his weekly article of 10 things that he's noticing and intrigues him in the association. And he's talking about Luka playing defense. And he's said, look, the jury's still out on the Mavs defense, but Luka is engaged. His ability to read the game on offense translates to defense. He anticipates ball movement patterns. He's switching onto all kinds of players and sliding his feet. Now, when you look at some numbers here, he's 49th among 320 players in points per possession on isolation against himself, averaging 0.83 points per drive, which is pretty darn good. And he's even stouter on the block, which is impressive for Luka. And he's got the size. We've always known he's capable of doing this. He just hasn't been engaged, as Zach Lowe writes. So opponents have averaged just half a point per possession directly out of post-ups against Luka Doncic, which is the second lowest among players who have guarded at least 20 such plays this season. We know he's an outstanding rebounder, and if he remains committed to defense, all of a sudden, if you finally are healthy, which that's been a big issue for the Mavericks this year. Kyrie's been out. Luka's been out. You've had Grant Williams dealing with injuries. We know Derek Lively. That seems to be a huge problem when he is not available.
Yeah.
But if indeed they are all together, this team goes from being a really poor bottom half of the league defensive squad to a top half of the league defensive squad. And a lot of it is because finally you have a two-way player in Luka Doncic.
Yeah, there's no excuse for being a bad defender. He just had to get in shape and care and probably watch film and listen to Jason Kidd, who was one of the best defensive guards of all time. So he's learning and he's more committed. I can imagine the conversation's real easy considering how last year ended. Is this how you want your career to go? Disappointment and making excuses for why you guys didn't hit expectations. But this is fantastic. You know, if you're going to have Kyrie Irving on the court, pardon, and also have Luka on the court. Now, Kyrie's not big enough to be a good defender consistently. And now, if you give him a matchup of a guy of similar size, Kyrie's going to be fine. But there's just size limitations there. So if Luka's also a bad defender and you need these guys on the court for 40 minutes to win playoff series, you're signing up to lose playoff series, Luka. We can't have Kyrie with you and have you also be a bad defender. So it's so good. And it's, you know, I didn't even include this in my assessment of why I'm super optimistic about this team winning another championship. But now that this is coming together as well, it's a lock.
It's awesome. It's super exciting, and it's something to where hopefully when these two get back, I mean, look, you can't, the health is the big problem here. And we just got to get this squad healthy, and hopefully you get a move. Maybe it's Pascal Siakam. A lot of reports that there is interest there. And maybe Pascal Siakam ends up forcing his way to Dallas. But I know Haynes from Yahoo has been reporting that there's talks there right now between Toronto and the Mavericks. So fingers crossed, maybe that can happen. So what's up with the Luka audio?
This is some sound. Jeff Teague, former NBA player, who is one of the best podcasters going right now. Almost every day you can find a pretty funny Jeff Teague Teague viral podcasting clip where he's referencing some story about himself or a teammate or getting cooked by somebody or whatever. He's a pretty funny dude. Here is 20 seconds worth of Jeff Teague telling you about the first time he played against Luka when Luka was a rookie. And Jeff Teague started chirping a little bit, and here is how the story goes.
This is when I knew he was real. So, you know me, I'm petty. I was trying to, like, not talk, but trying to, like, with them in the game. And I went up to him one day, and this is Luka first year. I'll never forget. I walked up to Wes. I'm like, man, y'all gonna let the white dude get the ball the whole game? That's crazy. He looked me dead in my face. He said, that motherfucker cold. He didn't say nothing else.
How about that, man? Rookie Luka. Now, granted, this is Jeff Teague, and at that point, Jeff Teague's career, he wasn't anybody that...
He was on his way to being a good podcaster.
Yes.
Yeah, go crush it.
But nonetheless, Luka, and we've seen like these interactions that Luka has had with the Pat Beverleys over the course of the years, or of course the Devin Bookers. We know that Luka is a dude that is down to do some trash talking. And right there from his rookie year. And you have to be. When you're a guy like Luka who's going professional in Slovenia or Spain or whatever at 14 years old, 13 years old, and you're going up against grown men, the trash talking there, you better grow up real quick. Yeah. So he's used to going toe-to-toe with that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I think the other thing with Luka is it's easy to be confident and strong when you are legitimately one of the strongest guys. Like that gets overlooked. Because he's not he doesn't have the set of shoulders of a Dwight Howard or the biceps, but like his back and his quads, like from shoulders down to knees. I don't know how many more strong people there are than him. Maybe Zion, it's going to be a very small group of people. And that's how he's able to get into the lane and create so much space and finish when guys are right next to him. You're just not going to move him or affect him at all.
Yeah, Luka the trash talker is something I'm more and more interested in by the day. So that's a good story from Jeff Teague.
It's been hilarious for years. I mean, you get the little audio snippets, or you're just reading the lips. He's calling people P words.
Yeah,
those are fighting words. He's nonstop calling people P words out there.
We have Siakam and the Raptors, according to Chris Haynes, they are heading for divorce. So Siakam extremely likely to be traded before the February deadline. And hopefully it's to the Mavs. Looks like Dorian Finney-Smith is widely available.
I saw they want 2 first-round picks for him, the Nets do.
Yeah,
nobody's going to give that for Dorian Finney-Smith.
I don't expect that. I don't expect that.
And I like Dodo, but for 2 first-rounders, come on.
But that's how you start the bidding, and then you come down off of that, maybe. But knowing
similar
that,
to, I guess, Siakam, they're having to come back down.
It's the way it goes. But just keep those names in mind, because I think a Dodo return would be welcomed. And a Siakam arrival would be special.
Ooh, that'd be fun.
That's championship caliber opportunity this year if you're able to finagle a Siakam and keep your top 5 or 6 guys. And then, did you guys see Carmelo Anthony? He on his own podcast is lamenting the fact that Nikola Jokic is number 15 for the Denver Nuggets.
Oh.
Carmelo, of course, was number 15 for the Denver Nuggets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, I'll be honest with you. That feels like I know he didn't win a championship there, but is that not a retire the number situation? Or
it
just
is.
Even if it's a quiet retire, we're not making a thing of it, but like just behind closed doors, no one's getting number 15?
The thing is, Jokic comes in as a second-round pick. They're like, sure, you can have number 15, wink, wink, in the G League. And then he turns into the MVP.
Right.
And Melo's still playing when Jokic comes in. So maybe they should have said no.
But Melo is alleging that the Denver Nuggets gave Jokic number 15 to try and erase what he himself, Melo, did.
That's someone thinking they're way too self-important.
But it is funny when you get back to the idea that they took this random dude who nobody had heard of at 41 overall during a Taco Bell commercial on the draft. There's no way they could have foreseen that he would erase everything you did, Melo.
And that's
of course, that's what's happened. Right. I forgot Melo was number 15 until today.
Same.
But
which is exactly why his number shouldn't have been retired.
There's no way they could have anticipated what was to come with this.
Maybe they were trying to diss Melo by giving us a scrub 15.
Okay.
Maybe it was like that unimportant that like, sure, you can have his number because we don't like him anymore. But I always felt like when Melo left, he did it in the best way possible.
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. He was classy in that. It's funny that you bring up the Taco Bell commercial with Jokic. The NBA now, it's been approved, the Players Association, we're having a 2-night draft event. They're trying to go NFL style here. So they're going to have a first round on one night, June 26th. The second round will be on another night. I mean, are you even – I don't even pay attention to
the other night. I cannot wait to see how low the ratings are for night 2.
There's like – I get it, Adam Silver. You're trying to do new things and try and get the ratings and everything, more eyeballs on the NBA, but come on, man. I don't think people are tuning in past the top 10 picks.
They're going to do something creative to make people watch. My favorite thing is my favorite thing is when they went to that guy that on ESPN, they went to the international scout.
And he's like, I've never seen this guy play before in my life.
Guy, international scout goes, what about this guy? And he goes, I've never seen this guy play again. I've never seen him play. And he was like the guy in charge. I think it's Fran Fraschilla.
Got a long way to go here.
Fran, what do you think about this guy? And he goes, honestly, guys, I've never seen this guy play. Back to you guys.
Back to you guys in studio.
What we're looking at.
I'm sure they're going to try to disrespect Carmelo Anthony.
Nikola Jokic there when he was drafted in the second round, which is why they probably gave him Carmelo's number.
We do know something about Nick Harris. He's joined us a number of times this year. Writer at DallasCowboys.com. He'll tell us what the boys must do to be victorious on Sunday next right here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to talk to you about my friends at D&M Leasing before we do anything else because we're going into the weekend, and if you want or need a new vehicle, all you have to do is call D&M. Now, I know from years past and experience myself, when you get to Friday night and you need a new vehicle, you might be in the
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we're joined by Football Friday guest here, a proper one, Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. Has been covering the team and joining us throughout the season, and he joins us now to talk some wild card football. Good afternoon, Nick. How you doing?
Doing good. How are you, fellas?
We're doing outstanding. Some news here today. Will McClay staying. What in your opinion, from your vantage point, how important is he to the operation of keeping this team in the championship picture?
Yeah, it's huge, and I think this obviously bodes well for the future. You mentioned championship picture, and I think that's something we've been able to say a little bit more over the course of the last 8 or 9 years that Will McClay has been in the building than you could have said the previous 8 or 9 years. And you look at the way he constructs rosters, the experience that he has, that he brought into the Dallas Cowboys, the relationship he has with the Joneses, and how they kind of pay that respect back to him in the form of titles and letting him do things in the scouting department. It's very clear that there's been a notch up in the scouting area and what he's been able to do as far as roster building since he's been in Dallas. It's going to keep Dallas in the championship picture for as long as he's here.
Man, that sounds outstanding. You know, I know that this particular draft has not been the best, but the talent base that they have, I think, this is a move that can't be understated. Now, on the other hand, as the week has gone on, it does feel like, the folks coming for Dan Quinn probably won't be denied this time.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the openings, and already early in the week, he was starting to get interview requests. You look at the Los Angeles Chargers and the Washington Commanders were two teams that were trying to get interviews with them. I mean, you even look at the opportunity that the Chargers have, a really young defense with guys that can definitely build into an AFC-type contender, just kind of need the right pieces in the right direction. That's already an intriguing opportunity, but then when you factor in Seattle opening up, a place he has a lot of history with, again, with young pieces on both sides of the ball, and that's a team that could contend for an NFC title next year if they wanted to, with a couple of more pieces to put in place. It's a really good opportunity when you think about it for Dan Quinn. You would have to think this is probably the last opportunity that the Dallas team will have with him in the building, and that's kind of how everybody's treating it. We talked in the locker room this week, and Micah Parsons mentioned, it's like, hey, if this is the last ride, we're going to make it worth it. Dan Quinn, he's obviously been huge to what we've built here, but, we're going to try to make it worthwhile while he is here. So, they've survived 2 hiring cycles. I'd be surprised if they survive the 3rd one.
Yeah, Nick, you live in that building, though. Has it been a distraction? I mean, are people kind of coming, walking up to you and saying, hey, listen, man, we hope the best and all that, but has it been a distraction, you think?
I wouldn't say so. I really do think the playoff hype around the opportunity that is ahead for this team, it's kind of taking over what any negative, or I wouldn't even call that negative because it would be a really good opportunity for Dan Quinn. But sure. I think it's taken over any other thing that would be in the building. I mean, you're looking at the opportunity ahead, 2 home playoff games that you're guaranteed, a really good matchup in your eyes with the Green Bay Packers, and you would have to feel good if you're the Dallas Cowboys going into that one. I mean, there's a lot of hype around the building. There's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of desire to get back to where they were back in 1995, whether that be an NFC Championship game appearance or a Super Bowl appearance. Everybody in the building feels like that's a possibility. So when, Dan Quinn gets brought up, it's like, you know what? Yeah, but we probably overstayed our welcome with him anyway. We probably got more time than we, could have asked for anyway. So let's make it worthwhile while it's here.
What stood out to you about this Packers squad as we get ready for Sunday? If they were going to knock off the Cowboys and get an upset, what do you think their path to victory would be?
Yeah, it's walking into AT&T Stadium. It's not Aaron Rodgers, but it's Aaron Jones. It's another Aaron that I think you would have to be concerned about if you're the Dallas Cowboys fan nation. I mean, you look at it and you look at what he's put together in the final 3 games of the season. He's battled a lot of injury as the year has gone on, but in those last 3 games, 358 yards, led the NFL. He's looking healthy. He's feeling healthy. And you have to factor in what he's done against the Cowboys as well, averaging over 120 yards per game in his career against Dallas. I think he gets his. I really do feel like Aaron Jones will have a big day on Sunday afternoon. But for me, when I look at this and I see what the Dallas offense can do against the Green Bay defense, I don't feel like there's anything that can really stop the Dallas offense on Sunday afternoon. I think it's simply going to be a thing where the Dallas offense controls the game, and they operate as the best defense for keeping Aaron Jones off the field.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com with with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, we've been discussing Dak having his best season as a pro, and we're trying to figure out why. What do you feel like is the biggest key to Dak having his best season?
I'm going to go with the easy answer here, probably the low-hanging fruit, but it's just a connection with Mike McCarthy. I think it is that simple. Whenever he took over play calling responsibilities over the offseason, he said he wanted to construct this offense around Dak's language. He wanted to make it comfortable for Dak Prescott. And yes, those first 4 or 5 weeks, you could probably look at it and be like, there's a little bit of friction here, haven't quite figured things out. I really do think a preseason really could have helped in that manner. But you look at what's happened since the bye week and the numbers that he's put together, the consistency, and I think most importantly, the confidence with him and the rest of the weapons on that Cowboys offense. I think it's a perfect recipe for success. And the connection between Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott has just been really, really special. They meet every Thursday night for hours, and they say sometimes half the time they're not even talking about football. It's just about life. Those two guys have really grown closer to each other this season, and I think they've made each other better as the year has gone on. They're hitting their stride at the perfect time. I think this is the best opportunity that Dak Prescott has had as an NFL quarterback going into the playoffs, and we'll certainly see how that comes to fruition.
How do you think Green Bay is going to approach trying to slow them down and get one of those games that doesn't look outstanding?
Yeah, it's tough. I think whenever you look at what the Dallas offense doesn't do necessarily well, you'd have to look at the rush offense. And, you probably aren't scared of anything that comes out of the backfield if you're Green Bay looking on tape. Tony Pollard only has one game over 100 yards so far this season. And while Rico Dowdle is a physical runner, he's not going to be the guy that blows up the stat sheet either. So if you can keep the running game to a minimum, I think that forces the passing game into some areas that it might not want to go to. And then maybe that's when you start forcing some turnovers. But I think if you're the Green Bay defense, that is the most important thing, forcing turnovers and getting into, plus territory to open up for your offensive drive. I was looking at a stat this week. The Cowboys are 8-2 when they win the possession battle, time of possession. They're 6-0 when they just possess the ball 35 minutes. So it's 10 minutes more than the opponent. If the Packers can keep the Dallas offense off the field, force them into turnovers, create some short fields, I think that's probably where they find some success. But they would definitely have to capitalize on some areas.
Nick, you mentioned no Aaron Rodgers, and thank God, because I hate that guy. But Jordan Love has been playing some pretty good football. What do you think about Jordan Love and some of the maybe issues he could prevent for the Cowboys defense?
Yeah, man, he's a talented first-year starter. And when you look at him on film, it's almost surprising that he's a first-year guy. You can definitely see the development that he's had in the 2-3 years behind Aaron Rodgers. He definitely has some sort of like Rodgers mannerisms. You look at that whenever he has pressure in his face, he's able to backpedal and just throw off of his back foot. And it's not the fastest ball you'll see in the whole world. There won't be a ton of zip to it, but it just gets right into the receiver's hands. And, I think the connection that he has as a first-year starter with his receiving core, top 6 receivers for the Green Bay Packers are either rookies or second-year guys. And when you have that type of youth connection between quarterback and receiver, we've seen it throughout the league's history whenever guys kind of come in together and they form that bond. We kind of saw it with Dak and Zeke, even though that's slightly different, but you see that as time goes on, and he has 6 of those guys. And I think the connection that he's been able to build with his various receiving core, I think that's obviously helped as well. But, man, he's really talented. He makes good decisions. You don't really see things out of him that you would out of a first-year starter. And you have to give credit to Matt LaFleur as well, being able to develop him and get him ready for this stage and put this team in the playoffs. Youngest team in the NFL, and they're in the playoffs. That's pretty fantastic if you ask me.
Nick, what's the big difference been between Mike McCarthy this time, like last year when it got getting ready for a Packer game, as opposed to this Packer game?
Yeah, I couldn't get a straight answer on that this week. I'm glad you brought that up because, again, on Monday, he had kind of said that he regretted his approach going up to Green Bay last year and making it, kind of a big deal. I think this time around, it's just they're trying to treat it as business as usual. And I asked a couple of guys in the locker room yesterday about, what does that look like necessarily? And they were like, we can't really tell. It's operating as if every week was the same. And the guys that were there for that Week 10 matchup last year, they kind of mentioned how, he went up there and he saw a lot of people that he didn't get to see whenever he had to leave Green Bay a few years ago. And it just kind of made, it threw emotion into it a little bit. I think there's a human element to that. But I think this time around, he's already had that go through. He's able to treat this as business as usual. And it's just another playoff team he has to get through.
Nick Harris with us here in the G-Bag Nation. So you pump out your article on DallasCowboys.com of the matchups. What are some of the matchups you've got your eye on for Wild Card Sunday?
Yeah, so the headliner for me is CeeDee Lamb and Jair Alexander. Now, typically, with a receiver-corner matchup, especially with the way Dallas throws their weapons around, they won't line up on every snap, and they probably won't even line up on half of the snaps. But when they do, I think that's going to be a really important matchup for this game. Jair Alexander, he's battled some injury this year. He had the game late in the season where he was suspended, so kind of a rocky end towards the regular season. But if he's healthy and he's ready to go, he's a guy that kind of steps up for those big-type matchups. And when you look at a first-team All-Pro receiver now in CeeDee Lamb, he's definitely going to show up for that one. Last year in that Week 10 game, CeeDee had 11 receptions for 150 yards and 2 touchdowns, had one of those on Jair Alexander. I think that's definitely going to be one to look at. And then another one I'm really looking forward to, second-year guy versus second-year guy, Deron Bland and Christian Watson. Watson had his coming-out party last year against Dallas with those 3 touchdowns. As a guy who comes in with the same draft class as a guy who does that on the opposing side, you kind of want to get him back next time. I think that's another human element that kind of goes into the game. So, whenever Deron Bland is lined up with Christian Watson, I'll be having my binoculars on that one for sure.
Who's the non-CeeDee Lamb skill guy for the Cowboy offense that's due for a big one?
It's got to be Tony Pollard, right? I think whenever you look at what he's been able to stack over the course of the last 3 weeks, you can kind of see those running lanes starting to open up a bit. He's starting to get some of those explosive runs. You pair that with the fact that Green Bay has given up the 29th most explosive run plays in the NFL going into this game, meaning 10 yards or more carries. I think there's an opportunity for Tony Pollard to break through and have a 100-yard type game. I think if he could do that, I think 10 times out of 10 this Dallas Cowboys offense wins.
That'd be amazing. We've been waiting for this Tony Pollard moment. Hopefully this week it happens. Nick, what'd you think about the All-Pro list and the Cowboys that made it or didn't make it?
Yeah, I think most of them. It was obviously Deron Bland, CeeDee Lamb. Those were just Brandon Aubrey as well. Such a cool story in his first year being able to make the All-Pro team. But I think the thing that everybody's looking at is Dak Prescott and Micah Parsons not making first team. I'm okay with Dak not making first team. Lamar Jackson has had a great year. I think getting Dak on that second team is still, paying the respects. But Micah Parsons being on that second team, that's probably the one where I disagree with. I think, in my eyes, I have to give a shout out to Isaiah Stanback because I gave him so much hell for this earlier in the year, but I think pressures are more important than sacks in some areas. And the way he's been able to pressure the quarterback and force offenses out of their rhythm, I think that causes so much more disruption sometimes than a sack would. But when you factor that in, I think Micah should have been first team. And then another guy I would have liked to see on first team was Tyler Smith. He's put together such a great year, but seeing him on second team, I'm glad he was able to get his due as well.
How many more years like this does Tyron have in him, though?
That's a great question, man. And, coming into this year, and especially how the season started with his injury, it didn't look like he was going to be on the field much at the beginning of the year. And, you're looking at it going into the final year of his contract as well and just kind of wondering what's the future for Tyron Smith. But being able to put together a second-team All-Pro type season, he's only allowed 1 sack, I believe 17 pressures. He's doing fantastic work. I think going forward, you have to have him on the team, and you have to have somebody waiting behind him in case he can't go for various injury concerns. But, that's why Lyle Collins is in the building now probably.
You got the Cowboys winning by double digits?
I do. I said 38-24 this morning. That's kind of how I feel. Again, I feel like Aaron Jones gets his on the ground, but I feel like this defense will be able to force some turnovers on a young, skill group against the Packers. Jordan Love being a first-year starter, while he has been awesome and has been taking care of the football, sometimes experience wins in these types of playoff environments, especially on the road for the Packers. I just feel like they're going to be able to get to Love both with pressure and then the secondary on the back end before it's over with. I think it's a close game at half, and then the Cowboys run away with it in the second half.
Okay, other than the Cowboys, what's your lock of the weekend?
Oh, lock of the weekend. Man, I would have said Bills over the Steelers, but, man, with the way that weather's looking like up in Orchard Park, there's no telling what will happen in that game. Goodness. I'm going to go ahead and stick with that one. I think the Bills' running game has been obviously really, really strong since that Cowboys game. Shout out to James Cook being able to do that against the Cowboys defense. I think they just get the Steelers. This is one of those rare, occurrences where you maybe wish there was like a college football playoff type committee so you could look at it and be like, man, we don't need the Steelers in there. They got a backup quarterback. Let's get another team in there to face the Bills. But I think Buffalo wins that handily.
Thank you, Nick. Enjoy the game, and we'll talk to you next week.
Yeah, that sounds great. Y'all be easy.
There he goes, Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com with you here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, you know what time it is, quitting time. And it's also a bet payoff Friday here at 877-881-1053. It is time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. Here on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat men's tea clinic with you before we do anything else, though. If you You want to get your edge back here in 2024. Maybe you lost it like me. You can get it back. Just go to mensteaclinic.com or give them a call, 972-GO-MEN'S-T. They have 5 DFW locations. Now, the science of it basically is we get a little bit older and our body produces testosterone less and less. And that is what pretty much is the secret sauce there for getting an edge. Okay, so you want your edge back, you get more testosterone, and that is what Men's T Clinic does. That is what T in Men's T stands for. I love them, because I'm so busy and I'm over 40. And, I don't like having my dauber down. I want to be full speed, good to go, whether that is working or playing with the family or coaching the kids' soccer team. I mean, I got about a 15-hour day, Monday through Friday, and I'm pretty much ripping and running all weekend long as well. So it's tough. And the energy will fade on you. But with Men's T Clinic, it won't, man. It feels great. So we're off into 2024. It's time to get back to being you. 972-GO-MEN'S-T or mensteaclinic.com.
Less commercials. We go commercial-free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Welcome back. All right, Jimmy, our Army veteran, for $400. Are you ready to answer the next question?
Actually, I'm good.
Huh?
Well, I already earn and save $473 a year on average with Navy Federal Credit Union. So, yeah.
All members of the armed forces, all veterans, and their families can earn and save more every year with a Navy Federal membership. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA. Dollar value based on the 2022 Navy Federal Member Give Back Study.
Join me, Corey Mason, Dallas Safari Club CEO, for the DSE Convention and Sporting Expo, January 11th through the 14th. The finest hunting opportunities and gear, all inside the Kay Bailey Hutchison Convention Center. Buy tickets now at biggame.org.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Some people come to the last looking for something. I'm working on this case, a missing scientist. This place, it takes us one by one.
Academy Award winner Jodie Foster and Kaylee Reese star in True Detective Night Country. The next chapter of the critically acclaimed HBO series.
There's a real explanation for this. We'll find it. We always do.
True Detective Night Country, Sunday 9 p.m. Eastern, streaming exclusively on Max. And listen to the True Detective Night Country podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
RJ Choppy here, my good friends over at #1